When Lin Shen arrived at the Tian Academy, he saw that the usually deserted Tian Academy was particularly lively today, with many people standing outside the courtyard. Qi Xinhua held an electric baton and kept order there. Aunt Tsai was registering at the gate, and the Tage people who were cleaning were handing out license plates next to him. Lin Shen entered the Tian Academy and went directly to the original reception room, where he saw Ouyang Yudu. What's going on? Didn't they say that there were only those candidates in the photo? Why are there so many people outside? Lin Shen just took a rough look and found that there were at least 1,000 people. Those are temporary workers of the Special Service Department I recruited. They are paid less and have less work, so they can take the blame. Ouyang Yudu said. No establishment? Lin Shen was a little surprised. How can we give them a job? If we really give them a job, there are many top nirvanas who want to obtain permanent residency on Zenith Star. We can just go out and recruit some of them. Their level is much better than these. These are recruited as laborers. Let them know that we have quotas and give them hope of becoming regular employees. They don't need to really pay anything. Ouyang Yudu said, don't get involved in these things. I'll handle it. What about my assistant? Lin Shen nodded. Ouyang Yudu was much better than him in this aspect. After all, Ouyang Yudu was now in charge of a family. They are the ones whose photos I sent. They are waiting for your interview outside. They are all carefully selected by me. They have their own skills. You can choose them yourself. Ouyang Yudu asked someone to call in interviewee number 1. The interviewee who came was actually a Tage man. He was very strong and could beat 10 people at first glance. My name is Dongbei Tai, I have ascended to the 9th level. And I am good at claws. The Tage man introduced his various characteristics as soon as he came up, and also demonstrated a black tiger heart-piercing fist with all his strength. Lin Shen looked at his resume and asked, have you won the championship 3 times in the free fighting competition held by Zenith Star? 4 times, 2 times in the basic level and 2 times in the flying level. I will win the championship in the next fighting competition. Dongbei Tai said confidently. Since you have such strength, why didn't you participate in the race ranking war? Lin Shen asked again. As an ascender, I can't affect the race ranking, so there is no point in participating. Dongbei Tai replied. Ouyang Yudu looked at Lin Shen's eyes, smiled, and said to Dongbei Tai, you go back and wait for notification. After we discuss, if we need to hire you, we will give you news within 3 days. Dongbei Tai got up and left. Obviously, he also knew that his chances were not great. This person has strong combat ability and is not at a high level. He can help you with things at ordinary times. If there is any problem, you can also deal with him. Ouyang Yudu said the reason why he chose Dongbei Tai. Among the flying level, Dongbei Tai is the most capable one he can recruit. Let's see. Lin Shen was obviously not satisfied. Ouyang Yudu asked candidate number 2 to come in again, and it turned out to be a big and strong pigman. 83, Chinese website latest address, please introduce yourself. Seeing that Lin Shen didn't say anything, Ouyang Yudu spoke up himself. The pigman stood up and said, my name is De Kongming. My IQ test score is 280. I have a strong memory. I can remember anything after just one look. I am good at observation and have strong detection and counter-detection abilities. You said that you have a strong memory and can remember everything you see. When you came in just now, did you see what I was holding in my hand? Lin Shen looked at De Kongming and asked. Yes. De Kongming replied, although there is a water cup and a book in front of you, you didn't touch them. From the beginning to now, you have been holding the resume in your hand now. The resume is not mine, but the last tiger's, and you held it upside down. Judging from your attitude, you should not have taken a fancy to that tiger, nor to me. Goodbye. After that, De Kongming turned around and left the reception room. How is it? He is very smart and capable. Your memory is not very good. Having him by your side can save you a lot of trouble and take good care of your daily life. You don't have to waste time and energy on those trivial things. Ouyang Yudu saw from the beginning that Lin Shen didn't like De Kongming, but he thought that De Kongming did have something, so he gave De Kongming a chance to show it. He is indeed very capable, let's take a look. Lin Shen was unmoved. Originally, Lin Shen was very relieved to hand over the matter to Ouyang Yudu, but after looking at the photos sent by Ouyang Yudu, Lin Shen found a serious problem, that is, Ouyang Yudu is really a person who understands inner beauty. So the assistants he chose are all people like De Kongming and Dong Baitai, who have inner beauty. One is smart, the other is good at fighting, and can help Lin Shen do a lot of things. The problem is that Lin Shen doesn't need such an assistant. He is already very good at fighting, and he can't put a stranger who is better at fighting than him around him, so whether the assistant can fight or not is almost the same for Lin Shen. Anyway, he can't fight as well as himself. As for someone like De Kongming, Lin Shen would not dare to use him. He was so smart that he could infer so many things from the slightest clues. He followed him and knew the color of his underwear. He would not dare to use such a person. Lin Shen did not like it, so Ouyang Yudu continued to call in new people. These assistants that Ouyang Yudu found did have their own strengths. Lin Shen looked at several more candidates, all of whom were very distinctive. Among them, there was someone who was very good at cooking, and was good at all kinds of etiquette and communication, like a housekeeper. There was also someone who was all-round, familiar with all kinds of affairs, and had a clear understanding of all kinds of interpersonal relationships in the celestial clan. Lin Shen looked at them, but didn't feel anything, until another candidate came in, and Lin Shen couldn't help but sit up straight. Introduce yourself. Lin Shen looked at the photo that Ouyang Yudu had sent him before, and then looked at the person opposite him and nodded with satisfaction. There was almost no difference between the photo and the person was even better looking than the photo. Sister Tiger, I belong to the White Tiger Clan, a small branch of the Tiger Clan. I am 25 years old, 9 turns to ascend, and I am good at claws. Sister Tiger introduced herself. The White Tiger Clan is different from the Tiger Clan. The Tiger Clan has a tiger head all over its head. This Tiger Clan of the White Tiger Clan has only a pair of white ears and a white tail behind her back, which are the characteristics of the Tiger Clan. Other places are no different from humans. Sister who has a muscular body, a broad mind, and a face that has a kind of majestic beauty. The key is that the word Bai in the Baitai tribe is worthy of its name, and her skin is so white that it seems to glow. This is good. Lin Shen nodded frequently after listening. 83 Chinese website latest address. Lin Shen wanted to decide on Sister Who on the spot, but Ouyang Yudu asked Sister Who to go back first, saying that he would watch it first. After all, she was here, so he had to watch it once. Lin Shen felt that it made sense. He couldn't just let her go without seeing her. It would bring bad luck to Tianchi Academy. So Lin Shen had to watch it patiently. He thought it was just a matter of coping, but when candidate number 18 came in, Lin Shen suddenly felt his eyes brighten. Lin Shen rarely saw a woman with short hair that could be described as sexy, but the short hair of the woman in front of him seemed to be just right, showing the lines of her face perfectly. Beautiful and clean, beautiful and neat, it was a kind of straightforward beauty that hit the soul. What gracefulness, what book fragrance, in front of this kind of bold sexiness, it felt not worth mentioning. Nurture is important, but innate things cannot be changed. Lin Shen looked at this candidate and suddenly felt that the previous tiger sister seemed a little bit rough. Lin Shen looked through the photos Ouyang Yudu gave him. There was indeed such a woman, but she didn't look good in the photos. She looked much better in real life than in the photos. Slender but not thin, plump but not fat, generous and generous, bright and beautiful. These words are probably invented for such people. Introduce yourself. Ouyang Yuming said on the side. Lin Wan, human, 22, 10 turns of ascension, knows a little bit of everything, but is not proficient in anything, the woman said with a smile. Lin Wan's name reminded Lin Shen of a beautiful poem written by a human sage, and her name happened to be the last two words of that sentence. Can you cook? Lin Shen asked. Yes. Lin Wan nodded. Can you do housework? Lin Shen asked again. Yes. Lin Wan nodded again. Ahem. Ouyang Yudu interrupted Lin Shen with a cough, and looked at Lin Wan and asked, do you know the etiquette of the Celestials? Do you have a certain understanding of the Celestials? Which kind of etiquette do you mean? Lin Wan asked. Is there any difference? Ouyang Yudu asked. There are 3 kinds of etiquette in the Celestials. The ancient etiquette is rarely used now. The modern etiquette is divided into aristocratic etiquette and popular etiquette. The popular etiquette is suitable for everyone, but the aristocratic etiquette is a bit complicated. Lin Wan explained the various etiquettes of the Celestials. Yudu. I think this one is right. It's capable, high-ranking, and beautiful. Lin Shen said. Let's finish reading it first. There are only the last 2 left. Ouyang Yudu said. 83 Chinese website latest address. Okay, Ms. Lin Wan, please wait outside for a while, we'll talk later. Lin Shen said to Lin Wan. Ouyang Yudu couldn't help but smile bitterly. Lin Shen had already decided. The last 2 people were indeed good, but like the people Ouyang Yudu had chosen before, they were full of inner beauty, but their outer beauty was slightly inferior. After they left, Lin Shen called Lin Wan, who was waiting outside, in again, and said to her with a smile, we both have the surname Lin, and we are both human beings. We might have been a family hundreds of years ago. In the future, you can call me the dean in front of outsiders, and call me Brother Xiaowu when you are alone. Brother Xiaowu. Lin Wan's voice was not particularly charming, nor did it have a clipped tone, and it was even a little cold, but it made people feel itchy. After signing the contract with Lin Wan and waiting for her to leave, Ouyang Yudu smiled bitterly and said, Little Fifth Master, you must be careful, don't fall for the beauty trap. Don't trust her because she is a human being. There are many examples of people being harmed by their own kind in the universe. Lin Shen smiled and said, Who do you think I am? I know my limits. You should really know your limits. Ouyang Yudu also knew that this little fifth master was a playful person, so he didn't say anything else and turned to say, "What are you going to do about the third mountain's challenge to you? Why bother with him? If he likes to come, let him come. Anyway, I don't have time to care about him," Lin Shen said indifferently. "It's not that simple." The third mountain was approved to enter the Zenith Star and was allowed to broadcast the whole process live. "I think the whole thing has the shadow of Tian Renyuan," Ouyang Yudu said. How could Lin Shen not know this? He said calmly, "The Tianren Academy will not want the Tiancher Academy to stand up again, and will certainly do everything possible to obstruct it. The third mountain is just a chess piece. If he can defeat me and be recruited by the Tianren Academy, the races in the universe will only think that the Tianren clan has a broad mind and can accept strong people from all races. It will not only gain a good reputation, but also strike at our Tiancher Academy and the Emperor of Heaven. This is killing two birds with one stone. If the third mountain is defeated, the person ranked first in the universe's ascenders will be defeated by a subordinate of the Tianren clan. It will also be beneficial to the reputation of the Tianren clan. The Tianren Academy is really calculating," Ouyang Yudu continued with a smile. "That's right, so I don't bother to pay attention to him. Let him go around the Zenith Star. As long as I ignore him, the Tianren Academy can't let him stay here forever, right?" Lin Shen said. "That's true, but when the time comes, Tian Renyuan will definitely find a way to put pressure on you. It's impossible for you to be so safe. If I hide on Tianren Star, can they still catch me?" Ouyang Yudu smiled and said, "Of course not, but I think it's not necessarily a bad thing for you to accept the challenge. But the third mountain is indeed not an ordinary person. His strength is probably not weaker than Christine's, but the style is different. It is unknown whether Christine can win against him. I have seen his battles. His ability to rebound damage is indeed very powerful. The stronger the offensive power, the greater the damage to the attacker. I don't know if Christine's sword light can break his damage rebound. This is an unknown. If it can be broken, the third mountain will have no chance of winning. If it can't be broken, Christine will definitely lose. After all, the damage rebound is too abnormal." Lin Shen pondered. Ouyang Yudu nodded. "So, are you sure you can beat him? If so, it's better to take action to solve him. Humanity's reputation has just risen. If you can win this game, it will give many humans who rely on the wings of other races more opportunities, so that they will not be ignored as cannon fodder by those in power." Lin Shen also knew that the current situation of humans is not very good. Most human families are actually cannon fodder. Just like the Medici family who depended on Tianquan, they contributed manpower to help Tianquan open up wasteland, and they were pure cannon fodder. The reason why they wanted to attack Tianquan was to get rid of this situation. Now that humans on the race rankings are shining, some big families have seen the potential of humans. At least they will pay attention to the human families that depend on them, and maybe they will give them more opportunities for development. Maybe there will be a few people who can get rid of the fate of being cannon fodder. It shouldn't be difficult." Lin Shen thought about it and suddenly laughed. "This is not a race ranking, anything can be used to beat him, I don't need to do it myself." 83 Chinese website latest address. When the third mountain entered the Zenith Star, sure enough, the official news channel of the Celestial Tribe broadcast the entire process live. Tianren Academy even arranged for Third Mountain to go to Tianchi Academy in person to declare a challenge. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that someone within the Tianren clan was forcing Lin Shen to respond. Only then did many people know that Lin Shen was actually the dean of the Celestial Master Academy of the Celestial Clan. Lin Shen is actually the head of the Tianchi Academy? No wonder he is so powerful. For a foreigner to become the head of a courtyard in the celestial race, it already shows Lin Shen's strength. I heard that Lin Shen is the face of a high-ranking female official. That's why he was able to climb to the position of dean. Which female high-ranking official in heaven is so powerful and can have such energy? I heard that she is a female celestial being from the Tian family, the kind of existence that has a seat in the celestial being. Fuck, this is a good thing. A female celestial being who has a seat in the Celestial Academy is really not an ordinary person. The direction of public opinion soon went astray. People were far more interested in the gossip between Lin Shen and NV Tianren than the fact that Lin Shen himself was the dean. The Celestial Academy's tricks are really dirty. Catherine, who was watching the live broadcast, curled her lips and said, if they lose, it will be embarrassing for the Celestial Academy and Tianquan. If they win, it will be the face of the Celestial Clan. This plan is too precise. Will Lin Shen accept the challenge? Tia looked at Sanshan, who had arrived at the gate of Tianchi Academy, and said, I'm afraid he can't help but refuse to fight. As Catherine spoke, she saw the door of Tianchi Academy being opened and a man walking out. Who is coming? The man asked, looking at the third mountain outside the door. Third Shan of the Shan clan, come and give the battle notice. To Lin Shen. Third Shan sent the battle notice to the man. The man glanced at it, but did not reach out to take it. He just said coldly, I want to challenge the dean of Tianchi Academy. Do you have the qualifications to do so? I am ranked first in the race rankings. Isn't this qualification enough? Third Mountain said solemnly. To be promoted to the top of the list? What the hell is that? Is he worthy of being compared with the dean of my Tianchi Academy? The man said disdainfully. His words immediately angered countless ascendants in the universe who were on the ranking list. They all said for a while that Lin Shen was so majestic, and did not even take the ascendants on the ranking list seriously. You are not qualified to rise to the top of the list, so I have to ask for advice. What kind of people are qualified to challenge Lin Shen? Sanshan was secretly happy. Lin Shen's subordinates were so arrogant. As a result, he had already stood on the top of the list, reached the highest point of morality. The man showed no intention of restraining himself and continued. No one is qualified. 83 Chinese website latest address. Without waiting for Third Mountain to speak, the man continued, the Heavenly Master Academy has not had a dean for more than 100 years. It is because he would rather lack than abuse. It took the Emperor of Heaven such a long time to select a talented and virtuous person for the Heavenly Master Academy. The new dean is both capable and responsible. He is responsible for the future of the entire Tianchi Academy. The future of many families in the Tianchi Academy is tied to him alone. His life no longer belongs only to himself, but to our entire world. Teacher Academy. Letting the dean participate in the race ranking battle is already a helpless move. He has won glory for his race, and we have nothing to say. But now that he has withdrawn, this is no longer a battlefield for the race ranking. The dean has no enmity with you, so why do you challenge him? When you challenge the dean of our hospital, you are challenging the future of countless families in our hospital. You want our lives. What qualifications do you have to challenge? The lives of so many people in Tianchi Academy? Staring at the third mountain coldly, he said, it doesn't matter. If you die alone. If our dean is a little injured, there are so many people in the Tianchi Academy. Old and young, can you take care of him? It's just a discussion. If the dean of your academy is strong, why should he worry about this? Or is he afraid of me, Sanshan? Sanshan said calmly, unmoved. As soon as he said this, the man laughed. I said so much just to tell you that you and our dean are not on the same level, and the responsibilities they bear are also different. If there is not a racial ranking list, you are not qualified to challenge him at all. If cats and dogs come to challenge you, our dean will not be able to do anything. But since you want to be famous so much that you must challenge him, then I will grant you permission and wait here. Our dean is at work, and he will not be able to process your invitation until he is finished. With that said, the man took the war sticker from Sanshan's hand and closed the door directly without waiting for Sanshan to say anything. Many people think that what that person said makes sense. Lin Shen is the head of a courtyard and the new dean who took more than 100 years to be selected by the Emperor of Heaven. Characters like this have responsibilities that far exceed their own strength and level. The outcome of a duel is indeed not that important to them. In the third mountain, if a person wants to challenge the head of the courtyard, there is indeed a huge gap in status. This incident caused huge controversy on Skynet. Some people felt that there was no distinction between high and low status. As they were also ascended, the third mountain was qualified to challenge Lin Shen. Some people think that the head of the academy is responsible for the future of the entire Tianchi Academy. He has no grudges against you and is not on the racial ranking list. Why should he accept such a rude challenge from you? Everyone has their own reasons. And no one is convinced by anyone. However, many people generally believe that Lin Shen must not be sure of defeating the third mountain, otherwise he would not be in such trouble. After all, he is the first person to rise to the top of the list. Although Lin Shen is powerful, it may not be that easy to win steadily. Don't even mention winning for sure. Whether or not you can win is a question. The third mountain is good at rebounding damage. Lin Shen's fist finger is an offensive ability after all. He might be directly killed by the counterattack. There is no way to fight. Lin Shen is very strong, but I think the third mountain is too restrained. This kind of argument is everywhere on the Tianwang. Most people think that the third mountain is Lin Shen's nemesis, so Lin Shen didn't accept the challenge happily. Lin Shen was drinking tea with Ouyang Yudu in the office. The person who was talking to the third mountain at the door pushed the door and walked in. Dean. Minister Ouyang, this is the challenge from the third mountain. Atai, what you said just now is good. You should sit down and have some tea too. Lin Shen pointed to the seat next to him and said. Dong Bei Tai was a little hesitant. He still entered the Tianchi Academy, but not as Lin Shen's assistant, but in the special service department, working under Ouyang Yudu. Do whatever the dean asks you to do, don't think too much. Ouyang Yudu said with a smile. Dong Bei Tai then sat down. Lin Shen and Ouyang Yu chatted and drank tea, seemingly forgetting about the challenge of the third mountain outside. 83 Chinese website latest address. Lin Wan was making tea for the three people, doing things in an orderly manner and looking very professional. Of course, the most important thing is that it is beautiful, adding a bit of fragrance to the originally tasteless tea. Lin Shen originally wanted to get rid of the third mountain directly, but Ouyang Yudu told him not to worry. Once this hole was opened, anyone would challenge him in the future, and it would be endless. This kind of thing can't happen again, so Ouyang Yudu asked Dong Beitai to go out and say those words. He wanted to let everyone know that Lin Shen is the head of the hospital. He has a lot of things to deal with. He has no time to deal with people like the third mountain, and no time to accept any challenges. If you want to challenge, you can wait outside the door. Wait for the dean to deal with things. When I have time to see you. Lin Shen had to admit that since Ouyang Yudu became the helmsman of the Ouyang family, his thoughts have indeed changed a lot compared to before. Don't look at me like that, unless you want to face endless challenges in the future, you have to pretend anyway. Ouyang Yudu said while drinking tea. Lin Shen naturally didn't want this to happen again, so he had to shut up and continue to sip his tea. The third mountain was waiting outside, looking calm and composed, as if he had a plan in mind. The live broadcast team of the celestial race also kept filming the third mountain and broadcasting the universe simultaneously. At first, the discussion was very lively, but as time passed, the third mountain had been standing outside the door for more than an hour, but still did not wait for Lin Shen to come out, and the door of the master courtyard was still tightly closed. Even though the third mountain was mentally prepared, he still looked calm and composed, but he was very angry in his heart. The Skynet was discussing whether Lin Shen was afraid of the third mountain, so he didn't dare to come out to fight and wanted to delay time here. However, most people knew that delaying time was useless, and they still had to give the third mountain an answer. Lin Shen is too arrogant. Is the dean so great? This is too disrespectful. Do you dare to fight? Can't you give me a definite answer? As time passed, more and more people became impatient. When the third mountain was about to lose his temper, the door of Tian Academy finally creaked open again. I saw Dong Beitai, who I had seen before, came out of the door. When the live broadcast team saw Dong Beitai coming out, they immediately perked up and gave all the cameras to Dong Beitai. The dean has accepted your challenge, Dong Beitai said lightly. When everyone heard this, they were overjoyed. After waiting for so long, it was not in vain. Lin Shen finally accepted the challenge. But the dean is busy with official duties and can't fight you now. Dong Beitai's next words made everyone frown. Do you dare to fight? Are you still trying to delay time? The people watching were depressed, and their impression of Lin Shen became worse and worse. You can arrange a time and place. I'm always there for you, the third mountain said in a deep voice. That's not necessary. Please wait a moment. Accepting your challenge is a private matter. After all, the dean is a public official, so he should put work first. When the dean finishes his official duties, he will come out to fight you immediately. Dong Beitai said, turned around and went back to the courtyard, closing the door again. 83 Chinese website latest address, the third mountain, and the spectators outside could only continue to wait. Fortunately, according to Dong Beitai, Lin Shen would come out after finishing the things at hand, and it shouldn't take too long. After all, it's already noon now, and the official duties should be almost handled. But they waited and waited. And in order not to miss any scenes, the people in the live broadcast group didn't even have lunch. As a result, they waited for an hour, and when the sun was about to set, the gate of Tian was still tightly closed. What on earth is Lin Shen up to? Is he going to delay it until the evening, and then use the excuse that it's too late to continue to delay it until tomorrow? Maybe he is really busy with official duties and is working now. You are kidding me. No matter how busy he is at work, can't he even take time to eat at noon? The third mountain stood in front of the door. His face was not very good. He originally came to challenge aggressively, but now he has been standing outside the door for so long, and all his momentum is gone. The third mountain cursed Lin Shen for being shameless in his heart, but he couldn't show it on his face. He still looked calm and composed, as if all of Lin Shen's actions were within his expectations. If he lost his momentum at this time, he would really lose face. The third mountain was helpless. He originally thought that Lin Shen would either refuse or agree to a fight. No matter what, there would be a result soon. But he didn't expect to hit a soft nail. This was completely different from what the third mountain had discussed with the big man of the Yin family before he came, and he had no choice. The big man of the Yin family also looked unhappy, but he couldn't help the third mountain too openly, otherwise after the third mountain won, he couldn't continue the drama of asking the third mountain to join. Lin Shen's status and position were there, and the third mountain couldn't force his way into the Tian Academy. In fact, the big man of the Yin family also knew that although the Tian Academy was now in decline, it was not something that the third mountain could break into. Not to mention that he was only the first on the ascension list, even if the first on the nirvana list came and dared to force his way into the Tian Academy, whether he could come out alive or not would depend on the mood of the masters inside. The third mountain also knew that Zenith Star was not a place where ascendants from a small race like him could do whatever they wanted, so he could only wait patiently. After waiting for an unknown period of time, the third mountain looked at the time and it was about to get dark. The third mountain also thought that Lin Shen wanted to delay it until tomorrow, and it was estimated that it would be impossible to fight him today. Just as he was about to say something, he heard a creaking sound, turned his head, and saw that the gate of the Tian Academy had finally opened again. When he thought it was still the Tiger Man, he saw that the person who came out was actually Lin Shen himself. Third mountain, I've kept you waiting for a long time. The official business has been handled. Now I can accept your challenge. Lin Shen walked outside the gate, stood on the steps, and looked down at the third mountain and said, "Now?" The third mountain was a little surprised. He didn't expect that Lin Shen didn't plan to delay it until tomorrow. "Yes, now. I have work tomorrow. While I have nothing to do, let's solve it now." The tone of Lin Shen's speech was as if he was doing something small on the way home from get-off work. There was no tension at all in the duel between the two strong. "It's almost dark, are you okay?" Sansanchan wondered if Lin Shen would use darkness as an excuse for failure. "It shouldn't take that long." Lin Shen said calmly, "Can we start now?" Lin Shen's words completely angered Sansanchan. 83 Chinese website latest address. Haha, Lin Shen is still the same Lin Shen. Everyone thought he was afraid of the third mountain, but it turns out that he didn't take the third mountain seriously at all. Everyone can brag with the third mountain's defensive ability. How can he resolve the battle before dark? Maybe he said that he would be defeated before dark? I'll wait and see who will be dealt with before dark. Everyone on the Skynet went crazy. Lin Shen's attitude of Not taking the third mountain seriously made people feel that he didn't respect the third mountain, who was the first on the ascension list. But some people thought that the third mountain came here by himself and had to challenge Lin Shen. Lin Shen didn't offend him. He was so aggressive, and Lin Shen agreed to fight him, which was already giving him enough face. Okay, let's do it now. The third mountain said coldly with a frown, where do we fight? Here, can we start? Lin Shen asked again. Here? The third mountain frowned slightly. The location of the Tian Academy was not far from the Imperial Palace, and it was closer to the center of the planetary city. If they fought here and damaged nearby buildings, how could the Celestials give up? Yes, it's getting late, don't waste time, Lin Shen said. Everyone looked strange after hearing this, and they didn't know who was wasting time. Since you don't make a move, then I'll make a move first. Seeing the hesitation of the third mountain, Lin Shen threw out a pet capsule, which was the Super Source Holy Shield Dragon that he had just obtained not long ago. Because the Holy Shield Dragon requires 3 keys to activate, ordinary pet guns are 1 key for 1 capsule, and there is no design of 3 keys for 1 pet capsule, so Lin Shen can only operate it manually. Fortunately, after he learned the loach-catching technique of Qi Xinhua, his hand speed and dexterity have greatly improved. He can insert the 3 keys into the 3 holes of the capsule almost at the same time, which is not much different from instant activation. When San Sanshan saw Lin Shen take action, he thought he was going to use the wave-treading fist or the pistol-killing skill, so he quickly summoned his carapace. His whole body was filled with qi, and the carapace was like flexible rubber, and it actually fluctuated in a wave state. Everyone looked at San Sanshan and Lin Shen, thinking that there would be a shocking battle, and they were all looking forward to the collision of the pistol-killing skill and the rebound damage skill. Who knew that they saw Lin Shen actually raised his hand and shot out a pet capsule, which made everyone stunned. Only then did someone react that this was not a battle of the race rankings, and pets and various equipment could be used. Seeing that the pet capsule instantly turned into a huge pet like a hill and pressed down, San Sanshan's face became even uglier, and he stretched out his palm, wanting to slap the pet to death. But his palm not only failed to slap the pet to death, but also failed to slap it away. The huge body of the pet pressed down directly, and instantly pressed the fleshy San Sanshan down like an old hen hatching eggs. Everyone was stunned. After being pressed down, the third mountain disappeared just like that. It took a long time for him to break free. The third mountain was so depressed. Now he was pressed down by the Holy Shield Dragon and couldn't push the Holy Shield Dragon at all. His ability to rebound damage didn't seem to have any effect on the Holy Shield Dragon. He was pressed down like this and couldn't move at all. Lin Shen almost laughed when he saw it, but fortunately he was quite dedicated and tried hard not to smile. With the Holy Shield Dragon's position and strength, the Ascendant couldn't push it at all. What's the concept of 3 life bases and 10 turns? Basically, it's absolutely invincible after upgrading. Just open 2 skills that enhance attributes, and the attributes can soar to nearly 1,000. Even when Lin Shen ascends to the Holy Shield Dragon in the future, it will be difficult to compete with the Holy Shield Dragon. 83 Chinese website. Latest address. What's more, the third mountain is good at rebounding damage. Strong attack is not his best skill. It's okay to deal with ordinary ascendants, but it's far from enough to deal with the Holy Shield Dragon. Silence, everyone. stared at the Holy Shield Dragon and the third mountain that disappeared under the Holy Shield Dragon. Oh my god! What kind of pet is that? It's so cool. That pet is too strong. The third mountain was pressed down. And couldn't get out. It's something. This is cheating. How can you use pets in a duel? This is not a race ranking battle. Why can't you use pets? Pets are also part of strength, right? What kind of pet is that? It's so abnormal. It suppressed the third mountain, the first ascender, with one butt. Looking at his situation, he really can't get out. The battle is over. The third mountain really couldn't get out. He had used his life base, but he couldn't shake the Holy Shield Dragon at all. The Holy Shield Dragon is a perverted existence that can even block Nirvana-level attacks. The attack power of the third mountain's life base is impossible to shake it. What's more, the Holy Shield Dragon itself has the ability to unload force, rebound damage and absorb energy. Compared with the Holy Shield Dragon, the ability of the third mountain is still a certain distance. San, stop wasting time. Come out and fight. Lin Shen shouted to San in a serious tone. This shout made many people burst out laughing, and someone directly replied on the internet, Dean, do you think San doesn't want to come out and fight? Haha, I'm laughing to death. How did the actor Lin hold back his laughter? The actor is the actor, professional. The third mountain must be regretting it now. Why did he come to provoke this movie star for? No reason? How miserable. He is already the first ascender, but he has to find someone to be abused. Sure. Enough, what movie star Lin said is absolutely right. It won't take that much time. The battle can be resolved in one fell swoop. Lin Shen saw that no one responded. After a while, he seemed to suddenly realize and said, it can't be that he can't get out. Wait for me to take back the pet. Lin Shen waved his hand, and the Holy Shield Dragon flew back. When it landed in his hand, it had turned into a pet capsule. Everyone saw that the third mountain got up from the ground in a mess. The ground material of the Zenith Star City is not something that can be easily destroyed by the power of the Ascender, but there is still a vague human outline on the ground. It seems that the third mountain has suffered a lot just now. Lin Shen, why do you use pets in our battle? The third mountain was not convinced. If he had known that Lin Shen would use pets, he would not be so careless and be directly pressed down by the Holy Shield Dragon. Can't I use a pet? My pet is also upgraded quickly. Aren't you the strongest person who is upgraded quickly? Lin Shen looked at San with a surprised look and asked. Killing people and hurting their hearts, everyone heard the meaning. This is a mockery of San Shan, that he is not even as good as his pet. You. San Shan gritted his teeth and held back his anger. He stared at Lin Shen and said, I didn't expect you to use a pet, so I didn't bring a pet this time. I hope to fight you fairly. 83 Chinese website latest address warm reminder, if you find that clicking the next page will force you to jump to other websites, please use the chapter error or contact us at the bottom to inform us. We will deal with it as soon as possible. Thank you for your understanding. Okay. Lin Shen took out the ghostly evil ghost blade, looked at the third mountain and asked, can we start now? Sanshan looked at the evil ghost blade in Lin Shen's hand, and his expression suddenly became weird. If Lin Shen had used a spiritual base as a weapon, third mountain wouldn't have felt anything. But just now he was suppressed by one of Lin Shen's pets, and now Lin Shen brought out another spiritual weapon, which made him smell. The conspiracy again. Sanshan was very suspicious that the weapon in Lin Shen's hand was used to restrain him. But just now he told Lin Shen not to use pets, and now he said not to let the other party use spirit bases. It seemed that he was very incompetent. It's getting late, can you start quickly? Lin Shen said, looking at the third mountain. I hope our duel can be pure, just like the race rankings. We can only fight with our own abilities without relying on external forces. Third mountain said. I understand. Lin Shen quickly put the evil ghost blade back into the weapon bag on his back. With a move of his hand, he held the folding fan in his hand and shook it lightly in front of his chest. Then he smiled and said to Third Mountain, now can we start? Sanshan knew that if he kept talking, he might lose all his momentum. If he had a choice, he would rather give up today's battle with Lin Shen. But now the arrow was on the string and had to be fired. He had to defeat Lin Shen and join the Celestial clan with victory. Only in this way could he get better treatment and more opportunities. Third Mountain directly exploded with his own abilities. And the carapace on his body became extremely tough, and at the same time, he sprouted spikes all over his body like a hedgehog. Lin Shen looked at the spikes on the third mountain and was not surprised. He had seen the battle on the third mountain before and knew that the spikes on the third mountain were his life base. Third Mountain rushed directly towards Lin Shen. He punched Lin Shen lightly. Before the punch hit, the spikes on his fist were already in front of Lin Shen. Everyone thought that this time a big battle was finally about to begin, and they should see Lin Shen use his folding fan life base, as well as the wave walking fist and pistol to kill people in the air again. But when he saw Third Mountain violently punching Lin Shen still stood there gently waving his folding fan. He didn't even take a stand against the enemy. He didn't even summon the carapace. He just looked at Third Mountain indifferently. Just when everyone thought Lin Shen was going to fold his fan to block Sanshan's punch, Lin Shen's other hand in his sleeve moved slightly. The third mountain that rushed in front of him suddenly stood still in front of him. The spikes on his fists were only a few centimeters away from Lin Shen's forehead, but these few centimeters seemed like as far as the end of the world. Everyone didn't know what was going on, why the third mountain didn't move, Lin Shen didn't even block it, and why the third mountain didn't throw the punch down. What is Third Mountain doing? Why didn't he punch this punch? Is it because Lin Shen didn't use the power of genetic transformation? He felt it was unfair. So he didn't punch this punch? Lin Shen is taking too many risks. If Third Mountain hadn't stopped, he would have been hit in the head with this punch. It's no longer fun to play like this. Can you do something serious as soon as possible? When people were talking about it, Lin Shen flicked his wrist, closed the folding fan, and then threw it directly at Sanshan's face like a teaching staff. He actually knocked Sanshan's round body sideways and fell to the ground. Lin Shen didn't even look at Sanshan, who was lying on the ground. He threw off his folding fan and walked past him with a gentle swing. 83 Chinese website latest address, let's all disperse, Lin Shen said and left directly. People stared blankly at Lin Shen's back until Lin Shen disappeared at the corner of the street. Sanshan, who was lying on the ground, remained motionless, as if dead. This is finished? What the hell? The third mountain doesn't let people use pets, and it doesn't let people use spirit bases, but in the end, they didn't even catch a single move? Lin Shen is too strong, he's not on the same level at all. Third mountain, the first ascended person in the universe, is too weak. He didn't even catch a single move. He won't be beaten to death, right? I can't say that the third landscape is the best. Maybe it's just that Lin Shen is too strong. Actor Lin, Dios, and Christine have withdrawn from the competition. This year's ranking of ascendants is too fake. Even the first place cannot catch the move of Academy Award winner Lin. They are not on the same level at all. The Tiger Man from Tian Academy is right. The number one on the ascension list is not at the same level as the head of the first courtyard of Tian Academy. A person who has ascended can become the dean, and his subordinates are in charge of many things. I know how many nirvana levels there are, and there is no doubt about my own strength. Ordinary ascendants have no need to challenge them. I watched Christine and Lin Shen fight for so long before. Although I thought Lin Shen was very strong, he was not so strong that he couldn't be defeated. I didn't expect that he was so invincible just by changing his opponent. There really is no comparison. Harm. This duel was already over when Lin Shen's pets suppressed the third mountain. They couldn't even defeat other people's pets, so there is no need to continue. For a time, Tianwang was full of emotional comments. No one felt that Lin Shen was deliberately delaying time before. It was obvious that Lin Shen did not regard the third mountain as an opponent at all and could easily solve it. Wouldn't it be better to be the number one? You have to seek abuse. Christine was also watching this live broadcast and said this with a cold face after watching it. Others didn't know it, but he had suffered a lot from Lin Shen and knew Lin Shen's weird acupuncture techniques. How did they do it? Catherine frowned. She didn't understand how the third mountain lost. Various strong people have begun to analyze how the third mountain lost, and various speculations have begun to spread wildly on the internet. Dies, Christine and others were mentioned again, and everyone was discussing who would have won the first place in the ascending level if they had not given up the battle. Judging from the results, Dies must be the strongest. Lin Shen defeated Christine and admitted defeat in the battle with Dies. But Ouyang Yu was able to take over Dies' life base, and said that Lin Shen was much stronger than him, and Dies might not win. This seems to be a vicious circle. There are all kinds of analyses, and no one can convince anyone. The only consensus is that the third mountain, the first ascender in the universe, is a big fake who got a chance. The third mountain lay on the ground motionless, his face full of pain. Lin Shen's blow to knock him down did not make him feel any pain, but the mental torture brought by this tragic defeat was more unbearable than the physical pain. What made him even more upset was that he had been defeated so miserably, and it was unknown whether the great man of the celestial tribe would still accept him and the mountain tribe to join. Everything is over. The third mountain lay on the ground, but he only felt dizzy, as if his body was constantly falling and about to fall into the endless abyss. 83 Chinese website latest address. What technique is that? It's a bit like the Emperor Barbarian clan's magical soul-seducing finger, but the magical soul-seducing finger doesn't have the ability to work across the air when it's upgraded. It's also a bit like the Supreme clan's First Order of Destiny, but the First Order of Destiny, the First Order does not completely incapacitate people. In the Tian Academy, Lin Wan had a smile on her face. It seems that many interesting new things have appeared in the universe during the years I have been sleeping, and this Lin Shen also has some. He holds a lot of secrets, And it is possible that the death calamity on my body was broken by him, but how could he, an ascended person, affect the death calamity? Lin Shen returned to Fuyuju and took a nap first. After all, sleeping is also a practice for him. The immortal meridian operates on its own, absorbing the energy of the heavenly man star and constantly improving his own and life-based physiques. There is no need for him to practice hard. Sleeping until noon the next day, Lin Shen still stayed in bed and didn't want to get up. He asked Xiao Qi to project various news and interesting things, and he played with them casually. Suddenly, a message popped up, and it was from the Ace of Hearts, who had not sent a message for a long time. Lin Shen clicked on it and took a look, and found that the video sent by the of Red Heart was an image. When he opened it, it turned out to be an image of him defeating the third mountain. This move is a bit interesting. I don't see what kind of trick it is, and there's no way to crack it. What about you? Lin Shen closed it after reading it. He would not reply to the Ace of Hearts. He couldn't tell her his ability to touch acupuncture points through the sand between his fingers. Lin Shen continued to browse the news in bed. After a while, another message came over. Lin Shen thought it was the Ace of Hearts, but it turned out that it was from Tian. Strange, why would Tian send me a message? The relationship between Lin Shen and Tian has never been very good, and Tian has never taken the initiative to send him a message. Lin Shen clicked on it and saw that what Tian sent was a photo. In the photo, Tian was with a half-human, half-iron weirdo. Lin Shen was shocked when he saw the weirdo. Lao Tai is still looking for you. He already knows that you are on the Zenith Star. Let me find a way to take him to the Zenith Star to find you. There is a text message below. You're still looking for me? Lin Shen thought that the weirdo had given up long ago, but he didn't expect that he was still looking for him. It's a pity that he couldn't enter the Zenith Star. Don't bring him here. Lin Shen was a little unsure whether he could deal with the weirdo now. Logically speaking, based on his previous experience of fighting against weirdos, with his current strength, he should not be afraid of weirdos. But for some reason, Lin Shen just found that weirdo very difficult to deal with, and he didn't know if it was because of psychological factors. Why? Lao Tai is my friend, and I don't like you. Tianqin's message came over again. Little nephew, you don't want your sister-in-law to be widowed at a young age, right? Lin Shen was not afraid of Tianqin's threat at all. At worst, he could just give the mechanical watch back to the weirdo. Although the mechanical watch is good, it is never his own. And now that he has the resources of the Celestial Clan, he can go to many resource-rich planets to hunt advanced creatures. There is no big problem without a mechanical watch. Lin Shen just couldn't figure out what was going on with the mechanical watch and Calabash Mountain. Did Calabash Mountain crash into the home planet together with the God-building race's spaceship? Lin Shen planned to return to the home star before he passed away to Nirvana to thoroughly understand the underground world and Calabash Mountain. Calabash Mountain is obviously a special teleportation device. What Lin Shen is now afraid of is that Calabash Mountain can transport advanced creatures to the human home planet. The teleportation devices currently discovered on the home planet can only transport ascended people at most, so the human home planet is very safe. But if there is a transmission device that can transmit nirvana or even immortality to the human home planet, it will be very bad news for the humans who stay on the home star. 83 Chinese website latest Address if possible. Lin Shen even hoped to destroy Hulu Mountain. The weirdo seemed to be inextricably linked to Calabash Mountain. Lin Shen was a little worried that if he returned the mechanical watch to him, it would have a bad impact on the home planet. Get lost. Tianqing's message flew over immediately, followed by a second message. I would like to advise you to be kind and kind. If you take other people's things, you must return them to others, otherwise you will be responsible for the consequences. I'll delay it for you for 10 days at most. Thank you, little nephew. Lin Shen replied. You really deserve to die. From Tianqing's reply, it seemed that his handsome face could be seen gritting his teeth. Is the weirdo the ace of spades? Is he the one who created the god clan? Lin Shen thought about it, but couldn't think of a reason. He could only continue to send a message. To Tianqing, that old friend of yours, have you ever asked what race he is? I don't know. Tianqing replied. Do you know what level he is now? Lin Shen asked again. Do you think I'm the kind of person who betrays his friends? Tian Xian snorted coldly. When I return the things to him, can I buy and sell the previous things at once? Lin Shen had to ask from a different angle. Then it depends on your attitude. Tianqing replied. Seeing that Tian Xian was in trouble, Lin Shen didn't send him any more messages. A message popped up. Lin Shen thought it was from Tianqing, but after a closer look, it was from Tian Qingyu. Brother A. Tian, can you lend me your people and pets? Emperor Qingyu, what do you want to borrow? Lin Shen didn't understand what Tian Qingyu meant. I'll lend you, and your three-headed dragon. Tian Qingyu's message came again soon. Lin Shen chatted with Tian Qingyu for a while, before he knew what she meant. Among the planets controlled by the Celestials, there is a planet called Pet Star. Of course, this name was given by the Celestials later. There are rich biological resources on that planet, and there are many creatures at the base transformation level, flying level, and nirvana level. The reason why Pet Star is called Pet Star is because the creatures on that planet have a very special habit. All creatures on Pet Star follow a rule. As long as they can be defeated in a one-on-one battle, they will offer their keys and choose to recognize their master. It can be said that Pet Star is a huge pet resource library. At present, Pet Star is jointly controlled by the Emperor of Heaven and the Tianren Academy. In order to protect the resources of Pet Star, strict examination is required to enter Pet Star, and there are only so many places each year, and adjustments will be made in the second year, based on actual conditions. In recent years, the number of places for Pet Stars has been decreasing. Now, there are only about 20 places for the Emperor of Heaven every year, and a little more for the Heavenly Court, but only a little more than 100 places. 83 Chinese website latest address. Recently, a rule has even been added. People who enter the Pet Star cannot fight in person, nor use any equipment. They must use pets to defeat those creatures, and they cannot challenge those creatures that exceed their own level. And there is only one chance. If you fail once, the quota will be forfeited. The reason why it is becoming more and more stringent is to ensure that the best pets in the Pet Star will not be captured in large numbers to avoid resource depletion. However, due to such a regulation, it is much more difficult to obtain a top-quality pet from there. After Tian Qingyu saw Lin Shen's Holy Shield Dragon, he wanted to borrow the Holy Shield Dragon to help her win a top-quality pet on the Pet Star. In return, Tian Qingyu also applied for a quota for Lin Shen. Lin Shen had no reason to refuse such a good thing and directly agreed. To Tian Qingyu. After getting up and washing up, when he was about to go out, Tian Qingyu had already taken the initiative to come to him. Brother A Tian, you won the battle with Third Mountain beautifully. Tian Qingyu complimented him when he came up. I think so too, masters are just so lonely. Lin Shen said with a smile. Tian Qingyu also laughed. When others say that, I think they are joking. Brother A Tian, when you say that, I think it is really lonely. Lin Shen was a little embarrassed by what she said. He shook his head and said, it's just a joke. The emperor said this, which makes me feel ashamed. Tian Qingyu pursed his lips and said with a smile, the Third Mountain originally wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to gain fame and fortune, but now not only has his reputation been lost, and Four has also given up on him. He has failed so miserably that it is impossible for him to join the Yin family again. It's the fourth house. Only then did Lin Shen know that the Third Mountain's challenge to him was caused by the fourth mansion of the Yin family. Let's not talk about him anymore. I brought something for you. You should take a look first. Tian Qingyu handed a crystal card to Lin Shen. What is this? Lin Shen asked. The biological information of the pet star is not in the database. You can find out first. If you have a favorite creature, you can go directly to the pet star to find it. Tian Qingyu said, I want a Tianji beast as a mount. I'll trouble you later, brother A Tian. It's no trouble, it's the emperor who takes care of me, otherwise I wouldn't be qualified to enter the pet star. Lin Shen asked Xiaoqi to read the information of the crystal card. All kinds of creatures were immediately projected by Xiaoqi. Lin Shen asked Xiaoqi to screen out the flying-level creatures. There were still tens of thousands of them, which was dazzling to see. You can try screening for mutation and ascension. Tian Qingyu reminded from the side. Lin Shen asked Xiaoqi to screen again, and finally more. Then 100 mutated ascended creatures appeared. Lin Shen carefully looked at the information on each mutated ascended creature, and there were indeed many very good pets among them. The Tianji beast that Tian Qingyu wanted was among them. Originally, when Lin Shen heard the name Tianji beast, he thought it was some kind of beast-shaped creature, but it turned out that was not the case. The Tianji beast actually looks like a convertible sports car, and it looks full of science fiction. Lin Shen saw this kind of creature for the first time and asked a little strangely, Are you sure this is a Tianji beast and not a man-made car? If you see it open its mouth, you won't think so. Tian Qingyu gestured to Lin Shen to click on the detailed information of Tianji beast. A red convertible sports car appeared in the image. The front hood of the convertible sports car suddenly opened, revealing the internal structure like a mincer. An ascended creature accidentally entered it and was immediately minced. The ascending liquid was removed from the scene. It sprayed out from the gaps in the covered car hood and splashed everywhere. So cruel. Lin Shen was convinced that the Tianji beast was indeed not a car. In fact, the Tianji beast just looks like a car. Its body is one piece, not pieced together, and it has no doors or steering wheel. 83 Chinese website. Latest address, the two headlights are actually its eyes. Lin Shen looked at them for a while and felt that many mutated and ascended pets were good. He couldn't decide for a while, so he planned to go to the pet star to try his luck to see which one he met. Tian Qingyu took Lin Shen to the pet star. Even if she, the emperor's son, wanted to enter, she had to go through a very complicated review process. Lin Shen walked her through the process, and the sun was almost setting. "Do you want to go again tomorrow?" Lin Shen was afraid that it would be dark and the vision would be poor, so he would not be able to spot the mutated nirvana creatures. It's night on the zenith star, and it's daytime on the pet star. Now is the right time to go, Tian Qingyu said with a smile. Only then did Lin Shen remember that the hours of night and day on each planet were different. He was so used to the almost identical black and white patterns of the celestial star and the zenith star that he had forgotten about it. When they arrived at the teleportation station, Lin Shen realized that the people going there this time were not just the two of them, but also a young man from the celestial clan. Seeing Lin Shen and Tian Qingyu coming over, the young man bowed slightly to Tian Qingyu, and then his eyes fell on Lin Shen. "Dean Tian, I have watched several of your battles. You are very capable," the young man said. "That's ridiculous. What do you call your excellency?" Lin Shen didn't think this man from the celestial race was worthy of his name. "Anjahi," the man replied. Lin Shen couldn't help being slightly startled when he heard his name. Although he has never met this person, he has heard of this name. The Yin family members whose names have no numbers are not ranked in terms of overall strength. The reason why Lin Shen heard the name Jiahe was not because he was famous, but because his father was so famous. The Dean of Tianrenyuan and the top master of Tianren clan, is the strongest person in Tianren clan, no one else. And Jiahe is Yi's only son. Because Jiahe's mother died early and he did not remarry, so in the huge Yin family, there is only one male child, Jiahe. When Jiahe was just born, Emperor Tianshu recognized him as his godson, and all the treatment of Jiahe was in accordance with the standards of the emperor's son. Even many less favored emperors were far inferior to Jiahe's treatment. After all, Emperor Tianshu has many children, but Yi has only this one son. It can be said that Jiahe is the man who is loved by everyone. Even Tianbuluo and Tianqinjiu need to work hard to get some special resources. But basically, others will give whatever Jiahe wants directly to him, and they are afraid that he will not accept it. Tianqinjiu also calls him brother Jiahe, just like calling his own brother. The three people waited for a while, and 3 old men from the celestial clan came over and accompanied them to the pet star. The 3 old men were here to protect their safety and to ensure that they abided by the rules on the pet star and could not capture pets at will. 83 Chinese website latest address. And Jiahe said goodbye to the two of them with a smile. He was already at the nirvana level. Although he was also going to the pet star, he needed to go to a different area. An old man left with Jiahe, and the other 2 old men followed Lin Shen and Tian Qingyu respectively, but they were all far away and would not disturb them if there was no danger. You have to be careful about Jiahe. He is a very scary person, Tian Qingyu whispered to Lin Shen. I think he is weak in writing and gentle in speech, like a scholar. Could he be such a terrible person? Lin Shen said about his impression of Jiahe. What you see is just the side he shows to outsiders. Most people in the celestial clan think so too, but I know that beneath his frail appearance, there is a heart stronger than the devil. Terrible heart. As the Dean of Tiancher Academy, you are the opponent of Tianren Academy and you have to guard against it. Tian Qingyu said with a complicated expression. Is he strong? Lin Shen asked with a frown. I don't know. Tian Qingyu shook his head and said, his identity is too special. We emperors are not like him. There are people guarding him 24 hours a day. No one can get close to him. Not to mention fighting him. Have you seen the supervisors who are supervising us this time? Our supervisors are all Nirvana level. Not only are they immortal, they are not even serious supervisors at all, but his personal bodyguard temporarily acts as a supervisor. Lin Shen was shocked. Then he can capture pets at will on the pet star. Even you don't have such treatment, right? We, the Emperor's sons, don't dare to do such a thing, otherwise we will definitely be impeached by the members of the Tianren court. Tian Qingyu shook his head and smiled bitterly. Since no one has seen Jiahe take action, how do they know that he is very scary? Lin Shen asked puzzledly. He set up a He family academy by himself. Many sons and daughters of nobles in the Tianren clan were sent to Tianhe Academy to practice and study. They even asked others to find connections in order to get a place to enter the academy. The things taught in the He family academy are all reform. Some of them are even new and unique secret skills, and those were all created by Jiahe. Lin Shen was a little moved after hearing this. The nobles of the celestial clan have many privileges, and it is not difficult for them to obtain top-notch evolutionary techniques. But there are still so many nobles who would rather ask someone to find connections than go to the Hejia Academy to learn the improved things. This shows that Jiahe's reforms must be very successful. There are many big men in the celestial race, and it is hard to imagine how talented Jiahe is if he can achieve this level. The aristocratic children who study in the Hejia Academy are obviously much better than the aristocratic children who practice the same evolution techniques at home. Moreover, Jiahe can teach students in accordance with their aptitude and maximize the characteristics of each student. But no one knows what he is good at, and no one even knows what evolution techniques he has practiced. Think about how terrifying this person must be. Tian Qingyu sighed. If he only has talent, I won't be able to do it. You should be so careful about him, but I saw it with my own eyes when I was a child. Forget it, anyway, if you meet him again. Just be careful. Lin Shen nodded slightly. Jiahe was indeed unfathomable, and his identity and background were beyond Lin Shen's comparison. If he had a choice, he would never want to become an enemy with Jiahe. A person who stands in front of people for such a long time, but no one knows his true identity, must be very terrifying in his own strength. However, Emperor Tianshu pushed Lin Shen to the position of Dean of Tianchi Academy. Friction with Tianren Academy is inevitable. Sooner or later, he will be completely on the opposite side. If Jiahe wants to take over Tianren Academy, it will definitely be difficult to live in peace with him. Those are things for the future. As long as Lin Shen doesn't leave Zenith Star or Tianchi Academy, Jiahe won't be able to do it openly if he wants to. 83 Chinese website latest address. Lin Shen was very interested in knowing what kind of strength Jiahe had. But now is definitely not the time. Jiahe is Nirvana, he just ascended. Lin Shen has no interest in cross-level challenges. If he can choose, he still prefers to fight with opponents of the same level, or bully lower-level children. Good. The two of them were flying on the pet star. The pet star was also a very huge planet. Its main body was composed of forests and mountains. There were large and small rivers all over the world, but it did not form large oceans, but countless lakes. But because The pet star itself is so large, those places that look like lakes are actually about the same size as the ocean on the human home planet, or even larger than the ocean on the human home star. All kinds of magical species live on the pet star. Lin Shen saw a group of flying fish flying in the sky, which was as big as a large airplane. Lin Shen remembered that Tian had such a flying fish pet, and he probably got it from here. The pet planet is full of all kinds of weird creatures. Since they only have one chance, they can only admire them and cannot take action against those creatures. On a reef, next to a lake, Lin Shen even saw a creature that looked like a mechanical mermaid. Various strange creatures flew across the sky from time to time, and the two old men released their own power of nirvana from time to time, frightening those creatures so that they did not dare to come close. Lin Shen and Tian have been looking for traces of the Tianji beast. Unfortunately, they went to several places where the Tianji beast often hangs out, but they didn't see it. It's not in these places. It depends on luck to find it. Let's just walk around and solve your problem first. Tian said helplessly. Okay. Lin Shen didn't refuse. Tian couldn't find the Tianji beast, so he couldn't be blamed. Two nirvana celestial beings protected them flying in the air. In a swamp, Lin Shen saw a group of cranes that looked like a mixture of mutton fat, white jade, and black jade. What kind of creature is that? Lin Shen pointed at the creatures that looked like white jade cranes and asked. That is a crystal-based ink crane, a mutant creature. It is very rare outside. There are only a group of them on the pet star. It is currently forbidden to capture creatures. Please choose another creature. An old man said. Lin Shen was about to say something, but suddenly saw a figure in the sky in the distance running towards this side. Yes. It was running, not flying. The figure walked in the air, as if running in the sky. Lin Shen looked carefully and found that the one who came in the air was actually a fairy carved from ice crystal snow. Jade. That is, the Jade Fairy. Tian recognized what kind of creature it was and was immediately surprised and happy. 83 Chinese website latest address. Seeing the appearance of the Jade Fairy, even the two supervisors' faces changed slightly. They flew in front of Tian and Lin Shen and shouted to them, "Back off." Lin Shen and Tian retreated while Lin Shen asked, "Is the Jade Fairy a Nirvana-level creature?" The Jade Fairy is not only a Nirvana-level creature, but also a very terrifying Nirvana-level creature. Someone once got a Jade Fairy pet and killed creatures of the same level as taking something out of a bag. But later, no one encountered the Jade Fairy on the pet planet. Everyone thought that the Jade Fairy was extinct, but they didn't expect it to exist. Tian explained. While Tian was explaining, the two supervisors had summoned their life bases and fought with the Jade Fairy. Two Nirvana levels besieged a Jade Fairy, but they couldn't get any advantage. The sky was shining brightly, and the shock wave swept across the sky, forcing Lin Shen and Tian to retreat again and again. When they retreated to a distance and were about to watch the battle, they saw another figure rushing out from the forest below. That's the fighting food Buddha. Tian saw the figure clearly and was surprised and delighted. Lin Shen also saw the figure, which looked like a gray stone monk statue with a bamboo hat on his head, a monk's robe, a Buddhist rosary around his neck, and a black jade bowl in his hand. But this statue can move. Not only can it move, but it also holds a bowl in one hand and a pair of black jade chopsticks in the other hand. When Lin Shen was reading the information, he also saw the information of the fighting food Buddha, and was very impressed by him. He knew that this was a very rare and powerful mutant ascending creature. It's a pity that the first person who discovered the fighting food Buddha was a Nirvana-level strongman who accidentally killed the fighting food Buddha. Later, no one found the fighting food Buddha again, and basically it was extinct. But today, they not only saw the Jade Fairy, but also saw the fighting food Buddha. This luck is also unmatched. Help me subdue him. With the fighting food Buddha to be obtained, Tian Qingyu gave up the Tianji beast without hesitation. The Nirvana said that he accidentally killed the Buddha fighting food, but in fact, it was because he felt the threat from the Buddha fighting food, so he had to kill the Buddha with all his strength. There was no such thing as carelessness. Lin Shen released the Super Source Holy Shield Dragon and met the Buddha fighting food. The Super Source Holy Shield Dragon opened his mouth and spit out a blue crystal round card, which flew towards the Buddha fighting food. The Buddha fighting food held a bowl in one hand and chopsticks in the other. The chopsticks knocked on the bowl, and then the blue crystal round shield that flew in front of the Buddha fighting food fell down rapidly, and shrank rapidly as if it had shrunk, and fell into the black jade bowl. What the hell is that? Lin Shen was stunned. How could his life base be gone in an instant? There was a clanging sound in the bowl, but the blue crystal round shield never flew out. The Buddha fighting food flew up and flew towards the Holy Shield Dragon. The Holy Shield Dragon had never suffered such an injustice. It was fine to be bullied by the Nirvana-level diehard fans. But an ascended creature also wanted to bully it, and the Holy Shield Dragon was immediately angry. The Holy Shield Dragon's body swelled, blood boiled, and light burst out from its body. With a flap of its 6 wings, it rushed directly towards the fighting food Buddha, wanting to tear the fighting food Buddha apart with its flesh. Facing the crazy attack of the Holy Shield Dragon, the fighting food Buddha was still not panicked, and the chopsticks in his hand hit the bowl again. The next second, Lin Shen and Tian Qingyu saw a scene that made them feel horrified. 83 Chinese website latest address. The huge body of the Holy Shield Dragon actually shrank rapidly in front of the fighting food Buddha, and finally, like the green crystal round shield, it was sucked into the black jade bowl. Both of them felt cold in their hearts, and Lin Shen felt unimaginable. The Holy Shield Dragon should be considered an invincible existence in the ascending level. So how could it be so easily dealt with by an ascending creature? The fighting food Buddha is even more terrifying than what is recorded. Let's retreat first. Your pet was lost because of me. I will definitely compensate you when I come back. Tian Qingyu pulled Lin Shen to retreat. Before figuring out what the ability of the fighting food Buddha is, it is really not easy to fight him head-on. Moreover, the pet star has its own rules, and they cannot kill the fighting food Buddha. Lin Shen had no choice but to retreat with Tian Qingyu, but the fighting food Buddha threw the chopsticks in his hand, and the 2 chopsticks suddenly turned into 2 black jade dragons, rushing towards Lin Shen and Tian Qingyu respectively. Lin Shen directly threw out the inheritance fan, which was a lightsaber, and fought with the black jade dragon. Tian Qingyu also sacrificed her life base and fought with another black jade dragon. The two people's 2 top life bases fought against the pair of dragons, and it was difficult to tell the winner for a while, which made the 2 people even more suspicious. How could an ascended creature be so strong? Even if the chopsticks were his life base, there was no reason To be able to withstand the attack of two life bases. And if chopsticks are his life base, then what is the alms bowl? The alms bowl that can take away the holy shield dragon should be a life base. Could it be that this fighting food Buddha has two life bases? When Lin Shen and Tian were full of doubts, they saw the fighting food Buddha rushing up with the alms bowl in one hand. Without chopsticks, the fighting food Buddha actually took off the Buddhist beads on his neck and threw them towards Lin Shen. Although there is a rule that pets on the pet star cannot be killed, you can't just sit there and wait for death. Lin Shen directly used a 3-hit wave treading attack to hit the string of Buddhist beads. Lin Shen only wanted to repel the Buddha beads, and had no intention of killing the fighting food Buddha, because he heard the sound of clanging and banging coming from the bowl. It was probably the holy shield dragon that was sucked in and was hitting the bowl, trying to rush out. But when Lin Shen threw out this 3-punch wave-treading punch, the Buddha beads in the air suddenly became larger, and the fist force passed through the middle, without affecting the falling of the Buddha beads at all. The string of Buddha beads fell directly, as if to wrap Lin Shen's body in it. Lin Shen's body arched, and he suddenly shot back dozens of meters, and forcibly retreated from the range, covered by the Buddha beads. The Buddha beads failed to wrap Lin Shen, but the fighting food Buddha had already rushed up and slapped Lin Shen's face with one palm. In his palm, there was actually a lotus-shaped golden mark blooming. Lin Shen's body movements changed, and his fists were overwhelming. The fighting food Buddha also gave birth to lotuses. Step by step. Every move and style seemed to be the law of Buddhism, and there was infinite mystery in the simplicity. Lin Shen was actually forced to retreat repeatedly by him, and fell into a disadvantage. Tian rushed up to help, but was trapped by the Buddhist beads. Her power failed to blast the Buddhist beads away, but was tied up by the Buddhist beads. For a while, she could not get out no matter how hard she struggled. Lin Shen felt something was wrong. It was understandable that Dosher Buddha had strong abilities, but his mind skills were not as simple as strong abilities. It was like being manipulated by someone. Otherwise, how could an ascended creature use so many exquisite moves and changes? Even if it was a master-level technique, it was just like this. 83 Chinese website latest address. Lin Shen fought with Dosher Buddha, who actually only used one hand. His other hand was holding the bowl, and was not used for fighting. Even so, Lin Shen's wave-stepping fist technique, with sand coming out from his fingers, was not able to gain an advantage over Dosher Buddha. Dosher Buddha did not have the ability of heaven and gods, but he seemed to be able to predict the future. No matter what kind of moves Lin Shen made, Dosher Buddha could respond in advance. Lin Shen had to change his moves only halfway through, which was very uncomfortable for ordinary people. Although Lin Shen was uncomfortable, he was not impatient. He had experienced many failures before, and he could not practice what others could easily practice. So Lin Shen was actually very familiar with this feeling of giving up halfway, and he didn't think it was a big deal. While fighting with the fighting food Buddha, he suddenly heard a crackling sound, and then there was a loud bang. The bowl in the hands of the fighting food Buddha was broken into pieces and exploded directly. The huge body of the holy shield dragon squeezed out from it and quickly grew larger in the air. The bowl was broken, and the fighting food Buddha spurted out blood. The holy shield dragon rushed over directly and slapped the fighting food Buddha with his dragon claws. The fighting food Buddha retreated quickly, but his speed was not faster than the holy shield dragon, so he had to cross his hands to block the Holy Shield Dragon's dragon claws. However, the power of that claw was too explosive, and it directly knocked the Fighting Food Buddha down from the air. The Fighting Food Buddha smashed directly to the ground, creating a huge circular crater on the ground, like a lunar crater hit by a meteorite. The Holy Shield Dragon was obviously angry, and the 6 wings vibrated, rushing towards the Fighting Food Buddha in the pit like a comet. The Fighting Buddha had just gotten up and had no time to dodge. He could only stretch out his hand, and the black dragon transformed by the pair of chopsticks flew back, rushing towards the Holy Shield Dragon from the left and right, trying to stop the Holy Shield Dragon. The Holy Shield Dragon ignored their attacks. The 3 shields released light shields outside its body. The black dragon hit it and was directly bounced away, without any impact at all. Boom! The Holy Shield Dragon, like a comet, hit the place where the Fighting Buddha stood, and directly smashed a huge deep pit there. Under a big tree on the pet star, Jiahe, who had closed his eyes as if he was resting, suddenly opened his eyes. 3 life bases. Jiahe breathed a sigh of relief and said lightly, "Young master, what 3 life bases? Could it be that Lin Shen is actually a 3 life base?" The immortal level old man who was guarding next to him frowned and asked. And Jiahe smiled and shook his head, saying, "Master Wu, you misunderstood. The 3 life base I was talking about was Lin Shen's 3-headed dragon pet. It turned out to be a 3 life base creature, which is really rare. 3 life base creatures are indeed extremely rare. There are only a handful of known 3 life base creatures in the entire universe. I didn't expect that kid to have a 3 life base pet. I'm afraid it's not a gift from the Emperor of Heaven." And 5 snorted coldly. The attributes of the 3 life base pet are too strong, and the body of the Dosher Buddha can't match it. Being disrupted by it is a bargain for Lin Shen. But I already know his strength. Although he has extraordinary abilities, he lacks practical experience, and his techniques are not systematic. He is not a real master. And Jiahe stood up calmly and said, "Let's go. I already know his strength. He may become a trouble in the future. It's better to get rid of him as soon as possible if he can't grow up. Now the Emperor of Heaven has favored him very much and even let him live in Tianren Star. It's not easy to take action against him." N5 said. 83 Chinese website latest address. The reason why the Emperor of Heaven favors him is that he can collect resources for the Emperor of Heaven, so he will definitely go on a mission. Then there will be a chance. We just need to wait patiently for the opportunity. But we can't do it. We have to find a suitable candidate. And Jiahe's eyes were indifferent, as if he had already found a candidate. The Holy Shield Dragon directly smashed the body of the Fighting Food Buddha. Originally, Lin Shen was thinking about whether he could collect the Fighting Food Buddha as a pet, but now there is naturally no hope. When the Fighting Food Buddha died, his chopsticks and Buddhist beads were broken. It seems that those things are not his life base, but just some kind of ability. The real life base of the Fighting Food Buddha should be his bowl, but unfortunately the bowl was also blown up by the Holy Shield Dragon. I didn't expect the fighting power of the Fighting Food Buddha to be so amazing. Fortunately, your pet is too strong, otherwise it would take some tricks to deal with him. Tian Qingyu flew over and said, "It's really interesting." Lin Shen's eyes were deep. He didn't think that the Fighting Buddha would be so powerful. Although those techniques were used obscurely, Lin Shen still detected traces of human intervention on this pet star. In addition to them, there were also Ng Jiahe and his supervisor who came in together. If there were no other people, they would naturally be the most suspicious. Unfortunately, even if it was really them, Lin Shen couldn't do anything about them. After all, there was no evidence for such a thing. If it was really Ng Jiahe, his ability to control creatures was quite interesting. Lin Shen didn't say anything to Tian Qingyu, because it was useless to say it. Being attacked by a wild fighting Buddha could not be related to Ng Jiahe. The two supervisors over there also repelled the Jade Fairy and flew over here. They were quite surprised to see the destroyed body of the fighting Buddha. After all, a pet like the fighting Buddha is really rare. Lin Shen and his team killed the Buddha fighting food, which meant that they lost an opportunity, and only one person had a chance to get a pet. This is the rule of the pet star, and even Tian Qingyu cannot change it. Brother Tian, since I can't find the Tianji beast, I don't have any other pets that I want too much. What pet do you want? I will help you find it. Tian Qingyu said to Lin Shen. I have this pet, and I am not very interested in other pets. Lin Shen took back the Holy Shield Dragon. Such pets are extremely rare in the entire universe. Brother Tian, you have such a pet, and other pets are really not worth looking at. Tian Qingyu also saw the Holy Shield Dragon using the 3 life bases, and knew that Lin Shen was telling the truth. She was no longer polite and continued to look for creatures that she could look at. Maybe it was a good turn of events, and Tian Qingyu actually ran into a Tianji beast. The Tianji beast looked like a cute version of a sports car in a cartoon, but this one was blue, a little different from the red Tianji beast that Tian Qingyu showed him before. However, its speed and strength were good, but it was a pity that it was not a match for the Holy Shield Dragon. The Holy Shield Dragon didn't even use its life base to defeat Tianjin. The defeated Tianjin actually spit out the pet key obediently, and Tian Qingyu collected it with great joy. Lin Shen also completed his mission by helping Tian Qingyu get the pet he wanted. Although he himself didn't get the pet, the battle with the fighting Buddha also gave him some gains. 83 Chinese website latest address. Back in Buyuju, Lin Shen recalled some details of his battle with the fighting Buddha. The techniques used by the fighting Buddha seemed to be easy to use, but he was able to predict the enemy's moves, so that he couldn't even use the moves completely. If it was just about moves, Lin Shen was indeed not as good as him. His method of predicting the enemy's moves is similar to the unity of heaven and man of Tianbu Luo, but it is not the unity of heaven and man, and there is no thin line of void. How did he do it? Lin Shen didn't figure it out, and asked Shao Qi to search on the Tianwang, but he didn't get the answer. Lin Shen's heart moved, and he remembered that he still had a card for library number 1, so he could go to the library to check the information. It just so happened that he should prepare for his nirvana, and wanted to go to the library to check the information of the base change land. So he took a look at it along the way. The privilege given to him by the Emperor of Heaven. Most of the base change lands in the Tianren clan, he can use it, and it's okay to choose any 1. The scale of library number 1 was much larger than he had imagined, but it was different from what Lin Shen had imagined, because the library was actually built underground, and the number of floors in the library was the opposite of that of a normal library. The top floor of library number 1 was actually the deepest floor underground. In the top floor of the library, Lin Shen saw so many books that it was unimaginable. The huge bookshelves on both sides were like the walls of two mountains, and the aisle in the middle could accommodate trains and planes. Some of the celestials who came here to read books flew by themselves, while others used hoverboards to find the books they wanted on the huge bookshelves. When those celestials saw Lin Shen, they were slightly surprised, because outsiders were generally not qualified to enter library number 1, and few outsiders were issued library cards. This was only the first floor of the library, and there were many floors below. Lin Shen did not waste time looking at them layer by layer, because there were too many books here and he could not read them all. In fact, there were intelligent instruments in the library that could directly search the catalog and even download the contents of the books. However, this kind of equipment is used less and less as you go down. When you reach the second to last floor, there is no electronic equipment at all, only physical books. This place is not as big as the outer layer, and it is divided into several rooms. The books in each room are different. Lin Shen first entered a technique room. The books in it are all various techniques. Lin Shen glanced at it casually and saw several secret techniques of the great cosmic clans. Lin Shen even saw the magic heart finger he learned from Red Heart A. He took it out and looked through it. The content is basically the same, but a few details may be a little different, but it is not a big deal and does not affect the practice. Lin Shen was dazzled by the various techniques. Any technique, if taken to the human mother planet, is enough to cause desperate competition. But here, these techniques can be looked at will. Lin Shen thought that the box of secret books he got on the giant ring star was very advanced, but compared with the collection here, it is still far behind. Unfortunately, a person's energy and time are limited. No matter how many secrets are in front of him, there are not many that can be truly practiced. Lin Shen used to practice whatever he had, but now there are too many choices in front of him, and he doesn't know what to practice. 83 Chinese website latest address. It's like when I was a child, I liked to read comics. I saved money to buy a comic book and read it over and over again. When I grew up, I could read comic books at will, but I didn't seem to know what to read. Originally, I wanted to check the source of the techniques used by the fighting Buddha, but there are too many techniques here. Without knowing the name, it is not easy to find out what techniques the fighting Buddha uses. Let's go and see the information about the base changeland first. After leaving the technique house, Lin Shen turned around and found a house called Nirvana House. After entering the Nirvana House, I saw that there were all kinds of Nirvana methods inside, including a lot of information about the base changeland. Lin Shen took a rough look. There are too many base mutation places controlled by the celestial race. From base mutation places that breed base mutation creatures to base mutation places that breed nirvana creatures, it can be said that there is everything here. There are even some data on base mutation places that breed immortal creatures, but those data are relatively vague and do not record too much. Lin Shen does not need those. His best choice is to choose a mutation ascension place or a mutation nirvana place. As long as his body can bear it, he can directly achieve nirvana in the nirvana place, which is the most direct way. However, most ascenders cannot bear such nirvana, and it is easy to lose themselves and become non-human. After looking for a while, Lin Shen really saw a lot of mutation ascension base mutation places, and there were also some base mutation places that made Lin Shen very moved. After choosing, he was dazzled again. He felt like he didn't know whether to choose Guli Naza or Dili Reba first. This base transformation place is good. It can be reborn into a mutant ascending creature, the Phoenix. After successful rebirth, it will gain the Nirvana attribute of the immortal fire. This base transformation place seems to be good too. It can be reborn into an ice unicorn and gain the Nirvana attribute of the ice spirit power. It is said that it is difficult to choose, but in fact, there is no base transformation place that really suits me. The Nirvana attribute that Lin Shen wants most is of course the time system and the space system. The Nirvana attributes of these two are relatively strong no matter what era. Unfortunately, Lin Shen looked through it for a long time and only found some base mutation sites related to the space system, but did not find any base mutation sites related to time. Lin Shen sat on the ground, reading one book after another. He looked through all the base mutation sites that he could find. He did select a few places, but it was difficult to make a decision. Putting these aside first, Lin Shen looked through the Nirvana methods here. Although there are many methods of Nirvana, they are actually divided into two categories, the small Nirvana using the Nirvana egg and the great Nirvana using the base mutation site. Using the ashes of reincarnation is actually the way of small Nirvana. The methods and results of the two are basically the same. Lin Shen must take the way of great Nirvana. After all, the effect of great Nirvana is still a little stronger than that of small Nirvana. Is there such a Nirvana method? Lin Shen took another book on the Nirvana method and read it. He was surprised to find that the method mentioned here seemed a little different. The books I read before recorded slightly different methods of Nirvana, but they were all the ways of small and large Nirvana. However, the method recorded in this book seemed to combine small and large Nirvana, that is, using the Nirvana egg and the base changeland. 83 Chinese website latest address. Lin Shen was a little confused and looked through the title of the book. Phoenix Nirvana, Reborn Towards Death. This is a work of the Phoenix clan, right? Lin Shen took a look at the author of the book, whose name was Feng Lu. Just by looking at the surname, he knew that he was from the Phoenix clan. Lin Shen felt that the name seemed familiar, and he should have seen it somewhere. After thinking carefully, this Feng Lu was the Phoenix clan that ranked first in the immortal class on the current race rankings. The Nirvana method written by such a person, then you have to read it carefully. Lin Shen flipped through it again and roughly understood what the method written in this book was. In fact, it is similar to the general method, all of which use the power of Nirvana to transform oneself and achieve the purpose of Nirvana rebirth. The difference is that Feng Lu's method is to directly carry out double Nirvana during the process of Nirvana. Feng Lu calls this method double Nirvana, or internal and external double Nirvana. It is to use the Nirvana egg to act in the body, and add the transformation of the base change land outside the body to achieve a Nirvana and double Nirvana power combination. There are several necessary conditions to complete this double Nirvana. Needless to say, the Nirvana egg is a must. Ordinary base change lands are not good enough to meet the needs of double Nirvana. Only a Nirvana level base change land can meet the needs of double Nirvana. These are not difficult to do. The most difficult thing is that ordinary ascenders cannot bear the internal and external torment of the power of double Nirvana. They must have the Phoenix Nirvana talent of the pure-blooded Phoenix clan to complete double Nirvana. Seeing this, Lin Shen already knew that there was no hope. Only the Phoenix clan has that kind of talent in the world, and it must be a pure-blooded Phoenix clan. Other races have no way to use this method. There are some conditions later, such as the best attributes of the Nirvana egg and the Nirvana land. The attributes of the two cannot conflict. You must enter the Nirvana land first, and then use the Nirvana egg. Anyway, this method has many restrictions, but it is not written in the end. What is the benefit of double Nirvana in this way? Various dangers and consequences are written very clearly. Such as double Nirvana may directly turn people into non-humans, and directly become unconscious Nirvana creatures. Or the body is completely Nirvanaized and can never be restored to flesh and blood. The reason why the Phoenix Nirvana talent is required is to avoid these problems to a certain extent. As Lin Shen looked at it, he suddenly thought of a question. His super base form talent skill is actually a kind of ability to completely change his base. If he completes Nirvana in the super base form and then cancels the super base state, can he solve the problem of Nirvana and the inability to restore his human body? Lin Shen thinks that this method is indeed feasible, but whether it is useful or not can only be answered in practice. The problem is that apart from himself, no one else has the talent skill of super base form, and he can't even find an experimental subject. Putting down Feng Lu's works, Lin Shen looked for some information about the Nirvana land. If there is a chance to use the double Nirvana method, then the Nirvana land will be needed as an auxiliary. Before, he had only looked at the Ascension land. The Nirvana land is more dangerous. There are Nirvana creatures there. If you want to Nirvana there, it is best to clear the Nirvana creatures there first. If you can't clear the Nirvana creatures, the risk is too great. 83 Chinese website. Latest address: how can the Ascenders have the ability to clean up the Nirvana creatures? In the final analysis, they still need the help of the forces behind them to complete Nirvana in the Nirvana land. More than 10 hours have passed unknowingly, and Lin Shen has not read the book so seriously. Unfortunately, he has read a lot and forgotten a lot. Except for some important information, he can hardly remember anything. Weiwu. What kind of books are this? Lin Shen was a little confused and pushed the door in to take a look. After reading the introduction and classification on the bookshelf, Lin Shen knew what books were placed here. The books placed here are those that have not been successfully studied for some reason and abandoned halfway, but it is not yet certain whether they are worthless. In other words, the various evolutionary techniques and skills here are all semi-finished products. They may be useful or useless. May be somewhat useful, or may kill people if practiced. Anyway, they are some things that are a pity to throw away, and no one can use them if they are not thrown away, unless someone is willing to continue to study and determine whether they are valuable. These unfinished research can be placed here, which proves that these research are not ordinary. Even if I can't use them, I can't let the enemy get them, so I put them here. Lin Shen picked up a book and flipped through it casually. It was indeed an unfinished research. The direction of this book's research is the Tianqingju of the Tianren clan. The problem it wants to solve is that the power of the Tianqingju is not strong enough. Unfortunately, until the end of the book, it has not been able to solve the problem, and the content is cut off here. I read a few more books, and the results are the same. The books here are called books, but in fact they should be called notebooks and research reports. Many of them are even drafts, and some are scribbled and revised. It is a problem whether you can understand them. Seeing that there is really nothing valuable here, Lin Shen put the book in his hand back on the bookshelf and prepared to leave the Wei house and return to the technique house to see if he can Find the techniques used by the Dosher Buddha. Even if you can't find it, you can find a technique that suits you and practice it after you go back. Putting the book back on the bookshelf, Lin Shen caught a glimpse of a book called Peacock Fairy Light next to it, which was placed a few books apart. Lin Shen still remembered the light that Kong Chuan had that could freeze everything, and thought, could this peacock fairy light be the kind of light that he was studying? He took it down and flipped through it, and then found that this peacock fairy light had nothing to do with Kong Chuan's ability, but was studying how to resist the death light. Resisting the death light is a problem that only the immortal level will encounter. It is useless for ordinary people. 99.999% of people in the universe cannot reach the immortal level. Lin Shen still flipped through it. His goal must be the immortal level, so there is no harm in taking a look first. After reading for a while, Lin Shen's face became quite interesting. This book is obviously about studying the death light, but the name is Peacock Fairy Light, which is not a random name. According to the research in the book, it only takes one peacock with the talent of the heavenly immortal light to lead away the death light when the death light comes, and the immortal who is suffering from the death calamity can survive this calamity safely, and the peacock who leads away the death light will inevitably die. However, this method is still under research and has not been successfully studied. It is not known whether the heavenly immortal light can lead away the death light. The reason why the research was not successful is not because there is a problem with the research, but because there are too few peacocks with the heavenly immortal light, and there is no way to find experimental subjects. 83 Chinese website. Latest address. Lin Shen's first thought after reading this book was, could it be that the heavenly concubine has the heavenly eyes and the immortal light? The heavenly concubine was born in the Peacock clan. Although the Peacock clan is also a relatively large race, it is naturally nothing compared to the celestial clan, and its influence is far behind. As the Emperor of Heaven, there are countless beauties in the harem, so why does he favor the heavenly concubine who is from the Peacock clan alone? Is it for her beauty? Lin Shen used to think that this answer was not very reliable. Not to mention the Emperor of Heaven, even he has seen too many beauties. There has never been a shortage of beauties in this universe, and the Emperor of Heaven has no shortage of beauties. As for feelings, some concubines were even raised by the Emperor of Heaven. Wouldn't they have deeper feelings than the heavenly concubines from other races? Lin Shen thought about it and couldn't figure out why the heavenly concubine was so favored. Today, after reading this book, he seemed to have found the answer. According to Lin Shen's guess, Tian Fei is a life-saving talisman for Tian Shu Emperor. It is not known whether it is useful or not, but there is a 50% chance that it is useful. Maybe when Tian Shu Emperor is in a death calamity that he cannot overcome, he can use Tian Fei's life to save his life. Tian Shu Emperor, that old man is really bad. Lin Shen quickly put the book back. This thing can be read, but it must not be spread out. It is best not to let others know that he has read this book. Thinking about it this way, Tian Fei is also a pitiful person. She seems to be loved by everyone, but in fact she is just a tool. I looked through some books again. They were all unfinished things. Some of them were not even understood. If you say they are worthless, the things made according to these ideas are really amazing, but 9 out of 10 are not feasible. After reading a few books, Lin Shen didn't want to waste time anymore. He left the Wei house and returned to the technique house. He was more willing to enjoy the fruits of others' labor. Lin Shen searched for a while and came to the knife method area. He now has two good swords, one is the evil ghost blade. That can be used as a sword, and the other is an indestructible slag sword. In addition, the inheritance fan can also be used as a sword. He has never used these, which is too wasteful. Since he is here, it is good to practice a sword technique. There are many top sword techniques on the bookshelf. Lin Shen read a few of them. It is not easy to practice. The key is that it takes a long time to practice before there may be results. Is there no quick sword technique? You don't need to be too proficient, just make do with it. Anyway, I don't rely on sword techniques to win. Lin Shen looked again and again, and soon he really picked a sword technique that can be quickly mastered. It can only be said that the collection of wealthy families like the Tian clan is too rich, and it is deserved that this sword technique is destined to be with Lin Shen, because the name of this sword technique is actually called Greedy Life Fear of Death. Sword technique. This seems to be a matching sword technique with the Greedy Life Fear of Death Immortality Sutra that Lin Shen practiced, but a closer look at the content shows that it has nothing to do with the Immortality Sutra. The sword is the fiercest of all weapons. The general sword techniques are based on fierce, ruthless, and poisonous offensive techniques. However, this sword techniques for fear of death is based on the principle of defense. Lin Shen read through the 10 sword techniques in the whole book, and there was not a single offensive one, all of them were defensive ones. 83 Chinese website latest address. You said that you are a sword practitioner, and every move is defensive, then why do you practice swords? Isn't it better to practice shields directly? Lin Shen smiled and murmured to himself, of course I am not such a coward, but I can practice it. When I meet such a coward who uses such a coward sword technique, I can also defeat him. Lin Shen took the sword manual and read it with relish. He read it for several hours. Although there are only 10 sword techniques, each one is the essence. There are fixed sword techniques for defense against different attack methods. Lin Shen tried hard to remember all the 10 sword techniques, and practiced each one in a very good way. He got the hang of it very quickly. As he practiced, Lin Shen felt that this sword technique seemed to be missing something. After thinking carefully, he knew why he always felt that something was missing. He practiced with a slag knife, holding the knife in one hand and the scabbard in the other. The knife was used, but the scabbard was still idle. My slag knife and scabbard are made of the same material and are equally indestructible. Since I want to defend, I should defend thoroughly and use the scabbard as well. Lin Shen decided to change the one-handed sword technique to a two-handed sword technique after returning. Anyway, they are both used for defense, and there is no difference between the knife and the scabbard. What's more, the slag knife is not sharpened, and there is no difference between it and the scabbard. After putting away the knife and looking at the chapter on the sword manual, he found that this book of the cowardly sword manual can be borrowed, so he planned to take it back and study it slowly. Lin Shen read some books again, but unfortunately he still couldn't find the techniques used by the fighting Buddha, so he had to give up and read it slowly later. There are so many secret manuals here that even if it is just this one room, he may not be able to read them all in 10 years. When Lin Shen arrived at the door, the administrator handled the borrowing procedures for him and he borrowed the sword manual very smoothly. Director Lin Shen had just left the library when he saw a celestial being coming to the administrator, who immediately stood up and saluted. What book did Dean Tian borrow? The director asked. The sword method of greedy life and fear of death. The administrator quickly answered. The director was slightly startled when he heard this. He has been looking inside for so long. And he only borrowed a sword manual of greedy life and fear of death knife? Yes, director, he only borrowed a sword manual. The administrator looked at the registration record again and confirmed that only one sword manual was borrowed. The curator frowned slightly. The greed of life and fear of death sword is just a defensive sword technique. It is not even top-notch. It can be placed on this level purely because the greed of life and fear of death sword and another sword that cuts off children and grandchildren is a combination of swords. The secret skill of Lin Shen, who used to be the most wanted criminal in the universe with both swords and swords. After Lin Shen was killed by our clan, only the greed for life and fear of death sword was found on his body, but not the sword for cutting off sons and swords. The sword technique is just a pure defensive skill. Looking at it alone, he is not qualified to be placed on this level. What is he doing with such a sword manual? No one could answer him. He just felt a little strange, but he didn't ask any more questions. He just borrowed such a secret book and didn't need to pay too much attention. However, after the curator returned to the office, he still contacted Jiahe and told him about Lin Shen's borrowed afraid of death knife. Although his skills are amazing, he is like a student who is very partial to subjects. It is difficult to cope with the comprehensive examination. It is normal to want to make up for his own weaknesses. And Jiahe thought, his understanding of himself, it's not bad at all. If he wants to play defensive counterattack, it is also a good choice for his current situation. However, a set of greedy for life and fear of death swords may not be able to defend against it. Without the cooperation of the Duan Ziju Sun Jian, the sword technique itself has fatal loophole. At the beginning, I also studied the sword techniques of greed for life and fear of death, trying to complete the lost sword of cutting off children and Ju sons. Finally, I found that these two sets of sword techniques require Lin Shen's special talent to be truly perfect. Otherwise, there will be consequences. A loophole that is difficult to make up. If he cannot find this loophole, this sword technique will become his fatal weakness in the future, and he will have a way to kill him. 83 Chinese website latest address. Anga he wanted to complete the sword and knife skills, and achieve full attack and defense. Lin Shen didn't have such an idea at all. He did add some things, but the things he added were still defensive, and he had no idea of attacking. He studied and practiced the sword skills of greedy life and fear of death at home for several days in a row. His progress was quite fast, and every move was used in a good way. But he practiced by himself and didn't know how to make up. He went to Tian Academy to find Ouyang Yudu to help him practice sword, but Ouyang Yudu was busy reorganizing the special service department and had no time to help him practice sword. When he was about to leave Tian Academy, he saw Lin Wan, who had made tea and sent it over. Lin Shen's heart moved and he looked Lin Wan up and down. Dean, is there something wrong with my clothes? Lin Wan looked at Lin Shen and asked. I remember you said you were a 10-turn ascendant? Lin Shen asked. Yes, what instructions does the dean have? Lin Wan's heart skipped a beat, thinking that Lin Shen had seen some flaws in her. What weapons are you good at using? Lin Shen asked again. Hearing Lin Shen's question, Lin Wan was even more suspicious, but her face remained calm and she answered, I am good at using swords, and my life base is also a sword. As she spoke, Lin Wan pointed her finger, and blue particles flew out from her fingertips, forming a life base in the shape of an ancient bronze sword in front of her. Lin Wan thought, I have the method of moving gods and ghosts, and it is not easy to change the appearance of my life base. If you want to see my origin from my life base, then you are wrong. Very good, come and help me. Lin Shen said, turned around and walked to the back, to the martial arts field of Tian Academy. Dean, what can I do for you? Lin Wan was full of doubts. Now, not knowing what Lin Shen wanted to do, and it didn't look like he was testing her. Lin Shen pulled out the slag knife, holding the knife in one hand and the scabbard in the other. After getting ready, he said to Lin Wan, you use swordsmanship to attack me. Isn't this a good idea? Lin Wan hesitated a little. She was not afraid that Lin Shen had any conspiracy, but she was afraid that he would be stabbed to death with a sword. Don't be afraid, just attack me, I have my own way to deal with it. Just use all your strength. Lin Shen said with a smile. Okay, I'll try my best. Lin Wan laughed in his heart, if I really use all my strength, I'm afraid that this day next year will be your memorial day. Thinking of this, Lin Wan pinched the hilt of the sword and stabbed it lightly. This was obviously just a casual sword, but in Lin Shen's eyes, it was fast and steady, like lightning in the sky. Lin Shen didn't feel anything strange. After all, Lin Wan was a 10-turn ascendant, and it was normal to have such a speed, but he didn't expect that such a beautiful girl would have such a powerful swordsmanship. This was exactly what Lin Shen wanted. He was afraid that Lin Wan's swordsmanship was too poor to put pressure on him. The slag knife swung, and with the style of cowardly swordsmanship, it blocked Lin Wan's sword. Continue. Lin Shen shouted to Lin Wan. Seeing this, Lin Wan stabbed out with his sword one after another, although he controlled his strength, as if he was embroidering carefully, fearing that he would use too much strength and Lin Shen could not bear it. Lin Shen waved the slag knife and blocked Lin Wan's attack one sword after another. In his eyes, the sword in Lin Wan's hand was like a sky full of stars, and each star was a stab. 83 Chinese website latest address. He swung the knife at a speed that could not keep up with Lin Wan's stabbing speed, so he had to use both hands and the scabbard in the other hand. It was a bit difficult to deal with it at first, but when he became familiar with the cowardly knife method, it became much easier. But he always felt that his left hand and the scabbard were a bit redundant, and even made him feel a bit of a hindrance, and it was difficult to truly integrate into the knife method. Lin Wan saw clearly and had long seen that Lin Shen's knife method should be only half of a left-right combined attack method, with major flaws. Why did this guy only practice half of the technique? What's the point of practicing half of the technique? Lin Wan wondered, could it be that someone deceived him and deliberately gave him only half of the technique? Sure enough, the more Lin Shen fought, the more problems he had. Several times, the knife in his hand cut his own scabbard. Like a child who couldn't coordinate his body. He is also a stubborn person. Can't he see that this is not a complete set of swordsmanship? Lin Wan felt that Lin Shen was really stupid. The more Lin Shen practiced, the more wrong he felt, so he asked Lin Wan to stop, and then took out the swordsmanship for fear of death and studied it carefully again. Lin Wan, who was standing aside, saw the name written on the sword manual and couldn't help but smile. Dean, the name of the swordsmanship you practiced is very unique. The person who created this swordsmanship is also a talent. You don't understand. To learn how to fight, you must first learn to be beaten. The same is true for practicing swordsmanship. If you want to learn powerful swordsmanship, you must first learn how to defend. Lin Shen said while reading the sword manual. Lin Wan asked with a strange expression, Dean, who taught you this profound theory? It doesn't matter who taught me. What matters is that I have to learn this set of sword techniques. Lin Shen studied it for a while and felt that he was using the sword techniques correctly. The reason why he felt that his left hand was a burden was that the position of his left hand and the scabbard was not right. So Lin Shen put away the sword manual and continued to let Lin Wan accompany him to practice sword techniques. Lin Wan practiced with him for a while, and saw that Lin Shen had not made any progress at all. He was completely unaware that his sword technique was missing half. She couldn't help but hinted, Dean, I think this sword technique is very awkward to use. Is there something wrong with it? What good person would give such a name to the sword technique he created? Did he deliberately make a fake sword technique to deceive people? No, I got this sword technique from the top of library number 1. I must have not practiced it yet. If I practice it, there will be no problem. Lin Shen said. Lin Wan smiled but said nothing. She had already seen that this sword technique was not only half, but also had a very big hidden danger. Even if Lin Shen practiced this half of the sword technique well, it would not be very useful, and it would leave him with a fatal weakness. However, due to his current identity, Lin Wan was not convenient to say anything. He thought to himself, since there is no way to tell him directly, let him see it for himself. With a thought, Lin Wan's sword technique changed a little. Just this little change immediately made Lin Shen, who had stabilized the situation, fall into a disadvantage again. Lin Wan attacked his weak spot, causing Lin Shen to retreat repeatedly. He even had no time to block one of his swords, and Lin Wan's sword almost hurt Lin Shen. Dean, I said there was something wrong with this sword technique. The person who created this technique must not be a good person, and his intentions are extremely sinister. Lin Wan thought that Lin Shen must have believed it this time. Who knew that Lin Shen just smiled and said, it seems that I am almost done with it, and I can already find out where I am wrong in my practice. Wait for me, let me think about where I am wrong. Lin Wan was almost mad at Lin Shen. It was so obvious that it was a problem with the sword technique, but he still couldn't see it. Lin Shen pondered for a long time and once again raised the sword and scabbard, asking Lin Wan to practice sword with him. Lin Wan found that this time the scabbard in Lin Shen's left hand could actually cooperate with the sword in his right hand, and the scabbard made up for some of the shortcomings of the sword technique. Lin Wan looked at it, and suddenly her eyebrows jumped and her face became strange, because she found something that embarrassed her. Isn't this the inverted forehand and backhand that I created earlier? Who changed it into this shabby appearance? I almost didn't recognize it. Lin Wan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It was hard to imagine that her top-notch technique was changed into this horrible appearance. It seemed that she had scolded too much just now. 83 Chinese website latest address. The more Lin Wan looked at it, the more it looked like her own inverted forehand and backhand, except that her forehand and backhand can use two different forces with one hand. It can attack or defend, can be forward or reverse, backhand is cloud, overhand is rain. It is a very mysterious technique. The reason why Lin Wan couldn't recognize the cowardly knife used by Lin Shen at first was because this thing not only split her forehand and backhand into two coordinated techniques, but also transformed it into knife skills, and many of the original techniques were also changed. After Lin Shen used the scabbard to assist the knife and used some seemingly true and false combined attack techniques, Lin Wan finally realized and saw some familiar places. After thinking carefully, she finally thought of her forehand and backhand. Who changed my forehand and backhand into this broken thing? Almost even my own mother didn't recognize it. Lin Wan was angry and amused, and she found it even more amusing to see Lin Shen still practicing seriously. Lin Wan wanted to teach Lin Shen the real forehand and backhand, but with her current status, it was difficult to speak, so she could only force herself to continue practicing with Lin Shen. Seeing that Lin Shen's knife and scabbard were all used for defensive positions, Lin Wan felt more and more uncomfortable and awkward. Forehand and backhand are about attack and defense, advance and retreat, exchange of reality and illusion, and turning the world upside down. When making a move, people can't tell the difference between reality and illusion. Lin Shen himself made it all defensive, completely losing the mystery of forehand and backhand, and turned it into a purely defensive technique. Not only was the power greatly reduced, but it could only be used for defense, losing the essence of forehand and backhand. Dean, I have an immature idea, and I don't know whether I should talk about it or not. Seeing that Lin Shen practiced the technique she created in a mess, Lin Wan finally couldn't help but speak while Lin Shen was resting. She wanted to give Lin Shen a few pointers. Although she couldn't let Lin Shen practice forehand and backhand, she should be able to benefit him endlessly. Speak. Lin Shen said thoughtfully. I saw you use the knife and scabbard to attack together. From my own experience, I think the scabbard is used for defense and the knife is used for attack. It is more efficient to cooperate with one defense and one attack. Lin Wan said. Lin Shen thought and said casually. Your idea is a bit cliché. Who stipulates that the combined attack must be one defense and one attack, one yin and one yang, one positive and one negative? Can't the combination of hardness and softness bring out stronger power? Lin Wan's eyes twitched. In her life, she had never heard anyone say that her ideas were cliched. In her era, I don't know how many people wanted to be instructed by her but couldn't get it. Now she took the initiative to point out Lin Shen, but she was labeled as cliché. If it weren't for wanting to find the secret of surviving the death calamity from Lin Shen and wanting to gain his trust first, Lin Wan would have been too lazy to talk nonsense with Lin Shen. It seems that you really don't understand. Let me explain this to you. Lin Shen picked up a slag knife and wrote the number 1 on the ground, then said to Lin Wan, can we regard rigid force as one? Yes. Lin Wan nodded, but sneered in her heart, I don't understand? The crappy thing you practiced was created by me. If I don't understand, do you understand? I want to see what you can say. If the rigid force is regarded as one, then the corresponding feminine force should be -1. Do you think 1 + 1 is greater, or -1 + 1? Lin Shen explained while drawing on the ground. Lin Wan was dumbfounded when she heard it, and looked at Lin Shen as if he was looking at a fool. Is it calculated like this? Lin Wan knew that Lin Shen's calculation was definitely wrong, but for a moment she didn't organize her words well. How to refute Lin Shen. 83 Chinese website latest address. Of course it's calculated this way. A 3-year-old child can do it. Don't you understand such a simple truth? Read more books. Practicing martial arts cannot rely on brute force alone. It must be based on knowledge and theory. Lin Shen earnestly educated Lin Wan. Lin Wan was so angry that her lungs almost exploded. If she hadn't wanted to find out the secret of surviving the death calamity from Lin Shen, she really wanted to slap Lin Shen to death here. Has the celestial race fallen to this point? Such a weird thing can actually become the dean of the Celestial Master Academy. Lin Wan suppressed the depression in her heart, forced a smile and said, "The dean is right, I will definitely read more books in the future." She had given up the idea of giving Lin Shen advice. Such a guy was not worthy of her guidance. Lin Wan really can't figure out how Lin Shen could be so weird and so confident. If she were Lin Shen, she would not be embarrassed to say such a weird theory. "Come, practice with me for a while longer. I feel like I'm not far from success." Lin Shen rested for a while and then pulled Lin Wan to continue practicing. Lin Wan said nothing this time, and practiced swordsmanship with Lin Shen like a robot. "Humph, you don't know what you missed. You originally had the opportunity to learn my upside-down forehand and backhand. Now, even if you kneel down and beg me, I won't teach you anymore." Lin Wan looked at him coldly, just to see what Lin Shen could practice with this 1+1. Lin Shen and Lin Wan were half joking when they said that, but half of them were serious. Of course, he knew that the fusion of yin and yang was not calculated in the way he did. He had already felt it. The swordsmanship of being afraid of death was obviously missing a part, and there should be a matching left-hand technique, but he didn't have the other part, so he could only fill the gap according to his own needs. In terms of attack, he already has the treading wave fist and finger sand, so he is not lacking in attack power. Instead of studying both offense and defense, it is simpler and more direct to practice pure defense, which is also easier to practice. As the head of a hospital, he cannot lose face in front of his beautiful assistant, not to mention that he doesn't know whether this beautiful assistant is an undercover agent, and Lin Shen has never thought about explaining it to her. After practicing for a while, Lin Shen's two-handed defense method has become more and more proficient, and the cooperation between the knife and the scabbard has become smoother and smoother. Lin Shen himself thinks that he has practiced well and the results are very significant, but Lin Wan doesn't think so at all. In Lin Wan's opinion, Lin Shen just strengthened the strength of defense, and there is no special effect compared with the special effect of the forehand and backhand turning the world upside down. It is not worth mentioning at all. Lin Shen himself is enjoying it. When it was almost dark, Ouyang Yu came over. "Ouyang, how do you think my swordsmanship is?" Lin Shen showed the results of his sword practice. Lin Wan had seen Ouyang Yu practicing martial arts in Tian Academy these days. He knew that Ouyang Yu was much better than Lin Shen in terms of skills and was a real martial arts genius. Lin Wan didn't know how Lin Shen had the confidence to ask Ouyang Yu this question when he had practiced his sword skills to this extent. "Very good." Ouyang Yu gave Lin Shen a thumbs up under Lin Wan's eyes. "I didn't expect that Ouyang Yu, a young man who looked so upright, could be so hypocritical. Are young people nowadays so sophisticated?" Lin Wan felt a little sad for Lin Shen. Even his good friends didn't dare to tell him the truth. 83 Chinese website latest address. After Lin Wan was sent away, Lin Shen and Ouyang Yu chatted for a while and then went home. After returning to Buyuju, Lin Shen continued to study the method of combined attack. Recalling the battle with Dishifo, the knife and scabbard in Lin Shen's hand slowly crossed various trajectories. Dushifo's technique is very strong, similar to Tian Buluo's unity of heaven and man, and even more aggressive. When encountering such an opponent, all of Lin Shen's moves are basically useless, and he can only suppress it with force or take shortcuts. Finger sand is good for sneak attacks. Although it is also very strong to break through head-on, it is not strong enough to ignore skills. So Lin Shen needs a technique that can fight this type of opponent head-on, otherwise he has to use force to subdue people or sneak attacks every time, which is not a long-term solution. The reason why I chose the cowardly knife method is to solve this problem. Aren't they good at predicting? Then don't give them the opportunity to predict. I only defend. And don't attack. As long as I don't take action, there will naturally be no flaws. How can you break me? You attack and I defend. I will consume you until you have no strength, consume you until even the most basic movements will be deformed and flawed, and then you will be at my mercy. As long as I can defend, I will be invincible. Lin Shen was determined to defend to the end. He naturally couldn't say these words to Lin Wan, so although he felt that what Lin Wan said made sense, he still insisted on practicing defense. Of course, the premise of all this is based on the fact that he can defend. If he can't defend, then it will be in vain. Lin Shen recalled the battle with Seraphim and the battle with Tian Buluo. Although they were a little different, the results were the same, and they were both able to predict other people's behavior. The knife and the scabbard moved slowly, and Lin Shen stopped from time to think about how to avoid being caught by the opponent and thinking about various possibilities. The more he thought, the more Lin Shen felt inadequate. The original 10 moves of the cowardly swordsmanship were constantly expanded by Lin Shen, wanting to be perfect. 15 moves, 20 moves, 30 moves, 40 moves. The more Lin Shen wanted to achieve perfection, the more loopholes he found, and the more content he filled in. Soon Lin Shen found that this was not possible at all. There was no perfect move in the world. If he used 10 moves to remedy a loophole, then these 10 moves would have more loopholes. The more he filled them, the more loopholes there would be. Realizing that this was not possible at all, Lin Shen put down his knife and scabbard and sat in the pavilion to think about how to solve this problem. If the sky does not give me, I will not take it. If the time does not give me, I will not wait. If people do not give me, I will not give it. If the gods do not give me, I will take it myself. Lin Shen could not think of a solution. He stood up and stretched his muscles and bones, twisted his neck and waist, looked into the distance, and then looked at the waterfall in front of him and the song of heaven and gods and men written on the mountain wall. Suddenly, Lin Shen was stunned there. He suddenly realized that he had made a simple problem complicated. Whether it was Tian Buluo or Seraphim, they needed the other party to attack first, and then break the other party's moves. But since Lin Shen chose to defend but not attack, it means that they must attack first. 83 Chinese website latest address, that is to say, Lin Shen does not need to make a move first and wait for them to break it. He only needs to wait for them to make a move first and then block it. So I don't need perfect defensive skills at all. I just need to be able to put myself in a favorable posture and be able to block at any time. Lin Shen figured this out and suddenly became enlightened. He no longer pursued a perfect defensive posture, but tried his best to make himself convenient to exert force and be able to deal with various attacks. The moves he had made before were directly torn down and started over by Lin Shen. The original 10 moves were simplified by him. Lin Shen also incorporated the crooked techniques he learned from Ouyang Yudu. One positive rhythm, one reverse rhythm, the coordination of both hands suddenly became surprisingly harmonious, but it would make others very uncomfortable. At the end of the practice, Lin Shen found that so many moves were actually useless. If you just want to defend, a simplest and easiest posture to exert force is enough. The strongest defense is not to attack. As long as you don't attack, everything is possible. Lin Shen held the knife in one hand and the scabbard in the other, slowly adjusting his posture, imagining how he should respond when the enemy attacks from different directions, and in what posture it is easiest to exert force and be able to stop the opponent's attack with the fastest speed and the strongest force. As his posture is constantly adjusted, Lin Shen's aura seems to have changed a little. Tian Beluo was confined to Yanyu Tower, and he was really bored. He sneaked out when Tian Qingyu was not there. When he arrived at Buyuju, he called a few times, but no one responded. Tian Beluo thought Lin Shen was not there, so he climbed over the wall by himself. "You are here, why don't you say anything?" Tian Beluo was startled when he saw Lin Shen standing in the pavilion like a statue. But Lin Shen did not answer him. Tian Beluo was a little confused. After looking at Lin Shen standing in the pavilion for a few times, he was suddenly stunned. Tian Beluo's eyes gradually became sharper. Standing opposite Lin Shen, he adjusted his posture and momentum, and entered the realm of unity between man and nature. He looked at Lin Shen, but could not find an opportunity to attack. It seemed that no matter where he attacked from, he would be blocked. Even though it was the unity of heaven and man that was in line with the ultimate principle of heaven and earth, he couldn't find a chance to attack for a while. Suddenly, Tian Beluo moved. He stretched out one hand, and the whole world seemed to press down on Lin Shen with his palm. Lin Shen also moved. The scabbard in his hand blocked Tian Beluo's attack. Tian Beluo's palm changed accordingly, and Lin Shen immediately fell into a disadvantage again. "Haha, brother Tian, although your defense is very strong, once you move, you will still fall into my calculations of heaven and gods. But if you don't move, you can only wait for death. I broke your move." Tian Beluo laughed and looked very happy. Tian Beluo was naturally very happy to be able to break such a powerful defense. Lin Shen was a little distressed. He had practiced this static defense well. But once he moved, he would return to the previous problem and still couldn't solve it. "I just want to save my life, why is it so difficult?" Lin Shen threw the knife aside and sat down in the pavilion. "Too lazy to move." "Brother Tian, defense is actually much more difficult than offense. When attacking, you only need to consider how to attack, but when defending, you need to consider how the opponent attacks. You don't know the art of heaven and gods, so it's impossible to achieve perfect defense. There will always be omissions," Tian Beluo said. Aside. 83 Chinese website latest address. Lin Shen knew that what Tian Beluo said made sense. He wanted to remain unchanged in the face of changes, which required sufficient insight. Tian Beluo could easily remain unchanged in the state of unity between heaven and man. Lin Shen did not have the state of unity between heaven and man, but if he could be as experienced in combat as Wei Wufu, he could almost remain unchanged in the face of changes. Unfortunately, Lin Shen did not have the state of unity between heaven and man, nor did he have as much combat experience as Wei Wufu. Why is it so difficult to practice swordsmanship? Lin Shen sighed. Brother Tian, why do you want to practice swordsmanship again? Your finger and fist skills are so powerful. With these two skills alone, you can dominate the world. There is no need to practice swordsmanship anymore. It is better to strive for excellence and make your finger and fist skills go further. Tian Buluo said. Aren't you grounded? Why did you come out so soon? Lin Shen didn't want to answer this question and changed the subject. Hey, sister, you is out, I'm sneaking out for a walk, otherwise I'll be suffocated to death. It's just right that you're here, come and practice the heaven and God art with me. Tian Buluo pulled Lin Shen to practice the heaven and God art. Lin Shen didn't use the finger sand, nor did he use the wave-treading fist, but just defended with a defensive posture, which made Tian Buluo very depressed. Although Lin Shen's defensive posture was really good, after he moved, Tian Buluo would soon catch the flaw and easily defeat him. Brother Tian, don't use the sword method, there is no pressure at all, change your finger sand quickly. Tian Buluo said. After hearing what Tian Buluo said, Lin Shen suddenly had a flash of inspiration in his mind. Yes, although my defensive posture is already good, if I only defend, there is no pressure at all. Tian Buluo can try to attack at will until I show a flaw. No one can defend against it. Lin Shen's mind was racing. It seems that I was wrong. It is right to remain unchanged in the face of changes, but remaining unchanged does not mean no threat. Even if it is defense, the opponent must feel threatened, otherwise the opponent will only attack recklessly, making my defense more and more difficult. After figuring this out, Lin Shen's defensive posture changed slightly again. Seeing that Lin Shen still insisted on using the knife method, Tian Buluo was a little helpless, but this time when he wanted to attack again, he suddenly felt something was wrong and shuddered. If Lin Shen was like a sandbag that he hit casually before, then now Lin Shen is like a sandbag covered with thorns. If Tian Buluo attacks casually again, he may be stabbed by the thorns. This is a bit interesting. Tian Buluo's eyes also became serious. Soon he found that he didn't dare to attack Lin Shen. Lin Shen's defense this time had many flaws, not as perfect as before. But even if he caught those flaws, he could only cause Lin Shen to suffer minor injuries, and Lin Shen gave him the feeling that he was going to stab him to death. Brother Tian, what kind of fighting style is this? Isn't this risking your life? Tian Buluo said helplessly. He came to practice with Lin Shen, not to risk his life. In this case, he couldn't do it. That's right, since I can't do it with the same response to changes, then I will do the opposite. While protecting the vital points, I will trade my life with the opponent at any time. It is best to exchange the enemy's serious injury at the cost of minor injuries. Lin Shen said. You don't call this defense, you should call it risking your life. Tian Buluo said. Depressedly. 83 Chinese website latest address defense means fighting desperately. Lin Shen smiled and said, in ancient times, when defending a city, there were always casualties. This defense method is quite suitable for me, which is to inflict fatal damage to the enemy at a relatively low cost. Tian Buluo shook his head when he heard it. After trying a few times, he found that as long as he attacked Lin Shen, he might be more seriously injured than Lin Shen. For a moment, he really didn't know how to start. After a few times, Tian Buluo said depressedly, I won't practice anymore. You can't practice at all if you play like this. If you don't practice, then I will practice by myself. Lin Shen practiced vigorously, and at this time he had a sudden enlightenment. Anyway, he has the ability to recover quickly, so getting injured is nothing. It is also quite cost-effective to exchange injuries with the enemy. Of course, this is just a way out of no choice. If he can defend, Lin Shen doesn't want to defend in such a way that both sides will lose. But for Tian Buluo's Tanyushin Renshu and Do Shifo skills, this method is the best. It is better to hurt the enemy by 1,000 and lose 800 of your own, but also to make the opponent uncomfortable. Tian Buluo had nothing to do, so he could only continue to practice with Lin Shen. However, the more he practiced, the more depressed he became, and the more he practiced, the less he dared to attack. Although he could predict all of Lin Shen's actions, he could only attack first if Lin Shen did not attack. If he attacked first, there would definitely be flaws. Lin Shen used the scabbard to defend, only to protect his vitals, and did not break his moves at all. The knife in his other hand was specifically used to stab his vitals. No matter how exquisite the technique was, it was useless in the face of such defense. Who could bear this? After practicing for a while, Tian Buluo really couldn't stand it anymore, so he said goodbye and went back to Yanyu Tower. He would rather go back to confinement than practice this kind of damn swordsmanship with Lin Shen. The more Lin Shen practiced, the more experience he had. Attacking requires momentum, and so does defense. As long as his momentum to fight for his life is strong enough, the enemy will not dare to fight him, and the momentum will naturally weaken, which means that the defense is successful. No matter how sophisticated your skills are, I will fight with you for blood and life. If you are not afraid of death, come on, and see who falls first. As Lin Shen was practicing, he suddenly felt that his swordsmanship seemed to be a bit unworthy of the name of the cowardly swordsmanship. After thinking for a long time, he gave his swordsmanship a new name, blood-life swordsmanship. I will exchange my blood for your life. The main point is to be ruthless to the enemy and to myself. The more Lin Shen practiced, the more he felt, and his momentum became stronger and stronger. In the next few days, Lin Shen did not go anywhere. He practiced swordsmanship at home every day, and his swordsmanship became more and more concise. The Emperor of Heaven went out and never came back. That day, Lin Shen received a message from Wei Wufu that the Wei family was going to explore the underground space, and Wei Chongqing invited him to go with them. Lin Shen had nothing to do, so he agreed to Wei Wufu, set off back to the mother planet, and came to Tianqing again. The injuries of Wei Chongqing and others have recovered, and they have formed a team to enter the underground space again to find the place of base change mentioned by Chonghen Dongli. If there is really a place of base change in the underground space, then the people of the Wei family will no longer need to take the path of small nirvana. Lin Shen has another important mission when he comes back this time, which is to take Wei Wufu away and not let him die on the mother planet. After exploring the underground space, Lin Shen plans to go to Hulu Mountain again. If he can control Hulu Mountain, then it doesn't matter even if he returns the mechanical watch to the weirdo. 83 Chinese website latest address. After arriving in Tianqing, Wei Chongqing called him to the town hall alone and told Lin Shen some of what they had discovered in the underground space during this period. After everlasting sorrow Dongli was killed, the number of infected creatures in the underground space did not decrease. There are still nirvana creatures that keep appearing. Fortunately, there are no Nirvana creatures as powerful as Changhen Dongli. They took turns entering the underground space to kill Nirvana creatures, but the number of Nirvana creatures in the underground space did not decrease much. Every time they eliminate a few Nirvana creatures, it doesn't take long for new Nirvana creatures to appear. Therefore, they also believed that Changhen Dongli was right. The underground space should be an area of genetic change, and it was also a place of genetic change that could give birth to Nirvana creatures, so they also conducted a certain degree of search in the underground space. After several searches, they finally found the place that was suspected to be a place of genetic change. They saw with their own eyes that several Nirvana creatures came out of it. What kind of place is that? Lin Shen couldn't help but ask when he saw Wei Changqing's expression was a little strange. I can't describe what kind of place it is. Everything seems to be reversed there. Wei Changqing said. Reverse? What do you mean? Is it that the creatures that were originally supposed to be big have become smaller, and the creatures that were originally supposed to be small have become bigger? Lin Shen guessed. Wei Changqing shook his head. That's not the case. What I mean is that maybe our thinking is wrong. My thinking is reversed? How come it's reversed? Lin Shen didn't know how to understand this word. For example, if you want to raise your left hand, you will raise your right hand there. If you want to step out your right leg, then you will step out your left leg. Wei Changqing organized the words and tried to make his feelings clear. My thinking is completely reversed. If I want to move forward, I will move backward? Lin Shen said thoughtfully. No, it's not that case. There is no impact going forward or backward. But if you want to go left or right, it will be the opposite. Wei Changqing smiled bitterly. So I said it may be a problem with the thinking, or it may not be. Specifically, you will know the situation when you get there and experience it. This time we are just going to explore. There is no need to kill the Nirvana creatures there. Safety is the first priority, so remember not to take risks. Don't worry, Master Qing. Lin Shen nodded. Also, when you leave this time, take Wu Fu with you. Wei Changqing said. What if he refuses to leave? Lin Shen asked tentatively. I have my own way, you don't have to worry about this. Wei Changqing chatted with Lin Shen for a while, before letting Lin Shen leave. This time the exploration team consists of 4 people, Lin Shen, Wei Wufu, Wei Shouqing and Wei Shouxin. 2 have ascended and 2 have achieved nirvana. As long as they don't encounter a being like Changhen Dongli, it should be more than enough to survive in the underground space. Lin Shen came to the underground space again and used the rope to descend to the ground of the underground space. Under the leadership of Guard City, they headed towards the strange area they discovered. Because their mission this time was to explore that strange area, even if they encountered Nirvana creatures along the way, they chose to avoid them and had no intention of killing them. Is this the only kind of Nirvana creature in the underground space? Lin Shen asked the Guard City guard who was leading the way. Last time and this time, he only saw this blue-capped mushroom-like Nirvana creature. There used to be many other types of Nirvana creatures. In recent years, there have been very few other types of Nirvana creatures. Most of them are this kind of Nirvana creatures. 83. Chinese website latest address Guard City paused and then explained, we suspect that other types of Nirvana creatures before were all infected and mutated by the infection sources brought by the spacecraft. And this blue-capped mushroom beast may be born in the land of Nirvana. Lin Shen nodded. This speculation was quite reasonable, and he thought so too. Because flight is not possible in the underground space, the four of them can only move forward on foot. In the bizarre underground world, there are all kinds of incredible sights everywhere. Why is there a well here? When the four of them arrived at their destination, Lin Shen couldn't help but be stunned. On the top of a hill, there is a very ancient-looking stone well. The wellhead is made of rocks. At first glance, the rocks are of the same composition as the surrounding rocks and are definitely not brought by the spacecraft. This is the entrance to that place. Guard City explained, go down from here and you can reach that area. Lin Shen felt even more strange when he heard this. He looked around the well. The walls of the well were all made of rocks, and he couldn't tell whether they were artificially carved or naturally formed. Looking inside the well, it is not very deep. You can see the well water below like a mirror, which is only about 10 meters away from the manhole cover. If this thing was man-made, then Lin Shen would have some doubts as to whether someone had been to the underground world a long time ago, or whether there were intelligent creatures here. I'll go down first, wait a minute, and the next person will be next, and the same goes for you too. After the guard city was safe, he jumped into the well. Lin Shen looked down and found that after guarding the city, he disappeared into the well water. The ripples in the well water were very small, and after a while, it returned to the ripple-free state of the ancient well. Wang Shouxin warned them again and jumped in. After waiting for a minute this time, Wei Wufu asked Lin Shen to jump off first. He was afraid that Lin Shen would become playful again and jump off after less than a minute. Lin Shen jumped down and fell into the well water. Strangely, he did not feel like he was in the water, but felt like he was stepping on a very soft air cushion. This feeling quickly disappeared, and when he realized it, he found himself standing in a cave, with Wang Shouqing and Wang Shouxin standing beside him, and there was no water on them. Wang Shouqing pulled him aside, and Lin Shen looked up and found that there was a well on the top of the cave. The well stood upside down on the stone top, and there was well water inside. When he was looking at it curiously, he saw the water in the well rippling, and then Wei Wufu fell out of it. Why don't I feel anything wrong? Lin Shen stretched out his hand, and did not feel anything wrong with his body, nor did he feel the kind of feeling of being reversed that Wei Chongqing said. Don't worry, you will feel it when you get out of the cave, Wei Shouqing said and led the way in front. The four people quickly got out of the cave, and the light in front of them made them feel a little uncomfortable walking in the dark cave. Lin Shen wanted to raise his right hand to block the light shining into his eyes, but he found that he raised his left hand. Although the hand he raised was wrong, it didn't have much impact. He still blocked the light shining into his eyes, but he used his left hand. It's really like this. Lin Shen was amazed and tried again. It was just as Wei Chongqing said. He wanted to go left, but he went right. He wanted to take a step with his left leg, but he took a step with his right leg. However, he had no problem walking forward or backward. Lin Shen had a hard time adapting to this feeling for a while. He felt like his brain was confused and he couldn't even walk. 83 Chinese website latest address. Don't worry. It takes time to adapt when you come here for the first time. We came here several times before we adapted to the strange environment here. We still make mistakes occasionally, Wei Shouxin said with a smile. Lin Shen nodded, and while slowly moving to adapt to the strange environment here, he looked around. They are now in a valley, which is full of colorful mushrooms. The sky is blue and bright, but there is no sun. At the end of the valley is a mountain, which divides the valley into two, making the valley extend in two different directions. It took Lin Shen a long time to adapt, before he could walk normally. Although Wei Wufu was also here for the first time, he adapted very well. After a while, he was no different from when he was outside. Old Wei's talent for controlling his body is absolutely top-notch. Lin Shen admired in his heart. Adapt while walking. It is difficult to fully adapt in a short time. Wei Shouqing saw that Lin Shen could walk normally, so he took them to walk slowly along the valley. There was no problem walking forward. Lin Shen kept raising his hands while walking, trying to control his hands and feet. Are the mushrooms here poisonous? Lin Shen asked, looking at the colorful mushrooms in the valley. Toxic. If you accidentally eat mushrooms or swallow the liquid in the mushrooms, you will have hallucinations. Wei Shouqing answered very straightforwardly. Obviously, they should have tried it before. Lin Shen wanted to try it to enhance his body resistance, but now is obviously not the time to adapt. He walked all the way to the fork in the valley, but he didn't see any creatures appear. This was a little different from what Lin Shen imagined. He thought there would be a lot of nirvana creatures here, but he didn't see any. We explored part of the forks on both sides before, but for some reasons, we couldn't continue to explore. Let's go to the left today, Wei Shouqing said and walked to the left fork. Lin Shen and the other two followed. The valley here was not as straight as the front. The valley was like a crescent, bending to one side. The further you go, the more mushrooms there are in the valley. At first, you can avoid them, but later you can only step on the mushrooms to move forward. Stepping on those mushrooms, the foot felt soft and rotten, and you could see colorful liquid squeezed out from the soles of the shoes, which gave you an inexplicable sense of refreshment. Because the valley was curved, you couldn't see anything in the distance. You could only see colorful mushrooms starting to appear on the mountain wall. Until later, the entire mountain wall was also covered with mushrooms of various colors. You were a colorful monster with eyes full of the mountain wall. Lin Shen was glad that he didn't have intensive phobia, otherwise he would really die in such a place. The four people walked for a distance, and a river appeared in front of them. It looked only a dozen meters wide. It flowed out of the cave on one side of the mountain wall, crossed the valley, and flowed into the cave on the opposite mountain wall. The river water was also colorful, just like the color of gasoline falling into the water and reflecting in the sun. It's just that the color of this river water is even darker and looks very weird. We were blocked by this river before, and we couldn't continue to explore. Wei Shouqing stood by the river and said, looking at the other side. The other side was still a valley, also covered with various colorful mushrooms. Can't jump over? Lin Shen knew there must be a problem, otherwise they could jump over even if they couldn't fly. 83 Chinese. Website latest address. This river is very strange. Even if you jump, you will fall into the river. And the river water seems to be infected by mushroom toxins. Falling into it will cause hallucinations, and you can't even climb out. Last time, someone fell into the water. If it weren't for the hook rope to pull the person out, I'm afraid the body would sink to the bottom of the river. Wei Shouqing explained. Lin Shen had seen this kind of river that couldn't be crossed before, and he was not surprised to hear it. He just asked, is there a plan to cross the river? You can only try to climb over the mountain wall, Wang Shouqing said, while taking out a rope and tying it to himself, and then handed the other end to Wang Shouxin. The mountain wall is full of mushrooms, extending all the way to the cave where the water flows out. In the cave, you can see this kind of mushrooms everywhere. Do you need to clean up the mushrooms first? Lin Shen looked at the mushrooms on the mountain wall and asked. No, I have a power that allows me to climb over without destroying the mushrooms. After I get over there, I'll fix the rope on the opposite side, and you can climb over along the rope, Wang Shouqing said as he climbed up the mountain wall. Rather than climbing the mountain wall, Wang Shouqing looked more like he was stuck to the mountain wall covered with mushrooms. His entire body of carapace seemed to be sucked onto the mushrooms, like a gecko slowly crawling on the mushrooms, and he actually didn't hurt the fragile mushrooms. Awesome, what kind of power is this? When Lin Shen was exclaiming, he suddenly saw Wang Shouqing, who had just climbed above the river, fall off the mountain wall. Wang Shouxin was quick-witted and held the rope tightly with both hands, but he didn't pull hard, but let Wang Shouqing fall into the river. It was not until Wang Shouqing fell into the river that Wang Shouxin pulled the rope hard and quickly pulled Wang Shouqing out of the river. Lin Shen speculated that it should be because he couldn't pull back in the air, and could only be pulled out after falling into the river. If this was true, then Lin Shen would not be sure whether his ladder to heaven could fly over the river. Even if he can't climb the ladder, he still has the skill of floating on water, so he should be able to cross the river. The armor on Wei Shouqing's body was automatically removed when he was pulled up, and his whole face turned red, as if he was drunk. His eyes narrowed into a slit, and he mumbled something in his mouth, but unfortunately he couldn't hear clearly what he said. It seems that this road is blocked, we can only go to another road. Wang Shouxin took out a bottle of medicine and poured it into Wang Shouqing. Lin Shen originally thought it was a medicine to remove hallucinations, but he didn't expect it to be anesthesia, which made Wang Shouqing fall asleep directly. We haven't developed a medicine that can remove hallucinations yet, so this is the only way. Fortunately, this kind of hallucination does not cause much damage to the body, and it will be fine after the effect is over. Wang Shouxin sighed and said, this road is blocked. After Shouqing wakes up, let's go to the other side. It's also difficult to cross there. I don't know if the things we prepared can work. Let me try, maybe I can cross the river. Lin Shen said to Wang Shouxin. How are you going to get there? Wang Shouxin looked at Lin Shen with some doubt. Let's give it a try. I'm not sure either. Lin Shen pointed at the rope and said, tie it up for me. Wang Shouxin untied the rope from Wang Shouqing, tied it to Lin Shen, and pulled the rope as before. Lin Shen took a deep breath and walked towards the river. What are you doing? Wang Shouxin was shocked when he saw Lin Shen was going to go down to the river. He quickly grabbed him and said angrily, the hallucinogenic nature of the river water is harmful to the brain. Don't joke with your body. Lin Shen realized that the ease they had said before was not really that easy. They just silently took the risk. 83 Chinese website latest address. Lin Shen didn't know what to say. He should have thought that the Wei family could raise people like Wei Wufu and what kind of people they were. Uncle Xian, I have super self-healing ability, it's okay to give it a try. Lin Shen said. Wei Shouxin stubbornly shook his head and said, no, this kind of damage to the Brain is permanent and irreversible. If it cannot be healed, I can't explain it to the old man. Let's go. Another way. Uncle Xian, I'm sure I can go there, let me give it a try. Lin Shen knew that. If he went another way, he might have to take the risk of Wei Shouxin and the others. He has the ladder to ascend the sky and the light skill of floating on water, so he can almost certainly rush through it. Even if the river goes against the sky and even his fire ability can't get through it, he also has the theory of evolution to cover up, and the super recast to recover. It's better than letting him get through it. It would be better for them to take risks again. Wei Shouxin still wanted to stop him. But Wei Wufu said from the side, Uncle, he can. Wei Shouxin looked at Wei Wufu doubtfully and said, how can you be sure about this kind of thing? After a pause, Wei Shouxin continued, Lin Shen, I know you are very capable, but because of this, you cannot take risks. You are the one who has the opportunity to go out and support our human family for a day. It is not worth it. Don't bet on your future on such trivial matters, even if there is only a 1 in 10,000 chance. Lin Shen really didn't know what to say. The Wei family's care for him was indeed no different from that of their own family. Anyone else would never stop him like this. Uncle Xian, I'm not betting. I'm really sure that I can get through. You know Wu Fu, he won't lie. Lin Shen had no choice but to explain to Wei Shouxin. Wei Shouxin was a little hesitant after hearing this. He naturally knew Wei Wufu's character. Wei Wufu said that Lin Shen could do it, so there should be no problem. But this was Lin Shen's first time here, so why was he so sure? Uncle Xian, pull the rope. Seeing Wei Shouxin's hesitation, Lin Shen jumped up and wanted to jump across the river. But as soon as he entered the lake, he felt a huge force pulling his body down. Lin Shen quickly stepped on the instep of his right foot with his left foot, trying to jump up again. He did jump a certain distance, but the height of the jump was not as fast as the fall, and he was about to fall into the river. Lin Shen was a little surprised, knowing that there was indeed something in this river, and the pulling force was too strong. Although the ladder to the sky could be used, it could not be rushed out. Wei Shouxin felt regretful after seeing this, and felt that he should not hesitate, but insist on not letting Lin Shen take risks. He held the rope tightly, trying to pull Lin Shen out as soon as he fell into the water, so as to minimize the harm to him from the river water. The reason why I don't pull now is because I can't pull it now. If I pull it forcefully, it will only break the rope. Seeing Lin Shen fall on the river, Wei Shouxin was already ready to pull the rope, but suddenly he saw Lin Shen's toes tapping lightly on the river, like a dragonfly touching the water, or like taking a slight step on the waves, actually stepping on the water. He rushed forward step by step and landed firmly on the opposite side. Wei Shouxin was surprised and happy. Lin Shen, are you okay? It's okay, I'll fix the rope first. Lin Shen untied the rope from his body, found a big rock, and wanted to tie the rope to the big rock. Don't move, there are mushrooms on them. If you tie the rope, it will inevitably damage the mushrooms and may be stained with venom. Tie the rope on your weapon, and then stick the weapon on the stone. Wei Shouxin hurriedly said. Lin Shen followed Wei Shouxin's instructions and tied the rope to the sheathed slag knife, and then inserted the slag knife into the stone. After Wei Shouxin saw that Lin Shen had done it, he started to pull on the rope, trying to straighten it and then fix it. 83 Chinese website latest address, but the problem arose again. After the rope left the water, it couldn't be pulled up. Uncle Xian, stop pulling. The power of this river is too weird. Nothing can be sucked down by it. When Lin Shen came over just now, he had already thought that the method of crossing the river with a rope might not work. He jumped to the river again, used Qinggong to float back to the other side, then walked to Wei Wufu and directly picked him up. Wei Wufu knew what Lin Shen wanted to do and cooperated with Lin Shen without making any unnecessary moves. Lin Shen carried Wei Wufu and jumped to the river again, which shocked Wei Shouxin. As a result, he saw Lin Shen carrying Wei Wufu and rushing to the other side of the river without falling into the river. It really makes sense for the old man to value Lin Shen so much. Wei Shouxin was completely relieved. Lin Shen followed suit and carried Wei Shouxin and the unconscious Wei Shouqing over. The four men were repairing by the river, waiting for the city guard to wake up. After about an hour, Wei Shouqing finally woke up, but it was obvious that something was wrong, as if he had a headache after a hangover. After a while, Weishou City looked much better. I'm fine. It seems we can't cross this river. Let's go to the other side. Wei Shouqing said. We're already here. Wei Shouxin said with a smile. Come here? How did you come here? Wei Shouqing couldn't help but look at the other side. Although both sides looked similar, the valley had a curvature. He hadn't noticed it just now, but now he realized that it was indeed on the other side. Lin Shen carried us here. He can walk on the river. Wei Shouxin recounted the story with a smile. After hearing this, Wei Shouqing smiled and said, You are really good, this can also make you rush over. If I had known this, I wouldn't have made such a fool of myself. Next time I'll go first. Lin Shen said. That won't work. Wei Shouqing shook his head quickly. Follow us honestly and don't mess around. If you are injured, we can't explain it to the old man. The four people got back on the road and continued walking along the valley. Not long after, they saw some huge colorful mushrooms appearing in front of them. Those giant colorful mushrooms stand in the valley like ancient giant trees, and the mushroom caps are as huge as the tree crown. Lin Shen and the others stepped on mushrooms and carefully walked past those giant mushrooms. They found that giant mushrooms were not living creatures. They were similar to those small mushrooms, but they were larger. They didn't dare to be careless. Such a big mushroom might be more toxic. If it exploded, they might not be able to survive. The further you go, the more giant mushrooms there are in the valley. If those small mushrooms before were considered grassland, this place is now considered a mushroom forest. However, there are still small mushrooms growing under the giant mushrooms and on the mountain walls. Lin Shen looked at these mushrooms and secretly wondered in his heart. He felt more and more whether this place was related to the mushroom beast tied in Yashan base. Wei Shouxin, who was exploring the way ahead, suddenly stopped, made a silent gesture, and then pointed to a giant mushroom in front of him. Lin Shen and the others didn't pay attention at first. They followed Wei Shouxin's fingers and immediately discovered something strange. 83 Chinese website latest address. Under the mushroom cap, there are many beads that look like night pearls, each as big as a football, emitting a faint light. In the folds under the mushroom cap, there are many beads, so dense that I don't know how many there are, and I don't know what they are. Is it a pet egg? Lin Shen looked at it and felt that it looked a bit like a pet egg. Could it be the spores of a giant Mushroom? Wei Shouqing also guessed. They were just guessing and didn't go up to investigate. The purpose of their trip was to find the base mutation place that breeds nirvana creatures, so there was no need to clear minds. The 4 people were more careful and didn't touch the giant mushrooms. From time to time, they found that there were beads like night pearls under giant mushrooms in front. Lin Shen felt that what Wei Shouqing said was right. Those beads might really be the spores of giant mushrooms. If it was a pet egg, there was no shadow of a creature here, so how could it lay so many eggs? Walking carefully in the mushroom jungle, there were bright colors all around, just like a fairy tale world. But the 4 people walking inside felt an indescribable sense of disharmony, a sense of subversion, as if people in the real world had entered anime. As they were walking, they suddenly saw a giant mushroom in front of them, and its body suddenly shook, and the mushroom cap seemed to swell, becoming fat and big all of a sudden. Retreat! Wei Shouqing shouted hurriedly, and the 4 people retreated quickly. But it was too late. The giant mushroom was like sneezing, and the mushroom cap rolled violently, and countless beads, the size of footballs, sprayed out from the folds. Those beads were full of elasticity like bouncing balls. After hitting something, they immediately bounced up and bounced around randomly. Don't move, put away the sharp objects, and don't break those beads. Wei Shouqing shouted, standing there motionless, and did not use the power of nirvana to protect his body, allowing the beads to hit him, and then bounced out. Lin Shen and the other 2 were also like Wei Shouqing, standing there motionless, allowing countless beads to bounce around them. After a long time, the power of the beads finally disappeared, and they fell all over the ground, covering the nearby ground. Don't break these beads, let's wade through them. Slowly. Wei Shouqing moved slowly, his feet close to the ground, and his legs slowly pushed the beads on the ground and walked forward. Lin Shen and the other 2 followed his example and walked forward lightly, fearing that they would break these elastic beads. It took them more than half an hour to walk the short distance of a few hundred meters. After leaving the area of the beads, the 4 people breathed a sigh of relief. Although they didn't know whether the beads were a threat to them, they didn't want to try. The 4 people continued to move forward in the mushroom forest, and even saw a lot of beads that had fallen in the forest. They all waded through slowly, fearing that breaking the beads would cause trouble. Fortunately, after walking for a while, the giant mushrooms in front of them gradually became less and less. Seeing that they were about to leave the mushroom forest area, they suddenly saw creatures appearing in front of them. 83 Chinese website latest address. The 4 people quickly hid behind the giant mushroom and looked at the creature that appeared in their field of vision from a distance. What is that? Lin Shen's eyes lit up. The creature that appeared in their sight was a golden beetle-like creature. It looked like a yellow crystal and looked crystal clear. It didn't look like a creature, but like a work of art. It was much larger than the average beetle, a little smaller than those football-sized beads, but not much smaller. When the 3 were judging its level, several similar beetles appeared behind them, and then more and more. After a while, there were already hundreds of beetles crawling towards this side. Although Lin Shen and his team were not afraid of these beetles, it was better not to fight in such a place if they could avoid fighting. When Lin Shen and his team thought that the beetles were coming for them, they found that the leading beetle had already pounced on a bead lying behind the bead, and actually stood up and pushed the bead back with its forelimbs. The other beetles were the same. After finding a bead, they pushed the bead back. It turns out that their target was the beads, not us. Lin Shen looked at the beetles pushing the beads and couldn't help but think of another kind of beetle that could push the ball. He instantly felt that the golden beetles were not advanced. Just as he was thinking, suddenly a beetle pushed the bead back and the spikes on its body accidentally touched the bead. The bead was like a punctured balloon, bursting with a bang, and the colorful liquid inside sprayed out, splashing the beetle and the beetles nearby. Colored liquid appeared on the originally golden shell. The beetles stained with the colored liquid were like drunk, their bodies became shaky, and their speed slowed down a lot. The beetles that were not stained with liquid all accelerated their speed and pushed the beads back. Suddenly, the beetles' eyes lit up after being stained by the colored liquid, and it began to sway wildly as if some kind of switch was turned on. Dozens of beetles swayed wildly together. The beads they were pushing were also broken by them. With a bang, the beads exploded one by one, and the colored liquid sprayed everywhere, dyeing the nearby beetles and the beetles that did not have time to run away into colors. Then Lin Shen and the others saw nearly 100 beetles swaying wildly on the mushroom grass, shaking their heads and hips one by one, as if they were equipped with electric motors. Swinging and swaying again, even if they were exhausted, they were still shaking there violently, their legs were twitching. But they still shook non-stop. The four people watched helplessly as several beetles broke their legs and twisted their bodies and continued to shake on the ground. Several people were still frightened. Fortunately, Wei Shouxin's judgment was correct. If they started to break those beads, they would be the ones swaying wildly on the ground now. These beetles are dead, let's go around. Wei Shouxin led the way in front, went around from the other side, and continued to move forward. After leaving the mushroom forest area, they finally breathed a sigh of relief and continued along the valley. There were many traces of beetles crawling on the ground. Perhaps it was because of the existence of those beetles that there were almost no small mushrooms growing on the ground in this area. The mountain wall was still full of small mushrooms, which made people feel very uncomfortable. Not long after walking along those crawling traces, Lin Shen and his friend saw an even more bizarre scene. 83 Chinese website latest address. In the valley ahead, chains stretched toward the sky, and at the other end of the chains were black spheres. From a distance, it looked like black hydrogen balloons suspended in the air. If there were no chains pulling them, the balloons would have flown into the sky. But the chains themselves looked like metal, and those black balls that were more than 1 meter long looked like they were made of black rocks, not hydrogen balloons. How could they be suspended in the air and pull the metal chain straight? The expressions of several people were a little complicated. Wei Shouxin said, "Strange, how could there be such a thing as metal chains in such a place? Is there really intelligent life here? I wouldn't find it strange if there was anything in such a place," Wei Shouxin said, with a wry smile. In the area of the chain black balls, Lin Shen and the others saw the beetles that had pushed the beads away before. The beetles pushed the beads and actually climbed onto the chains as thick as arms. They have 6 claws, the front 2 claws control the beads, and the back 4 claws climb up the chains, looking a little clumsy and funny. Could it be that those black balls are the nests of beetles? But there are no gaps on the black balls, how can they get in? Lin Shen asked in confusion. Naturally, no one could give him an answer, and Wei Shouxin and the others also saw these things for the first time. No. Wei Shouxin suddenly pointed to the place where the chains were connected to the ground and said, "Look. Those chains don't seem to be man-made, but naturally grown." Lin Shen looked in the direction he pointed, and Sure enough, he saw that where the chains were connected to the ground, there were actually metal wires on the chains that looked like roots, piercing into the ground. Although it was very strange, it seemed that these metal chains really grew out of the ground. When the four people were thinking that it was magical, a beetle had already pushed the beads onto the black ball. Because their attention was just shifted to the metal chain, the four people did not see how the beetle pushed the beads to the top of the black ball. But unlike what they imagined, after the beetle placed the bead on the top of the black ball, it actually climbed down again and did not enter the black ball, which showed that it was indeed not their nest. Looking at the bead on the top of the black ball, Lin Shen was wondering why the beetle placed the bead there, when he suddenly saw that the black ball cracked without any warning. The black ball, which seemed to have no cracks, cracked into several petals, like a blooming flower. The bead fell into the unfolding black ball, but Lin Shen and his men's attention was not on the bead at all. Because in the black ball, they actually saw a familiar face. Changhen. Dongli. Lin Shen cried out in a low voice. It seemed that he was wearing a blue round helmet with a pair of fleshy tentacles on it. Who else could it be but Changhen Dongli? But unlike Changhen Dongli, the creature in the black ball not only had a blue round helmet on his head, but also had the same blue shell on his body, like a close-fitting blue armor. When they saw Changhen Dongli before, Changhen Dongli was naked, except for the blue helmet on his head. The creature sitting in the black ball, although it looks exactly like Changhen Dongli, has a blue shell on its body and does not have the wolf-like weapon in its hand. 83. Chinese website latest address. Lin Shen and his companions all looked very ugly. They had used all their means to kill Changhen Dongli before, and finally killed him. There is actually another creature in this black ball that looks exactly like Changhen Dongli, and this is not the key. What's more terrifying is that there are so many black balls suspended in the air that it is difficult to count, but they can see no less than hundreds of them. If there is a creature similar to Changhen Dongli in each black ball, then if these creatures come to life, how will humans deal with it? Facing hundreds of Changhen Dongli? Even if the Wei family fills up their lives, they can't fill this hole. Damn, what's going on? Lin Shen couldn't help but curse in a low voice. He has a die-hard fan and a fat guy around him. Although he is not afraid of Nirvana creatures, he is not afraid of Changhen Dongli again. But that was when he met one Changhen Dongli. Now there are hundreds or thousands of Changhen Dongli here, and anyone would be trembling in his heart. Carefully looking at Changhen Dongli sitting cross-legged in the black ball, his whole body is wrapped in a transparent liquid. There are many transparent hoses connected between his body and the base of the black ball. The hoses are connected to Changhen Dongli, which are somewhat like infusion tubes for drips. After the bead fell into the black ball, it fell into the viscous liquid below, and then the bead slowly melted in the viscous liquid. After a while, colorful liquid appeared in those transparent tubes like infusion tubes and was transported into the body of the creature. The beads with strong hallucinogenic toxicity were actually used as nutrient solution to supply the creature. Can they survive by eating this? Wei Shouxin said with a complicated expression. Isn't it said that Changhen Dongli is the last member of the Dongli clan? Isn't it said that he wiped out the Dongli clan? What's going on now? Isn't this a member of the Dongli clan? Wei Shouxin's face was full of confusion. It is also possible that this is Changhen Dongli. Lin Shen paused and said, Changhen Dongli said before that he was a member of the God-making clan. I had some doubts at the time. Now it seems that Changhan Dongli is just an experiment of the god-making clan. It is very likely that the one in the black ball is a clone of Changhan Dongli. It is very likely that if this is a clone of Changhan Dongli, does he have the same strength as Changhan Dongli? If there are the same clones in the other black balls, they also have the same strength. Wei Shouxin did not say anything more, but everyone knew what the result would be. At this time, many beetles pushed the beads to the top of the black balls, and the black balls opened one by one. Lin Shen and the others looked extremely ugly. In those black balls, there were Changhan Dongli sitting cross-legged. They all looked exactly like Changhan Dongli, with blue helmets and compound eyes, but the completeness of their shells was different. Some of Changhan Dongli's shells were already very complete, and even their faces were covered with shells. Some of Changhan Dongli's bodies were still naked, with almost no shell except for the blue helmet. Some of them had shells, but they were not complete and could only cover part of the body. As the black balls opened, one by one, more and more Changhan Dongli appeared in front of Lin Shen and the others, making them a little frightened. Just now, it was just a guess, and there was still a glimmer of hope that perhaps the other black balls were empty and there were no creatures suspected to be clones of Changhan Dongli. Now the hope was shattered. There was a Changhan Dongli in almost every black ball that was opened, that is to say, in all the black balls, at least in most of the black balls, there was such a Changhan Dongli. They seem to be still asleep. Take this opportunity to get rid of them, Wei Shouqing said fiercely. 83 Chinese website latest address. Lin Shen had the same idea as Wei Shouqing. Regardless of whether these creatures were clones of Changhan Dongli, getting rid of them while they were still asleep was undoubtedly the best solution. The four people hit it off immediately. Although their purpose of coming this time was not to kill, if they could solve the problem 1 minute earlier, they might be able to avoid a disaster. If these clones of Changhan Dongli in the black ball were to be born, even if only a part of them came out, it would not be something that the human mother planet could resist. You two should prepare for the battle. Shouxin and I will go up, Wei Shouqing said, summoning the carapace and crawling along a chain. Wei Shouxin followed closely and also climbed up along the chain. Lin Shen also summoned the carapace, and at the same time pulled out the evil ghost blade on his back and threw it to Wei Wufu. Wei Wufu was now using the purple crystal hard whip found on the turtle's back. Lin Shen gave him the evil ghost blade, and Wei Wufu became a two-handed blade. With his martial arts realm and level, it is very easy to control such a weapon. However, Lin Shen himself is prone to problems when holding the blade with both hands. He still has not been able to fully adapt to the opposite problem here. If it is completely opposite, it will be easier to adapt. But here it is not completely opposite. Some are opposite, and some are not, which increases the difficulty of adaptation. Moreover, Lin Shen suspects that the reason for the opposite here may not be a problem of thinking and brain. If it is a problem of the brain, evolution should have an effect, at least it will be triggered, but evolution has not responded at all so far, so Lin Shen suspects that it is not the environment that affects the brain, but something else. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu are ready for the battle. If Changhan Dongli in the black ball is alive, there will probably be a fierce battle at that time. Wei Shouqing and Wei Shouxin climbed up the chain and soon approached the black ball, but when they approached the black ball seemed to have wisdom and closed automatically. The two discussed and climbed down along the chain again. Wait, I'll get some beads, and see if I can use them to induce the black ball to open. Wei Shouqing returned to the mushroom forest and took 2 beads back. He carefully placed one below, and then he and Wei Shouqing climbed up again. After placing the beads on the top of the black ball, after a while, the black ball opened automatically, revealing Changhan Dongli sitting cross-legged inside. Wei Shouqing grabbed the edge of the black material that looked like petals with one hand, and summoned the phoenix feather knife with the other hand, and chopped directly at Changhan Dongli's neck with one knife. The purple air on the knife condensed into amazing knife energy. With a sound of dang, Wei Shouqing's knife failed to cut off Changhan Dongli's head, and even failed to hurt him. When the purple knife energy was still 1 foot away from Changhan Dongli's body, it seemed to hit something and broke directly. The phoenix feather knife also chopped on the invisible thing, making a sound of gold and jade clashing. Wei Shouqing climbed up from the other side, and with the knife in his hand, he also slashed towards Changhan Dongli. The result was the same. When he was about 1 foot away from Changhan Dongli, he was blocked by an invisible thing. 83 Chinese website latest address. The 2 gritted their teeth and slashed at Changhan Dongli from different directions, but found that there seemed to be an invisible shield outside Changhan Dongli's body, and all attacks could not cut into it. The 2 attacked for a long time, but they could not break through the shield, so they could only come down from above in disappointment. It's a bit troublesome to break the shield. Wei Shouqing frowned and said, "It's not all bad news. At least we can be sure that these clones of Changhan Dongli can't leave the black ball now." Lin Shen said, "We can only go back and ask the old man to help." Wei Shouqing said, "I have a Nirvana pet, maybe I can give it a try." Lin Shen pulled out the dead powder on his body and threw it out. The dead powder was directly wrapped around the chain and crawled along the chain to the open black ball. "How can you activate a Nirvana-level pet?" Wei Shouqing looked at the dead powder in surprise and asked. "This pet is a little special. It's not that I can activate it, but it can directly enter the combat state from the capsule state." Lin Shen didn't know how to explain it, so he had to explain it briefly. The 4 watched the dead powder climb up with the chain wrapped around it. When it reached the black ball, the raised part of the dead powder's body, which was as thin as a rope, suddenly swelled and turned into a giant as thick as a water tank. In the open mouth, countless gear teeth like ruby gears were biting and rotating. The dead powder bit down directly, but the gear teeth were blocked by the invisible shield. Sparks flew under the twisting, making a sound that made people's teeth ache. With the strength of the dead powder's physical attributes, it was actually unable to break the invisible armor, and the huge mouth was blocked outside. Just when they were a little disappointed, they saw a strange red light blooming from the mouth of the dead fan, and the invisible shield that was almost indestructible was immediately crushed by the red glowing gear teeth. The next second, the dead fan swallowed Changhan Dongli, who was sitting in the black ball. Changhan Dongli's body was crushed by the gear teeth of the dead fan almost instantly and swallowed into the stomach. Wei Shouqing and Wei Shouqing were stunned and overjoyed. What a powerful pet, there is hope now. After swallowing Changhan Dongli, the dead fan returned to its original appearance and climbed down the rope. "Let's go get the beads and lure the black ball to open. You let your pet kill those guys," Wei Shouqing said and ran to the mushroom forest. Lin Shen and the others followed. Several people carefully brought back some beads, and then divided the work. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu were responsible for bringing back the beads, while Wei Shouqing and Wei Shouxin climbed onto the chain and lured the black ball with the beads. Once the black ball opened, the dead powder crawled in and crushed Changhen Dongli inside and swallowed it into its stomach. It is unknown whether the Changhen Dongli in those black balls has not yet fully developed or for some other reason. Such a big noise did not wake them up, and they were crushed and swallowed by the dead powder one by one. The dead powder with the true extreme evil killing death. Light is like an all-destructive crusher. The extremely hard shield is vulnerable under its gear teeth. Such destructive power makes Wei Shouqing and Wei Shouxin a little scared. The appetite of the die-hard fan is a mystery. After swallowing so many Changhen Dongli, his stomach did not swell at all. His stomach was like a bottomless abyss. Wei Shouqing lured another black ball, but he made a surprised sound. This clone seems a little different. 83 Chinese website latest address. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu, who came back with the beads, couldn't help but look at the black ball that Wei Shouqing had tricked into driving. Among the unfolded black balls, there was also a clone that looked like Changhen Dongli. But something different from the other clones is that the helmet and carapace of Changhen Dongli are black. Moreover, the carapace and the helmet have been connected together, and except for the face, almost the whole body is wrapped in the black carapace. Even on the face, part of the carapace has appeared, but it is not complete yet. It looks like a hollow black butterfly-like mask covering Changhen Dongli's face. Lin Shen saw this and asked the dead fan to come back. That one is a bit special, don't touch him yet. Wei Shouqing came down from above, took a bead, and went to lure other black balls. Several people cooperated with the die fans and swallowed one creature after another that was suspected to be the clone of everlasting sorrow Dongli. It took several hours for the die-hard fans to swallow nearly 300 clones, but only about 1/3 of the clones were swallowed. There were still hundreds of black balls that had not been opened. The dead fan seemed to be a little overstuffed, remaining in a gigantic state and not immediately returning to his normal state. Let's rest for a while. The die-hard fans are a bit full and need time to digest. Lin Shen stopped Wei Shouqing and Wei Shouxin, who wanted to continue to deceive Black Ball. The 4 people were resting below, waiting for the dead fans to digest the excessive food. Thankfully, you have such a pet, it can be regarded as our big savior. Wei Shouqing was in a good mood and said while looking at the dead fan lying on the side motionless. What planet is this pet from? Can you get some more? Wei Shouxin didn't want it himself, but felt that with such pets, many problems in the underground space could be easily solved. This is a pet I obtained on my home planet, and I have cultivated it to the nirvana level. Lin Shen briefly explained the origin of the die-hard fan. It's a strange creature that turned out to be an alienated creature from our home planet, or a creature that died during evolution and came back to life. Wei Shouxin exclaimed after hearing this. The old man said that you are a person with great opportunities, and you are indeed right. Lin Shen smiled bitterly and shook his head. It's not so much my luck as it is my good destiny. There are so many noble people like you helping me. The so-called opportunity is just the luck brought to me by the noble people. Without them, I would this lazy and fun-loving person is just an ordinary person. Lin Shen said this from the bottom of his heart, just like a die-hard fan. If the die-hard fan hadn't been in his own warehouse, and if he hadn't been the 5th son of the Lin family, how could he have gotten it? I'm afraid he wouldn't have even had a chance to see it. Lin Shen always felt that he was where he was today mostly because of the help of noble people, and he was just taking advantage of the situation. If it weren't for Lao Wei, he might not be alive now. Let alone use the original eggs to evolve to the present level. Without Tianquan, he might still be struggling to survive on the giant ring planet, and his situation might not be much better than that of Shiman swordsman. Don't belittle yourself. If you can bear the luck that others bring you, it means that you are capable and worthy of bearing it. There is no luck for no reason in the world. If you can bear it, it is your luck. If you can't afford it, it will be your fate. Wei Shouqing said with a smile, my Wei family also received help from noble people and was lucky enough to be able to survive in troubled times, but because of this, we guarded the underground space for more than 200 years. That's us. 83 Chinese website. Latest address: which noble person did the Wei family get help from? Lin Shen asked, curiously. From what Wei Shou Qing meant, it seemed that there was something else going on behind the scenes when the Wei family was able to gain a foothold in Tiancheng. Wei Wufu didn't even know about this. Looking at Wei Shouqing, he seemed to want to know who the noble person Wei Shouqing was talking about. The spacecraft crashed more than 200 years ago. Tiancheng is so close to the underground space. It is the most severely affected place. Without the help of noble people, our Wei family would not be able to survive today. Tiancheng would have become the dust of history long ago. Wei Shouqing hesitated, and then continued, you are not an outsider, because you are in love with my Wei family. It's okay to tell you, but it's best not to spread this matter. Lin Shen nodded quickly. He liked hearing these secrets that could not be known to outsiders. This starts with your third brother, Lin Zongjing and Mr. Lin. Wei Shouqing's words made Lin Shen a little shocked. How old is my third brother? How could he be related to something that happened more than 200 years ago? Lin Shen asked doubtfully. Of course. It does matter. You heard me tell you slowly. Wei Shouqing said with a smile, when Mr. Lin came to Tiancheng, he asked my Wei family to protect you. Do you know that our Wei family has always ignored things outside Tiancheng? Why would you let a warrior come out of the heavenly city to protect you? Is it related to the nobleman of the Wei family? Is it possible that the nobleman you are talking about is related to the ancestors of our Lin family? Lin Shen asked with his eyes widened in disbelief. There was a time when he had wondered why Wei Wufu would be invited by his third brother to protect him, even risking his life to protect him. After getting along for a long time, I knew that Wei Wufu was that kind of person, but I was still a little curious as to how Wei Wufu knew the third brother. In fact, Lin Shen also asked Wei Wufu this question, but Wei Wufu did not give him an answer. Today I finally found out that the third brother and Wei Wufu were not familiar with each other. It was the Wei family who sent Wei Wufu to protect him. Lin Shen thought to himself, is it possible that the ancestors of my Lin family are so powerful that they were once nobles of the Tiancheng Wei family? It shouldn't be. Wei Shouqing interrupted Lin Shen's fantasy with a sentence, the nobleman of my Wei family is surnamed Jiang, and your surname is Lin. Even if we go back to the mythological era, Jiang and Lin are not the same surname. Then how can my third brother be related to the nobleman surnamed Jiang? Lin Shen asked, curiously. Wei Shouqing thought for a while and said, then I don't know. Third Master Lin came to Tiancheng with a token of that nobleman and asked our Wei family to protect you. At that time, the Wei family was already exhausted from guarding the underground space. And really couldn't spare anyone to protect you. So they had to let Wu Fu, the least suitable person to be a human walker, become the human walker of the Wei family, and go to the Suanio base to protect you, which can be regarded as repaying this cause and effect. Wei Shouqing continued, outsiders think that the purple chi Phoenix Jew of our Wei family was obtained after entering the universe, but that's not the case. In fact, we got the purple chi Phoenix Jew long before the spacecraft crashed, and this purple chi Phoenix, the Phoenix art comes from the nobleman surnamed Jiang. It is because of the purple Phoenix art that the Wei family was able to gain a foothold in Tiancheng, which was hit hardest by the disaster, and to suppress the underground space. Wei Shouqing sighed and said, unfortunately, we don't know the origin of the nobleman surnamed Jiang. For more than 200 years, several people in the Wei family have tried to find out about him, but have never heard of him. The more Lin Shen listened, the more he felt something was wrong. Before the disaster, the Wei family actually obtained the advanced secret method Purple Phoenix art from the universe. At that time, no human could leave the mother planet. Where did the nobleman surnamed Jiang get the Purple Phoenix art? And how could the third brother have the token of the surname Jiang, and know that the surname Jiang has a relationship with Tiancheng, and bring the token to the Wei family in Tiancheng to find someone to protect him? 83 Chinese website latest address. Lin Shen asked about the nobleman surnamed Jiang and the third brother, but unfortunately Wei Shouqing and Wei Qingxin only knew so much, and there was no useful information. The die-hard fan still hadn't digested it. Wei Shouqing asked about some things in the universe. Lin Shen told them what he knew and the recent race rankings. Wei Shouqing and Wei Shouqing were fascinated by what they heard and asked a lot about the race rankings. They also wanted to participate in such a battle and strive for a ranking for humans in the universe. Unfortunately, they can no longer leave their home planet and can't enter the universe again. It's not completely impossible to enter the universe again. Lin Shen said in a deep voice. Does the home planet have a transmission device that can transmit nirvana? Wei Shouqing and Wei Shouqing were shocked when they heard it. They certainly wanted to leave the home planet to participate in the war, but if there really was such a transmission device, the home planet would be in danger. They would rather not go out than see such a thing happen. It shouldn't be for the time being, and I don't know in the future. Lin Shen was not sure about the matter of Hulu Mountain, so he didn't dare to say anything. The Wei family has enough troubles, and I'm afraid they don't have the ability to take care of other things. It's just adding troubles. The dead fan regained his vitality. The four people cooperated with the dead fan to devour the clones of Chonghen Dongli again. The number of clones in the black ball was getting smaller and smaller. After more than 20 hours of hard work, most of the black balls were finally opened and the clones inside were devoured. Only the clone of the black armor remained. Lin Shen let the dead fan rest for a while before preparing to devour the clone of the black armor. Wei Shouqing went up with the beads and tricked the black ball open. The dead fan's body was entangled in the black ball, and the front half of the body was huge. He opened his mouth and bit the black armor clone. The invisible shield was bitten to pieces. Seeing that the clone sitting cross-legged in the black ball was about to be swallowed, the dead fan's figure suddenly stopped. Lin Shen's pupils suddenly contracted. He saw the black-armored clone raised one arm and held the lower side of the mouth of the dead powder with his palm, and actually propped up the head of the dead powder, so that it could not lower its head to devour the clone. That clone is indeed problematic. Wei Shouxin also shouted. Boom. Several people only saw that the black-armored clone exerted force with his palm, and actually lifted the body of the dead powder and flew it out, falling off the chain. Although the dead powder has the ability to fly, there is a ban on flying in the underground space. The dead powder could not fly and fell directly to the ground, smashing a big hole in the ground. The whole valley seemed to shake. Wei Shouqing, who was next to the black ball, grabbed the chain with one hand and summoned the phoenix feather knife with the other hand. A purple knife energy slashed at the black-armored clone in the black ball. The purple knife energy turned into a purple phoenix, and with the sound of knife chanting and phoenix singing, it arrived in front of the black-armored clone. In an instant, the black-armored clone gently pressed down the hand it raised, and his palm touched the phoenix sword. Energy. The powerful sword energy actually dispersed like smoke in his hand and disappeared directly into thin air. Lin Shen rushed over and grabbed the tail of the dead powder and pulled it, and the dead powder turned into a javelin. Turning his head to look at the black ball, before he launched an attack, the black-armored clone in the black ball disappeared. Bang! 83 Chinese website latest address. A heavy landing sound came. Lin Shen and others turned their heads and saw that the black-armored clone fell on the ground opposite them, and the ground cracked like a spider web under his feet. His pair of black compound eyes were staring coldly at the dead powder in Lin Shen's hand. Who are you? Why do you want to kill me? The black-armored clone suddenly spoke. His question confused Lin Shen and others. Why did you want to kill him? This question seemed very simple, but when they really wanted to answer it, they didn't know where to start. Do you know who you are? Lin Shen stared at the black-armored clone and asked. Of course I know who I am. The black-armored clone didn't know what Lin Shen meant, and frowned and said, Do you know who I am? You are Changhen Dongli. Lin Shen said. The black-armored clone's strange compound eyes looked at Lin Shen and said, It seems that you didn't find the wrong person. Why do you want to kill me? Because you want to kill us too, so we will kill you. Lin Shen wanted to figure out whether this black-armored Changhen Dongli was a clone of the previous Changhen Dongli. When did I want to kill you? Changhen Dongli frowned. Do you know that there are many Changhen Dongli? You are just one of them. And the one who killed us is another one. Lin Shen said concisely. He wants to kill you. What does it have to do with me? Why don't you kill him? Why come to kill me? Black-armored Changhen Dongli actually knew that there were many Changhen Dongli. Aren't you one? Lin Shen and others were a little stunned. Of course not. Black Armor Changhen Dongli grinned. Many people have this misunderstanding, and it seems that you have misunderstood it as well. Although we are all Changhen Dongli, we are independent individuals and have no connection with each other. He is him, I am me, and he is the one who wants to kill you, so you should go find him. You are not a clone? Lin Shen's expression was a little complicated. This Changhen Dongli does not look as evil and bloodthirsty as the previous Changhen Dongli, and seems to be very easy to talk to. If all the black balls are like this Changhen Dongli, they seem to have done something inhumane. It seems that you have a deep misunderstanding. Black Armor Changhen Dongli explained, we are all Changhen Dongli, not clones, because the Dongli tribe is like this. Every time they give birth, they will give birth to many identical individuals, so we look very similar, but we are not clones. You mean, you are the Changhen Dongli who was just born? Lin Shen immediately noticed the loophole. In his language, the first Changhan Dongli was obviously born many years ago, and even joined the god-making tribe. This Changhan Dongli said that he was just born, but he seemed to know a lot of things. How to explain this? Black Armor Changhan Dongli saw Lin Shen's thoughts and smiled and said, "We Dongli tribe have memory inheritance. Every Dongli tribe member will inherit the memory of the previous generation, or the memory of countless generations before, so we don't have the childhood of ordinary races. Once born, we are like gods, omniscient and omnipotent." Lin Shen and others were all stunned. They didn't expect that the Dongli tribe actually had such an ability. This made Lin Shen understand instantly that maybe the Changhan Dongli they met for the first time might not be the real Changhan Dongli, not the Changhan Dongli who joined the god-making clan, but just a Changhan Dongli who inherited the memory of his predecessors. "Did you kill the other Changhan Dongli?" Black Armor Changhan Dongli suddenly said this again. 83 Chinese Network latest address. Lin Shen and his men suddenly became nervous again and secretly prepared for the battle. They killed so many Changhan Dongli, which can be said to be many brothers of Black Armor Changhan Dongli. The hatred was too great. Unexpectedly, Black Armor Changhan Dongli just smiled slightly. "Don't be nervous. You killed other Changhan Dongli, which is a good thing. For me, it can be said that you helped me. I will not seek revenge on you because of them." "What do you mean?" Wei Shouqing, who came down from the rope, frowned and asked. Black Armor Changhan Dongli explained. The Dongli tribe can give birth to many offspring at a time, but there can only be one true inheritor. Each Changhan Dongli needs to use his own strength to obtain the true inheritance, that is, he needs to defeat and kill other Changhan Dongli until only one Changhan Dongli is left, that is the real Changhan Dongli. In other words, you killed other Changhan Dongli, which is equivalent to helping me, so that I don't have to waste time and energy to kill them. Lin Shen and others were stunned. With their racial concepts, they really couldn't understand what Black Armor Changhan Dongli said. "To express my gratitude to you, I will kill you as a reward." Another sentence from the black-armored Changhan Dongli stunned Lin Shen and the others. They really couldn't understand Changhan Dongli's concept. How could he kill his opponent to express gratitude? Lin Shen and the others thought that what Changhan Dongli said before was a sarcastic remark. In the end, he still wanted to avenge those Changhan Dongli they killed. Revenge is revenge, why say so much nonsense? Wei Shouqing held the Fengling knife, and the knife and his body were filled with terrifying purple air. "You are wrong. I told you that I will thank you for killing them." The black-armored Changhan Dongli was surprisingly good-tempered and slowly explained, "Killing you is the greatest thank you to you. I have just told you that there is only one Changhan Dongli who is the real inheritor. Now I am the real inheritor and have the ability to pass on descendants. But it is more troublesome for our Dongli clan to pass on descendants. We need creatures of other races as carriers. I have decided to pass on the inheritance on this planet. All creatures on this planet will become the carriers of my descendants. The inheritance seeds will be implanted in the body of each creature. The inheritance seeds will take root and sprout in your body, gradually absorbing the energy in the body of the creature until the carrier creature is completely until it is absorbed. After becoming a carrier, you will be extremely painful to live. You can still eat and have thoughts, but you can sense the growth of the inheritance seeds in your body, the pain of your body being gradually sucked away, and the pain of the Seeds growing and drilling into your flesh and bones. That kind of pain is very difficult to endure. At that time, even if you want to die, you will no longer have the ability to commit suicide. You can only experience long-term pain and be sucked to death. Therefore, I kill you and prevent you from becoming a carrier and enduring that inhuman pain. This is my reward for you. Lin Shen's face was extremely ugly. He had never thought that there was such a vicious race in the universe that would reproduce in such a vicious form. Several people looked at each other and burst out their own strength at the same time, attacking the black-armored Changhen Dongli. The sword energy of Wei Shouqing and Wei Shouxin turned into two purple phoenixes on the left and right, slashing towards Changhen Dongli. The death powder in Lin Shen's hand was like a spear, stabbing at Changhen Dongli. The purple light on the tip of the spear stabbed out like a beam of light, which was launched later, but arrived first, and reached the front of the black-armored Changhen Dongli one step faster than the phoenix sword energy of Wei Shouqing and Wei Shouxin. The black-armored Changhen Dongli raised one hand, pointed his fingertips at the true extreme evil killing death light emitted by the death powder, and shot out a black beam of light. The two beams, one black and one red, met in space and cancelled each other out. No one could take advantage. His other hand slapped the phoenix sword energy left and right, one by one, and actually shattered the two phoenix sword energies like smoke and dust. 83 Chinese website latest address. It seemed that what Wei Shouqing and the others slashed out was not the amazing purple and mysterious energy, but just a cloud of mist. Everyone was shocked. This black-armored Changhen Dongli was stronger than the Changhen Dongli they had fought with before, and he was not just a little bit stronger. Lin Shen threw the dead powder out directly, and the dead powder rushed towards Changhen Dongli with red light. Wei Shouqing and Wei Shouxin also rushed up and besieged Changhen Dongli together with the dead powder. The dead powder plus 2 nirvana level strong men could not do anything to Changhen Dongli. Changhen Dongli stood there, dealing with the dead powder with one hand, and Wei Shouqing and the others with the other hand. He blocked all their attacks without moving his feet. Lin Shen had summoned the inheritance fan, and fanned Changhen Dongli forward and backward, shaking and folding, and the mysterious light text fell on Changhen Dongli. Wei Wufu also put on the white robe life base, an invisible aura unfolded, and the white robe on his body moved without wind. They did not rush up, because their speed could not keep up with the nirvana level combat intensity, and rushing up might become a burden. The 3 weakening skills fell on Changhen Dongli, which greatly weakened Changhen Dongli's speed and strength. Lin Shen took out the mutant Yu Linglong again, intending to let it use its life-based talent, suppressing mountains and rivers, to continue to weaken Changhen Dongli. But before he could order the mutant Yu Linglong to activate the power of suppressing mountains and rivers, he saw a dark glow on Changhen Dongli's black armor. The fan dance skill, which had almost never encountered any natural enemies, actually met its nemesis. The mysterious light text imprinted on the black armor actually melted quickly in the dim light and finally disappeared. Lin Shen was shocked. This was the first time his fan dance skill failed. Changhen Dongli moved quickly. Wei Shouqing and Wei Shouxin were already very fast, but in front of Changhen Dongli, they seemed to be in slow motion. Bang bang! Changhen Dongli slapped Wei Shouqing and Wei Shouxin on the chest with one palm each, and almost slapped them away at the same time. Wei Shouqing and Wei Shouxin hit the mountain wall, and blood spurted out of their mouths. There was a palm-shaped missing on the carapace on their chests, and that part of the carapace seemed To disappear out of thin air. This ability. Black-capped Mushroom King. Lin Shen was even more shocked. He had seen this ability before. The Black-capped Mushroom King used this trick. At that time, Lin Shen was astonished by this ability. And seeing it again now, he felt that it was even more difficult to match. Only the true extreme death. Light of the Dead fan could compete with Changhan Dongli's ability, but it was just a competition. The two lights, one red and one black, kept colliding and melting in the air, and for a while no one could do anything to anyone. 83 Chinese website latest address. Wei Wufu and Lin Shen ran over, took out the potion and poured it into the mouths of Wei Shouqing and Wei Shouxin. Fortunately, the two people practiced the purple chi phoenix art, and their vitality was stronger than that of ordinary nirvana, otherwise the palm just now would have taken their lives. Don't fight. You go. We will cover you. Wang Shouqing stood up, his body was a little unstable, and he tightened the phoenix feather knife in his hand, but he was about to rush forward again, shouting at the same time, urging Lin Shen and Wei Wufu to leave. Wang Shouxin followed closely behind, holding the phoenix feather knife with both hands, and bursting out the purple and mysterious chi with all his strength. Don't be impulsive, he has the ability to break the power of base transformation. No matter how strong your power is, it's useless, you can't stop it. Lin Shen hurriedly stepped forward to hold them. They rushed forward like this, just to die in vain. Wei Wufu stopped Wang Shouxin silently in front of him, stopping him from rushing forward. Death is a kind of liberation. Let me help you to be liberated. Changhan Dongli, who was fighting with the die-hard fans, still had some strength left. He pointed his finger at them, and a beam of light pierced through the space and instantly arrived in front of Wei Wufu. Lin Shen turned his head to look at Wei Wufu, but his body speed could not keep up with his thoughts. He watched Wei Wufu and Wei Shouxin's bodies being pierced by the black light like a string of candied haws. Fuck your ancestors. Lin Shen's eyes were bloodshot, and the power in his body burst out crazily. While throwing the holy shield dragon at Wei Wufu and the others, he rushed towards Changhan Dongli with a knife in one hand and a scabbard in the other. Lin Shen was anxious. Even when he was in danger, he had never lost his composure. Like now. Changhan Dongli had a blank expression on his face. In the interval between fighting with the die-hard fans, he pointed his finger again, and a beam of light shot in front of Lin Shen at an incredible speed. Bang! The knife and scabbard in Lin Shen's hand crossed to block the beam of light. The black beam hit the blade, and a terrifying force pushed Lin Shen's body backward. Lin Shen's legs plowed two deep grooves on the ground. As he retreated quickly, the brilliant shells on his legs were all worn away, revealing the calves wrapped inside. The skin and flesh on the calves were worn away. Bang! Lin Shen hit the mountain wall heavily, making a big hole in the mountain wall, and finally stopped. I'm fine. Let's go. Wei Wufu stood up, with a bloody hole on his chest, and the blood dyed the white robe on his chest red. He said while trying to rush to the battlefield. Suddenly, the holy shield dragon roared, and 3 shield life bases appeared at the same time, and the triple shield opened at the same time, protecting Wei Wufu and the other 2 in the light shield. Wei Wufu's body hit the light shield and failed to rush out of it. Lin Shen escaped from the mountain wall, and the super base transformation and super base recasting quickly repaired his injured body. The slag knife and scabbard in his hand were not damaged. The materials of these two things were so hard that even Changhan Dongli's attack could not damage them. You take Lao Wei away, leave this to me. Lin Shen was relieved that Wei Wufu was not dead. 83 Chinese website latest address. Wei Shouqing wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Lin Shen's words. You can't stop him. If I leave, the result will be the same. You go and find Master Qing. Wei Shouqing knew that what Lin Shen said was right. Only Lin Shen's pet could stop Changhan Dongli. Once Lin Shen left, none of them could stop Changhan Dongli, not even for a moment. Looking at the seriously injured Wei Wufu and the severely injured Wei Shouxin, who was already unconscious, Wei Shouqing gritted his teeth, rushed over, one in each hand, and forcibly picked them up, then turned and left. Lin Shen took back the holy shield dragon and allowed Wei Shouqing and the others to leave. You are harming them. If they die now, they won't have to become carriers and endure the pain of being unable to live or die. Changhan Dongli did not attack Wei Shouqing and the others who were escaping. Seeing Wei Wufu being forcibly taken away, Lin Shen calmed down a lot. He stared at Changhan Dongli and said coldly, you won't have that chance. You are dead. You are an ascender, but you can use such a powerful nirvana pet and block my attack without dying. It's really amazing. It's a pity that. It's just that. You are not qualified to fight me. Changhan Dongli smiled creepily, but I changed my mind. You are indeed different and should be a good carrier, so I won't kill you. Let you continue to live with the fate of a carrier. It doesn't matter. It's not too late to say such things if you can defeat my pet. Lin Shen said disdainfully. What's the difficulty? Your pet is really strong. Its nirvana attribute can actually compete with my heavenly demon dissociation light. It's really surprising. But the nirvana attribute is just the foundation. The reason why my Dongli clan is strong is not because of the nirvana attribute, but because of the experience and knowledge passed down from generation to generation, and the perfect skills modified in actual combat after countless generations. Speaking of this, Changhan Dongli finally stopped passively resisting the attacks of the dead fans and launched a violent attack on the dead fans. Wei Shouqing fled with Wei Wufu and the ignorant Wei Shouxin, and suddenly heard Wei Wufu say, I want to go back. Wufu, don't be stubborn. You can't help if you go back, but we'll get in the way. Wei Shouqing said deliberately. He needs help. I must go back. Wei Wufu continued, and his sentences were much smoother than usual. It's useless for you to go back. You will only become a burden. Such a battle is not something you can participate in at your level. Wei Shouqing was unwilling to let him go back. The Wei family promised to protect him. I represent the Wei family. Wei Wufu's words made Wei Shouqing pause. Alas, but it's really useless for you to go back. Wei Shouqing sighed. It's useful, white robes have an impact, feel it. Wei Wufu said intermittently. Even if it's a little useful, it won't have much impact on such a battle, and if you get closer to the battlefield, you may be killed directly. Wei Shouqing said. My surname? Wei. I don't guard Taoism. I would rather die. Wei Wufu said slowly and firmly. Wei Shouqing stopped completely, put Wei Wufu down, looked at him, and said with a complicated expression, Wufu, you really shouldn't have been born in the Wei family. If you weren't born In the Wei family, you wouldn't have suffered so much. Live, well. I go. Wei Wufu turned and walked towards the battlefield. Watching Wei Wufu leave, Wei Shouqing turned around with Wei Shouxin and quickened his pace. He had to inform Qingyi as soon as possible, maybe there was still a chance. 83 Chinese website latest address. Changhan Dongli's attack was like a violent storm bombarding the dead powder. The black light was changing constantly, like a blade of light, flashing from different directions, trying to cut off the dead powder. But the body of the dead powder was like a flower rope, twisting into various shapes. No matter how violent Changhan Dongli's attack was, he could not hit it. Changhan Dongli was a little surprised, his eyes were a little gloomy, and his shell actually began to wriggle. At the elbows of his arms, the shell protruded, and actually formed two elbow blades that looked like knives and teeth. In the violent attack, the newly formed elbow blades unexpectedly chopped the body of the dead powder. Bang! Something unexpected happened. The body of the dead powder also underwent a mutation. Two red wing blades like wings grew on his body, colliding with Changhan Dongli's elbow blade. Bang! 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 The elbow blade and the wing blade of the dead powder slashed wildly, and the red light and the black light continued to collide and consume each other, but Changhan Dongli still couldn't get any advantage. Changhan Dongli was obviously a little surprised. His various skills had been tempered and refined, and were the result of the hard work and wisdom of countless generations of the Dongli clan. It could be said that he was perfectly integrated with his body and could exert unparalleled combat power. But the pet in front of him could withstand all his technical attacks, and even blocked the unique elbow blade method of the Dongli clan. Its strangely appearing wing blades and the elbow blades of the Dongli clan were actually similar in nature. Lin Shen watched Changhan Dongli fight with the dead fans with cold eyes, and did not intend to help the dead fans immediately. He actually only had 3 trump cards to kill Changhan Dongli now, the attributes accumulated by the heavenly sacrifice aura, the fat boy and the acupuncture point. The heavenly sacrifice aura and the acupuncture point can be regarded as a trump card. In order to ensure that Changhan Dongli was killed in one blow, it was necessary to attack the acupuncture point weaknesses of Changhan Dongli. If it were against an ordinary nirvana, the more than 2,000 attributes accumulated by the heaven sacrifice aura, combined with Lin Shen's own attributes and skills, would be enough to kill them instantly, leaving them no chance. But this Changhan Dongli was too weird. Lin Shen only had this one chance to attack, and he couldn't just attack without any uncertainty. Once he attacked, he had to kill them with one strike. So he had to observe what kind of abilities Changhan Dongli had. Changhan Dongli didn't intend to kill him, giving him a better chance without having to directly participate in the battle. As for whether Changhan Dongli would kill the dead powder, Lin Shen was not worried at all. There might be a nirvana in the world who could kill the dead powder, but that nirvana was unlikely to be Changhan Dongli. Because the life base of the dead powder is the super base crushing diary, the dead powder can use the super base crushing diary to record various data of the creatures it devoured, and find the weaknesses of these creatures from them. And according to the data of the devoured creatures, the dead powder can also temporarily mutate, which is the wing blade it suddenly grew just now. The wing blade is not actually the ability of the dead powder, but a temporary mutation caused by it using the data of Changhan Dongli. The dead powder has devoured so many Changhan Dongli and recorded so much data It can be said that no one in the world knows Changhen Dongli better than the dead powder. No matter how strong Changhen Dongli is, the probability that he can kill the dead powder is very small. It can even be said that the dead powder can restrain him. 83 Chinese website latest address. The reason why Lin Shen does not think that the dead powder can kill Changhen Dongli is that the Changhen Dongli devoured by the dead powder are all blue armor, while this Changhen Dongli is black armor. His evolution must be different from those blue armor Changhen Dongli, so the data of the dead powder is not complete, so it is not easy for the dead powder to kill Changhen Dongli, but it should be possible to squeeze out the ability of Changhen Dongli and let him show all his cards. Changhen Dongli's attack style has been changing, sometimes like a storm, sometimes like a breeze, sometimes fast, sometimes slow, sometimes ever-changing, sometimes clever but clumsy. But no matter what skills he used, he could never gain the upper hand in the battle with the dead fan, because he knew all the data of Changhen Dongli too well. The dead fan could handle it with ease. Very good, it seems that your pet is stronger than I thought. After you die, I will use it for you, Changhen Dongli said, and the shell under his ribs squirmed, and a pair of black arms appeared on the shell. He turned into a four-handed appearance. Changhen Dongli, who had an extra pair of hands, immediately gained the upper hand, and the black light on his hands was about to attack the body of the dead fan. But something unexpected happened to Changhen Dongli again. A pair of red claws grew on the body of the dead fan, like the claws of a five-clawed golden dragon, facing the extra pair of arms of Changhen Dongli. A trace of surprise flashed in Changhen Dongli's eyes, and the black shell under his ribs squirmed again, and a pair of arms grew out. Changhen Dongli, with 6 arms, kept attacking the dead fan, using fingers, palms, fists, elbows, and arms, and his moves were ever-changing, like a demon. A pair of dragon claws grew out of the dead fan's body again, with 4 claws at the head and tail, and he still fought against the demon-like Changhen Dongli without losing. Lin Shen saw clearly from the side that Changhen Dongli's attributes should be similar to those of the dead fan, both of which were top-level attributes. However, the height of the 4 attributes is not the only criterion for the strength of Nirvana. The real strength of the Nirvana is the Nirvana attribute. Changhen Dongli's Nirvana attribute is too weird. Except for the die-hard fan's true extreme killing evil death light, there is currently no other power that can compete with it. Zishuanichi's domineering Nirvana power was directly beaten into nothingness by his black light. Lin Shen was worried that the power he exerted would also be restrained by his weird Nirvana power, which would waste the long-accumulated aura of offering sacrifices to the sky. In addition to the power of Nirvana, Changhen Dongli's skills are also terrifying. As he said, he has had skills and experience for as many years as the ancestors of the Dongli clan were born, unlike humans who need to learn from scratch. His skills are ever-changing. Various skills that others may need a lifetime to practice are at his fingertips. Various amazing skills are used at will. Lin Shen even saw the skills of stacking waves. There are many well-known techniques in the universe that Lin Shen has heard of, and many techniques that Lin Shen has never seen or heard of. If the dead fan didn't have Changhen Dongli's database, he probably wouldn't be able to resist such a terrifying attack. Dead fan, you did a great job. Try harder and force out all his abilities. Lin Shen secretly cheered for the dead fan in his heart. Changhen Dongli saw that he couldn't do anything to the dead fan even in the 6-arm state. Instead, every attack of the dead fan seemed to target his weaknesses, making him a little defenseless. He was almost injured by the dead fan several times. I'm so lucky. Such a powerful creature is the perfect carrier of inheritance. Changhen Dongli laughed strangely, seeming to be very excited. In Changhen Dongli's strange laughter, black particles flowed out of his body, and those black particles condensed into a monster behind him. 83 Chinese website latest address. After participating in the race ranking battle, Lin Shen was well informed and had seen many different life bases of many races. However, he had never seen a life base like Changhen Dongli's. Changhen Dongli's life base was like a huge black walnut in an oval shape. There were many strange wrinkles on the surface, and a circle of protrusions in the middle, which was very similar to the shell of a walnut. The strange life base that was more than 1 person tall fell to the ground and did not move. Lin Shen really couldn't figure out what this life base was used for. Crack. The life base suddenly cracked, just like a walnut shell opened from the middle, but there was nothing inside the life base, just like an empty walnut shell, just emitting black fluorescence. Changhen Dongli, who was fighting with the dead fans, suddenly withdrew from the battlefield, turned his back to the life base that was like an empty walnut shell, and crashed into it. Then the empty shell closed up and returned to its appearance. When it first appeared, the dead fan who was chasing him like a dragon was not willing to let him go. His tail, like a spear tip, with a red light, pierced the black life base. Crack. Although the life base looked very hard, it could not resist the true extreme evil killing death light and was directly pierced by the tail of the dead fan. The tail of the dead fan was retracted, and then quickly pierced out, like a series of shooting stars, piercing the black life base crazily, and in a blink of an eye, the life base was pierced into a hornet's nest. Finally, the tail of the dead fan was swung out like a whip, and the red light whipped the life base, directly whipping the already tattered life base shell into pieces. In the remaining half of the life base, there were many holes all over the body. Changhen Dongli, who was bleeding in the holes, lay on the remaining half of the life base with his eyes wide open, as if he would not close his eyes in death. Is he dead like this? What is the use of his life base? Lin Shen was very skeptical that Changhen Dongli was not dead. Changhen Dongli could obviously fight against the dead powder, so why did he get into the life base and be stabbed to death by the dead powder so easily? He had fought with the dead powder for so long, he should know very well how strong the true extreme evil death light is, and there is no way such a mistake would happen. The dead powder did not get close to the dead Changhen Dongli, but there was no information related to this in the data it recorded, and it was unclear what was going on, just focusing on Changhen Dongli's body. Bang! The body of the dead powder suddenly flew forward and hit the body and life base fragments of Changhen Dongli hard, knocking the body and half of the life base to the side. Lin Shen's pupils contracted and saw an incredible scene. At the place where the dead powder had just been, there stood another Changhen Dongli in black armor. The elbow blade on one of his elbows was emitting black light, and it was obviously him who chopped the dead powder away. Your body is so tough that it can't be cut like this. I like you more and more. Changhen Dongli watched the dead powder get up from the ground with an evil smile on his face. The Daifan had not suffered such a loss in recent times. He was so ferocious that he shot up directly, with a strange red light, like a javelin, towards Changhen Dongli. 83 Chinese website latest address. Changhan Dongli did not dodge or evade, as if he was stupid, and let the Dai Fan's true extreme evil killing death light pierce his body. A strange thing happened. The invincible true extreme evil killing death light did not penetrate Changhan Dongli's body this time, and disappeared the moment it touched his body. Changhan Dongli did not use his nirvana power, but just used his body to withstand the attack, and he was not injured at all. The Dai Fan was a little stunned, and it was obvious that it did not expect this situation. Changhan Dongli rushed towards the Dai Fan with an evil smile, ignoring the Dai Fan's attack at all, and was completely in a desperate posture of attacking without defending. The Dai Fan's attack hit Changhan Dongli, and the powerful true extreme evil killing death light completely lost its effect, and really did not cause any harm to Changhan Dongli. Instead, Changhan Dongli's attack hit the dead powder, twisting it out of shape like a rubber band being stretched constantly. Fortunately, the dead powder has skills such as Balian. Changhan Dongli's elbow blade with black light slashed it again and again, as if it wanted to cut its body off every time, but it failed the first time. Seeing the dead powder's body like a rubber band stretched to the limit, as if it would break at any time, Lin Shen was horrified. What's going on? Why doesn't the true extreme evil slaying deathlight work? Something's wrong. Something's wrong. Lin Shen's brain was working fast, and his eyes searched around. Roar. The dead powder ran away, and its body entered a gigantic state, like a weird red giant monster, with a mouthparts blooming with red light, about to swallow Changhan Dongli. Bang! Changhan Dongli hit the giant dead powder with an uppercut, sending it flying into the air. Then he quickly followed up, swinging his 6 arms quickly and hitting the giant dead powder's body crazily, sending the dead powder retreating in the air and crashing heavily into the mountain wall. Changhan Dongli's attacks did not stop, hitting the dead powder crazily with his fingers, palms, fists, and elbows, twisting its huge body and causing the rocks behind it to crack. Its body was hit into the mountain wall, blasting a big hole in the constantly shattering mountain wall. Lin Shen knew that the dead powder was anxious. Although the dead powder was very strong, it could only fight on instinct when it encountered information and data that were not recorded in the shattering diary. What Lin Shen was worried about still happened. The black-armored Changhan Dongli and the blue-armored Changhan Dongli were indeed different. The data recorded by the die-hard fans were not completely effective for the black-armored Changhan Dongli. What exactly is going on? Looking at the die-hard fans who were beaten up, Lin Shen's mind raced. These bizarre things started when Changhan Dongli used his life base, but his life base had been smashed by the die-hard fans. What does this have to do with his life base? Lin Shen's eyes swept to the broken life base in the distance. The life base that looked like a black walnut shell had already been torn into pieces and looked completely unusable. No. If Changhan Dongli's life base was really destroyed, then his body should also be injured. But his body was fine. Could it be? Lin Shen turned his eyes to the corpse of Changhan Dongli, rushed over quickly, and used the inheritance fan as a lightsaber to slash the corpse fiercely with one sword. The carapace of the corpse was still extremely tough, and the destructive power of the ascended life base could not hurt his carapace at all. Lin Shen took back the inheritance fan, pulled out the slag knife, and directly slashed it at the face of the corpse. The carapace on his face had not yet fully formed, like a hollow butterfly mask, and it was only a thin layer. Lin Shen's knife slashed down, directly slashing a hole in the mask on his face, and also slashing a blood mark on his face. Changhen Dongli, who was frantically bombarding the dead fans, suddenly had a crack on his face that was diagonal to his cheek, and blood marks appeared on the face below the crack. 83 Chinese website latest address. Lin Shen was delighted when he saw this, knowing that he had guessed correctly. There was indeed a connection between the dead body and the living Changhen Dongli. The reason why the true extreme death light was ineffective against him must be related to it. Changhen Dongli could not have been killed by the dead powder by mistake, so his life base must have an extraordinary effect. Lin Shen used the slag knife to slash the face of the corpse fiercely. Every time he slashed, the scar on the face of the corpse deepened, and the scar on the face of the living Changhen Dongli became more and more obvious. You are looking for death. The living Changhen Dongli was furious, and he swung a crescent-shaped black light at Lin Shen with his backhand. The black light was very fast, and under normal circumstances, it was difficult for Lin Shen to dodge. Lin Shen had no intention of hiding. The moment Changhen Dongli slashed the black light, he rolled directly on the ground and blocked the corpse on himself. Bang! The black light slashed at the corpse, leaving a scar on the carapace on the back of the corpse. The same scar also appeared on the back of the living Changhen Dongli, and blood oozed out immediately. I didn't want to kill you now, but you insisted on seeking death. Changhen Dongli's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He flashed in front of Lin Shen, who had just climbed up, and punched Lin Shen's head, trying to blow Lin Shen's head directly. Lin Shen's super base transformation was completed at this time. The super base text, super base recasting, and super base form had all been opened. His physical fitness had been greatly improved, but compared with Changhen Dongli, it was naturally a lot worse, but it was not completely without reaction ability. Lin Shen's body moved sideways strangely, and at the same time, his left hand grabbed one of the legs of the corpse, and suddenly exerted force, smashing the corpse into Changhen Dongli's fist. Changhen Dongli frowned slightly, and in the nick of time, he forcibly changed the trajectory of his fist, avoiding the corpse, and punched Lin Shen's abdomen again. Before the fist arrived, the fist light had already hit Lin Shen's body, but before the black light, a platinum slag knife appeared, blocking the bombardment of the black light. The black light bombarded the blade of the slag knife, and immediately bounced Lin Shen and the knife away, and the corpse was also snatched away by him. When Changhen Dongli wanted to chase, the death powder flew over and fell into Lin Shen's hands. Lin Shen was in the air, holding the slag knife in one hand and the death powder in the other hand, and swung the death powder like a whip. The speed of the death powder was so fast that it formed a strange arc in the air. When Changhen Dongli was caught off guard, it actually entangled the neck of the corpse. Lin Shen's body was blasted backwards quickly, stretching the body of the death powder, and the death powder wrapped around the neck of the corpse became tighter and tighter. Under the blessing of the true extreme death light, the carapace on the neck had been strangled and was about to cut off the neck of the corpse. The carapace on Changhen Dongli's neck was also broken, and blood gushed out. Damn it! Changhen Dongli's eyes were cold, and the black light on his body rose. Before the death powder cut off the neck of the corpse, he smashed the corpse with a palm. The corpse was broken, and the death powder suddenly lost its pull and flew out with Lin Shen's body. Fortunately, after the pull just now, a lot of the force that bounced Lin Shen was removed. Lin Shen turned over and fell to the ground, and retreated more than a 100 steps before he stabilized his body. 83 Chinese website latest address. Lin Shen held the death powder in one hand and the slag knife in the other hand, and the power of the world rushed into his body crazily. Without waiting for Changhen Dongli to take action, Lin Shen whipped him with a whip, and the whip light on. The whip swung out a weird arc. This time, Changhen Dongli did not resist the whip light, but instead shot out a black light to disperse the whip light, composed of the true extreme Zhuxia death light. His own black light was also dissolved by the true extreme Zhuxia death light, and neither of the two forces gained an advantage. Sure enough, without the body, he dare not resist the true extreme Zhuxia death light now. Lin Shen quickly waved the death powder and shot out whip lights at Changhen Dongli. Lin Shen's strength, combined with the power and acceleration of the death powder itself, made the whip swinging speed extremely fast, and Lin Shen's own controllability was actually unable to keep up with such a speed. Changhen Dongli's figure moved as fast as a monster, and actually dodged all the whip lights, rushed in front of Lin Shen, and grabbed Lin Shen's head with one hand. Lin Shen could not avoid it, and pulled the death powder in his hand, which was clearly thrown at the ordinary death powder, but turned strangely and wrapped around Changhen Dongli's arm, forcibly dispersing the black light on Changhen Dongli's arm, and the speed of his palm was also affected. Seizing this momentary opportunity, Lin Shen quickly bounced back and dodged Changhen Dongli's palm. I have never seen such a strange technique of using pets as weapons. Unfortunately, you are just an ascender. Although your ability is far beyond that of ordinary ascenders, the gap with me is still too big. If we were both Nirvana level, your strange technique would have caused me a lot of trouble. Now, you can't even react. No matter how strange your technique is, it's useless. I'll show you what real speed is, Changhen Dongli said as he was about to attack again. He inherited the memories of so many generations of the Dongli clan and had extremely rich combat experience. He saw through Lin Shen's fatal weakness at a glance. He didn't need to care about the diehard fans at all. As long as he used the extreme speed and made Lin Shen unable to react at all, Lin Shen's strange technique of using pets as weapons would be useless. Lin Shen also knew this weakness of his. Without using the attributes of the Heaven Sacrifice aura, he was too far behind Changhen Dongli in attributes. He couldn't keep up with the speed. When Changhen Dongli burst out at full speed, his reaction couldn't keep up. At this moment, Lin Shen suddenly heard a sound coming from the mushroom forest. Changhen Dongli, who was about to take action, was also slightly startled. He turned his head to look at the mushroom forest, but did not see anyone. It was just that the sound rang rhythmically and continuously, and then a man's powerful voice was heard from the mushroom forest. The sky is vast, the wilderness is vast, I am the most rampant in my life. The sky is vast, the wilderness is vast, I am the most rampant in my life. The voice was strong and powerful. It was obviously just one person's voice, but driven by the rhythm, one person sang out the momentum of thousands of troops. Lin Shen suddenly felt an inexplicable power surging in his body, which had a positive effect on all his attributes. At the same time, his body also gained the blessing of another kind of power, which improved his attributes again. Lin Shen was surprised and happy, knowing that it was Lao Wei who came back. Lao Wei's war song sang with the heart-wrenching wooden fish could greatly enhance his war song fire ability, but Lin Shen didn't know how Lao Wei got the other kind of power enhancement effect. Lin Shen's attributes skyrocketed, but he was very worried that Changhen Dongli would attack Wei Wufu, so he waved his death powder again. without hesitation and threw it at Changhan Dongli. 83 Chinese website latest address. Lin Shen's speed was obviously improved, while Changhan Dongli's speed slowed down. As one increased while the other decreased. Lin Shen found that although he was still not as fast as Changhan Dongli, he was not completely powerless to resist. Lin Shen stepped on the wave-stepping step, his footsteps became faster and faster, and the death powder in his hand was thrown at Changhan Dongli like a ghost. Changhan Dongli had too much experience, and he was also familiar with the whip method, but he was a little uncomfortable with the fact that the whip used by Lin Shen was actually a living thing. However, the routine of the whip method did not have much effect on him. Changhan Dongli saw Lin Shen's whip and had predicted his trajectory. He hit the death powder with one hand and hit Lin Shen with the other hand, and two black lights burst out instantly. Lin Shen's body movement was strange, and he accelerated with his side steps. The superposition effect of the wave-stepping did not disappear, making him faster. While easily dodging the black light, he pulled and stabbed the death powder in his hand. The death powder, which was originally as soft as a whip, suddenly became straight and pierced Changhan Dongli, who was caught off guard. The spear of death flame pierced a hole in Changhan Dongli's shell, but he reacted too much and retreated quickly to avoid the attack, which failed to hurt his flesh and blood. Lin Shen rushed forward waving the death powder, which was sometimes soft and sometimes hard, and sometimes rolled towards Changhan Dongli automatically. The tricks were so strange that people could not defend against them. In the sound of Lao Wei's war song, he seemed extremely brave. Changhan Dongli has so many generations of memories, but he searched through his memories and could not find any techniques similar to Lin Shen's. Changhan Dongli was beaten by Lin Shen and the death powder for a while. He could not break this trick even with so many generations of memories. Under the blessing of the war song and another kind, Lin Shen's wave-stepping steps became faster and faster, and the death powder in his hand became more and more bizarre. The pole technique taught by Yi Jingren, the stabbing technique taught by Lao Wei, and the 1,000 points of attack learned in the undersea city, all kinds of techniques are mixed in the dead powder, making the dead powder appear and disappear mysteriously. It is difficult for ordinary people to predict what kind of techniques it will use. Changhan Dongli's eyes became colder and colder. Although he was just born, he inherited the memories of so many generations. It is the same to say that he is the reincarnation of an old monster. It's just that their memories of past generations coexist, and there is no such thing as possession. He has survived for so long, but he was beaten like this by a flying upgrade. His heart is already full of murderous intent. But he can't break through the weird skills used by Lin Shen to cooperate with the dead powder. If it is an ordinary weapon, it's fine. If you can't break the skills, you can win by force. But the ability of the dead powder is not inferior to his. Even the power of Nirvana is comparable to his power of Nirvana, and it can't be defeated by force. Changhan Dongli snorted coldly, and his body suddenly retreated. The black particles floating on his body instantly turned into black walnuts. At the moment when Changhan Dongli retreated, the black walnut life base had already opened, wrapped Changhan Dongli in it, and then closed directly, and the life base fell heavily to the ground. Lin Shen frowned slightly and paused. It seemed useless to attack Changhan Dongli now, and the life base could allow him to have another body. No. Lin Shen suddenly thought of a question. Changhan Dongli in the life base was killed before. If Changhen Dongli in the life base was not killed. Would Changhen Dongli in the life base also be alive? Lin Shen felt creepy instantly, and waved the whip to the black walnut-like life base, wanting to smash the life base and Changhen Dongli inside it together. Bang! In front of the black core, the figure of Changhen Dongli appeared, blocking the whip of the dead fan. 83 Chinese website latest address. The black walnut behind also turned into black particles and disappeared at this time. Behind Changhen Dongli, another Changhen Dongli appeared. Lin Shen sometimes felt that God didn't need to pamper him so much. It was good to guess wrong. The Changhen Dongli behind walked out and stood side by side with the Changhen Dongli in front. Both Changhen Dongli stared at Lin Shen coldly. There are two Changhen Dongli now. Which one is your real body? Lin Shen asked casually, and didn't expect Changhen Dongli to tell him such a secret. Who knew that one of the Changhen Dongli actually said, "It's the same. You can regard us as Changhen Dongli. You suspected that I was a clone before, but am not. Now I am a real clone, or a replica. My life base is called the core of life. It can copy and transform myself. You can also regard my life base as another me. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? What clone? Can a clone save you from injury? Can it be injured with your body?" Lin Shen said with a sneer. "You are not worthy of me lying." Changhen Dongli said lightly, "You don't need to know so much, just die." As Changhen Dongli said, the two Changhen Dongli attacked together. Their strength, speed and ability were exactly the same, and there was no difference. Because they were clones. Lin Shen waved the dead powder again, but one dead powder against two Changhen Dongli, even with the blessing of Wei Wufu, Lin Shen was instantly at a disadvantage. Not only were the two Changhen Dongli equally powerful, but their cooperation was also seamless, as if they were twins. By the way, the Dongli clan has memory inheritance. Do clones also have memory inheritance, or can they share thoughts? Lin Shen had guessed some, but it was of no help to his current situation. Lin Shen and his diehard fans faced two perfectly coordinated Changhen Dongli, and they were instantly at a disadvantage. One of them failed to dodge, and was approached by a Changhen Dongli, whose elbow blade chopped on the slag knife in Lin Shen's hand, causing Lin Shen to retreat backwards. He was unable to stop even after retreating hundreds of meters. The two Changhen Dongli, one on the left and one on the right, one in front and one behind, beat Lin Shen so hard that he had no power to fight back. His carapace was constantly injured by the black light, and blood spurted out. Lin Shen had not used the Heaven Sacrifice Halo, because he didn't know whether he could kill Changhen Dongli with one blow, or which Changhen Dongli he had to kill him. "You have a life base, and I have a helper." Lin Shen reached out and grabbed the fat boy and threw him out directly. After the fat boy was thrown out, he flashed in the air and appeared on the top of a Changhen Dongli's head in an instant. The moment the fat boy landed on his head, the Changhen Dongli stood there motionless. But the other Changhen Dongli was not affected. He found something wrong and slashed at Fizi with his elbow blade. The black light slashed, and Fizi flapped his wings and flew away from Changhen Dongli's head. As he left, Changhen Dongli immediately regained his ability to move. The two Changhen Dongli rushed up again. Lin Shen waved his death powder and rushed up again. Fizi flapped his wings, to avoid him, and did not dare to fight with Changhen Dongli. Lin Shen was depressed. He didn't know whether Fizi really had no fighting power or his skills were on cooldown. Anyway, the result was that he was besieged by Tu Changhan Dongli again. 83 Chinese website latest address. Fatty couldn't help, and Lin Shen fell into a hard fight again. In actual combat, Lin Shen found that the defensive techniques he practiced were useless. He didn't have enough strength to stop the opponent's attack. He would only get hurt if he resisted. It was okay to get hurt in general, but being hit by Changhan Dongli's black light directly would cost him half his life if he didn't die. He couldn't bear it. The life and death defensive method was completely ineffective against Tu Changhan Dongli. At that time, Lin Shen thought well that he could exchange one life for another, but in reality, he would be beaten up by a group. How many people would fight to the death? One-on-one? Lin Shen was depressed to find that his defensive techniques were practiced in vain and were not as strong as he imagined. The main reason why he has not been killed by the Tu Changhan Dongli is his body movement. The stepping wave step, which was born from the stepping fairy court, and the integration of shrimp soldiers and crab generals allows Lin Shen to continuously accelerate when moving forward, backward, and sideways. Coupled with his own attributes and the blessing of Lao Wei, he was able to save his life under the joint efforts of the Tu Changhan Dongli. Of course, he still had to rely on the dead fans to contain him. Without the dead fans, his body would probably have been cold. Crack! Lin Shen dodged a little too slowly, and several of his sternum were broken by the black light, and blood oozed out of his mouth. I can only fight. Lin Shen really couldn't hold on any longer, and the fat boy was not strong enough, so he just watched from a distance and didn't dare to enter the battlefield. If he continued, he would be killed by the Tu Changhan Dongli, and he could only risk using the power of the Heaven Sacrifice Halo. Although the Tu Changhan Dongli were exactly the same, Lin Shen could tell the difference between them. The Changhan Dongli, who hid in the life base, and the Changhan Dongli, who appeared out of thin air, were actually a little different. Lin Shen had been observing them and found that their various skills and abilities were the same, but the direction of their attacks was different. Because there would be a problem of left and right being opposite here, Lin Shen had to adapt for a long time before he could barely adapt to this weird environment. Tu Changhan Dongli attacked with the same skill, but their left and right hands were reversed, which can distinguish them from each other. The one who did not reverse was Changhan Dongli, who appeared out of thin air, and the one who reversed was Changhan Dongli, who came out of the life base. But it is hard to say which of the two Changhan Dongli was transformed by the life base and which one was the real body. Theoretically, the one who entered the life base and came out should be the real body. But when Changhan Dongli attacked before, he did not reverse, but the Changhan Dongli who came out of the life base attacked in reverse. On the contrary, the Changhan Dongli who appeared out of thin air attacked in the same way as the previous Changhan Dongli. And when Changhan Dongli used the life base for the first time, his real body died after entering the life base, so Lin Shen judged that the Changhan Dongli who appeared out of thin air was the real Changhan Dongli, and the one in the life base was the clone. If Lin Shen wanted to attack, he had to kill the one who appeared out of thin air and did not reverse. 83 Chinese website latest address. The only question is whether Changhan Dongli will not be injured when the clone still exists. If it is still the same as before, Lin Shen should actually attack the clone, so that they will be injured and die together. The problem is that Lin Shen is not sure whether this is still the case. Now, Under the siege of Tu Changhen Dongli, he has no ability to injure Changhen Dongli to verify his idea. If he uses the heaven sacrifice halo now, he can only take a risk. Lin Shen doesn't want to gamble. But his body is about to collapse. The shell is swept away piece by piece by the black light. His body is already scarred. Even the super recasting can't repair it in time. His body is bloody, as if he has just been fished out of a red dye vat. Lin Shen doesn't want to gamble. In fact, there is another consideration. Even if he finds the real body of Changhen Dongli, it is not certain whether killing his real body will be useful. There was a legend that Changhen Dongli destroyed the Dongli tribe before. Lin Shen didn't understand why there was such a legend before. Now he knows that Changhen Dongli did not destroy the Dongli tribe, but the creatures on that planet that he used as carriers. The real fact should be that Changhen Dongli at that time carried out inheritance on a certain planet and turned all the creatures on that planet into inheritance carriers. After waiting for the inheritance seeds to grow in the bodies of those creatures and fully develop, they became Changhen Dongli one by one. In order to become the real inheritors, they killed each other on the planet. In the end, only one real Changhen Dongli was left. The creatures on that planet were also completely destroyed, and the other Changhen Dongli were also killed. It is estimated that someone saw those dead Changhen Dongli and thought that Changhen Dongli destroyed the Dongli tribe. In fact, it was just an inheritance ceremony. The real dead were the original creatures on that planet. If Changhen Dongli were to do it again on the human mother planet, the fate of mankind would be the same as that of the creatures on that planet. These are still things for the future, so don't consider them for the time being. What really makes Lin Shen afraid is that when Changhen Dongli is passing on his inheritance, the inheritance seed parasitizes in different organisms, which should produce some different abilities. The reason why Lin Shen made such a guess is naturally because the black-armored Changhen Dongli is different from the other Changhen Dongli. If the guess is correct, the blue-armored Changhen Dongli should be parasitizing those blue-capped mushroom beasts, which are the nirvana creatures that Lin Shen and his friends often encounter in the underground space. If we follow this analogy, then the one that the black armor Changhen Dongli parasitized should be the black-cap mushroom beast. Considering the black light ability he used, which was so similar to the black-cap mushroom beast that Lin Shen had encountered before, Lin Shen had to make some associations. If Changhen Dongli was really parasitized by that kind of black-cap mushroom beast, Lin Shen could be sure that his ability should not have been fully demonstrated, and there was still some hidden power. Could it be that the black-cap mushroom beast really ran out of the underground space? That's not right. The blue-cap mushroom beasts bred here are all nirvana level. The level of the black-cap mushroom beasts at that time was not that high, and the level of the blue beast mushroom beasts at that time was also very low, and there was no way to compare with the nirvana level blue-cap mushroom beasts here. Lin Shen didn't have time to think about it, and his current situation was already precarious. Lin Shen kept looking at the two Changhen Dongli, and had made up his mind to use the heaven sacrifice halo. His body couldn't bear it anymore. If he continued to fight, the dead fans would be fine, but he would be beaten to death. Suddenly, Lin Shen felt a force surge in his body, and it flew out of his body. Lin Shen was slightly startled. The life-defying person who had not been used in the battle came out of his body by himself. Why are you coming out at this time? Isn't it a waste of death? Lin Shen was depressed. 83 Chinese website latest address. Although the fate-defying woman has the same innate abilities as Lin Shen, she does not have Lin Shen's techniques or the ability to spark fire. Her actual combat power is not even as good as Lin Shen's, and she cannot accept the blessing of the battle song. How can she fight against Changhan Dongli? She will die if she comes out. Once the life base is destroyed, it is not an easy thing to restore it. Even Lin Shen himself will be severely injured. While Lin Shen was thinking, the fate-defying woman had already condensed into shape. The carapace on her body was almost exactly the same as Lin Shen's, with super base text, super recast and super form all activated. Except that her figure looks more feminine, she is almost a replica of Lin Shen. The two Changhan Dongli were slightly surprised when they saw the fate-defying woman appear, thinking that Lin Shen also had a similar cloning ability. One Changhan Dongli pulled out his hand and rushed up without hesitation, wanting to kill the fate-defying woman. However, the fate-defying woman did not want to fight him. With a flash of his figure, he actually rushed back into Lin Shen's body. Lin Shen was immediately depressed. Are you here to make fun of me? You came out to show off for a while, and then you ran back again. Just when he was depressed, Lin Shen suddenly felt that something was wrong with his body. The brilliant light on the shell became stronger, and the light of the super base text was already a little dazzling. Lin Shen could clearly feel that the world power absorbed by the super base text surged. Just like suddenly changing to a high-power water pump, and the world power surged into his body. His body became more and more crystal clear, with silver light shining all over, dazzling and brilliant. The speed of the two Changhan Dongli seemed to slow down a lot in his eyes, and Lin Shen could actually keep up with their speed. The Rebel of Fate can be used like this. Lin Shen was surprised and happy. He had realized that the Rebel of Fate actually enhanced all his talents and attributes. The amount of world power absorbed by the super base text has increased, the super base form has more attributes, the super base transformation has given the body a stronger reinforcement, and the super base recasting speed has also increased. Lin Shen, who was originally difficult to match Changhan Dongli, suddenly found that he was almost able to compete with Changhan Dongli head-on. Except for being unable to block his black light, there was almost no difference in attributes. The disadvantage in attributes was gone, and the recovery ability and energy absorption speed were improved. Lin Shen felt that his pressure was greatly reduced in an instant, the wounds on his body recovered quickly. And the death powder in his hand was like a god's help. For a while, he actually kept the two Changhan Dongli out. Lin Shen's strength plus the power and skills of the death powder itself, a super base instant speed, made it difficult for Changhan Dongli to dodge. After all, Changhan Dongli is a monster with countless memories and experience. He quickly stabilized the situation again, and the two suppressed Lin Shen again. Although Lin Shen's attributes are not too bad, there is a qualitative gap between his strength and nirvana level, so it is still difficult to compete head-on. And he can only use the dead powder to resist. The real amazing thing is that because the attributes are enough, he will not be so bad when using the slag knife to block the black light of Changhan Dongli. And he will not be shaken away like before. This is equivalent to standing on the same level with Changhan Dongli. Fate-defying, awesome. Lin Shen waved the slag knife and blocked a black light blade of Changhan Dongli, and only took a few steps back. Lin Shen held the dead powder in one hand and the slag knife in the other, and forcibly blocked the siege of two Changhan Dongli. However, as Changhan Dongli became more and more familiar with The dead powder's tricks, it became more and more difficult for the dead powder to win by surprise, and Lin Shen became more and more uncomfortable. 83 Chinese website latest address compared with Changhen Dongli's experience and skills that have been passed down for generations. The combat experience and skills of several years are still too simple. If I know the art of unity of heaven and man, I can compete with Changhen Dongli and the others in skills. Otherwise, no matter how strong the skills are, they will be broken after a long time. Lin Shen's mind was racing. And suddenly an idea flashed. The defensive posture he practiced was useless against the two Changhen Dongli, but it did not mean that the blood life sword technique was completely useless. It's just that the fighting style of exchanging blood for blood and life for life is not suitable for the current situation, but the defensive posture of the blood life sword technique is still no problem. Lin Shen felt that he could change his strategy. Since he couldn't use the method of exchanging life for life to deter them, he might as well break his black light directly. Before, Lin Shen had always used the blade to block the black light, and the slag knife was under force, which made Lin Shen himself feel uncomfortable. When the black light came again, Lin Shen directly slashed at the black light with the blade. The slag knife was not sharpened and did not have a sharp edge, so it was not good for cutting people. But when the black light hit directly, no matter how blunt the blade was, it had a certain ability to cut. At the moment when the slag knife hit the black light, Lin Shen used a sawing gesture to pull out the slag knife. Unexpectedly, Lin Shen's knife actually cut the black light apart. Rather than cutting it apart, it is better to say that it is sawing or scraping it apart. This technique is unexpectedly useful. Changhen Dongli saw that his black light could not shock Lin Shen back, and his face showed surprise. Lin Shen was overjoyed. He did not expect that his knife, which he realized from the characteristics of the slag knife itself, would have such a good effect. Lin Shen used this move again, and he actually saw the black light cut by Changhen Dongli again, and the slag knife itself was not damaged. But this time Changhen Dongli's power was strengthened. And Lin Shen was still shocked by his power and took a few steps back. Lin Shen was not surprised, but happy. This has proved that this move is really useful. Although this move is only a defensive method exclusive to the slag knife, it is surprisingly powerful. The blood life knife method was launched, and the black light of Changhen Dongli was cut by the defensive posture. Lin Shen became more and more proficient, and it became easier and easier to cut the black light. This sawing method or the file method was used more and more strangely by Lin Shen. The blood life knife method also changed because of the characteristics of the slag knife, making Lin Shen's defense more and more rigorous. Lin Shen, who was originally at a disadvantage, gradually recovered the disadvantage. The slag knife was mainly defensive, and the dead powder was mainly offensive. After blocking the violent attacks of two Changhen Dongli, he actually seized an opportunity. The true extreme evil killing death light shot by the dead powder pierced the arm of one Changhen Dongli. This Changhen Dongli was the Changhen Dongli who came out of the life base. His arm was stabbed, and the same wound appeared in the same position on the arm of another Changhen Dongli. After a successful move, Lin Shen turned defense into offense, using the blood life sword technique to protect his body. The weird moves of the dead powder became more and more bizarre, and for a while, the two Changhen Dongli were unable to get close. Changhen Dongli obviously did not expect that his nirvana power would be broken by the rapidly upgraded human. This was simply incredible. Human, I am really more and more satisfied with your body. I want this body of yours. 1. Changhan Dongli suddenly withdrew from the battle circle, leaving only one Changhan Dongli fighting with Lin Shen. The dead powders. Attack hit this Changhan Dongli, but it couldn't hurt his body. Changhan Dongli, who withdrew from the battle circle, suddenly lit up on his black carapace, gradually turning from black to white, like a turned-on energy-saving lamp, and his carapace was glowing with white light. 83 Chinese website latest address. As the white light lit up, the carapace on Lin Shen's body in the area illuminated by the light was fading rapidly. Here it comes. Lin Shen looked at the carapace on his body, which melted and disappeared like ice and snow after encountering the white light. He became more and more certain in his heart that this Changhan Dongli should be parasitic on the black-capped Mushroom King. Moreover, his ability seemed to be stronger than that of the black-capped Mushroom King. He could eliminate other people's genetic power with just white light. The red light on the dead powder was flickering, but it was not eliminated by the white light. The true extreme evil-killing death light was still strong enough to match the white light. If it was replaced with other nirvana powers, it would probably be eliminated by this white light. I accept your body. Changhan Dongli, who was fighting with Lin Shen, rushed up with a grim smile. Lin Shen's power faded along with the carapace, and his power was greatly reduced. He could not even sense the blessing of the anti-fate person. His speed and strength also dropped greatly, and he could not keep up with Changhan Dongli's speed in an instant. Suddenly, a white light flashed, and a snowball-like pigeon appeared and stood on the head of Changhan Dongli, who was emitting white light. With the appearance of Fatty, the white light on Changhan Dongli disappeared immediately, and the carapace returned to Lin Shen. Now, Lin Shen looked at Changhan Dongli, who was rushing over, and suddenly loosened his hand holding the dead powder, and at the same time swung out the six-fisted wave-treading punch. The dead powder entangled Changhan Dongli, who was rushing over, and under the blessing of the fate-defying person, the six-fisted wave-treading punch rushed towards Changhan Dongli frantically. The black light on Changhan Dongli's body burst out, and the power of the six-fisted wave-treading punch was eliminated by the power of the black light alone. Almost at the same time, a silent finger force quietly pierced Changhan Dongli's heart, where his acupuncture points were located. However, this finger force was unable to penetrate the black light on Changhan Dongli's body, and was also melted away. What a sinister finger force. But it's a pity that your power is too weak to hurt me at all. Changhan Dongli turned around and rushed towards Changhan Dongli outside the battlefield, trying to blast away the fat boy who was suppressing him. Bloodlight appeared on Lin Shen's body, and a terrifying force suddenly burst out. It was the power of the heaven sacrifice. Halo. What kind of power is that? It's so terrifying. Changhan Dongli, who rushed towards the fat boy, sensed something and showed a look of horror on his face. He gave up rushing towards the fat boy and turned around to meet Lin Shen, trying to block the attack with his invulnerable body. Lin Shen's wrist shook, and a finger sand flew out silently under the blessing of the heaven sacrifice halo. Changhan Dongli, who rushed towards Lin Shen, actually dodged sideways and avoided Lin Shen's attack. Puff. Changhan Dongli, who dodged, had a blood hole in his heart, and his whole body was fixed there. Why, you should know, you can't hurt me, why did you attack me? Changhan Dongli looked down at the blood hole in his chest, slowly raised his head, looked at Lin Shen, his face full of disbelief. Because you are the real body. Lin Shen said lightly. How do you know my weakness? Changhan Dongli couldn't believe it, and covered his chest with his fingers, but his chest had been directly pierced by the sand between Lin Shen's fingers. The terrifying power penetrated his chest, blasting the internal organs and bones inside. No matter how he covered it, he couldn't cover it. Blood gushed out from his back like a spring. I don't know. Just try it casually. Lin Shen said lightly. Just, try. Changhan Dongli stared and fell to the sky. Of course, Lin Shen didn't try it casually. That was the acupuncture point on Changhan Dongli's body, which must be his weakness. 83 Chinese website latest address. As Changhan Dongli fell, Changhan Dongli, who was suppressed by Fatty, suddenly trembled. His black armor twisted and twisted, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a black oval core of life. The core of life wanted to escape, but was suppressed by Fatty and could not move. Lin Shen grabbed the death powder and whipped the corpse on the ground several times. The corpse had no reaction and was torn into pieces by him. It was really dead. Finally, it's over. Lin Shen sat on the ground with a lingering fear. Between the two Changhan Dongli, he still chose the body that could not be hurt. This choice was very risky. But thinking of Changhan Dongli's previous action of smashing the body, Lin Shen made up his mind and chose to use the power of the Heaven Sacrifice Halo to attack Changhan Dongli's body. Even if the power of the Heaven Sacrifice Halo could not kill him, it would be fine if he could hit his acupoints. Fatty suppressed one. And if he could hit another one, the effect would be the same. Just now, when Changhan Dongli turned around and tried to block his attack, Lin Shen was actually shaken for a moment, but he finally chose to attack his body. Fortunately, he made the right choice. As strong as Changhan Dongli was, he could not block the attack of the Heaven Sacrifice aura plus his own attributes and skills. The power of the sand between Lin Shen's fingers may have exceeded the 4,000 mark. Wei Wufu walked out of the mushroom forest, his wounds were still bleeding, and his situation was worse than Lin Shen's. Old Wei. Lin Shen suddenly didn't know what to say. It's good to die. Wei Wufu's voice was a little hoarse. He had been shouting the war song over and over for so long, and it was good that he didn't lose his voice. Fortunately, I have you. Lin Shen nodded, and suddenly felt his body soften, and countless particles emanated from his body and condensed into a person who defied fate. So, this is how the innate ability of the same root is used. Lin Shen always felt that the ability of the rebel seemed to be a little useless. Those he couldn't beat, the rebel couldn't beat either, and those he could beat didn't need the rebel, so it seemed really useless. Today I learned that the rebel's same root skill could actually combine their powers into one. Adding attributes, innate skills, can also be added. This is equivalent to a comprehensive strengthening of attributes and skills, and the strength is even more exaggerated than the super base form. After looking at Lin Shen, the rebel turned into particles again and returned to Lin Shen's body. This time he didn't use the same root ability. Only then did Lin Shen realize that the mechanical watch was vibrating non-stop. He opened it and took a look, and found that a message appeared on the watch: kill the mutant Nirvana creature, Dongli's mother body, and find the mutant Nirvana life base core. Lin Shen was slightly startled. The mechanical watch used to only have prompts when he entered King Kai's planet and the crater planet. How come there is a prompt after killing Changhan Dongli? Looking at Changhan Dongli's torn body, he found that his body was burning with black light, which was like particles condensing towards one place. When Changhan Dongli's body turned into ashes, a black ash of reincarnation appeared in front of Lin Shen and the others and fell to the ground. 83 Chinese website latest address. Lin Shen was overjoyed when he saw the ashes of samsara falling. Ashes of samsara are valuable, and the properties of this ashes of samsara are extremely powerful, which is already the top nirvana property. When Lin Shen was about to pick it up, he saw the Dai fan coming over and swallowing the ashes of samsara very neatly before he even bent his waist. Oh my, don't. Lin Shen wanted to stop it, but it was too late. It's not that he was reluctant to give up this ashes of samsara. Even if the ashes of samsara were good, Lin Shen didn't need it himself, so it didn't matter to give it to the Dai fan. After all, it was now Lin Shen's most reliable fighting force. The problem is that this guy just came out of nirvana, and just made a little effort. After swallowing this ashes of samsara, I'm afraid he will continue to nirvana again. As expected by Lin Shen, after the Dai fan swallowed the ashes of samsara, he entered the nirvana state again. I don't know when he can come out of nirvana. Every creature can be reborn infinitely. Although there is no upper limit, it depends on whether your body can bear it. Otherwise, the more times you reborn, the higher the possibility of becoming non-human. Of course, the dead powder is not a human, nor is it a flesh and blood body. But its rebirth is also risky. If it reborn too many times, it may have mental problems or die. Alas, it is obviously my main combat force, but it is either evolving or on the way to evolution. It can't help at all. Lin Shen was a little helpless. Without the dead powder, not only did he lose a pet, but half of his skills could not be used. Fortunately, I have developed a knife technique specifically for the slag knife. Lin Shen went to check Wei Wufu's injuries. The injury was serious, but fortunately it didn't take his life. He took out the potion for Wei Wufu to take, and Lin Shen went to study the core of life. Unfortunately, this is a nirvana-level spiritual base, which can only be activated with the power of nirvana. Lin Shen cannot activate it, nor can he see its properties. He can only put it into the storage space first to prevent it from running away or causing any trouble. Wait until I go back to find a nirvana level 1, activate it, and see its properties first. Not good. Lin Shen suddenly thought of something, slapped his thigh, and said to Wei Wufu, "Old Wei, we have to go back quickly, your two uncles may be in trouble." Wei Wufu was stunned at first, then reacted, and followed Lin Shen back without saying a word. When they passed through the mushroom forest and came to the river in the valley, they saw Wei Shouqing carrying the unconscious Wei Shouxin on his back, climbing up the mountain wall, but the climbing speed was very slow, and they only climbed halfway up the mountain. Wei Shouqing looked a little strange, drowsy, as if he would fall asleep at any time, and almost slipped and fell off the mountain wall several times. Lin Shen breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they were fine. Lin Shen just remembered that they had no ability to cross the river, so how could they go back to report the news? Wei Shouqing chose to climb the mountain wall and wanted to go back over the mountain, but the mountain wall was full of mushrooms, which had a hallucinogenic effect. Although he had used the purple and mysterious qi to clear the way and swept away some of the mushrooms on the mountain wall was 10,000 meters high, and his sword qi could not sweep that far. He could only climb and sweep at the same time. The mushroom juice left on the mountain wall or fell from below still affected Wei Shouqing. Lin Shen jumped up quickly and flew up quickly with the ability of climbing the ladder to the sky, and came to Wei Shouqing, who was almost unable to control himself. When Lin Shen was about to reach Wei Shouqing, he saw him standing on a protruding stone edge, and one hand was scratching himself with the purple and mysterious qi. He already had many wounds on his body, which should be used by him to stimulate pain and resist hallucinogenic toxins. Lin Shen quickly blocked Wei Shouqing's arm. He was already very unconscious and had no ability to compete with Lin Shen. He couldn't even see who Lin Shen was. Being blocked by Lin Shen, Wei Shouqing's body shook and he fell from the stone edge. 83 Chinese website latest address. Even so, he still held Wei Shouqing on his back with one hand. Lin Shen caught them and used the ability of climbing the ladder to get down from the air. Wei Shouqing was also poisoned and couldn't tell who was who. In this case, he still climbed up with Wei Shouqing on his back. Lin Shen could only sigh that the people of the Wei family were really reliable. The underground world was no longer explored this time. Lin Shen carried 2 people back. When the 4 people returned to the town hall, Wei Chongqing and others were shocked to see their miserable condition. There was no time to ask anything. They treated their injuries first. Fortunately, they were not in danger of life. It was just that Wei Shouqing was too seriously injured. Even with the treatment of medicine, it would take some time to recover. Wei Wufu's injuries were also quite serious. He was already seriously injured, and then he was tossed around for so long, and he also used the wooden fish and white robe to help Lin Shen, so his injuries worsened. Fortunately, the medicine that Lin Shen brought was quite powerful, and it stabilized Wei Wufu's injuries. After they were all settled, Wei Chongqing asked Lin Shen about the situation. Lin Shen carefully recounted the course of events, and finally said that it was only the credit of the dead fans that he was able to kill the black-armored Changhen Dongli. Fortunately, you are here. Otherwise there will be endless troubles. Wei Chongqing sighed. The exploration of the underground space has to continue, but Lin Shen dare not go now, at least until the dead fans complete the second nirvana. After discussing with Wei Chongqing, Lin Shen planned to take Wei Wufu to Zenith Star to recuperate first, where the medicine and treatment conditions are much better than here. Wei Chongqing naturally had no objection. Lin Shen left all the medicines on his body, to Wei Shouqing, and took Wei Wufu back to Zenith Star, intending to find a nirvana with the power of healing. Nirvana to treat Wei Wufu's injuries and let him recover as soon as possible. Because Tianren Star has restrictions, Lin Shen can only arrange Wei Wufu in his house on Zenith Star first. Ouyang Yudu was not at home. Lin Shen sent him a message to tell him, after all, Ouyang Yudu lived here now. Ouyang Yudu rushed back a while later, and saw that Wei Wufu's injuries were so serious, and hurriedly asked what happened. Lin Shen roughly described the situation in the underground space, and Ouyang Yudu frowned when he heard it. Next time I go to the underground space, I will go with you. Okay. Lin Shen agreed. It would be great to have Ouyang Yudu's help. Lin Shen sent a message to Aunt Sai, asking her to help introduce a nirvana with strong healing ability. What's there to introduce? Where are you, Dean? I'll rush over now. And Sai's message came back quickly. You have healing abilities? Lin Shen was a little surprised. It should be enough. And Sai replied. Lin Shen told An Sai that he was at home in Zenith Star. A little while later, An Sai came over, holding the sweater she was knitting in her hand. Lin Shen watched An Sai examine Wei Wufu's injuries, and then a white light burned on her hand and pressed it on Wei Wufu's wound. In less than a minute, Wei Wufu's wounds were healed. Aunt. Sigh. Lin Shen was stunned. Such a serious injury was healed in less than a minute. And Sai's healing ability was not ordinary, it was more than enough. Nothing to be surprised about. When the people from Tianchi Academy went out to perform missions, I was the one who solved it. And Sai said while knitting a sweater. 83 Chinese. Website latest address. Ouyang, did you understand what they said just now? After separating from Deers and the others, Lin Shen asked Ouyang. Yudu, who was standing beside him. The power of the rules of the Peony Fairy is a kind of forbidden power, which can stop swords and spears, and ban guns and swords. Ouyang Yudu explained. Good fellow, I am the only one who didn't understand it, right? Lin Shen didn't care at all and joked. I can't compare with Lao Wei's comprehension ability. It was only after I listened to him that I had a clearer concept. Ouyang Yudu said. You have your own way. It doesn't matter whether you understand it or not. It's not important. That's right. Lin Shen never took such things to heart. If you don't understand, then don't understand. In life, you don't have to understand everything. It's almost time. Several people rushed to the direction of the examination room. After picking up Tian Yunxiang, they could go back to the hotel. The roads nearby are relatively narrow, and the flower trees planted on both sides are full of light pink flowers. It is surprisingly pleasant to walk here. As the group walked, they saw an old man holding a round glass fish tank coming from the opposite side. There was water and 2 small goldfish in the fish tank. The old man hurriedly came to the opposite side of Lin Shen and the others, and just happened to meet Yi Yun. Yi Yun wanted to let him go, and he wanted to let Yi Yun go. With Yi Yun's reaction, it was not a problem to dodge. Who knew that the old man's hand slipped in panic, and the glass fish tank suddenly slipped out of his hand and was about to fall to the ground. Lin Shen stretched out his hand and grabbed it. The glass fish tank seemed to be sucked up by an invisible force, and it was sucked up and fell steadily into Lin Shen's palm. Uncle, are you okay? Lin Shen could see that the old man himself had no cultivation, at least he should not know martial arts. But judging from his appearance, he should be a member of the Supreme Clan. The Supreme Clan is basically born ascenders. It was a bit surprising that there would be such a person who didn't know how to practice. The old man stared at Lin Shen and the fish tank in his hand, but did not reach out to take it, as if he was stunned. Uncle, are you okay? Lin Shen asked again, thinking, are you scared? There are such weak people in the Supreme Clan? It's okay, it's okay. The old man woke up as if from a dream and reached out to take the fish tank, but his eyes kept looking at Lin Shen, and asked with a strange look, which teacher's student are you? What's your name? My name is Lin Shen, not a student of the academy, and I don't have a teacher. Lin Shen replied. Don't you have a teacher yet? The old man's eyes suddenly lit up, and he adjusted his glasses on the bridge of his nose and asked again, by the way, what's your name? Lin Shen, Lin, the tree stands out in the forest, and Shen, the cloud is so deep that I don't know where it is. Lin Shen answered again very patiently. He often forgets other people's names, and can understand this old man very well, so he is not impatient. Lin Shen. The old man put the fish tank aside, took out a diary, and took out a pen from his pocket. He wrote Lin Shen's name on the diary, then looked up at Lin Shen and asked, what race are you? Human. Seeing the old man's appearance, Lin Shen was secretly shocked. Could it be that he met a scammer? There shouldn't be such a person on the Supreme Star, right? Lin Shen, human, okay. I'll write it down. The old man nodded. Uncle, if you feel uncomfortable, you can tell me now, and I'll take you to treatment. Lin Shen said. No, I have something to do now. I'll find you later. After the old man put away the diary and pen, picked up the fish tank and walked away in a hurry. After walking a distance, the old man seemed to remember something and turned back to Lin Shen and said, My name is Lin Shen, don't make a mistake. Come back to me? It's not really a scammer, is it? Lin Shen was full of black lines on his face. 83 Chinese. Website latest address. Lin Shen didn't take this matter to heart. If he really came, he would just have to pay some money. If it was too much, he could also ask Dies to come forward. He and Wei Wufu were chatting enthusiastically, so it should be no problem for him to help with this little favor. 6 people came to the outside of the examination room. There was still more than an hour before the end of the test, so they could only wait outside. He Lianqing hurriedly walked into a laboratory, and a group of people were waiting for him. This group of people were obviously not students of the college. They were all in their 70s and 80s, and they all looked very professional and prestigious. But when He Lianqing came in, a group of old guys even came forward to call He Lian teacher, like elementary school students. Teacher, today's experiment will be left to you. Lu Ran was among them, and said respectfully to He Lianqing. I'm so old, my hands and feet are not smooth. I can only keep an eye on you, and you have to do the experiment yourself. He Lianqing handed the fish tank in his hand to Lu Ran. Lu Ran solemnly took the fish tank and put it on the experimental table. After the experiment, many bigwigs were shocked. After they reacted, they stood up and applauded He Lianqing and Lu Ran. The dissected goldfish was alive and kicking back into the fish tank. It was hard to tell that it had been emptied of all its internal organs. Teacher, I'll take you back. When everyone left, Lu Ran supported He Lianqing and said, It just so happens that I have something to tell you. He Lianqing did not refuse and said as he walked, Teacher, why are you being so polite to me? Lu Ran said dissatisfiedly. Today I met a good seedling. If you want to accept him as a student, you can consider it. He Lianqing said. Just tell me who it is. Lu Ran said with a smile. I'm not forcing you to accept him. I'm just giving you a suggestion. He is not from a big family and probably hasn't passed the test, so it's up to you to decide whether to accept him or not. The person He Lianqing was talking about was naturally Lin Shen. Lin Shen was not in the examination room at that time, so he must have failed the test. He Lianqing didn't expect that Lin Shen was not a candidate at all. If he didn't pass the test, it would be a bit troublesome. This is against the rules. Lu Ran frowned. Although he didn't pass the test, he mastered the unsolvable technique of putting the enemy into a trap. He Lianqing said with a smile. He mastered the technique of putting the enemy into a trap? Teacher, are you kidding? Lu Ran asked in disbelief. I saw it with my own eyes. My eyes are not that blurry because of old age. He Lianqing said with a smile. If you don't accept him, then I will have to accept him myself. You don't mind having such a young junior brother, right? Someone actually mastered the art of luring someone into a trap. Lu Ran thought, the person you are talking about, is it naughty Chen Chen? Recently, he is the only one in the academy who has not given up the research on luring someone into a trap, but he has a teacher. It doesn't seem so. I remember he said he didn't have a teacher. Lin Shen reached out to touch his body, but after searching for a long time, he couldn't find his diary. He patted his head helplessly and said, I'm getting older and my memory is getting worse. I wrote down his name, but I don't know where I lost the book. Don't worry. I'll find Yi Chen Chen first and let you see it. If it's him, it's okay. At most, I'll shamelessly ask him to come to you. Lu Rand felt that the person Lin Shen was talking about was most likely Yi Chen Chen. Although Akaji Chiharu is not from the Supreme Clan, he has a good talent and a good attitude towards learning. If he really succeeds in his research, he is worthy of being her disciple. Just dig him up. 83. Chinese website latest address INF window, _Taboola equals window _Taboola dot push, mode, thumbs feed 01, container, Taboola, below article thumbnail, 300x250, placement, below article thumbnail. 300 by 250 foot, target _type, mix. Lin Shen felt that he should pay some wages and benefits to these old people in Tianchi Academy. I originally thought it was a nursing home, but I didn't expect it to be a place of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. You don't have to pay back the money you owe others, but you should pay some of the wages and benefits you owe your own family. After sending Ansai away, Wei Wufu was fine and allowed him to live here temporarily, while Lin Shen himself returned to Buyuju. He studied the slag knife technique in Buyuju and found that this technique can only be used with a slag knife or a scabbard. You can also use this technique with other weapons or with your hands, but the effect is much worse. It is not as effective as using a slag knife. It is basically impossible to saw someone else's power beyond the level. Lin Shen integrated the skills of the slag knife into the bloodline knife technique, and the previous route was also modified. There are obviously some problems with the previous approach. It is only useful in one-on-one situations, and the scope of application is too narrow. After integrating the skills of the slag sword into the bloodline sword technique, Lin Shen returned to a purely defensive route. When there were no dead fans, he could only rely on this set of sword techniques to save his life, so he practiced very diligently. With this set of sword skills, it would not be so easy for ordinary Nirvana people to kill him. During the practice, Lin Shen suddenly had another inspiration when he used the slag knife skill crosswise on the knife and scabbard. He thought about the principle of scissors, and whether it would be more effective to use the slag knife technique by crossing the slag knife with the scabbard. After trying this, he found that the effect was surprisingly good. The wave-riding fist he exerted could be cut off easily. So Lin Shen adjusted the bloodline sword technique again, and just perfected the combined attack technique of the knife and scabbard. He didn't know how powerful the bloodline sword technique was even if he practiced it alone, so Lin Shen came to Tianchi Academy and called Lin Wan over to be his academy practitioner. Lin Wan felt somewhat helpless when she heard that Lin Shen wanted her to practice as a sparring partner again. If you don't worship the true God, what can you do if you have to practice blindly by yourself? But Lin Wan couldn't say this in front of Lin Shen, so she could only continue to be his sparring partner. Originally, Lin Wan just wanted to deal with it, but seeing Lin Shen standing there with the knife, not yet unsheathed, Lin Wan felt a little different from before. Lin Wan looked at Lin Shen standing there holding the hilt of the knife, and she felt a little bit at a loss as to what to do, as if no matter which angle she struck from, she would be counterattacked by Lin Shen. We haven't seen each other for a few days, and this kid has actually mastered his sword skills to the level of force. Lin Wan was slightly surprised. But he was just a little surprised. Lin Wan could easily break such a sword force. She summoned her sword and stabbed Lin Shen. Lin Shen directly pulled out the sword that was aimed at Lin Wan. The sword was like a rainbow and cut Lin Wan's sword away. Lin Wan thrust his sword out one after another, and Lin Shen slashed fiercely at the sword. His moves were all defensive, but they gave people a fierce and tiger-like feeling. Lin Wan was a little surprised when she saw it. Lin Shen's sword practice was really weird. It seemed that she was still using the defensive method of forehand and backhand, but she practiced the defensive method very hard and fiercely. The move is obviously for defense, but the momentum is as if it is going to chop people alive, which is indescribably weird. 83 Chinese. Website latest address, no more practice. Lin Shen suddenly put away his sword and retreated. Why don't you practice anymore? Lin Wan asked with some confusion. Your level is too low. My sword skills will not be able to display its true power if I am sparring with you. Lin Shen returned the slag sword into its sheath and stopped practicing with Lin Wan. After all, Lin Wan was just ascending. He did not dare to use the slag knife technique during practice, for fear that it would cut off Lin Wan's life base, and it would be meaningless to continue practicing. His words almost broke Lin Wan's guard, and she thought to herself, you actually dislike my low level. If I were really strong, I could kill you with just one breath. It's a pity that the identity she has set for herself now is that of a 10-turn ascendant, and she can't ruin her personality, so she can only swallow this bad breath. Dean, if you want to practice swordsmanship, I can recommend a place for you. It's much better than finding someone else to practice swordsmanship. Lin Wan narrowed her eyes slightly, as if she had an idea, and quickly caught up with him. Lin Shen said after him. Where? Lin Shen didn't care. Of course, practicing swordsmanship is meaningful only in actual combat. Only by sparring with masters can you truly know how far you have practiced your swordsmanship. Lin Wan continued from the side, Sword Wind Star, there is a kind of wind on that planet. When it blows, it can form air blades, just like sword energy flying from different angles. It is perfect for practicing swordsmanship. Tell me more specifically. Lin Shen asked Lin Wan to speak while using the communicator to check Daifengxing's information. After reading the information about Daifengxing, I found that it was exactly what Lin Wan said. It was a good place to practice swordsmanship. The wind of Daofeng Star is different. When it blows, it is not overwhelming and omnipresent, but forms airflows that look like knife energy, which is visible to the naked eye. Daofeng Star is also a planet under the celestial race, but most people do not have the power to teleport to Daofeng Star. As early as decades ago, only people from the D family could enter Daofeng Star. Lin Shen's permission was enough to go to Daifengxing, and he thought he would go there to try his sword skills. However, in order to avoid any accidents, Lin Shen contacted Tian Boluo and went to Daofeng Star together. Someone really wanted to plot against him. Even if Tian Boluo was around, no one would dare to attack him in Daofeng Star. Watching Lin Shen leave, Lin Wan raised the corners of her mouth slightly. I want to see what you have done with my half of my forehand and backhand. Tian happened to be fine. Hearing that Lin Shen was going to Daofeng to practice swordsmanship, he readily agreed to go with him. After the two teleported to Daofeng Star, Lin Shen discovered that it was really a strange planet. The entire planet looked like a big desert, with no mountains or water. A demonic wind blew by, and many white blade-like airflows appeared in the sky, as if there were countless flying swords streaking across the sky. The airflow of Daofeng Star is very special. It is said that many millions of years ago, there were mountains everywhere on the planet. But because they were blown by Daofeng all the year round, all the mountain peaks were destroyed by Daofeng. Now only these sands are left. Tian paused for a moment before continuing. The Daofeng Star is divided into several regions, and the Daofeng in each area is different. However, the Daofeng blowing on the surface of the planet is generally not too powerful. At most it is quite powerful. The higher U-phase upgraded power goes, the stronger the sword airflow becomes. Look at the flickering sword energy in the sky. Their destructive power can already reach the level of nirvana. Find a place where the destructive power is not so strong and try it first. Lin Shen was eager to try. While they were talking, a gust of wind blew over, and streaks of white mist, like blades mixed in the wind, and hit them. The two summoned the carapace, and the sword energy hit their carapace and immediately shattered. The sword energy in this area was at the level of genetic transformation at best. 83 Chinese website latest address. Lin Shen stopped paying attention to Tian Yunxiang, and the aircraft had already approached the Sublime Star. People from the Supreme Clan were waiting below at the spaceport to greet them. Tian Yunxiang looked at the people greeting him on the platform through the screen of the aircraft. When he saw the appearance of the leader clearly, his eyes widened and his mouth opened uncontrollably, almost to the ears. Dios actually came to pick me up in person. Tian Yunxiang's body was trembling slightly with excitement, and her voice was a little wandering. Lin Shen also saw Dios on the platform and was a little surprised. He didn't expect that he would come to pick up Tian Yunxiang in person. Although Tian Yunxiang Gui is the emperor of the celestial race, for the Supreme Clan, the emperor of the celestial race does not have that much respect, and is usually only received by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Dios personally greeted him, which was considered as giving Tian Yunxiang enough face. Under the command of the port's control tower, the aircraft slowly landed on the tarmac. Tian Yunxiang took the makeup mirror and adjusted her appearance again and again, and kept asking Yixing next to her if there was anything wrong with her makeup. Yixing had told her several times that there was no problem, but Tian Yunxiang seemed not to hear it and still confirmed it over and over again. She seemed really nervous, and Lin Shen really didn't know what to say to her. Before the aircraft stopped, Tian Yunxiang was already standing at the exit, reciting the meeting lines she had thought up several times in a low voice. As soon as the cabin door opened, Tian Yunxiang walked out calmly. Yixing and Yikong followed her, and everyone got off the aircraft one after another. Dios and the staff of the Supreme Clan were waiting below. Tian Yunxiang suppressed the excitement in her heart, walked down the steps, and walked towards Dios. Her nervous palms were sweaty, and she quietly wiped her palms on her body, preparing to shake hands with Dios. Finally saw the real person. Tian Yunxiang saw Dios and other staff approaching and slowly stretched out his hand. But the next second, Tian Yunxiang froze there. Dios did not extend his hand. Instead, a staff member of the Supreme Clan next to him reached out and shook Tian Yunxiang's hand. He smiled and said, "Welcome to the Sublime Star. I am Hualina, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Sublime Star." Tian Yunxiang didn't hear what Hualina said at all. She only saw Dios walking past her, and everyone was stunned. Turning around, he saw Dios walking next to Lin Shen, taking the initiative to reach out and shake Lin Shen's hand, and said with a smile, "Lin Shen, we meet again." Lin Shen didn't expect Dios to come over and shake hands with him. He saw Tian Yunxiang's little move just now, and guessed that Tian Yunxiang was going crazy now. Obviously he underestimated Tian Yunxiang's obsession with Dios. Even though Dios ignored him, Tian Yunxiang, who came back to his senses, was thinking, Dios is so graceful. Even if he is an opponent, he can't do it. Such respect. After all, they have met before, so he should greet Lin Shen first. Dios is so graceful. Tian Yunxiang thought that Dios would shake hands with her after shaking hands with Lin Shen. Who knew that after Dios shook hands with Lin Shen, he stood next to Lin Shen and started chatting with him. He had no intention of coming over and didn't even look towards her. Dios is such a gentleman. Because there are differences between men and women, he was embarrassed to shake hands with me. So he specially found a female supreme person to entertain me. Dios is so attentive and cute. Tian Yunxiang thought. This way. 83 Chinese website latest address. Lin Shen was chatting with Dios while quietly paying attention to Tian Yunxiang. She originally thought that Dios would be angry if he ignored her so much, but when she saw Tian Yunxiang's eyes looking at Dios, they became brighter, twinkling like little stars. After Hualina's repeated reminders, Tian Yunxiang entered the port under the guidance of Hualina, and then a special car picked them up and sent them to the arranged accommodation. The environment of Sublime Star looks very retro. Although there are some particularly high-tech things, there are few particularly modern buildings, and almost no high-rise buildings can be seen. There was no shadow of aircraft in the sky, and all kinds of cars were coming and going on the highway. The four Yexing girls and Tian Yunxiang rode in a car together and were picked up by Hualina. Dios, Lin Shen and the others got into another car and followed the car in front. After I heard the news that you were coming, I have been waiting for you. Looking forward to completing the battle between us. I think you will be the same. Dios said, sitting next to Lin Shen. Lin Shen thought to himself, what's the same? It's completely different. Who's looking forward to fighting you? I don't have that spare time. Lin Shen was afraid that Dios would misunderstand, so he quickly said, I have a mission and need to protect the safety of Emperor Yunxiang. I cannot leave Emperor Yunxiang's presence without authorization. He didn't want to fight with Dios. There would be no benefit from winning. This was still the territory of the Supreme Clan. And they might be targeted by people from the Supreme Clan, so why bother with this? Dios was slightly disappointed when he heard what Lin Shen said, but he still said, it doesn't matter, you can rest first. Lin Shen opened his mouth to say something, but he had already arrived at the hotel and Dios got out of the car. Fortunately, Dios didn't do anything strange. Everyone entered the hotel. Dios said a few words to Hualina and left. First, Hualina asked the hotel staff to arrange Tian Yunxiang's check-in, and contacted Lin Shen about some related matters. Like Zenith Star, Sublime Star is very suitable for living and retirement. Even the hotel is garden style, with various plants from different planets. Moreover, the plants here are all real native plants, and you can't see those metal plants or crystal plants that have undergone mutations. Emperor's son, Minister Hua has arranged it. You can take the entrance test of Sublime Academy tomorrow. If you can pass the test, you can enter Sublime Academy to live and study. The academy will be responsible for your life and safety. If you fail the test, you can only return to Zenith Star. Lin Shen told Tian Yunxiang about the itinerary. I will definitely pass the test. Tian Yunxiang looked at Lin Shen and asked, have you told them that I want to study under the same teacher as Dai's? I have said that. But Sublime Academy assigns teachers based on test scores. If you want to study under the same teacher as Dai's, then work hard. Lin Shen couldn't save the brain-dead girl, and could only hope that Tian Yunxiang would not pass the test. Lin Shen was very unhappy with the task given to him by Emperor Tianshu. If he was asked to fight with others, he could complete the task as long as he was strong enough. Even if he went to ask for money, there were rules to follow. But if he wanted to change a person's mind, he really had no idea where to start, and he had no place to use his strength. If Tian Yunxiang was his own child, he would just beat her up, and if one beat didn't work, he would beat her up again. Unfortunately, she was the emperor's child after all, and Lin Shen couldn't beat her, so he didn't have much temper. 83 Chinese website, latest address INF. No one usually comes to Daofeng Star, and there is really no one around. In order not to affect each other, the two separated for a distance and each found a suitable area to fight against the Daofeng. Lin Shen found an area where the destructive power of the Daofeng was equivalent to the super upgrade according to the area division on the communicator, and began to practice his swordsmanship. When the wind blew, air currents like transparent blades suddenly appeared in the air, sweeping across the desert like a meteor shower. The sword chi pierced into the desert, making deep pits in the desert. Lin Shen held the sword in one hand and the scabbard in the other, and his hands danced quickly, smashing the sword chi in the wind one by one, and no sword chi could get close to his body. It's really a good place to practice swordsmanship. Lin Shen felt more and more as he practiced. This place is really suitable for practicing defense. Thousands of miles away, Lin Wan stood in a windless area, his eyes glowing with strange stars, and his eyes actually jumped over a distance of thousands of miles, taking in every move of Lin Shen. Seeing Lin Shen facing the wind and slicing the sword energy in the wind, Lin Wan couldn't help but frown slightly. What on earth is he practicing? It's nothing like a freak. He obviously has strong abilities, but he insists on defending. It's obviously a defensive technique, but every move is like fighting with someone. It's really messed up. Lin Wan became more and more angry. She was good at turning the world upside down. But Lin Shen trained her like this. Anyone would be angry. It feels like Lin Wan has made a super sports car, but Lin Shen doesn't drive forward, but drives backwards, and doesn't play the performance of a sports car at all. Reversing is understandable, but what does it mean to drive backwards the whole time? Of course, Lin Wan also knows that Lin Shen doesn't know how to turn the world upside down, which means he doesn't know how to drive forward at all. But because of this, Lin Wan feels even more angry. She clearly instructed Lin Shen how to drive forward, but Lin Shen didn't listen at all. He kept driving backwards and seemed to feel very good about himself. If you don't suffer a little, you won't know what the right direction is. Lin Wan gently stroked his sleeves, and a breeze blew. The sword wind blew from time to time. Lin Shen repeatedly cut off various sword chi in the wind. He was practicing happily when he suddenly saw a sword wind coming. The sword Chi flashing white light all over the sky swept down from the sky like raindrops. Isn't it said that the sword wind on the ground is at most the destructive power of flying upgrade? The destructive power of this sword wind is not as simple as flying upgrade. Lin Shen was careful secretly, and raised the sword and scabbard at the same time, meeting the sword chi flashing white light in the wind. Click! Click! The sword chi met Lin Shen's sword and scabbard, and was sawed apart in an instant. The effect was better than Lin Shen expected. Originally, Lin Shen was a little worried that he could not withstand such a violent sword attack, but after getting started, he found that the slag knife technique was more powerful than he imagined, and he easily sawed through the sword. Energy flashing white light. This made Lin Shen doubt that these sword energies did not reach the destructive power of Nirvana level. But seeing the horrible sand explosion caused by the sword energy piercing in the desert, it was just like a nuclear bomb explosion. Only then did he confirm that the destructive power of these sword energies was indeed not comparable to the flying upgrade. Lin Shen was happy in his heart and practiced harder. He slashed with a knife, and the knife force had a high-speed vibration and sawing technique, which was completely different from the knife force of ordinary people. Lin Wan watched Lin Shen cut off the sword energy one after another, and couldn't help but be a little surprised. His technique seems to have a bit of the shadow of that person's particle oscillation technique. How did he practice my sword technique like this? Lin Wan was actually a little dazed for a while. 83. Chinese website latest address. If Lin Shen had not practiced with her before, if she had seen Lin Shen use the knife like this, she would probably not recognize that this knife technique was adapted from her inverted heaven and earth forehand and backhand. Lin Wan is now a little unsure whether Lin Shen is practicing right or wrong. If he is practicing right, his knife technique is getting more and more different from the original. If he is practicing wrong, it seems that the effect is not much different from the original, but the style effect is different. He can defeat so many Nirvana-level destructive knife auras with the body of an ascender, and it looks very easy. Even if he practices her inverted heaven and earth forehand and backhand, the effect is probably like this when he is flying. To upgrade, this person is really, I can't say. Lin Wan didn't know how to judge Lin Shen for a while. She couldn't be sure whether Lin Shen's knife technique was practiced by accident or he originally wanted to practice this effect. Lin Wan didn't really want to do anything to Lin Shen, seeing that Lin Shen's swordsmanship was strange. But the effect seemed to be quite good. He didn't make things difficult for him. After Lin Shen tried the Nirvana-level sword wind airflow, he felt that it was meaningless to cut off the sword wind airflows of the flying upgrade. With a thought, he flew up into the sky and flew to the high altitude, wanting to practice directly in the Nirvana-level sword wind airflow. That guy got carried away so easily. Lin Wan curled his lips. Lin Shen fought against the sword wind airflow in the air, with his hand supporting his left hand and blocking his left hand, and smashed the sword wind that swept across the air, forming a vacuum zone. The sword wind airflow in the air became more frequent. In the confrontation with the sword wind airflow, Lin Shen's slag sword technique and blood life sword technique were getting better and better. He was practicing happily, but suddenly saw a white sword wind of more than 10 meters rushing over in the airflow. Generally, the sword energy mixed in the wind is only a few dozen centimeters to a meter long. This white sword energy of more than 10 meters is much more destructive than ordinary white sword energy. Lin Shen saw that the sword energy of more than 10 meters was not coming towards him, and he took the initiative to meet it. Lin Wan, who was thousands of miles away, saw that Lin Shen actually met the sword energy of more than 10 meters by himself, and his eyes couldn't help twitching. This guy is really getting more and more arrogant. That sword energy is already comparable to the destructive power of a first-class nirvana. He doesn't really think that he can break ordinary sword energy, so he can break this sword energy, right? Lin Wan hesitated whether to take action. She didn't want to expose her identity, but she didn't want Lin Shen to die here. Forget it, he shouldn't die. It's good to suffer a little. Who made him so arrogant? It's not a bad thing to suffer a little. Lin Wan didn't take action in the end. Facing the sword energy of more than 10 meters, Lin Shen crossed the sword and scabbard in front of his chest, then suddenly stretched out his hands and pulled the sword and scabbard apart. The terrifying sword energy was forcibly cut apart between the sword and scabbard, split into two halves and rushed into the void. 83 Chinese website latest address. Lin Wan could not help but remain silent. Although she did not want to admit it, she had to admit that Lin Shen's swordsmanship was indeed quite good. Although it was not very related to her inverted forehand and backhand, the effect was no worse than that of the forehand and backhand, and even surpassed it in some aspects. This man is really a genius. He was able to practice the incomplete and unrecognizable forehand and backhand to such a level. It seems that the disappearance of my death calamity is indeed very likely related to him. Lin Wan looked at Lin Shen, who was practicing swordsmanship in the sky, and secretly thought about how to go further, gain Lin Shen's trust, and then find out the secret of the disappearance of the death calamity from him. Lin Wan knew that under normal circumstances, if she wanted to gain Lin Shen's trust, she would probably need to go through a long test. Although she appeared as a human now, Lin Shen obviously did not trust his own people that much. Except for his own small group, Lin Shen did not make extensive use of humans in the Tian Academy, which made Lin Wan, who approached Lin Shen as a human, a little embarrassed. She originally thought that it would be easier to gain trust by approaching Lin Shen as a compatriot, but it turned out to be not the case at all. Instead, it became even harder to gain trust. It seems that I have to resort to drastic measures. Lin Wan didn't have the patience to wait for Lin Shen to trust her, so she could only think of other ways. Lin Shen's bloodline sword technique became more and more mature as he practiced it, and his defensive power became more and more fierce. I'm afraid that only his family could describe the defensive sword technique as fierce in this world. Feeling that there was no big problem with the sword technique, Lin Shen returned to the ground and called Tian to leave Daofeng Star together. Before the sword technique was mastered, Lin Shen was very diligent, but now that the sword technique was mastered, he lost interest and didn't want to practice anymore. Tian didn't care. Anyway, he came with Lin Shen in the first place. If Lin Shen wanted to go back, he didn't have to stay to practice, so he followed Lin Shen back to Tianren Star. Lin Shen returned to Buyuju, thinking that he couldn't go to the underground space for the time being. It would be safer to wait until the nirvana of the dead powder was completed before going. Then he could only go to Hulu Mountain first to find out what was going on in Hulu Mountain. If he could figure out the situation in Hulu Mountain, he would return the mechanical watch to the weirdo if he came again. When Lin Shen was thinking about when to leave for Hulu Mountain, Tian Songyun ran over again. Dean Tian, the Emperor has ordered that Tianchi Academy be responsible for the safety of Emperor Yunxiang and escort Princess Yunxiang to the Supreme Clan. Tian Songyun took out a document and handed it to Lin Shen. Escort Emperor Yunxiang to the Supreme Clan? Lin Shen was slightly startled. He took the document and looked at it. Only then did he know that Emperor Yunxiang was going to the planet of the Supreme Clan to practice and study. In the words of the human mother planet, it was to study abroad. Their mission was to escort Emperor Yunxiang to Chonggao Star safely, and wait for Princess Yunxiang to enter Chonggao Academy and settle down there. If you go to a normal planet, you don't need an escort, you can just go through the teleportation device. 83 Chinese website latest address. However, there is no teleportation device on the Chonggao Star. If you want to go to Chonggao Star, you can only fly from a nearby planet with a teleportation device, or take a flying vehicle. If you take a flying vehicle, it will take more than 2 days in the middle. Lin Shen and his team need to pay attention to this period of time, so as not to be taken advantage of by others. In fact, no one dares to attack the Yunxiang Emperor. If you move the Yunxiang Emperor there, it is equivalent to offending the Tianren clan and the Supreme Clan at the same time. Who in the universe has such a big courage to offend these two wealthy families at the same time? So this is actually an idle job accompanying the Yunxiang Emperor to go out for a walk, which is not much different from traveling. The Emperor of Heaven finally gave a task, and it was to escort his daughter. Lin Shen naturally couldn't neglect it, but he couldn't make it public. It would be best to send the Yunxiang Emperor to the Chonggao Academy without anyone knowing. Therefore, Lin Shen did not go to the Tianchi Academy for a meeting. He just discussed with Ouyang Yudu and Wei Wufu and asked them to accompany him to the Supreme Star. In order to prevent the news from leaking out, Lin Shen did not even use the Nirvanas recruited by Ouyang Yudu. If he was going to collect debts, Lin Shen would definitely take them with him. For a job like escorting the Emperor's son, the fewer people who know about it, the better. Only people who can be absolutely trusted can participate. Ouyang Yudu is the director of the Special Service Department. This is his job, so he naturally has no choice but to do it. Wei Wufu had no objection, so Lin Shen was ready to take them with him to escort the Yunxiang Emperor secretly on the road. Before going to pick up the Yunxiang Emperor, Lin Shen sent a message to Tian and asked about the Yunxiang Emperor's son, so as to avoid any taboos that he did not know, and it would be bad if he had a conflict with the Yunxiang Emperor. When Tian heard Lin Shen asking about the Emperor Yunxiang, he immediately knew what was going on and asked in surprise, "Did the Emperor ask you to escort the Emperor Yunxiang to the Supreme Clan to study? Is this matter known to everyone?" Lin Shen's face looked a little ugly. He was very careful, but he didn't expect that the news had leaked out, making his previous behavior look like a clown. It should be said that it is no longer a secret. Tian smiled and said, "Yunxiang is too young and spoiled. She has always liked the proud son of heaven like deers and wants to go to the lofty star to study. This is not a secret on the Zenith star. Once you ask her, I will know what is going on. You have a heavy burden this time." "What do you mean? Could someone dare to kidnap the Emperor's son?" "Yunxiang?" Lin Shen was shocked. "That's unlikely. Whoever dares to kidnap Yunxiang on her way to study would be offending our Tianren clan and the Supreme Clan. I believe no one would be willing to do such a thing." Tian Buluo pondered for a moment before continuing, "Yunxiang is very obsessed with deers and has reached the point where she can't extricate herself. The Emperor father originally disliked her very much, so he never let her go to the Supreme Clan. This time, he suddenly agreed to let Yunxiang go to the Supreme Clan and asked you to escort Her. You don't really think that he just wants you to escort her to study, right? Your Majesty, could it be that he wants me to correct Princess Yunxiang's values? Lin Shen finally knew what the Emperor's real intention was. Tian Boluo smiled and said, I think that's what he meant. Your performance in the race rankings is not worse than that of Deer's. I think Father Emperor wants you to prove to Princess Yunxiang that Deer's is not so perfect and invincible. I hope Princess Yunxiang can change her mind and stop being obsessed with Deer's. This matter really requires you. You think too highly of me. I am no match for Deer's. Lin Shen couldn't help but sigh. The tasks assigned by the Emperor of Heaven are indeed not as simple as they seem. 83 Chinese website. Latest address. When Lin Shen met Emperor Yunxiang, he realized that this mission might be more difficult than imagined, and he had even given up. Lin Shen, right? I know you. It's the right choice for you to give up the fight. Otherwise, if Dios gets serious, you are no match for him. It's not a big deal to get hurt, but it won't be good if you get killed. Lin Shen felt a little unhappy after hearing what Emperor Qianxiang said before, but he could still bear it. But what Emperor Yunxiang said next made Lin Shen roll his eyes. Dios's divine existence is really not suitable for staining his hands with blood, Emperor Yunxiang said with a look of fascination. Brainless. Lin Shen secretly defined the Yunxiang Emperor in his heart. After all, he is also the head of the first courtyard that Emperor Tianshu ordered, and he is also the person in charge of escorting her to the sublime star this time. Tian Yunxiang, as the Emperor's son of the Tianren clan, can actually say such a thing in front of him. Apart from the word brainless, Lin Shen could not think of any other words to describe her. Lin Shen was too lazy to argue with an idiot and just pretended that he didn't hear what she said, but in his mind he was thinking about a secret Tian Boluo told him yesterday. Emperor Yunxiang didn't actually grow up in the imperial palace, and he wasn't even a pure-blood emperor. When Emperor Tianshu was traveling before, he met the mother of Emperor Yunxiang's son on a planet, and then they had a romantic affair. Later, Emperor Tianshu patted his ass and left, but Tian Yunxiang's mother became pregnant. A few years later, Tian Yunxiang was able to recognize her ancestors and return to the clan. However, because the growing environment was too simple, she was not able to adapt to life in the imperial palace. When Tian Boluo said this at that time, Lin Shen didn't pay attention, but now he knows that this is a simple growing environment. He is simply stupid. Tian Boluo was so reserved when he said it. Although Tian Yunxiang is a bit naive, Emperor Tianshu still likes him very much and takes good care of her. Otherwise, with her personality, it would be difficult to survive in the imperial palace. Perhaps because she was not adapted to the environment of the imperial palace, Tian Yunxiang yearned more for life outside, and at the same time admired Dios's natural strength. This time, Tianshu Emperor finally relented and agreed to let her go to the Supreme Clan to study, and Tian Yunxiang was very happy. Lin Shen originally planned to send Tian Yunxiang to the Supreme Clan with the three of them, but because many people knew that Tian Yunxiang wanted to go to the Supreme Clan, just in case, Lin Shen asked Tianshuan to borrow the Yegui clan's the four sisters came over to help them protect Tian Yunxiang's safety. The night sky, the night moon, and the night clouds were originally at the nirvana level. Unexpectedly, after not seeing each other for a while, the night stars would also reach nirvana. 7 people escorted Tian Yunxiang on the road. After more than a dozen teleportations, they arrived at a planet called Lin Yuan. This is the closest teleportable planet to the sublime star. It only takes less than 3 days to take a spaceship from here to the sublime star. Tian Yunxiang was very excited along the way. She often thought about how to introduce herself when she met Dios, and even practiced on the spaceship. Lin Shen's evaluation of Tian Yunxiang was that she was not bad looking, but it was a pity that she had an extra brain. Therefore, except for the security work, Lin Shen and others basically ignored her and pretended not to hear what she said. But this is not the way to go. Lin Shen still has a hidden mission to correct Tian Yunxiang's 3 views. If this thing is not done well, the Tianshu Emperor will probably still blame him when he returns. With Tian Yunxiang being so stupid, Lin Shen had already made up his mind to go back and take the blame, so he simply ignored her. If it had been anyone else, he might have met Guang and died. Maybe Tian Yunxiang would have woken up after just one meeting. 83 Chinese website latest address, but her idol was Dios, and Lin Shen felt that she would only become more obsessed with him after meeting him, and it would be even more impossible to break up with him. Even Lin Shen himself believed that Dios was indeed very outstanding. Originally, he was afraid of any accidents on the road, but it turned out that Lin Shen had overthought things. If there was any danger, Emperor Tianshu would not let Lin Shen protect Tian Yunxiang's safety. When they were approaching the sublime star, Lin Shen saw Tianjing Mountain outside the spaceship. When the 4th brother Lin Shangdong first showed his prominence in the universe, it was Dios who fought here, so the name of the undefeated king spread throughout the universe. Lin Shen. The undefeated king is your brother, right? Tian Yunxiang was also looking at Tianjing Mountain outside. She knew everything about Dios. So naturally she would not miss the undefeated king's challenge to the emperor. Ursi's live broadcast. It is important for a person to be self-aware. You have done a good job in this regard. Your brother is far inferior to you. He actually dared to challenge Diao's. It was only because of Diao's kindness that he escaped with his life. When you go back, you should persuade him to be humble and not challenge this or that all day long. If others have a good heart, let him go. If he meets someone with a bad heart, he may lose his life. Tian Yun Xiang's words almost made Lin Shen's lungs explode. Tian Yunxiang said that he would forget it. With the privileges and benefits given by the Emperor of Heaven, he deserved to be a little angry. Tian Yunxiang dared to talk about his 4th brother, and he couldn't bear it anymore. The Emperor is right. How about I ask 4th brother to come over and fight Dios again so that he can learn a lesson? Lin Shen curled his lips and said, how can that be done? He is already at the nirvana level, and Dios is still ascending. How can a person be so shameless and bully the weak? Tian Yunxiang immediately shook his head and said, didn't you just say that if it weren't for the kindness of Dios, my brother wouldn't have been able to save his life? How come he is bullying the weak now? Lin Shen asked calmly. I was talking about the past. When your brother challenged Dios, he wasn't a nirvana. Now he's at the nirvana level. If he challenges an ascender, what else can he do but bully the weak? Tian Yunxiang said. How do you know he wasn't a nirvana then? Lin Shen asked directly. Is that even necessary? Isn't that something everyone knows? If he was a nirvana, why didn't he show his strength and defeat those ascenders? Tian Yunxiang said. Can't it be that my brother is kind? Lin Shen sneered. What kind of heart If your brother is a nirvana, and he still challenges deers, then he has bad intentions. Tian Yunxiang's face also darkened. If my brother has bad intentions, would deers still be alive? Lin Shen said calmly. Why can't he live? The undefeated king is no match for deers. Tian Yunxiang's voice gradually increased. Then let them fight now. I've already said that he is now at the nirvana level, how can he bully Fei to upgrade? Tian Yunxiang was anxious. Isn't that because my brother is kind? I'm not wrong. I said that he is no match for deers. Then let them fight. You. Tian Yunxiang's eyes widened, and she bared her teeth, like a lioness who wanted to bite people. 83 Chinese website latest address. The Emperor's son of the celestial race did not receive any special treatment on the Supreme Star. After they were sent to the hotel, Hualina and others left a staff member to help them deal with daily problems, and then everyone from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs left. Early the next morning, the staff drove them to the Sublime Academy. After arriving at the Sublime Academy, Lin Shen realized why Tian Yunxiang was not taken seriously. It was not that she was not taken seriously, but that she was already very taken seriously. During this period of time, the Sublime Academy was accepting students. There were many people from all races coming to Sublime Star to take the entrance exam. It could be said that there were a lot of princes and princesses. Everyone came by themselves, and there was no one to greet them. The Supreme Clan allowed Hualina to come to greet Tian Yunxiang, which was enough to give the Emperor Tianshu face. The Supreme Race is worthy of being the first race in the universe. It is open to all rivers and rivers. This kind of ambition cannot be matched by other races. Tian Yunxiang stood at the gate of the Supreme Academy and took a deep breath. Her intoxicated expression seemed to be filled with air. Generally sweet. Lin Shen secretly cursed in his heart, "You have insulted your own race with your words." Tian Yunxiang looked left and right, but couldn't see Dios, and couldn't help but feel very disappointed. After Lin Shen and others sent her into the examination room, they wandered around the public area of the college. The entire test process took a day. The security in the examination room was all handled by the Supreme Clan. Not candidates were not allowed to enter. Candidates of all ethnic groups are treated the same, and no one is exempted. I heard that there are several immortals sitting in the examination room, and there are many immortal teachers in the Sublime Academy. No one dares to cause trouble here. People of the Supreme Clan will definitely enjoy it. The environment of this place is much better than that of the giant ring star. Yi Xing said from the side. There are so many plants here, but there is not even a genetically modified plant. This is so rare. Several people chatted while walking around. The academic atmosphere of the Sublime Academy is quite good. People of different races can be seen gathering in groups everywhere to discuss various issues. They do not exclude others from joining the discussion, nor do they mind others listening to their discussions. Some even give loud speeches to promote their own theories to others. Lin Shen and the others listened for a while and found that many of the issues they discussed were quite advanced evolutionary techniques, and there were even many theories and ideas that they had never heard of before. If I could study here when I started practicing, I might be able to become an excellent person, Lin Shen said with emotion. The basic requirement for admission to the Sublime Academy is to be a natural ascendant. I am afraid that none of Us humans can reach this threshold. Let alone admission, we are not even qualified to register. Ouyang Yudu said, and laughed. Besides, even if you don't enter the Sublime Academy, you are still a top-notch existence. Even if you enter, you will not be better than you are now. Lin Shen wanted to say something, but before he could speak, he heard a voice from next to him, sitting in a well and looking at the sky. Yelong is arrogant. Several people turned to look over and saw a man with dragon wings on his back, standing in front of a blackboard that could be seen everywhere in the academy, writing and drawing. Although he didn't look back, he was the only one there, and it must be him who spoke. Yixing and Yiyun were a little angry and wanted to go over to argue with him and ask him why he was cursing, but they were stopped by Lin Shen. Ignore what others say. Lin Shen was not willing to waste his words. 83 Chinese website. Latest address. Is there no need to pay attention to it, or is it because I don't have the ability to pay attention to it? Unexpectedly, the man said something strangely. Friend, do we have no grudge against you? Lin Shen frowned and looked at him and said, whoever is your friend is worthy of you. The man turned his head. He was quite handsome, but his expression was very cold. It seems you know me. Lin Shen was not angry, but said calmly, why should I know you? The man sneered. Since you don't know me, how do you know I'm not worthy of being your friend? Lin Shen asked. The man was slightly startled, as if he didn't expect Lin Shen to say that, but he reacted immediately and said with a cold face, people like you who are not even qualified to enter the academy, but look down on the academy, are just a group of people sitting in a well watching the sky. He's just a senior, of course he's not worthy of being my friend. If you haven't entered the Sublime Academy, you just sit in a well and look at the sky. Then you are too young today. Yixing curled his lips and said, aren't you convinced? Look at this. If you can figure it out, I will take back what I just said. The man pointed at the blackboard and said, such blackboards can be seen everywhere in the Sublime Academy. Such electronic blackboards are everywhere on the playground, in the garden, and in the corridors. If you have any ideas, you can record them on the blackboard at any time, or when discussing with others, you can also express your opinions or verify problems on the blackboard. Lin Shen and the others had just seen many students writing and drawing on the blackboard, and even having heated discussions. Some of the questions are indeed very deep, and the issues they discuss also involve top-notch technical problems. Lin Shen was too lazy to get angry with a student, but Yixing had already walked over and looked at the content on the blackboard. Yixing looked at it for a while, but remained silent, his brows furrowing more and more tightly. The man stood aside with his arms folded, his face full of mockery, thinking to himself, sure enough, they are a group of ignorant people who sit in a well and look at the sky. They don't even know the 1001 unsolvable techniques in the universe, and they really want to solve them. Lin Shen and his friends naturally don't know what the 1001 unsolvable techniques are. In fact, ordinary people don't know them either. This is the 1001 techniques compiled by the Noble Academy that have no solution for the time being. It is said to be unsolvable, but it is not certain whether there is a solution or not. The first 1001 unsolvable techniques compiled were a long time ago. Although it is still called the 1001 unsolvable techniques, in fact, more than 100,000 techniques have been included in it. The original 1001 unsolvable techniques have also been cracked for the most part, leaving only more than 100 unsolvable techniques. that have not been cracked. This person is studying the prey into the trap among the more than 100 unsolvable techniques. Since the 1001 unsolvable techniques were proposed, no one has been able to solve the prey into the trap. This problem is widely known among all races, so this person thinks that Lin Shen and his friends are just sitting in a well and looking at the sky. They don't even know this problem, but they actually try to solve it. From a certain perspective, what this person said is not wrong. The four sisters of Yixing have been living secretly on the giant ring star. Lin Shen and his three friends have just entered the universe not long ago. They are indeed not experienced enough. It is not wrong to say that they are just sitting in a well and looking at the sky. Seeing that Yixing has not spoken, Lin Shen and others also walked over and looked at what was written on the blackboard. 83 Chinese website latest address. Lin Shen carefully read the contents on the blackboard and found that this was just a theory, not a real technique that could be used in actual combat. Theoretically, Lin Shen could not solve it, unless he directly suppressed it with force, or dodged and retreated, but that would not be a solution. Wei Wufu and Ouyangyu both shook their heads after seeing it, and they could not solve it either. The four girls of Yixing could not solve it even more, because they were not good at solving or breaking moves at all. The power of the sound range generally did not require them to fight in close combat, and their fighting methods were different. This move was to lure the enemy into a trap, and in theory, all the energy could be rolled in by the siphon technique. However, this siphon technique only existed in theory, and no one had really practiced it, so for now, it was just a guess. Lin Shen thought about it. If he really encountered this move, he would just let him suck it, and directly use the sand between his fingers to penetrate it. The stronger the suction force, the faster and more powerful the sand between his fingers would be, and there was no need to worry about hitting it off-center, but it was a pity that this was also considered a force-breaking move. If it were Ouyangyu, it would depend on who could suck more than whom. It was estimated that no one could suck more than Ouyangyu, so this move was like meeting the ancestor when it came to Ouyangyu, and he didn't need to break it. Wei Wufu thought more simply. When the enemy fought with him, he would not give the opponent a chance to use this move. Because according to the theory of inviting the enemy into the urn, this move requires the use of 4 kinds of strength to cooperate in order to achieve the effect of siphoning, which is a bit troublesome to use. At the same level, no one should be able to use this move in front of Wei Wufu. If the distance is far, this move will be meaningless and will not pose a threat. However, the ideas of the 3 people could not be regarded as breaking the move in the prescribed sense, so they could only shake their heads. It seems that we are really sitting in a well and looking at the sky. Sorry to bother you, Lin Shen said, and prepared to leave. This kind of theoretical move should be taught to professionals. He didn't want to waste time on it. There are too many techniques in the universe. Lin Shen can't practice all techniques. Specializing in a few is the best choice. You are quite self-aware, the man said, and when he saw that Lin Shen did not refute, he felt that it was boring, so he stopped talking and continued to write and draw on the blackboard, studying the feasibility of the trick of inviting someone into a trap. He was not studying the method of cracking it, but studying how to turn the theoretical trick into reality. Lin Shen walked a distance away, and suddenly realized something, turned back, stood beside the man, and read the content carefully. As Lin Shen looked at it, a strange look appeared on his face. When he saw these theories just now, he Felt a little strange, but he couldn't tell what was strange. Just now, when he thought about it carefully, this so-called inviting someone into a trap was not the method of catching loaches that Qi Xinhua taught him. Although there are some differences in the details, the effect is the same, which is equivalent to the same purpose. Why, you still don't give up? To tell you the truth, this move is one of the 1001 unsolvable techniques in our academy. Since the opening of the Noble Academy, countless geniuses and top masters have studied it countless times, but no one can solve it. Not to mention you, dears, can't crack this move either. The man snorted coldly. Is this move so powerful? Lin Shen couldn't help asking. 83 Chinese website latest address. He didn't question the ability of the people in the Noble Academy, but was a little surprised that Qi Xinhua's move was so powerful. When he practiced it normally, he didn't think it was so powerful. If it's not powerful, how can it be an unsolvable technique? But now this technique only exists in theory, and no one has been able to practice it, let alone a way to crack it. Seeing that Lin Shen's attitude was not bad, the man said a few more words. It's not that difficult. Lin Shen recalled that it seemed a bit difficult at the beginning, but after Lao Hua taught him to practice by touching cards, Lin Shen quickly practiced it and didn't feel it was difficult. Of course, the technique of catching loaches that Lao Hua taught him was not supported by theory, but was a technique that was explored in practice. So when Lin Shen read these theories just now, he couldn't react all at once. Now that he has read these theories, he has a deeper understanding of the technique of catching loaches, and he feels as if he has suddenly realized something. He himself didn't know that there were such complicated theories about the technique of catching loaches, and he didn't know whether Qi Xinhua knew these theories. Not that difficult? Then practice it and show me. If you can practice it, I, Yi Chen, will stay away from you no matter where you are in the future. Yi Chen said with a pout. So many top geniuses from various tribes, and so many top masters from the Supreme Tribe, have studied for many years, but they haven't been able to come up with this trick. Yi Chen himself has also studied for so long, but still has no clue. Lin Shen's arrogant words made him a little unbearable. Then I don't dare to take it. Lin Shen smiled and said. If you have nothing to do, leave now. Don't waste my time here. Ishii-kun was not interested in talking nonsense with Lin Shen anymore and drove him away directly. Okay, I'll leave now. Can I take a picture of the content here as a souvenir? Lin Shen wanted to go back and study it. Now that he had a theoretical basis for catching loaches, he would not be as confused as before when using it. Let's go after you finish taking photos. Ishii-kun didn't care whether Lin Shen took photos or not. This was something that anyone in the academy could see, and it had already spread throughout the universe. Lin Shen took photos of the content on the blackboard and then left with Lao Wei and the others. The Noble Academy was simply a large city. They walked around for a long time, but still couldn't visit the entire academy. I wanted to take you around the academy today, but some things delayed me. Sorry. While walking around, they saw Dai's coming from the opposite side. You go about your business. We can just walk around by ourselves. Lin Shen didn't know him at all and didn't want to walk around with a stranger. It's been solved. I'll take you to a good place. Seeing that Lin Shen looked embarrassed, Dai said again. Don't worry, it's inside the academy. It won't take much time. I guarantee that you can return to the entrance. of the examination room before the test is over. Lin Shen was silent, thinking about what reason to use to refuse dies. Dies, it's almost time. Before Lin Shen could think of a reason, he heard someone in the building next to him calling Dai's name. Turning his head, Lin Shen was slightly startled. He could not see the appearance of the person who came out of the building. He was covered with thick mosaics. Teacher, I will be there soon. Dear said to Lin Shen quickly, Lin Shen, let's go together. I will not let you down. Then I will obey you. Lin Shen changed his previous attitude and agreed directly. I didn't expect to meet someone with fire here. Even if I can't get the fire, I must at least find out who this person with fire is. 83 Chinese website, latest address INF. Who is this? When the man approached, Lin Shen hurriedly asked, Dears. Dears introduced, this is my teacher Lu Ran. When Lin Shen heard Lu Ran's name, he was slightly startled again, thinking to himself, isn't it such a coincidence? The magician Yaogu of the Tiger clan asked me to pass the message to the Supreme Clan. Isn't it called Lu Ran? Lin Shen was a little stunned for a moment. The person that the magician Yaogu was looking for was actually Deer's teacher, and she was a woman with mosaics. Seeing that Lin Shen had been staring at him without saying hello, Lu Ran immediately felt that this person was very rude, and said with some displeasure, Dears, don't waste time. Teacher, I just told you that I want to take them with me. Dears asked respectfully. You decide. Lu Ran didn't like Lin Shen, but he didn't mean to stop Dears. Lin Shen naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity, and followed Dears and walked behind Lu Ran. Dears, where are we going? Lin Shen asked as he walked. He felt that he should get along well with Dears, and maybe he would have a chance to get close to Lu Ran and get the fire. You'll know when you get there. Dears smiled mysteriously, but did not answer Lin Shen's question. Under the leadership of Lu Ran, several people entered a yard with a sign saying no entry. There were several small buildings in the yard, and the doors of the small buildings were all locked. Lu Ran swiped the card to open the door of a small building and took them into the small building. After passing through many doors, several people came to a room that looked like a laboratory, and then Lin Shen saw a huge transparent container in this laboratory. There was a huge flower growing in the transparent container. The flower was as beautiful as a peony, but it was many times larger than a peony. One flower was as big as half a small house. What made people feel incredible was that there was actually a person sitting in the flower. It should not be said to be a person, it looked more like an elf in the flower, and its body was connected to the flower. What is that? Lin Shen and his companions were all amazed. This peony flower king has been cultivated and has reached the immortal level. The life in the flower can be regarded as the life base of the peony flower king. We call her the peony fairy. Dears explained. An immortal plant has also given birth to a life base similar to flesh and blood. Lin Shen and his companions were extremely shocked. They had never heard of such a thing. Dears smiled and said, this is my teacher's research topic. Now it is considered a part of success. You will watch it carefully later. Maybe you will gain something. Dears, why don't you change your clothes? Lu Ran came out of the next room and had changed into a special suit, which wrapped the whole person in it, like a protective suit. Just watch here, don't walk around casually. Dears said and went to the room to put on the protective suit. When he came out, he had put on the same protective suit as Lu Ran. Then the two of them walked through a long passage, went through some disinfection or something, and finally walked into the transparent container, close to the Peony King. The Peony Fairy in the flower seemed to sense their arrival, opened her eyes that were originally closed, and looked at the two of them coldly. Lu Ran took a syringe, walked to the Peony Fairy, pierced the syringe into the Peony Fairy's arm, and then drew a tube of blood. The Peony Fairy did not move during the whole process, without any sign of resistance, just watched coldly, allowing Lu Ran to draw her blood. After drawing the blood of the Peony Fairy, Lu Ran directed Deers to do a lot of examinations on the Peony King and the Peony Fairy. Lin Shen had never seen those instruments before, and he didn't know what they were for. 83 Chinese Network latest address. Lin Shen was a little confused. He didn't know what Deers asked them to come to see. Did they check the Peony Fairy? While he was wondering, Deers, who had finished the examination, took out another syringe from the box at Lu Ran's instruction. There was obviously something in this syringe. He walked to the Peony Fairy, stuck the syringe into her body, and injected the contents into her. The Peony Fairy remained motionless, letting them do whatever they wanted. After the injection was completed, Deers and Lu Ran stepped back a little. The next second, Lin Shen saw an incredible scene. Strands of light, like ribbons, rose from the Peony Fairy's body. Strands of light danced around the Peony Fairy, just like the fairy dance ribbons in mythology. After a long while, the light bands on the Peony Fairy gradually disappeared, and the Peony Fairy slowly closed her eyes and finally fell into a deep sleep. Lu Ran and Deers came out of the transparent container, passed through a long passage, and disinfected it again, and then walked out. Do you understand? Dies took off his protective suit and walked out, and asked Lin Shen impatiently. What do you understand? Lin Shen was confused. Dies brought him here mysteriously and let him watch the Peony Fairy dance. Although it looked pretty good, he didn't understand what Dies meant by this sentence. Hearing Lin Shen say this, Dies was slightly disappointed. Rules. Wei Wufu on the side suddenly said two words. Deers was very surprised when he heard this. He looked Wei Wufu up and down and asked, "What's your name?" He had been talking to Lin Shen before, but he had never asked other people's names. Except for Ouyang Yudu, who he knew, he had no idea who Wei Wufu was. This is Wei Wufu from my Tianchi Academy, Lin Shen said for Wei Wufu. Brother Wei can sense the power of rules contained in the light band? Deers asked again. A little. Wei Wufu nodded and replied. Can you tell me what the rules are? Deers asked again. Knife, no. Sword, no. Gun, no. Wei Wufu's words made Lin Shen feel puzzled. But Deers was very impressed and nodded. From time to time, he could understand what Wei Wufu was saying, and he could communicate with Wei Wufu without any obstacles. Even Lu Ran, who came out from the side, seemed to have some praise when he heard the conversation between Wei Wufu and Deers. Deers, it's almost time, we have to go back. After leaving the courtyard, Lin Shen saw Deers and Wei Wufu were still chatting, so Lin Shen had to interrupt them and said, Lin Shen, how about this, you go back first, and Brother Wei goes with me first, and I will send Brother Wei back later? Deers now seemed to have no interest in Lin Shen, but instead valued Wei Wufu very much. Lin Shen looked at Wei Wufu, and seeing Wei Wufu nodded slightly, he agreed. 83 Chinese website latest address INF. Eshishin. Teacher. Teacher is looking for you. Eshishin was thinking about a problem when a classmate suddenly ran over breathlessly. The teacher came out of the examination room? Eshishin was a little confused. His teacher was selected as an examiner and should still be in the examination room at this time. No. Not our teacher. It's Teacher Lu Ran. Looking for you. The classmate ran too fast and kept panting. Teacher Lu Ran is looking for me? What does she want me for? Eshishin's eyes lit up, and without waiting for the classmate to answer, he asked again, where is Teacher Lu Ran? After asking where Lu Ran was, Eshishin hurried over. Although they are both teachers in the academy, Lu Ran's status is not comparable to that of ordinary teachers. When Eshishin came to the academy to register, he hoped to be a disciple of Lu Ran, but Chonggao Academy cannot specify teachers, so Eshishin was assigned to the current teacher. Eshishin has always felt very regretful. However, teachers are different from masters. Masters are difficult to change, but teachers are not certain. In the past, there were students who were able to change teachers, so Tian still held a glimmer of hope. Originally, he planned to apply to transfer to Lu Ran as a student after he figured out the trick of luring someone into a trap, but he didn't expect Lu Ran to suddenly find him. So Teacher Lu Ran has noticed me. Does she want to recruit me to her school? The more Tian thought about it, the more he felt that it was right. Maybe his efforts would finally pay off. Quickly coming to the door of Lu Ran's office, Tian tidied his clothes and knocked on the door. Come in. Lu Ran's voice came from inside. Tian pushed the door open and saw Lu Ran sitting behind the desk. Teacher. Lu Ran, you are looking for me? Tian said very respectfully. Sit down and talk. Lu Ran asked Tian to sit on the chair opposite, looked at Tian and said, I heard that you are studying unsolvable techniques recently? Yes, teacher, I am studying the trick of luring someone into a trap among the unsolvable techniques. Tian is usually fearless, but he feels a little nervous and uneasy in front of Lu Ran. Don't be nervous. Just chatting casually, how is your research progressing? Lu Ran asked with a smile. Just now there is a little progress, but there are still many problems to be solved. Tian told Lu Ran about his research in detail. The more Lu Ran listened, the more she felt something was wrong. She originally thought that Tian had already researched the method of luring the enemy into a trap, at least it had entered the stage of use. But from what he said, there was only a little progress just now, far from reaching the stage of use. Could it be that the person the teacher is talking about is not Tian? But apart from Tian, I haven't heard of anyone in the academy studying luring the enemy into a trap. Lu Ran couldn't help but frown slightly. Tian saw Lu Ran frowning, and his heart skipped a beat. Did I say something wrong? Tian was uneasy, but didn't dare to ask. Where were you just now? Lu Ran was afraid that Tian was too modest and didn't tell him his actual research results, so he asked again after careful consideration. 83 Chinese website. Latest address I have been doing research in the small square and have not left today. Tian said. Have you been to the Suihua Road today? Lu Ran still did not give up, because she really couldn't think of anyone else who could study the pin you into a trap besides Tian. No. Tian shook his head. He was a little confused as to why Lu Ran asked him these questions. Lu Ran can now be sure that the person He Liansheng was talking about was not Yi Qianchen. He Liansheng met that person at Suihua Road. Yi Qianchen had never been to Suihua Road, and his pin you into a trap had not reached the level of use. Obviously, it was not the same person. Yi Qianchen, do you know who else in the college is studying pin you into a trap? Lu Ran thought for a while and asked. The information exchange between students is far more than that between teachers, and Yi Qianchen has been studying pin you into a trap. If other students do such research and have made more progress than Yi Qianchen, he should not be unaware of it. I don't think so. The requirement of putting the enemy into a trap is too high for the control of body and strength. Few people in the academy are willing to study this move. Yi Qianchen suddenly figured out something, stared at Lu Ran with wide eyes and asked, Teacher Lu Ran? You ask me this, does it mean that there are other students in the academy who have studied putting the enemy into a trap and have achieved results? Lu Ran pondered and said, Today, a teacher met a student at Suihua Road, and he used putting the enemy into a trap. Impossible. There are only a few people in the academy who are capable of studying putting the enemy into a trap. They have not achieved results, and their progress is not as good as mine, far from reaching the level of use. Yi Qianchen looked incredulous. If it's not a student of the academy, it may be a freshman who is registered for admission. Lu Ran thought about it now, and teacher He Liansheng might not be wrong, maybe it's really not a student of the academy. That's even more impossible. The freshmen should still be in the examination room now, unless they are those who were eliminated in advance. Yi Qianchen thought about it and felt that it was even more impossible. If a genius who could really practice putting the enemy into a trap could not be eliminated in advance, at least he could hold on until the end of the test. Lu Ran and Yi Qianchen both felt that this matter was a bit weird, and they really couldn't figure out who it could be. At this moment, Lu Ran's communicator suddenly rang. Lu Ran took out the communicator and took a look. He found that it was teacher He Liansheng who called, and quickly answered the call. Teacher. Lu Ran answered the call. Xiao Ran, I found the diary. And the information of that student was found. He Liansheng said. What's his name? Lu Ran was worried, and he breathed a sigh of relief when he heard such news. Let me take a look. He Liansheng on the other side of the communicator opened the book and read Lin Shen. Lin, the tree stands out in the forest, Shen, the cloud is deep and unknown. Race. Human. When Lu Ran heard He Liansheng say Lin Shen's name, he was stunned for a moment, and thought he had heard it wrong, just a person with a similar name. But when he heard the human race at the end, it couldn't be wrong. Now there is only one human named Lin Shen in the academy. Xiao Ran, this person may be a failed candidate. You find him first, and then I will find Lao Qi to say hello, and ask Lao Qi to get a special recruitment quota for him. He Liansheng said. Teacher, don't worry, I'll go meet this person first, and it won't be too late to make a decision when I come back. Lu Ran still has some understanding of Lin Shen. She has seen the battle of the race rankings of Fei Jiqing, and knows that Lin Shen's ability is indeed not bad, but she didn't expect that he would actually invite others into the trap. 83 Chinese website, latest address INF. Ouyang Yudu used a similar trick to putting the enemy in a jar to break the dust life base of deers, but that was the ability of the life base, not the technique. At that time Ouyang Yudu also said that Lin Shen was stronger than him, but he just didn't want to win, etc. Lu Ran thought that Ouyang Yudu was just trying to save Lin Shen's face. But if Lin Shen really wanted to put the enemy in a jar, it is not certain whether he can beat Deers, but the role of the dust life base must be discounted. There is no invincible ability in the universe, just like the separation method can restrain Lin Shen's wave-stepping fist, and putting the enemy in a jar also has a certain restraining effect on the dust life base. If it is really Lin Shen, this matter may not be easy to handle. Lu Ran couldn't help but frowned. It is not a big deal for an emperor's son like Tian Yunxiang to practice in the academy. But Lin Shen is different. Although he only upgraded, he served as the dean of the Tianchi Academy in the Tianren clan. People like this are generally not allowed to study in the academy. First, there is no need, second, there is no time, and third, the Tianren clan will not allow people in important positions to stay in the academy for a long time. As the head of an academy, I don't know how many affairs to deal with. How can I have time to practice in the academy, not to mention the risk of leaking secrets? Teacher Lu Ran, is the person that Teacher Helian mentioned the one who has mastered the art of inviting people into a trap? Yi Qianchun asked. It should be. Lu Ran stood up and prepared to meet Lin Shen. She didn't have a good impression of Lin Shen. If it weren't for Helian Xing, even if Lin Shen had mastered the art of inviting people into a trap, she would not be willing to let Lin Shen be her student. Teacher Lu Ran, can I go with you to meet that person? Yi Qianchun asked hurriedly. Come together. Lu Ran thought about it and nodded. In agreement. Lu Ran brought Yi Qianchun to the outside of the examination room. Now there was less than an hour left before the end of the exam. Lin Shen and the others should be waiting here for Tian Yunxiang to come out. Sure enough, Lu Ran soon found the figures of Lin Shen and his group and walked towards them. Yi Qianchun followed Lu Ran, looking ahead, and soon he also found the figures of Lin Shen and his group. But Yi Qianchun didn't think that the person Lu Ran was talking about was one of them, and thought that Lu Ran was only looking for people near them. But the more he walked, the more wrong it seemed. Lu Ran was obviously going after Lin Shen and his group. Impossible. Impossible. It must not be one of them. If it was them, how could they just admit defeat and leave? Yi Qianchun couldn't accept it at all. The people he Lianxing was talking about were them. But Lu Ran had already walked in front of Lin Shen and called out Lin Shen's name. Lin Shen, I have something to talk to you about. Let's go to my office. Can we wait until the test is over? Lin Shen glanced at the time. There were only about 40 minutes left before the test was over. If not, let's go to the meeting room next to it. It won't take much time. It's just a few words. Lu Ran pointed to a small building nearby and said, Okay. Lin Shen asked Ouyang Yudu and the 4 girls to wait here first, and he followed Lu Ran to the small building next to him. Lu Ran used a card to open the door of a conference room and brought Lin Shen and Yi Qianchun in. Yi Qianchun walked at the back and locked the door. Teacher Lu Ran, what do you want me to do? Lin Shen had been thinking in his heart whether to bring the words of the magic Master Yao Gu to Lu Ran. Lin Shen didn't care much about the benefits promised by the magic master Yao Gu now, and he didn't need to help him pass on the message for such a small thing. 83 Chinese. Website latest address an hour ago. Did you go to Suihua Road? Lu Ran asked. I have been there. Lin Shen nodded and replied. He still remembered that small street with flowers and trees on both sides. It was indeed beautiful. Did you meet an old man? Lu Ran continued to ask. We didn't touch him. His hand slipped and I helped him catch the fish tank. It didn't fall to the ground and there was no damage at all. Lin Shen's heart skipped a beat and thought, it can't be a scam. It has alarmed Lu Ran. How much money will he blackmail me? After hearing what Lin Shen said, Lu Ran was sure that he was the one who met teacher Lin Shen. The one you met was my teacher Lin Shen. Lu Ran said slowly. Your teacher? Lin Shen was shocked and quickly explained, I really didn't touch him. If Lu Ran's teacher was blackmailed, he was a little worried that he couldn't afford it. Lin Shen never believed that people with high status must have good character. Lu Ran was a little amused. I mean, the old man you met was my teacher Lin Shen. My teacher said that the technique you used to help him catch the fish tank was the unsolvable technique of luring someone into a trap? Tian stared at Lin Shen nervously. He really didn't believe that Lin Shen could actually lure someone into a trap. How could he practice lure someone into a trap? Not really, it's just a trivial trick. I practiced before. Lin Shen didn't dare to tell anyone about the blazing heart fire. He's retired in the Tian Academy, and it would be a bit unfair to sell him off. Trivial trick? Tian and Lu Ran's eyes twitched a little. If luring someone into a trap is also a trivial trick, then what are all the teachers and students in the academy? Can you demonstrate your trivial trick? Lu Ran subconsciously emphasized the words trivial trick. She still wanted to confirm whether the technique used by Lin Shen was the pin the trap technique, or some similar talent ability, or some technique with similar effects. The number of talent abilities is fixed. If it is an effect that comes with the talent ability, it will not surprise people. But the technique is practiced by oneself, which is equivalent to an extra skill. Of course, it is much stronger than the talent ability. There are also some similar techniques, but the effect is very different from the pin the trap and cannot be used in actual combat. If Lin Shen is in the above two situations, Lu Ran does not think he is qualified to be his student. Why? Lin Shen felt that he had no obligation to demonstrate his skills to her. If you really practice pin the trap, our college is ready to give you a special recruitment quota and let you become a student of the college. Lu Ran knew that Lin Shen was the head of a college after all, and he was not as easy to deal with as ordinary students. Sorry, I just came here to escort the Emperor Yunxiang, and I have no intention of joining your college. Lin Shen had no time to go to school at all. He had too many things to do. Lu Ran knew that it was not easy to impress Lin Shen, so he continued. After entering the academy, you will have the same treatment as Dai's. It goes without saying how high Dai's treatment is. I appreciate your kindness, but I have a lot of work to do and don't have time to go to school. How could Lin Shen care about such a little treatment? I can also give you another special recruitment quota, and let you recommend one person to enroll. As long as it's not too outrageous, anyone you recommend can enroll. Lu Ran threw out a new condition. 83 Chinese website latest address INF. I don't have anyone to recommend, Teacher Lu Ran. If there is nothing else, I will go back first. The test will be over soon. Lin Shen stood up and prepared to leave. Evil Qianchun was listening and wanted to Curse. The conditions given by Lu Ran were what any student could only dream of. Dios's treatment is unique in the academy, and no student can dream of that kind of standard treatment. What's more, there is a special recruitment indicator. The value of this indicator is immeasurable. I don't know how many noble children of small races want to join the academy but cannot get it. If this indicator is sold, let alone exchange for one. Planets on planets. With small tribes, there is no problem in changing cities. Lin Shen actually refused such conditions, and Tian felt that Lin Shen was simply committing a crime. I'll demonstrate at once and ask you to enter the urn and give you an ember of reincarnation. Lu Ran did not stop Lin Shen from leaving, but said lightly. Just her. Words made Lin Shen stop, turned around, faced Lu Ran, stretched out his hand, and said, okay. If he had a choice, he would like to demonstrate asking you to enter the urn 10 times, and then exchange the opportunity to sleep with Lu Ran all night. This is obviously unrealistic, but as long as Lu Ran knows that he will really invite you to the urn, then there will finally be some contact between the two in the future. And maybe there will be a chance to get the fire. Even if there is no such thing, just by demonstrating how to catch a loach, you can get an ember of reincarnation. This is simply a good thing that falls from the sky, and Lin Shen will not refuse it. Go on. Lu Ran took out an ember of reincarnation, held it between his fingers and threw it out. The direction in which the embers of reincarnation flew was not towards Lin Shen, but was still several meters away from Lin Shen. Lin Shen knew what Lu Ran meant. So he reached out and grabbed it in the air, and the ember of reincarnation strangely changed its direction and was sucked into Lin Shen's palm. Thank you, Teacher Lu Ran, for your generous gift. Lin Shen said and turned around and left the conference room. As expected, I invite you to enter the urn. Lu Ran sighed. Evil Tian stood there blankly, looking a little stupid. He has been studying it for nearly 2 years, and he has just begun to get a glimpse of it, but he is still far from perfecting it. Lin Shen was actually able to use it with ease. Evil Tian couldn't help but wonder whether Lin Shen had practiced it before, or just after reading the theory he wrote on the blackboard. If it was the latter, Tian could not imagine how strong Lin Shen's talent was. But if it was the former, why was it such a coincidence that he wrote, "Please enter the urn" on the blackboard, and Lin Shen had actually practiced "invite you to the urn" before? This was too coincidental. Let's go. Lu Ran knew that it was impossible for Lin Shen to be admitted to the academy. She knew that this was likely to be the result, so she did not agree to He Lianqing's offer. She was just a little regretful that this technique was actually practiced by Lin Shen. If Dios faced Lin Shen again in the future, he might not be able to take advantage. The Celestials have gotten a big deal. No wonder the Emperor Tian made him the Dean of the Celestial Master Academy. Lu Ran felt that he should remind Dios not to underestimate Lin Shen. 83 Chinese website latest address. Although Lin Shen doesn't understand the power of those rules and may not have the same understanding, but with his current fighting ability, Dios may not be able to defeat him easily. Teacher, you go first, I have something to do. After leaving the conference room, Evil Qianhuru said goodbye and left. Lu Ran didn't care. Since Tian hadn't mastered the art of asking you to enter the urn, she had no intention of accepting a disciple. After Evil Tian left, he hurriedly walked towards where Lin Shen and the others were. On a training ground, Wai Wufu and Dios were exchanging skills. It was the first time that Dios met someone who could not suppress him in terms of technique. Although there are some people who can equal him, but those people do not really win with skills. Most of them are like the sky never falling, practicing special skills. Unlike Wei Wufu, experience and skills are derived from practice on your own. The two discussed for a while and then sparred for a while. Dios was greatly amazed by Wei Wufu's fighting ability. The two people's understanding of skills and realms were very consistent, which made Dios feel like meeting a close friend in the mountains and rivers. Time is gone. Wei Wufu looked at the time. The test was almost over and he had to go back. Wei Wufu, please stay and study in the academy. With your talent, you will definitely be immortal in the future. And you may even go further. Dios sincerely invited Wei Wufu to stay. I follow. Lin Shen. Wei Wufu said. Lin Shen is very good, but his talent, ability, understanding, and vision are not as good as yours. He is strong now, but he will suffer in the future. Dios continued, I know you are of the same race, you want to help he, but there is no need to stay by his side to help him. As long as you can become stronger, you will be more helpful to him. Wei Wufu looked at Dios in surprise and said, Lin Shen, is much worse, you are not as good as him. After saying that, Wei Wufu ignored Dios, turned around and left the practice ground. Dios stared blankly at Wei Wufu leaving. After a while, his eyes became brighter and brighter. You actually think that you are much worse than Lin Shen, and you think that I am not as good as him, then I will prove to you that I am better than him. You are no worse than him, you just underestimate yourself because you have been with him for too long. Wei Wufu didn't know that his words completely aroused Dios' desire to fight Lin Shen. Dios thought that people like Wei Wufu and Ouyang Yu should have been following Lin Shen from a very early age. Because Lin Shen's talents and skills were very strong, he appeared to be very powerful in the early stage. After they stayed with Lin Shen for a long time, they had the illusion that they were inferior to Lin Shen. In Dios's view, they were just underestimating themselves. After the Peony Fairy's test, Dios could intuitively feel that Lin Shen's understanding was not as good as Wei Wufu and Ouyang Yu. Especially Wei Wufu. In Dios' view, he is a natural martial arts wizard. Even he does not think that he will have a better understanding of martial arts than Wei Wufu. From Dios's point of view, he is helping Wei Wufu break the fate of being beaten by others and let him clearly realize his true value. Such a celestial figure shouldn't be manipulated like this. He should have a broader future. Dios said firmly, let me help you break the cage that binds you. Lin Shen naturally didn't know that he had caused Wu disaster again. He thought that with Lao Wei's relationship, Dios would not come to trouble him in the future. 83 Chinese website latest address INF window _ tabula equals window _ tabula dot push mode thumbs feed 01 container tabula below article thumbnail 300x250 placement below article thumbnail 300 by 250 target _ type mix. Lin Shen returned to the entrance of the examination room. He just stopped and said a few words to Ouyang Yu when he saw Yi Qianchun walking up to him. Anything else? Lin Shen looked at Yi Qianchun and asked. Did you practice the putting the enemy into the trap after reading what I wrote on the blackboard? Yi Qianchun asked seriously. No, I practiced it before. Lin Shen answered truthfully. Hearing Lin Shen's answer, Yi Qianchun was obviously relieved. And then asked, how long have you practiced it? Since Lin Shen did not practice the putting the enemy into the trap now, he still has room to catch up. He wanted to know how long Lin Shen took to practice the putting the enemy into the trap. He wanted to practice the putting the enemy into the trap in a shorter time and faster than Lin Shen. This technique requires the use of 4 kinds of strength to cooperate. Each kind of strength is very difficult to practice, and the 4 kinds of strength must be used in combination. It is definitely not something that can be done in a short time. Tian believed that Lin Shen would not be able to practice this move without several years of hard practice. Several months. Lin Shen had tried to make it seem like it took as long as possible, and he hadn't really practiced for long. Tian was stunned when he heard this. He had originally wanted to be shorter than Lin Shen, but the time he had spent was already 3 or 4 times longer than Lin Shen's. Did it take half a year from the beginning of practicing the 4 powers to mastering them? Tian frowned and asked, still holding a glimmer of fantasy in his heart. Maybe the half a year that Lin Shen mentioned didn't include the time spent practicing the 4 powers, and that it took Tian a year and a half to practice just these 4 powers. About the same, it took half a year on and off. Lin Shen had never practiced a single power, and he started with the siphon power of catching loaches. On and off. Tian's mood at this moment was indescribable. Anything else? Lin Shen looked at Tian and asked. No. No more. Tian felt as if his strength had been sucked dry, and left listlessly. Ouyang Yuda looked at the back of Tian leaving, with a playful look on his face, and said to himself in a voice that only he could hear, if you want to find a reference, you found the wrong person. Not long after, Wei Wufu came back. Lin Shen and others waited until the test was over before they saw Tian Yunxiang walking out of the crowd. Even though the threshold of the academy is already very high and it is not a field that ordinary people can get involved in, there are too many excellent people in this world, and there are still many qualified people who squeeze through the threshold to take the entrance test. When Lin Shen and others saw Tian Yunxiang's face, they knew that her results must not be ideal. Emperor, how are your test results? Lin Shen asked knowingly, just to make things difficult for Tian Yunxiang. It's okay. Tian Yunxiang's face was a little stiff, and she forced out an expression that looked like crying and laughing, and the corners of her mouth were still twitching. So there should be no problem with admission. After you enter the school, we should go back. Do you want to bring something to the emperor? Lin Shen was very happy in his heart, and he liked to see Tian Yunxiang's expression like this. No need. Why are you talking so much? I'm so tired. I'm going back to the hotel to rest. Don't talk to me. Tian Yunxiang turned around and walked away. At Lin Shen's signal, the 4 girls of Yexing quickly followed Tian Yunxiang to protect her safety. Lin Shen walked behind happily, and his mood was really good. If Tian Yunxiang failed the exam, she would have to follow him back to Zenith Star, which was equivalent to easily completing the task assigned by the Emperor of Heavenly Arts. 83 Chinese website latest address. Although it was not completed 100%, at least it was considered to be a good job. Just thinking that I could finally go home safely, I suddenly saw the figure of Deers in the crowd opposite. Lin Shen saw Deers standing still in the crowd. His eyes were obviously looking at him, and his eyes seemed to be a little wrong. Tian Yunxiang saw Deers in front of him, and his originally depressed mood was immediately thrown away. A smile appeared on his face, and he quickly walked up to him. Dears. Tian Yunxiang wanted to say something to Dears, but she found that Dears' focus was not on her at all. She couldn't help but turn her head and saw that the person Dears was looking at was Lin Shen, who was walking behind. Lin Shen, let's fight. Dears was very eye-catching. No matter where he went, he was always the focus of people's attention. Although this was in the Noble Academy, students could often see Dears, and he was not as noticeable as outside. But Dears was still a person that everyone cared about. At this time, he said such words, which immediately made the originally noisy academy quiet. The people who were originally coming and going stopped at this time, and everyone's eyes were on Dears and Lin Shen. After Dears did this, many people also recognized Lin Shen. After all, Lin Shen's performance in the race ranking battle was very amazing, and many people still remembered him. Lin Shen actually came to the academy, and Dears is going to challenge him? It seems that there will be a winner between them after all. Ouyang Yudu is here too. He said that if Lin Shen wants to win, he can win Dears. I wonder if the prophecy can come true. What the hell, do you believe him just because he said it? Dears is Dears, there is no second one in the world, that is a truly invincible existence of the same level, not those pseudo-invincibles who can only run away. Not necessarily, I think Lin Shen is really strong. People were talking about it, but Lin Shen was just confused. It was fine before, but why did Dies suddenly do this? Dies, I'm on duty. Lin Shen was interrupted by Dies before he finished speaking. Dies looked at Lin Shen and smiled. Whether you win or lose, you can have a chance to use the Supreme Land once. When this was said, everyone was shocked. Even Lin Shen looked at Dies in surprise, wondering if Dies was joking. He knew about the Supreme Land. Recently, he was studying which base change land to be reborn in, so he saw a lot of information about it. The Supreme Land was a base change land used exclusively by the Supreme Clan. Although it was only a base change land of Nirvana level, its reputation was not inferior to some base change lands that could breed immortal creatures and legends, and it was even more famous. After all, even if most people know the existence of the immortal land, it is difficult to use the immortal land for Nirvana, and there is a 99.99% chance that they will become non-human. In fact, the same is true for using the Nirvana land. The possibility of becoming non-human is also extremely high. Ordinary ascenders will not choose such a base-changing land for Nirvana. However, the Supreme Land is different. After the transformation of the Supreme Clan, the ascenders who have Nirvana in the Supreme Land will almost not have the risk of becoming non-human. They can directly become Nirvana. Not only will there be less trouble in the middle, but the strength after Nirvana is also stronger than that of ordinary Nirvana. Completing Nirvana once in the Supreme Land can at least be equivalent to completing Nirvana 2 or 3 times in other base-changing lands, or even stronger. 83 Chinese Network latest address INF. This is undoubtedly a huge attraction for the ascenders. Many ascenders who are not strong enough or have too few reincarnations and want to become Nirvana, if they can get a chance to enter the Supreme Land for Nirvana, it is simply like opening a cheat. The Supreme Land is also attractive to Lin Shen. Having such an opportunity can reduce risks and save a lot of trouble, which is naturally excellent. The key is that the Supreme Land is only open to the Supreme Clan, and generally few foreigners can get the opportunity. Many foreign nobles and even royal families want their descendants to use the Supreme Land for Nirvana, but they are not qualified. Lin Shen pondered for a moment and asked, "Are you serious?" Deers did not answer, but took out a jade token and threw it. To Lin Shen, "This is the token to enter the Supreme Land. You can enter the Supreme Land at any time with it." Lin Shen caught the jade token and did not doubt the authenticity of the jade token. Deers said such words in front of so many people, it should not be false. As long as there is a Wuxia jade plate, can anyone enter the Supreme Land? Lin Shen asked again. If he himself does not go to the Supreme Land, he can also give it to others. Each Wuxia jade plate will be registered, and only when a person matches the Wuxia jade plate can he enter the Supreme Land. Deer said lightly, "But you can rest assured, I will change the record to your name, or to someone else's name, as long as you are not a villain and have nothing to do with my clan. I can also help you change it. But it can only be changed once. I can fight you, but I have a request." Lin Shen felt that he would not suffer a loss in this matter. He would fight with him, and whether he won or lost, he would get a chance to enter the Supreme Land. "You say." Deers didn't care. "The battle between you and me will not be broadcast live, and no one is allowed to watch the battle, and the result will not be announced to the public," Lin Shen said. Lin Shen's condition immediately caused dissatisfaction among the people around him. They were all waiting to see Lin Shen and Deers fight, but Lin Shen said that he would fight alone and not let them watch, which immediately angered everyone. "Lin Shen, can't you afford to lose?" "That's right, you have no vision at all. You want the jade token, but you're afraid of losing face, so you want all the good things, right? No need to watch, you've already lost in terms of momentum. Lin Shen will definitely not win. It's impossible to win. Do you really think he can beat Deers?" Even Tian Yunxiang was very dissatisfied, and said to Lin Shen, "Others can choose not to watch, but I must watch." Deers looked at Lin Shen and said, "Others can choose not to watch, and people from my tribe can choose not to watch, but your friends can watch from the side, right?" "That's right, we won't tell anyone even if we watch," Tian Yunxiang quickly said. Lin Shen didn't expect Deers to say that, and he almost doubted whether there were spies from the Supreme Clan around him. But thinking about the few people he brought with him, there was no way there was a spy from the Supreme Clan. "Okay." Lin Shen agreed. "Come with me." Deers turned around and walked slowly, waiting for Lin Shen to catch up. Everyone was very disappointed. They still wanted to watch the battle between Lin Shen and Deers. This was a battle between top ascenders, and they didn't have the chance to see it at any time. Especially the students of the academy, they were all very disappointed. "Lin Shen, can I go to watch the battle? I think you can win, and I want to witness it myself." Lin Shen was just about to follow him when Qianchun came over and said. Seeing Lin Shen looking at him with disbelief, Qianchun whispered to him, "I studied the trick of inviting the enemy into a trap just to compete with Deers. I really want to see you defeat him with the trick of inviting the enemy into a trap. If you are willing to let me watch the battle, I will owe you a favor. If there is any need for me in the future, I swear in the name of the Prince of the Evil Dragon Clan that I will do my best as long as I can do it. You can only watch, not record, and can't say." Lin Shen thought about it and agreed. To Qianchun. The Evil Dragon Clan is also a top race. Although the number of races is relatively small, it is famous for its bravery and good fighting skills, and there is no conflict with the celestial race and humans. 83 Chinese website latest address. Lin Shen didn't want others to watch the battle, just because he didn't want to expose his abilities too much, and he didn't want to be targeted and studied all day long. The key is that he was embarrassed to do anything in front of so many people. If Tian wanted to watch, let him watch. Why not get the favor of the prince of the evil dragon clan? I want to watch. 2. I also think you can win. Lin Shen, I am your die-hard fan, let me go. You all go aside. I am a true fan. I grew up watching Lin Shen's battles. I must go to cheer for my idol. Idol, take me with you. At once, a large number of crowds of Lin Shen appeared, and everyone said they were optimistic about Lin Shen. Lin Shen didn't care about them so much. Under the protection of the 4 girls of Yexing, he followed Dais to a teleportation device in the academy. The staff teleported them to Tian Star. This planet is a huge water ball. The ocean covers most of the area, and there are only many islands dotted in between. The environment of Tian Star is similar to that of the human mother planet, and it is even more suitable for human habitation. However, these islands and oceans are inhabited by a large number of genetically modified creatures, ranging from the genetically modified level to the nirvana level. Everyone appeared on an island. Deers had already communicated with the staff and told them not to let anyone teleport to Thousand Island Star during this period. This was considered a private place. These were all done by Deers before he came to find Lin Shen. He didn't want others to see Lin Shen defeated by him. He just wanted Wei Wufu to know that Lin Shen was not as strong as he imagined. Yi Xing and others stood on the island, while Lin Shen and Deer stood face to face on the beach. The battle was about to start. Lin Shen, in this battle between you and me, please do your best and don't leave any regrets. Deer said to Lin Shen. That's natural. Lin Shen directly changed his base, and his carapace wrapped his whole body. At the same time, he opened up various talents. For a while, his carapace was as bright as the sun, emitting brilliant light. In an office of the Noble Academy, Lu ran, and a group of bigwigs from the academy were staring at the holographic image. Fortunately, the Sky Dome system was installed on Thousand Island Star, otherwise this excitement would really not be seen. An old teacher said with a smile. This Lin Shen has good abilities and should be able to cause some trouble to Deers. I hope he can hold on longer and not lose so quickly. Many bigwigs are optimistic about Deers, but only Lu Ran knows that it may not be that easy to defeat Lin Shen. With everyone's expectations, the battle finally began. Deers directly used the dust life base, turning it into a torrent of stars, and rushed towards Lin Shen. This was exactly the same move he had used on Ouyang Yudu before. Everyone looked at Lin Shen, wanting to know how he could break this move. Facing the torrent of stars, Lin Shen burst out with light, as if possessed by a god, and punched out. The 5-punch stamping punch was already the strongest blow that Lin Shen could use at his limit. Bang! The galaxy rushed violently, and no matter how strong the punch was, it could not withstand the endless impact of the galaxy. Lin Shen's punch was broken, and his body was thrown out. Bang! Lin Shen fell on the beach and struggled several times but was unable to get up. You are so strong, I hate you so much. The carapace on Lin Shen's face disappeared, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The people on the island and the big guys who were peeking outside were all stunned, their mouths wide open for a while, and they couldn't speak for A long time. 83 Chinese website latest address INF. Fake, too fake. When Lu Ran looked at Lin Shen's expression, it was like watching an actor in a stage play. The performance was too obvious and exaggerated. Especially the last mouthful of blood, which was not something a normal person could do. If he got hurt, he got hurt. If he vomited blood, he vomited blood. Who has ever seen someone remove the mask specifically for vomiting blood, and then vomit it out? It was as if he was afraid that someone would not know that he was vomiting blood. If this was a stage play, Lu Ran thought, it was quite vivid and contagious, but in the case of a life-and-death duel, Lu Ran felt that Lin Shen was too much, and was simply shameless to the extreme. Yi Qianchun was also stunned. He thought of countless possibilities, but he never thought that it would be such a result. The expressions of the four girls of Yixing were a little strange. They moved a little further away from Lin Shen, as if they didn't want others to know that they knew Lin Shen. The people of Deers were dumbfounded, seeing Lin Shen lying motionless on the beach. As if he had given up, his eyes twitched and he gritted his teeth and said, "Many people on the internet call you Lin the Movie King. I used to think those people were wrong, but today I finally know that they are too right. You are just an actor. No way, you are too strong, I am really no match for you. When I go out later, I will tell everyone the truth that I cannot defeat your powerful strength and was defeated by your one move. Classmate Yi Qianchun can testify." Lin Shen sat up with difficulty and looked at Yi Qianchun and said, "Testify? I can't testify, Yi Qianchun wanted to complain in his heart, but found that Lin Shen seemed to be right. Lin Shen was indeed defeated by Deers in one move, and he saw it with his own eyes. Yi Qianchun could only say that this Lin Shen was too shameless. When Deers said that he would give Lin Shen the opportunity to enter the Supreme Land regardless of winning or losing, the battle was actually over. Dais looked at Lin Shen and suddenly laughed. "No need to bother, I'll take your body out later, and everyone will know that you've lost." As he said that, Dais punched Lin Shen directly. He could obviously control the dust to fight gracefully, but at this time he just wanted to hit Lin Shen hard twice. Preferably to kill him. "You don't follow the rules. I've already admitted defeat." Seeing that Dais was serious, Lin Shen bounced up from the ground and retreated hundreds of meters in an instant. Dais punched a large pit with a diameter of dozens of meters on the beach. "Today you have no other way to go, defeat me, or be beaten to death by me." Dais knew that if he didn't do this, Lin Shen would definitely not really fight him. Why bother? You and I have no grudges in the past, and no hatred in the present, why do we have to fight to the death? Lin Shen sighed. "Stop talking nonsense, you decide whether to live or die." Dais, who has such a good temper, can't stand Lin Shen, and he is going to continue to attack in anger. "Wait a minute." Lin Shen hurriedly stopped, looked at Deers seriously and asked, "Are you really going to have a life-and-death duel?" "Yes." Deers' tone was very firm. "Is it the kind of life-and-death duel where you must use all your strength and use all means to kill the opponent?" Lin Shen asked again. 83 Chinese website latest address. "Of course, I will do my best." Deers answered very affirmatively. He naturally hoped that Lin Shen could fight him with all his strength, instead of acting like before, which would be an insult to him. "Okay, in this case. Then I will have to meet your request and fight you with all my strength and means," Lin Shen said. and directly summoned the folding fan and the mutant Yu Linglong, and then fanned Deers twice. The mutant Yu Linglong also summoned the mutant Yushi life base and used the Zenshan skill. Deers was not surprised, but happy when he saw this. It seemed that Lin Shen really wanted to fight him seriously. He was not afraid of Lin Shen using pets, but was afraid that Lin Shen would not try his best. Later, he also watched the battle between Lin Shen and Christine, and knew that Lin Shen's life base had the ability to weaken, but he was not afraid at all and let the mysterious words fall on him. Feeling that his body's strength was repeatedly weakened, Dies did not resist. He felt that this was the best way. Only by defeating Lin Shen in this way could Wei Wufu wake up completely and understand that Lin Shen was not as invincible as he imagined, breaking his psychological shadow. Originally, Dice thought that Lin Shen had used so many weakening abilities and should take action, but who knew that Lin Shen stood there and flicked his folding fan, pointed at the four girls of Yexing and said, "Do you remember how I taught you before? Music. Start." The four girls of Yexing were slightly startled. When Lin Shen borrowed them, he did tell them something, but now they felt a little embarrassed to ask them to do such a thing. But no matter how embarrassed they were, they did not dare to disobey Lin Shen's orders, and summoned their life bases one by one. Keyboard, drums, bass, guitar, for women are a band, the music starts, the rhythm like death rock follows, and then they sing in unison, the sky is vast, the wilderness is vast. I am the most rampant in my life. As they sing, infinite power suddenly arises in Lin Shen's body. Fuck, he brings his own band to fight? A big man couldn't help but swear. The level of this cheerleading team is really good. Every one of them is beautiful. Why didn't I think of this when I was young? An old man sighed. What are you thinking? Don't you know that he has the talent of war song? The war song sung by these four women will enhance his ability. Finally, someone said this, which surprised the big guys who were sighing and admiring the beauty of the four women of Yixing. They rarely paid attention to the Battle of Feishing, and only a few of them paid attention to the Battle of Feishing. Most of them only watched the duel between Lin Shen and Christine, and didn't know that Lin Shen also had the talent of war song. Ichihara was also stunned. He had seen fights with thugs, but he had never seen a fight with a band to cheer. You really don't say it, the band composed of four beauties is really pleasing to the eye. Such vulgar sentences sung by them don't make people feel so vulgar. Dears, since it's a life and death duel, I won't be polite. Lin Shen directly blasted over with a 3-hit wave. But the power of the 3-hit wave with the blessing of the band's war song is not as simple as the previous 3-hit wave. Dai's mind moved, and thousands of dust particles rushed towards Lin Shen like a galaxy. This move blew up Lin Shen's 5-hit combo of stepping on the waves. He originally thought that there would be no problem against the 3-hit combo. 83 Chinese website latest address. But something went wrong. Deers underestimated the strength of the band's blessing to Lin Shen. The general ascenders singing the war song actually did not give Lin Shen a strong blessing. Only when there were more people could the enhancement become very large. But that was under normal circumstances. If there was the power of the sound system, the effect would not be as simple as the number of people. Just like Wei Wufu used the heart-searching wooden fish to match the rhythm and the war song, he could bring a lot of blessing to Lin Shen. The heart-searching wooden fish and Lao Wei were only upgraded, and Lao Wei did not have real sound system power. The four girls of Yeshing were all Nirvana-level sound system masters. In addition, their life bases were all musical instruments. The blessing of the war song that could be generated by their accompaniment and singing was much stronger than that of Lao Wei. Under the blessing of the war song, Lin Shen's 3 consecutive punches were like a huge wave, and he actually rolled back the dust rushing from the galaxy and hit Deers. That terrifying force was like a mudslide, sweeping everything forward. Dai's expression suddenly condensed. It was true that he could control the dust in the space to turn it into life, but that was also within a certain range. After all, he was just a flying upgrade, and his ability range was still relatively limited. If he could be promoted to immortal, he might really be able to control the stars in the sky. Now, the dust he could control could not exceed a certain limit. But this was not a problem. Dai's expression did not move, and he punched out, and the fist force rolled snowballs towards the huge waves. However, the effect of this punch was not as good as Dai's imagined. The negative effects on him greatly reduced the power of his own attributes and skills. The snowball rolled up by this punch was not as strong as expected. The fist force was not able to stop the fist wave, but was smashed by the fist wave, and rolled together to hit Dai's. Dai's eyes condensed, and a mysterious light like a god bloomed on his body, and a little holy light appeared on his forehead. The holy light spread out, like a holy eye of divine light, staring at the fist wave and releasing a beam of light. Boom! The fist wave was shattered by the holy eye light, and the big guys watching the battle all praised, Deers is worthy of being born in Nirvana. He is the only one in the world who can release attribute power as an ascender. But before they finished their sighs, they saw Lin Shen swinging his fists and hitting one wave-treading fist after another. The fist waves overlapped and rushed towards Deers like an endless tsunami. With the blessing of the Nirvana-level band, Lin Shen's power was amplified not just 1 or 2 times, but several times. The power attribute of each wave-treading fist has exceeded 1,000, and can even be compared with the power attribute of the Nirvana level. Deers is indeed invincible, and the holy eye light keeps destroying Lin Shen's fist waves. But that's all. He used the dust life base to attack Lin Shen, but was rolled back by waves of terrifying fist waves. This is absolute power suppression. If it weren't for the holy eye light, Dai's would have no way to deal with such power suppression. A group of big men watched the terrifying fist waves raging in the air. The real sea waves were not so terrifying. Dai's could only deal with the holy eye light, and other abilities were useless. 83 Chinese website latest address. But the holy eye light consumes a lot of energy, and Dai's can't use it all the time. However, Lin Shen's fist waves came violently as if they were free of money. Dai's, who was almost invincible, actually showed signs of fatigue, and the holy eye light gradually began to weaken. Shameless, what kind of duel is this? It's obvious that the 4 women gave him too strong a blessing, otherwise he is no match for Dai's. This person is really cunning. He weakened Dai's with his own and his pet's skills, and used the band to bless himself with powerful strength. With the decline of one, let alone Dai's, I'm afraid that if a Nirvana was replaced, he would be suppressed as well. Lin Shen used a pet, which was already a foul. He even brought a band. This is not a duel at all. This is bullying the weak with the many. The big guys were all indignant, but they were also a little surprised. The blessing given to Lin Shen by the band was stronger than they imagined. It could Make Lin Shen's power so strong that it could rival that of a nirvana. If his opponent was not dies, any other ascender would have died on the spot. Even Deers was powerless to break through Lin Shen's fist wave. Like the sea, the light of the holy eye became weaker and weaker when he shot at the fist wave. Again, Deers' body was actually shaken back a step. Deers was actually shaken back. Tian was full of disbelief. He thought Lin Shen would use the trick of inviting someone into a trap to restrain Deers, but he didn't expect it to be such a battle. The whole process was head-on and Deers was beaten without the power to fight back. Tian had never seen such a scene and had never even thought about it. Relying on external forces. It turns out that it can be so strong. Tian looked at the 4 girls of Yexing who were singing hard, and seemed to have suddenly realized it. Although one's own strength is important, external forces are also important factors. If Lin Shen's own band was stronger, maybe he could crush Deers. The power of one person is limited. After all, or there is strength in numbers, my evil dragon clan has too few members. If our evil dragon clan had more members, we would definitely be much stronger than we are now, and we might even compete for the throne of the first race in the universe. Even if I have mastered the art of luring the enemy into a trap, it would only make me stronger, and it wouldn't have much effect. But if I could give birth to 1,000 evil dragon babies, after 1,000 evil dragon babies grow up, each of them would give birth to 1,000 evil dragon babies. Ekiharu, who has always advocated personal force, is quietly changing his ideology. Deers quickly retreated and exited the range of the fist wave. He tried several times to break through Lin Shen's fist wave and rush over, but the results all ended in failure. He was too weakened, and the blessing given to Lin Shen by the band was too strong. No matter how strong his skills were, he could not break Lin Shen's fist wave. I thought Lin Shen couldn't hold on to such a wave of punches for a long time. But he was about to die, and Lin Shen's punches were more powerful than ever, which made Dai's completely lose hope of winning. There was no point in fighting any further. Dai's withdrew from the battle circle and looked at Lin Shen with a complicated expression. I lost. Dai sighed. He admitted that he lost, but he felt very frustrated. He obviously had the ability to prove that he was better than Lin Shen, but with the blessing of the band, his ability alone was useless. Although he was a little unconvinced, Dai's still admitted it. Just like what Lin Shen asked at the beginning, is it a life and death duel where any means can be used? Since it is a life and death duel, of course the purpose is to survive. No matter what means Lin Shen uses, it is reasonable. Dai's admits this. But he felt aggrieved and uncomfortable in his heart. He has never felt so aggrieved since he was born. Lin Shen pointed with the folding fan in his hand, and the singing and accompaniment of the 4 girls of Yexing stopped. Thank you. Lin Shen was in a good mood. 83 Chinese website latest address. Lin Shen was in a good mood, but the big guys watching the game felt the same as Deer, feeling frustrated. In the territory of the Supreme Clan, a foreigner actually defeated Deer with more people. Yes, in their opinion, Lin Shen was outnumbered, and without the blessing of the battle song of the 4 girls in the band, even if he had those weakening skills, he could not be Deer's opponent. Now they suddenly felt that it would be better to let him go just like that when Lin Shen was showing off his acting skills just now. At that time, at least Deer's invincible reputation would not be damaged. Now that he admitted defeat like this, it was not only Deer who felt frustrated, but all of them felt frustrated as well, and they lost all their dignity. But they couldn't say anything. No, we can't let him go like this. This is not a duel at all. And this result doesn't count. One big guy slammed the table angrily, looked at Lu Ran and said, "You are Deer's master, what do you say?" "Young man, it's not a bad thing to suffer a little setback. Deer was too smooth before, so it's good to lose a game," Lu Ran said calmly. She really thought so in her heart. Deer's had been too smooth before. It was better for him to suffer a little setback now than to suffer a big loss in the real life and death battle in the future. Today, Lin Shen taught Deer's 2 lessons. Lu Ran not only did not think that Lin Shen was being cunning, but on the contrary, she was quite grateful that Lin Shen could make up these 2 lessons for Deer's. Since Lu Ran said so, the other big guys had nothing to say. Besides, this was a battle between Deer's and Lin Shen, and they really couldn't intervene. The Noble Academy had its own rules. They couldn't bully a small ascender. Even if they wanted to, the rules didn't allow them to do so. Moreover, Lin Shen was not an ordinary ascender. He also represented the celestial clan on this trip. No, this doesn't count. It was clearly agreed to be a duel. You asked Sister Yeshing and the others to help you. This is bullying the minority with the majority. It's not a one-on-one duel at all. A voice spoke out their thoughts. The person who spoke was Tian Yunxiang, who was watching the battle on the island. "I thought I would see Deer's defeat Lin Shen and show his supreme power. But I could only see Deer's admitting defeat with grievance." Tian Yunxiang felt the same way, as if she was wronged, and stood up to speak for Deer's angrily. Lin Shen was no longer surprised that the brain-dead girl would make such a statement, and he didn't find it strange at all. If it was on a real battlefield, such a person should be beheaded by the commander directly. But this is not a battlefield, and Tian Yunxiang is not a human. The fact that the Tianren tribe has such a brain-dead emperor is a matter for the Tianren tribe and the Tianshu emperor, and has nothing to do with him. He will not worry about the Tianren tribe. I will trouble you about changing the name of the jade token later. We will leave first. Lin Shen ignored Tian Yunxiang and prepared to teleport away. "Lin Shen, I'm talking to you, didn't you hear me?" Tian Yunxiang stopped Lin Shen with a whistling voice. "Emperor Yunxiang, what do you want? Are you satisfied only if I die in the hands of Deer's? If so, go and ask the emperor. As long as the emperor says a word, Deer's doesn't need to do anything. I will chop off my head and give it to him." Lin Shen looked at Tian Yunxiang coldly and said, I don't mean that." Tian Yunxiang was a little scared by Lin Shen's momentum, and her eyes subconsciously avoided, not daring to look at Lin Shen. 83 Chinese website latest address. Then what do you mean?" Lin Shen asked coldly. I just want you to have a fair fight with Deer's." Tian Yunxiang seemed to feel that it was a shame that he was scared by Lin Shen, and said angrily, "We, the Tianren clan, must win honorably. How can we use such despicable means? That is not what heroes do." "When did I say I was a hero?" Lin Shen asked back indifferently. "You." Tian Yunxiang was choked and couldn't say a word. "Emperor Yunxiang, thank you for speaking up for me, but I have already lost, this is an indisputable fact." Dai said. "You didn't lose, you were just outnumbered," Tian Yunxiang said. "If you lose, it has nothing to do with anything else," Dai said. Looking at Lin Shen, and said solemnly, I lost this time, but I will win again next time. I hope that when I see you again next time, you will be stronger than you are now. After that, Dais was ready to send Lin Shen and the others out of Qiandao Star. Suddenly, the sea was surging, and a huge monster broke out of the sea like a giant spaceship and flew into the sky. The huge body in the sky seemed to cover the entire sky, and the island and the nearby sea were shrouded in shadows. What was even more terrifying was that the giant was still wrapped in blue lightning, and the lightning on its body continued to spread around. For a time, the sky and the earth were full of blue lightning flashing like spider webs. That's the mutant thunder Kuanping. The faces of the big guys watching the battle changed drastically, the images in front of them were disconnected, and the projection lost signal. Lu Ran disappeared in a flash, and after reacting, many big guys disappeared and rushed to the teleportation array of Qiandao Star. The mutant thunder Kuanping is a nirvana creature unique to Qiandao Star, and it is not an ordinary nirvana creature. Thunder Kuanping is a Kuan in the water and a Peng in the sky. Its body is huge and has the infinite power of yin and yang thunder and lightning. The Wuji yin-yang lightning has the property of devouring and destroying everything. Once hit by the Wuji yin-yang lightning, the body will completely use the ability to resist. If it is nirvana level, it may be possible to use the power of nirvana to resist the Wuji yin-yang lightning, but that must be a nirvana with the top nirvana attribute. Even if ordinary nirvana has the power of nirvana, it will lose the ability to resist when it touches the Wuji yin-yang lightning. In order to eliminate a thunder Kuanping, several nirvanas died, and that was when more than a dozen nirvanas were besieged, and it was still a non-mutated thunder Kuanping. The mutated thunder Kuanping they just saw was much more terrifying than the thunder Kuanping that was eliminated by the academy before. If Deers, Tian Yunxiang and Lin Shen had any mistakes, the Celestials would never let it go. The anger of the Celestials was secondary. What they could not accept the most was that Deers had problems with the appearance of the mutant thunder Kuanping. Lightning and thunder were everywhere between heaven and earth. Lin Shen immediately shouted for everyone to teleport out. But when he wanted to activate the Watch Inheritance device, he found that it didn't work. Seeing the sky full of thunder and lightning, Deers was like a god, shining brightly and confronting the sky. The dust within 1,000 meters nearby was shining like stars and gathering in his hands. 83 Chinese website latest address window, _Taboola equals window _Taboola, _Taboola, push, mode, thumbs feed 01. Container, Taboola, below article thumbnail, 300x250, placement, below article thumbnail, 300 by 250, target _type, mix. Countless star-like dust condensed on the palm of Dais, like a huge lightsaber. As Dais raised his arm, it flew towards the huge creature in the sky. As the lightsaber flew up, more starlight appeared around, all absorbed on the lightsaber, making the lightsaber bigger and bigger, and the aura more and more terrifying. The body of the creature was like an eagle, but it was unimaginably huge. Its claws were black like iron, but its feathers were crystal white, and the blue lightning on its body kept flashing, spreading all over the sky. At the moment when the lightsaber rose into the air and stabbed the giant bird, the blue lightning flashing in the void appeared out of thin air and hit the lightsaber. The lightsaber was like a huge lightning rod. The lightning that had been raging in the sky without direction struck the lightsaber from different directions. At one time, countless lightnings in the world were drawn to the lightsaber. The lightsaber formed by dust was struck by the blue lightning, and all the Dust seemed to be electrocuted, and stood still in the air, completely motionless. Then Lin Shen and others saw countless dusts lose their light, and then were instantly electrocuted into black ash, falling down like volcanic ash. Yekong, Yeyun, Yeyue, and Yexing immediately summoned their life bases and directly made their life bases fly into the sky. The drums started beating by themselves, the guitar and bass also played automatically without fingers, and the keyboard also rose and fell, playing strange music, and the strange sound wave power also rippled with it, trying to compete with the strange giant bird. Boom! But a thunder in the sky sounded, and the sound range power of the four people was directly shattered. And the sound was almost inaudible. The next moment, the four life bases attracted lightning, and the blue lightning bombarded the life bases. The four life bases were immediately sucked into the air, and lightning entangled them. No matter how the four girls of Yixing controlled them, it was difficult to make them move. In a blink of an eye, black smoke came out of the life bases sucked by lightning, and some parts were charred, and they were about to be destroyed. Everyone's face changed drastically. The four Nirvana-level night sky people could not resist the attack of the giant bird. Who else could resist the attack of the giant bird? Everyone was unwilling to sit and wait for death, and they all sacrificed their spirit bases. They did not dare to use their own life bases, for fear that they would be directly destroyed by lightning like the dust life base and the instrument life base. The fact was indeed as they thought. As soon as the spirit base flew into the air, it attracted the blue lightning that appeared out of thin air. Countless lightning appeared out of thin air, and their flying level spirit bases were charred by lightning in an instant, turning into flying ashes and floating in the air. The holy light on Dai shone brighter and brighter, and the holy eye of divine light appeared again between his brows. The beam of light from the holy eye of divine light passed through the heavy thunder and lightning, but it still could not reach the giant bird and was shattered by thunder and lightning. Seeing that Dais could not stop the thunder and lightning of the strange bird, and the blue thunder and lightning accompanied the strange bird, raging between heaven and earth. Like a thunder and lightning cage, everyone felt terrified, fearing that they would be drowned by the thunder and lightning. Soon. Let's run away. Tian Yunxiang had never experienced such a thing before, her face was already horrified, and her body was shaking constantly. You can't escape. That's the thunder Kuimping. Its speed is the best in its class. Not to mention that we are just ascenders, even if we are also nirvana, our speed can't be faster than it. The reason why we are not dead yet is because it doesn't want to kill us yet. It is playing a cat and mouse game with us. Deer said guiltily, I harmed you. I thought the thunder Kuimping had been extinct for a long time, but I didn't expect that there was still one, and it looked like a mutant creature. 83 Chinese website latest address. After Deers said this, Tian Yunxiang became more desperate. Even Deers said that he was powerless, so they were dead this time. Night sky. Song starts. Lin Shen ignored Tian Yunxiang's mood. He had to drive this thing away before the thunder and lightning of the thunder Kuimping fell, otherwise they would all die. Here today. The four women of the night sky looked strange. Their full-strength attacks were easily controlled by the thunder Kuimping, and they saw that their life base was about to be destroyed. Lin Shen was an ascender, and even if he had a stronger blessing, he could not be strong enough to compete with the thunder and lightning Kuimping. Moreover, their instruments were sucked by thunder and lightning, and they could not move at all, nor could they accompany the music. They could only use their voices to bless Lin Shen, and the effect was much worse than before. However, at this point, they had no choice but to obey Lin Shen's orders reflexively and sing the war song. It was just that the voice was more powerful and high-pitched than theirs, accompanied by the sound of knocking. The four girls turned their heads and saw Wei Wufu's white robe fluttering in the storm. He held a wooden fish in his hand, knocking the rhythm of the war song and shouting the war song at the same time. The music rhythm that had been integrated into the bones of the four girls made them subconsciously respond to Wei Wufu and sing loudly. Ouyang Yudu held up a jade umbrella, chanting the war song softly, walked behind Lin Shen, and held the jade bone demon umbrella above Lin Shen's head. Although his voice was light, every word was firm and powerful. If the lightning fell, he would use the jade bone demon umbrella to absorb the lightning and block the first wave of attacks for Lin Shen, so that Lin Shen could fully release his power. Lin Shen stood under the umbrella, staring at the strange bird in the sky, which was too huge to be seen in its entirety. The brilliant light on his body became more and more dazzling, and his skills were fully activated. Lin Shen slowly raised one hand, his fingers like guns, aiming at the strange bird in the sky, wanting to test the waters with a finger sand first. If he could pass through the lightning, then he would merge with the fate-defying man in the next attack and launch the strongest attack to attack the acupuncture points of the strange bird. Seeing Lin Shen standing under the umbrella and pointing his hand to the sky, Deers also slowly sang the war song. Although he didn't know whether Lin Shen's attack would work, he could give Lin Shen a little strength, which would give him more possibilities. Perhaps infected by everyone, Tian Yunxiang also sang the war song, and her voice was a little trembling. Lin Shen pointed his finger at the sky and was about to launch the finger sand to see if he could use the pseudo-separation method and pseudo-snowballing method to directly pass through the lightning. At this moment, the fat boy in the backpack climbed out of the backpack, climbed onto Lin Shen's shoulder, looked at the strange bird in the sky, and made a light cry. Because Ouyang Yudu was standing behind Lin Shen holding an umbrella, Deers and Tian Yunxiang, who were standing diagonally behind him, did not see the fat boy climbing onto Lin Shen's shoulder. Under the roar of thunder and lightning, they did not hear the fat boy's soft cry. When Lin Shen raised his finger to the sky and pointed it at the strange bird in the sky, the strange bird suddenly let out a long whistle, and then its wings raised a raging wind, and its body rushed straight up into the sky in an instant, and disappeared into the sky in an instant, and the thunder and lightning in the sky disappeared. 83 Chinese website latest address. The thunder Kuanping came and went quickly, just like the wind, flapping its wings to travel 90,000 miles in an instant. In just a moment, the thunder Kuanping rushed out of the atmosphere and disappeared into the void, and all the thunder and lightning in the sky disappeared with its departure. Lin Shen was stunned there. He was ready to fight to the death, but the thunder Kuanping just left like that. Others may not know why, but Lin Shen knew it very well in his heart. The thunder Kuanping clearly left suddenly after the fat boy made a light cry, and the sand between his fingers was useless. He thought so, but Deers, Tian Yunxiang, and others did not know the reason. In their opinion, Lin Shen just pointed his finger at the thunder Kuanping in the sky, and the thunder Kuanping was like a frightened bird, and it was directly scared away to the clouds. Deers looked at Lin Shen with a complicated expression, and his eyes were a little strange. Tian Yunxiang also stared at Lin Shen in a daze, and felt that Lin Shen and her eyes seemed to be a little different from before. She didn't know what was different, but she just felt that he didn't look so annoying anymore. The four girls of Yekong were full of disbelief. Their life bases were all taken back. Although they were seriously damaged, they were taken back in time and were not destroyed. They could still recover with some means. Like Tian Yunxiang, they thought that Lei Diankuanping was scared away by Lin Shen's finger, and they felt unbelievable in their hearts. But the facts were in front of them. Lin Shen just pointed to the sky, and Lei Diankuanping was scared away. It was like a miracle. At this time, they suddenly had an idea that they seemed to be born for Lin Shen. With them singing a battle song for Lin Shen could actually be so strong. Then they just need to follow Lin Shen in the future. When they and Lin Shen can both be promoted to immortal, who else in this universe can be their opponent? They need to rely on Lin Shen to survive in the universe. And Lin Shen also needs their battle songs to assist. They feel that there is no stronger relationship than this. As long as they don't have any other intentions, Lin Shen should not give up on them. After all, where can Lin Shen find people like them who can match the battle song? They never thought that it was not Lin Shen's power that scared away the mutant Thunder Kuanping, and it had nothing to do with their battle songs. But the fat boy who was still standing on Lin Shen's shoulders, Ouyang Yudu, who was standing behind Lin Shen, reached out and lifted the fat boy and put it back into his backpack. Then he walked away as if nothing had happened, leaving Lin Shen standing there alone to enjoy the attention of everyone. The white robe on Wei Wufu disappeared, and the wooden fish of asking the heart was also put away. Everyone had their own thoughts, and when they were all looking at Lin Shen, they suddenly saw a series of figures teleported to the island. The first one to come in was Lu Ran, and then the big guys in the academy. After they came in, they were ready to kill the mutant Thunder Kuanping as soon as possible, but they found that the sky was clear and there was no trace of the mutant Thunder Kuanping. Seeing that Deers and the others were fine and there were no casualties, many bigwigs breathed a sigh of relief. The mutant Thunder Kuanping was too terrifying, and it was not comparable to ordinary ascension and nirvana. If Deers could return to nirvana, then he should be able to deal with a mutant Thunder Kuanping. Unfortunately, he is only flying and upgrading now, and he is probably not a match for Thunder Kuanping. Now is undoubtedly the best ending. Deers is fine, Lin Shen and Tian Yunxiang are also fine, and the Supreme Clan and the Celestial Clan can continue to live in peace. But they are confused in their hearts. How did Deers and the others repel the mutant Thunder Kuanping? Deers, are you okay? Lu Ran looked at Deers and asked. I'm fine. Deers shook his head. 83 Chinese website latest address. How did you repel the Thunder Kuanping? Lu Ran continued to ask. Many big men looked at Deers, which was also the question they wanted to know urgently. I didn't do anything. It was Lin Shen who scared away the Thunder Kuanping with one finger. Deers said truthfully. But his truth made Lu Ran and others look at each other in bewilderment. No one could believe what Deers said. Tell me what happened in detail? Lu Ran had to continue to ask patiently. Deers just told the story of Lin Shen pointing to the sky, and then the Thunder Kuanping was scared away. The faces of Lu Ran and other big men became more and more strange. If these words were not said by Deers, they would think that this was a myth. They have seen Lin Shen's strength. Even with the blessing of the war song, it can only be regarded as the middle level of nirvana. That mutant Thunder Kuanping is definitely the top level nirvana creature. Lin Shen didn't even move his finger, but just stretched out his finger, and he was able to scare away the mutant Thunder Kuanping. If this isn't a myth, what else could it be? But Deers had no reason to lie, and he wasn't a liar, let alone cover up for Lin Shen. What he said was the truth. But such a fact made it difficult for the immortal-level bosses, like Lu Ran, to understand why Lin Shen could scare away the thunder Kuanping just by pointing to the sky. The people gathered outside, waiting for the result, saw the big guys of the academy rushing into the teleportation array, and they all wondered if something big had happened. Will Lin Shen be killed by Deers? Lin Shen was killed by Dais. Why are the teachers in the academy so anxious? I think they are so anxious because Dais was killed by Lin Shen. No way, why did Lin Shen kill Dais? Will they die together? People imagined various possibilities and stared at the teleportation station, hoping to see something. It didn't take long, but in their feeling, it seemed like several centuries had passed. Finally, someone walked out of the teleportation station. The leaders were the big guys of the academy, and then they were followed by Tian Yunxiang and Lin Shen, who were being escorted, and Dais and Yi Qianchun walked at the end. It seems that nothing happened. Who won or lost? It seems that no one was injured. What did the teachers rush over to do just now? What is going on? Looking at the crowd surrounding the teleportation station, Lu Ran said lightly. The duel between Deers and Lin Shen won, everyone go away. As soon as these words came out, everyone was in an uproar. They couldn't believe that Lin Shen actually won this battle. After Lu Ran finished speaking, he personally escorted Tian Yunxiang and Lin Shen back to the hotel to prevent them from being harassed by others. Those people naturally didn't dare to harass Lin Shen and others, nor did they dare to ask Deers now, but Yi Qianchun became their target. As soon as the big guys left, several students who had a good relationship with Yi Qianchun surrounded them and inquired about what happened on Qiandao Star. 83 Chinese website latest address window _Taboola equals window _Taboola _Taboola.push, mode, thumbs feed 01, container, Taboola, below article thumbnail 300x250, placement, below article thumbnail 300 by 250, target _type, mix. The news that Lin Shen frightened away the thunder and lightning Kuanping with one finger quickly spread throughout the academy. But most people don't really believe this statement, and most people think it's just a rumor. Rumors stop only among the wise. This saying was implemented thoroughly by the students of the Sublime Academy. Except for a very few people. Most people thought that someone must have exaggerated and Lin Shen was not that powerful. Even Lin Shen's defeat of Dios was said to be something else. Of course, the truth is that there is an inside story. Lin Shen didn't care about this. After Lu Ran personally sent them back to the hotel, when he was about to leave, Lin Shen approached Lu Ran. Teacher Lu Ran, can I have a few words with you? Lin Shen stopped Lu Ran and said, What's the matter? Lu Ran was a little surprised and didn't know why Lin Shen came to see her. Lin Shen hesitated and asked, Do you know a tiger named Jiao Gu? Are you talking about the magician's demon bone? Lu Ran's eyes suddenly became sharp and he stared at Lin Shen and said, It seems you recognize him. Are you friends or foes with him? Lin Shen did not answer Lu Ran and continued to ask. What exactly do you want to know? Lu Ran asked, staring at Lin Shen. Seeing that Lu Ran refused to answer, in order to avoid being misunderstood by her, Lin Shen said, I met him before, and he asked me to bring a message to Lu Ran of the Supreme Clan. I guess it should be, right? What are you talking about? Lu Ran asked, with a frown. He only said one thing, saying that he wanted to ask. Does the original agreement still count? Lin Shen conveyed the original words to Lu Ran, and then said, he said that no matter what your answer is, let me go back and talk to him, say it. Of course. I didn't promise anything, so you don't have to answer if you don't want to. If you see the magician's demon bone again, tell him that the original agreement will not count. Lu Ran said something that surprised Lin Shen. Lin Shen nodded, turned around and prepared to go back. Aren't you curious about the relationship between me and the demon bone? Lu Ran's voice came from behind. I'm just passing on a message. I don't care about the relationship between you. Lin Shen shook his head. The reason why Demon Bones is nicknamed the Magician is because he has the ability to turn decay into magic. All the students he has taught, no matter how ordinary their qualifications and talents, can turn from mediocre to genius, as if they can do magic. That's why he has the title of Magician. Hearing Lu Ran speak, Lin Shen stopped and turned around to look at him. Lu Ran continued, I also studied under Demon Bones for a period of time. At that time, my talent was not very good, it could even be said to be very poor. I could only place my only hope on Demon Bones and go to worship him as my disciple. Master, accept his teachings. Others only know that Demon Master Demon Bone can turn mediocre people into geniuses, but they don't know that there is a price to pay for studying with him. Every student who studies with Master Demon Bone needs to do 3 things for him. As long as he open your mouth, even if it's a big deal, even if it means killing your own parents, you must do it. 83 Chinese website latest address. He proposed such rude conditions, and no one rejected him? Lin Shen asked with a frown. It's hard to refuse, because he leaves a weakness in every student. The moves he teaches, or when he transforms the student's body, are all left behind. No matter how strong the student is, he can easily destroy them. Lu Ran continued, the evolution technique I practice is also derived from Demon Bones, so it must have flaws. The agreement he mentioned is the 3 things he promised to do for him when he became a disciple. I have already helped him before. He asked you to come here twice, just to ask me to help him this last time. What did he ask you to do for him? Lin Shen asked, thoughtfully. I don't know, but it's definitely not a good thing. Lu Ran said coldly, Yao Gu is very scheming and a person who does many evil things. He can betray even the compatriots of the Tage tribe and has killed countless Tages. What good thing can happen to him? In short, I will not do anything for him anymore. If you see him again, just tell him directly. Understood. Lin Shen nodded, but couldn't help but asked curiously, you said that the Demon Bone can even betray his compatriots, and has killed many tigers. What's going on? You can search for the Ranmo Star incident, and you will find out about Nian. Lu Ran did not answer Lin Shen and left without saying a word. Lin Shen followed what Lu Ran said and searched for Ranmoxing. Sure enough, he found a lot of information. After a quick look, it was simply shocking. Yao Gu obtained the management rights of a planet called Ranmo, on which a humanoid creature named Ranmo lived. Yao Gu has lived on Ranmo planet for many years, guiding and educating those Ranmo to learn and grow, so that they can truly break away from primitive society and integrate into the interstellar environment. But in the end, the Ranmo race was wiped out by the Demon Bones, leaving not even a single baby behind. Rivers of blood flowed across Ranmo planet, and there was not even a single survivor among the billions of Ranmo stars. Those who investigated Ranmo Star afterwards were frightened by the tragic scene, and had psychological problems after they came back. It is normal for immortal strong men to destroy planets. In the past, there were immortal strong men who accidentally destroyed planets with life. But blowing up a planet and killing billions of people on a planet are completely different concepts. For a person like this, Lu Ran would rather break his promise than help him, which is actually quite normal. Lin Shen would not help him either. No one wants to see the genocide of a race, so Lin Shen can still understand Lu Ran. But he did not expect that the magic master Yao Gu was such a terrible person. Not only was he an immortal, but he was also a cruel murderer who had killed a race of billions of people. Before, Lin Shen thought that the magic master Yao Gu was at most a nirvana. After returning to the hotel, Lin Shen went to discuss the matter of returning to Zenith Star with Tian Yunxiang. Originally, it was thought that Tian Yunxiang would not agree to go back so easily. Who knew that Tian Yunxiang unexpectedly did not refute Lin Shen this time and directly agreed to return to Zenith Star, which looked very abnormal. Lin Shen was afraid that she would agree on the surface and then run away secretly, so he asked the 4 girls of Yixing to take turns to guard her. As a result, until Lin Shen and his friends boarded the aircraft the next day, Tian Yunxiang did not do anything and followed him on the aircraft obediently. Lin Shen was very surprised and was a little confused as to why Tian Yunxiang suddenly became so easy to talk to. No matter what, this is a good thing. Lin Shen was in a good mood, and the group returned to Zenith Star smoothly. Tian Yunxiang was unexpectedly cooperative along the way, and didn't even argue with Lin Shen, which made Lin Shen feel a little incredible. Lin Shen, your fingering is very strong. I also want to learn. You can teach me later. After returning to Zenith Star, before Tian Yunxiang returned to the Imperial Palace, she suddenly turned around and said this to Lin Shen in a very gentle way, and then turned and left. You took the wrong medicine. Lin Shen didn't want to deal with this prince. 83 Chinese website latest address. After completing this mission, Lin Shen and Tian Shiyuan were free again. Lin Shen asked Yixing and the others to return to the giant ring star, and he returned to the mother planet with Wei Wufu and Ouyang Yudu. The main purpose was to investigate the situation of Hulu Mountain. Lin Shen had to find out the situation of Hulu Mountain before the weirdo came to find him, and then decide whether to return the mechanical watch to the weirdo. It was the first time that Ouyang Yudu knew that there was such a place as Hulu Mountain. He was even more surprised to hear that he could enter King Kai from here. When they arrived in front of Hulu Mountain, with Fatty by their side, they easily found Hulu Mountain, climbed to the top of the mountain, and came to the cave. Why is there a cave here? I remember there was no cave here last time, right? Old Wei, do you remember there is such a cave here? Lin Shen was not very confident in his memory, and pointed to the hole on the ground and asked Wei Wufu. No. Wei Wufu answered very affirmatively. Lin Shen took out the luminous flower and shone it into the dark cave below. After this, he couldn't help but be a little surprised. The glowing flowers can even illuminate the dark night of the giant ring star, but they can't illuminate the cave below. Lin Shen summoned a few pets to explore the way, but the pets were silent after they went down, as if they had lost contact with Lin Shen, and even their breath could not be sensed. If he could not sense that they were still alive, Lin Shen would have suspected that they were dead. This cave is really too weird. I don't know what's inside. Lin Shen pondered and didn't dare to approach the cave. Ouyang. Yudu squatted at the entrance of the cave and looked down for a while, and suddenly said to Lin Shen. You just said that the mechanical watch of that weirdo was found here. That weirdo didn't have a watch and had no way to leave the mother planet, but he came to Maidu Star. I thought it was a bit strange before. Do you think this cave is the entrance to the transmission device of Hulu Mountain? Now that you say it, it seems very possible. Lin Shen had considered this problem before, but he didn't dare to try it. I'll go down and take a look first. Ouyang Yudu said and jumped directly into the cave. His figure suddenly disappeared into the darkness, and he disappeared without a trace. Ouyang. Ouyang, can you hear me? Lin Shen shouted at the cave for a long time, but there was no response at all. You stay. I'll go and see. After waiting for a while, there was still no news from Ouyang Yudu, so Wei Wufu planned to go down and take a look. Lin Shen hurriedly grabbed him and said with a wry smile, let's not save Grandpa one by one like the gourd baby, let's go down and take a look together. Okay. Wei Wufu nodded. Lin Shen stood beside the cave. Lin Shen counted 1, 2, 3, and the two jumped in together. Entering the cave, Lin Shen suddenly felt a strong sense of weightlessness. He didn't need to fly himself, it was as if he was floating in the air. When Lin Shen felt gravity again, he found that there was already a ruin in front of him. There was lifeless land and stone roads everywhere, and occasionally some dilapidated buildings could be seen in the distance. Although it was just a glance from a distance, it could be seen that most of those buildings had collapsed. 83 Chinese website latest address. The stone road was covered with thick dust, and the surrounding land was lifeless. There were no plants or insects. It seemed that there were no bacteria in the land. The whole planet seemed dead. Wei Wufu was right next to him, and there were also several pets that Lin Shen had just put in. They were all safe and sound, but they just couldn't go back. That hole is really the entrance to a teleportation device. Lin Shen saw Ouyang Yudu standing in front of a building ruin not far away. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu looked at each other and walked towards Ouyang Yudu's location. Did you find anything? Lin Shen asked as he walked. He found that there was no watch device on his hand when he teleported here this time, which meant that they could only find a teleportation device on this planet to leave this dilapidated planet. Look at the words on it. Ouyang Yuyan looked strange and said, pointing to the door that had collapsed a little bit. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu both looked up and saw a plaque hanging diagonally on the half-collapsed gate. The plaque was covered with dust. Perhaps because the rope fell, a lot of dust on the plaque fell off, and a few words could be vaguely seen under the dust. Nuwa Temple. Lin Shen was slightly startled. In the mythology of the human mother planet, Nuwa is a very important deity. According to Lin Shen's own understanding, human mythology is divided into two stages. One is the matriarchal clan stage and the other is the patriarchal clan stage. In the mythology of the matriarchal clan stage, the supreme god is Nuwa. The two mythological stories of Nuwa mending the sky and Nuwa creating humans correspond to two very important abilities of women at that time, fertility and weaving. Lin Shen has always felt that Nuwa is a deity created by women in the era of feminism in order to consolidate their own status and highlight their achievements. It is not easy to see Nuwa temples on the human mother planet now, but there were still many before the catastrophe. The key point is that this is no longer the home planet of mankind. Why is there a place like Nuwa Temple here? Could it be that aliens also have the legend of Nuwa? It's strange, there is actually a Nuwa Temple here? Lin Shen said in a low voice. Let's go in and take a look. Maybe we can find something useful. I think there is nothing on this planet. It is estimated that the life on the planet may have been completely destroyed. Ouyang Yudu said and walked in with an umbrella. The walls of the temple almost collapsed. There was no need to go through the door. The three people walked around the door and entered the yard. They saw that most of the buildings inside had collapsed. The stone stove at the door was cracked in half, and the incense ash was scattered all over the ground. The main hall was relatively intact, with only a few tiles rotten. The whole was still relatively intact. There was a plaque with the words Nuwa Hall hanging on the door. There was too much dust accumulated, and it was almost unclear. It was only by guessing that these three words were seen. Ouyang Yudu pushed the door open with a jade umbrella. The three people were shocked when they saw the scene in the hall. The statue of Nuwa in Nuwa Hall was actually hung on the beam. The statue of Nuwa looked scary like a hanged ghost at this time. Who did this immoral thing? Lin Shen frowned slightly. Someone must have done this. The statue of the deity would not hang itself on the rope. The altar was broken into two pieces. The incense burner and tablet on it fell to the ground and looked like they were also broken into two pieces. Lin Shen picked up a tablet and looked at it. He found that the broken part of the tablet was very smooth, as if it was cut in half by a knife. 83 Chinese website latest address. There was nothing in the main hall. Apart from the hanging statue of Nuwa, there was basically nothing intact. Lin Shen and the other two went to the back hall to take a look. As a result, the back hall had collapsed and there was nothing. I don't know which race's temple this is. The gods they worship are somewhat similar to our human gods. Ouyang Yudu said. It is normal for myths to be similar. On our home planet, there are similar myths in different regions, but they are just called by different names. This should be a coincidence. Let's go to other places and find the transmission device as soon as possible. Lin Shen didn't want to waste time in such a dilapidated temple. The three people left the Nuwa temple and headed for the next building, hoping to find more clues. Because there were no living creatures around, the three people let go of the speed and flew in front of another building in a moment. This building was not much better than the previous Nuwa temple. It was also dilapidated and basically collapsed. What was worse than the Nuwa temple was that the plaque on the gate of this temple had fallen off and covered the gate building that had collapsed for the most part. Wei Wufu bent down and picked up the plaque, turning it over so that he could see the words on it and know where this place was. Pangu Temple. Lin Shen knew the words on the plaque clearly, and his face changed immediately. If Nuwa was just a coincidence, how to explain Pangu? Is it still a coincidence? How could there be such a coincidence in the world? In human mythology, Nuwa is the supreme god of the matriarchal clan, and Pangu is the supreme god of the patriarchal clan. Nuwa's achievements are creating humans and repairing the sky, and Pangu's achievements are opening up the world and transforming into all things. But according to Lin Shen's understanding, mythological stories actually have meanings. Pangu opened up the world and transformed into all things, which actually means that in ancient society, men were responsible for going out to explore the world and hunt for food. Opening up the world should be about The process of discovering new worlds and various things. The two supreme gods in the myths and legends of the human mother planet both appeared in temples in such places, which made Lin Shen have to wonder if this place is still on the human mother planet and has not been teleported out at all. Ouyang Yudu had the same idea. He flew up into the sky and rushed to the sky in a blink of an eye. After a while, Ouyang Yudu flew down again and shook his head at Lin Shen and said, "This is not our home planet. The geographical environment and mountain ranges nearby are completely different from our home planet. There is no such place on our home planet, and this planet is much larger than our home planet. It's not our home planet, but there are two temples like this. What kind of civilization is it that has such similar myths to our human beings?" Lin Shen said as he walked into the temple. The damage here was so serious that almost nothing intact could be seen. Except for the main hall, basically all the buildings had collapsed. Lin Shen pushed open the door of the main hall, and the scene he saw made his pupils shrink. A statue holding a huge axe was hung on the beam like a hanged ghost. What's going on? This place has also been made like this. Who did it? Lin Shen couldn't help but frown. The temple is already in such a dilapidated state, and there are still people who want to hang up the statue. What kind of deep hatred is this? Ouyang Yudu also sighed. 83 Chinese website latest address in this dilapidated temple. The three people did not find any useful information, so they had to set off again to the next building. The expressions of the three people were not as relaxed as before. There seemed to be many mysteries here that made them feel inexplicable. When they arrived in front of the third building, they found that there was actually a temple here. Why are there temples here? Is there no other building on this planet except temples? Are all the people on this planet believers? Lin Shen frowned. This temple is relatively intact, and the gatehouse is still intact. The plaque on it is covered by dust. Lin Shen waved his hand casually, and the dust on it was shaken away, revealing the three words, Kwafu Temple. This can't be a coincidence anymore. This planet must have something to do with us humans. Lin Shen really couldn't convince himself anymore. If Nuwa and Pangu were just coincidences, then the third time this coincidence happened, it was too much of a coincidence. Kwafu chasing the sun is also a very famous myth among humans. It tells the story of a giant chasing the sun. He got thirsty halfway and drank 2 big rivers in one breath. He continued chasing the sun and finally died of exhaustion. Lin Shen himself thinks that this story should be about the migration of human beings. In that primitive society, humans had no clothes and food, so they could only migrate chasing the sun and migrate to warm places before winter came. Of course, human survival is inseparable from water, so the story of Kwafu drinking up the big rivers actually tells the story of human beings living by water. The story of Nuwa, Pangu, and Kwafu seems to be a myth, but it is actually the history of human survival. It is impossible to have such a coincidence. If it is just a coincidence in name, it would be fine. The shapes of the statues here are similar to those in human mythology and legends. There is no such coincidence. Ouyang Yudu pushed the door and walked into the temple. Sure enough, he saw another statue in the main hall that looked like a hanged ghost. Have you noticed that among the 3 temples we have visited, only the main hall has not collapsed, which is relatively intact? And this hanged ghost-like method does not seem to be a simple venting of anger. Ouyang Yudu looked at the main hall and said, "Unfortunately, there is not even a piece of paper or murals or inscriptions here. I don't know what these temples are about," Lin Shen said helplessly. He looked for a long time and there was not even an inscription on the wall or the pillar. "I don't know what the situation is here." After leaving the Quafu temple, Lin Shen and the other two continued to look for possible clues. The weirdo is most likely the human mother planet that left here. Since the weirdo can leave, they can also find a way to leave. Arrived in front of another building, as expected, there is another temple here. It seems that there are no other buildings on this planet except the temple. Came to another temple again. This temple is more complete than the previous one, and there is less dust. The ancient stone plaque had the words Suenio Temple written on it. Lin Shen was slightly startled. The fat boy who had been sleeping in the backpack stretched his head out of the backpack, tilted his head and looked at the Suenio Temple, with a very human look of doubt on his face. 83. Chinese website latest address. Lin Shen thought that Fatty might be a mutant Suenio. The Suenio Temple here might be dedicated to its ancestor. However, whether Fatty is a mutant Suenio is still debatable. After all, the Suenio obtained by the Suenio base are all black, and Xian itself also means black. Whether Fatty, a white bird, can be a mutant Suenio is still a question. Lin Shen and his friends were quite puzzled to see the Suenio Temple here. After all, Suenio is indeed far inferior to the gods worshipped in the three temples above. This reminded Lin Shen of one thing. If you want to find Hulu Mountain, you must have Suenio to lead the way, which means that Suenio has some special relationship with Hulu Mountain. There is actually a Suenio temple where the Hulu Mountain cave leads. This makes Lin Shen feel that things are not that simple. Fatty got out of the backpack, stood on Lin Shen's shoulder, and stretched his head to look inside. The Suenio, in mythology and legends, has a bad reputation. Ouyang Yudu said. Why? Not good. Wei Wufu obviously didn't know the myth of Suenio, so he asked. Have you heard the myth of Suenio giving birth to Shang? Ouyang Yudu asked. No. Wei Wufu shook his head. It is said that in ancient times, the black bird was a messenger from heaven. 3 women were bathing in the river. A black bird flew over with an egg in its mouth. The egg fell into the river. One of the 3 women took the egg and swallowed it. She became pregnant and gave birth to the famous ancestor of the Shan tribe. This is the story of the blackbird giving birth to the Shang. Ouyang Yudu paused and said, if we look at it from the perspective of mythology, this is a legend of a son of God descending from heaven. But if we interpret it from the perspective of human nature, this may be a crime. We all know that in reality, no matter what kind of egg it is impossible to make a person pregnant, so there are only 2 possibilities. One possibility is that the woman got pregnant before marriage, which may be due to being violated, or the man may not be responsible, so he can only find such an excuse to give birth to the child. The second possibility is that the egg brought by the blackbird is a parasite. The woman swallowed the egg and was parasitized, which is even more terrifying. No matter which possibility it is, the woman is unfortunate and endures the pain she should not endure. So that's it. Lin Shen listened to Ouyang Yudu's interpretation and found it quite interesting. Fatty seemed to want to go in. Lin Shen patted his head and walked towards the Suenio temple, to see what was enshrined in the Suenio temple. Like the previous temple, the buildings in the Suanio temple were basically destroyed, and only the main hall was still well preserved. The three pushed open the main hall door, and just like before, they saw a human-shaped statue hanging from the beam of the temple. Lin Shen originally thought that it should be a Suanio statue, but he didn't expect that it was a human-like statue. What's more puzzling is that the statue is actually an old man, not the heroine of Suanio Xingsheng. No. That's not a statue. It's a corpse. A human corpse. Ouyang Yuyang looked at it for a while, and suddenly his face was gloomy. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu looked at it carefully, and they really saw the problem. Although the corpse looked like a statue, it was obvious that the skin was dried. The body of an ordinary person would be dried up by the wind, and would be skin and bones, but this corpse is still plump like a living person. If the skin is not weathered, it is hard to imagine that this is a real corpse. Lin Shen and his friends did not see that this was a corpse at first, and this is also the reason. 83 Chinese website latest address. Other temples hang statues of gods, how come the one hanging here is a human corpse? Lin Shen stared at the corpse and tried to judge his identity from his clothes. Fortunately, his clothes are relatively intact, but the style looks special. It is not a modern popular style, but should be a more ancient robe. Lin Shen has no research on ancient clothing, so he can't tell which dynasty it belongs to. After Ouyang Yudu looked carefully for a while, he said in a deep voice, although it is hard to tell which dynasty the clothes belong to, it is certain that they are not modern styles and craftsmanship, but should be relatively ancient things. That's strange. Lin Shen couldn't help but frown. If Hulu Mountain fell here more than 200 years ago, it would be impossible for an extremely ancient person to come here through Hulu Mountain. But there is a human corpse here, so there are only two possibilities. Either Hulu Mountain has been here for a long time, so the ancients were able to get here through Hulu Mountain. Or this corpse is not a human at all, but just looks like one. It's different. To look at it, check if there is anything on him. Lin Shen put on the shell and carefully turned the pockets of the corpse's clothes. Fatty has been curiously looking at everything in the Suanio hall. His eyes fell on the corpse from time to time, but he did not take any further action. Lin Shen turned it over for a while, and he really found something, which was a jade tablet that was thick at the top and narrow at the bottom, about 1 foot long. Lin Shen took the jade tablet and looked at it, and found that there were words engraved on both sides of the stone tablet, but he looked familiar with the words on it. But he couldn't recognize what they were. Ouyang, take a look at what these words are. Lin Shen handed the jade tablet to Ouyang Yudu. Ouyang Yudu took it and looked at it, and said seriously, this should be a kind of writing in the development stage of hieroglyphics. Although it is very different from the writing we use now. It is indeed the writing of our human beings. It seems that this is indeed a human being, and an ancient human being. Lin Shen flipped over the corpse again, trying to see if he could find other useful things. As a result, there was nothing else in this man's pocket except this jade tablet. As a human being, let's bury him in peace. Lin Shen lifted the corpse and took him down from the rope hanging around his neck. The corpse just left the rope and suddenly caught fire, like white phosphorus meeting air, and the whole body burned. Lin Shen hurriedly threw the corpse away, and the corpse burned wildly on the ground, and soon burned into a ball of ash. What's going on? Lin Shen stared at the ball of ash on the ground in a daze, not knowing what was going on and why the corpse suddenly caught fire. There's something inside. Ouyang Yudu was sharp-eyed. and saw something. He picked up a wooden stick and dug a few times in the ashes, and something was pulled out. After a closer look, it turned out to be a piece of silk-like product. Strangely, this piece of silk, which was slightly larger than a palm, was not damaged at all in the burning just now. 83 Chinese. Website latest address. Ouyang Yudu picked up the silk and shook it, and the ashes on it fell off, revealing the white, transparent silk that looked like a square scarf. There were rows of small black characters embroidered on the white silk. I couldn't see them when they were with the black ash just now, but now I can see them clearly. Those characters were embroidered very small. If it weren't for Lin Shen and his good eyesight, ordinary people would probably not be able to see them clearly without a magnifying glass, and would mistake them for ordinary patterns. Lin Shen looked closer, but he couldn't recognize what those characters meant. They looked like they should be in the same system as the characters on the jade plaque. This made Lin Shen feel a little absurd. He could recognize the alien characters, but he couldn't recognize the ancient human characters. Ouyang Yudu looked at it for a while and said, I only recognize some of the characters. From what I see, the characters embroidered on it should be a love letter. Love letter? Lin Shen didn't expect that this would be the answer. Yes, it's a love letter, and this love letter is written to Jiandi. Ouyang Yudu said again. Jiandi. Isn't that the heroine of Suanio Xingshang? Could it be that you guessed it right? Suanio Xingshang actually has a hidden hero. Lin Shen was very curious and asked quickly, does it say who wrote to Jiandi? No. Ouyang Yudu shook his head. What a pity. Lin Shen looked at the body that was burned to ashes and frowned and said, this person actually has a love letter to Jiandi. Could he be the hero? Naturally, no one could answer this question. Ouyang Yudu handed the jade tablet in his hand to Lin Shen. I don't know what this jade tablet is for, you keep it first. By the way, what do these words mean? Lin Shen remembered that Ouyang Yudu didn't say what the words on the jade tablet meant. I can't recognize it. I only know the word Ling. Ouyang Yudu said. Lin Shen had to put the jade tablet away first, and then find someone who knows these ancient characters to figure out what this jade tablet is. The three looked around the temple again, but found nothing. Like other temples, everything in the main hall was almost destroyed, and even the Suanio tablet was cut in half by something. Fatty didn't react. When leaving, Lin Shen was about to put it back into the backpack, but Fatty dodged Lin Shen's palm and jumped onto Lin Shen's other shoulder. Lin Shen was a little surprised, but he didn't force it back into the backpack. After the three people left the Suanio temple, they suddenly felt that something was wrong and turned around to look around. They didn't find anything, but when they turned around to leave, they had that bad feeling again, as if someone was watching them from behind. But they turned back again and again to confirm, but still saw nothing. The three looked at each other, all feeling bad, and all put on their shells and prepared for battle. 83 Chinese. Network latest address. They couldn't stay here all the time, so they had to continue moving forward to look for possible transmission devices. The feeling of being watched always existed, but they never found anything. It was not until they arrived near the ruins of another temple that the strange feeling suddenly disappeared. The three of them couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The things in this place actually have a sense of territory? They walked towards another temple, and sure enough, they no longer felt that they were being watched. It might be that those things didn't dare to enter the areas of other temples. Lin Shen pondered and said, we didn't have that feeling when we were in the other temples, but after coming out of the Suanio temple, we suddenly had that feeling. Could it be related to the corpse I took down? It's possible. Ouyang Yu nodded, this place is too weird, let's not touch the things in the temple. Lin Shen responded, walked closer, and found that this temple was much better preserved than the previous ones. The gatehouse of the temple is good, and there is not much dust on the plaque. Above, you can clearly see the 3 words Jinwu Temple written on it. Golden Crow Temple. Could this be the Golden Crow in the legend of Hui shooting the sun? Lin Shen couldn't help but say. The 3 entered the temple to look for a teleportation device hidden inside. They didn't find any, but they saw another statue hanging in the main hall. This time it was a real statue, not a corpse, but it was obviously a human-like image, not the Golden Crow. There's a bow hanging on the wall. Lin Shen looked around the temple and found a bow hanging on the wall. It looked like a very old bow, probably made of the horn of some creature. I don't know what the bowstring is made of, but it's translucent like cow tendon. The whole bow looked very rough, like a product of primitive society, and the manufacturing process was not very high. This is the Golden Crow Temple, and there's another bow here. Do you think this bow has anything to do with Hui? The legend of Hui shooting the sun? Lin Shen said, staring at the bow on the wall. The ancients believed that the sun was the Golden Crow. Legend has it that in ancient times, 10 golden crows came out to play at the same time, and the earth was cracked by the sun. People could not survive, so they invited a great archer Hui to shoot and kill 9 golden crows, leaving only 1 golden crow, which is now the sun. Ouyang Yu said with a smile, the story of Hui shooting the sun is the most bizarre among the myths and legends, because you can't imagine what kind of life this myth represents at that time. Moreover, among so many myths, only Hui shooting the sun has a follow-up story, which is also quite strange. Generally speaking, a myth should have only one protagonist, but the myth of Hui shooting the sun continues the story of Chang'e flying to the moon. 2 protagonists in one story is very special in itself. With the previous experience, Lin Shen and his friends did not dare to take the bow on the wall. They did not find anything useful. When they were about to leave, the fat boy who had been standing on Lin Shen's shoulder suddenly moved. It flapped its short and thick wings, and its chubby body tried hard to fly towards the bow on the wall, then held the bowstring in its mouth, pulled the bow off the wall and threw it towards Lin Shen. Lin Shen reached out to catch the bow, and it felt a little cool. The bow body made of black keratin was very comfortable to touch. You want me to take it away? Lin Shen reached out to catch the flying fat boy and asked with some doubts. Fatty nodded, then jumped onto Lin Shen's shoulder, got back into the backpack, zipped it up with his mouth, and began to sleep again. 83 Chinese website latest address. Lin Shen held the bow and scanned the Jinwu temple again. After making sure that there were no other discoveries, he left the Jinwu temple with Ouyang Yu and Wei Wufu. Just as they left the Jinwu temple, they felt that they were being watched by something again. Lin Shen thought to himself, I have this feeling again. The last time I felt this was when I came out of the Suanio temple. If there is anything in common between these 2 temples, it is that we took things from the temples. It seems that these things are the reason for the peeping. Lin Shen thought about it and his expression became more solemn. If taking things away will be peeped, then doesn't it mean that there are actually some creatures in each temple, but they have not discovered that creature, or they can't see it at all. Only after they took things away, when those strange creatures were watching them, they could sense a little. If this is true, then this planet is too terrifying. It is hard to imagine what kind of creatures hidden in the temple are. Ouyang Yudu and Wei Wufu looked equally solemn, and it was obvious that they had thought of the same thing. But now that things had come to this, they could only go on with their heads held high. Fortunately, the feeling of being stared at disappeared after they entered the first temple area. This made Lin Shen and the others feel relieved. As long as those things didn't come out to attack them, everything would be fine. This was a river temple. Not far behind the river temple was a black river with a turbulent flow and a width of several hundred meters. Lin Shen and the others also saw the hanging statue in the river temple, but there was no trace of the transmission device. Lin Shen and the other two searched along the way and saw many temples along the way. Some of the names of the temples were known to them, and some were not heard of at all. Even someone as knowledgeable as Ouyang Yudu had not seen many temples. The most common of these temples are land temples, mountain temples, and river temples. There are mountain temples on every mountain, river temples next to every river, and land temples every certain distance. Although they are all called mountain temples, land temples, and river temples, judging from the statues hanging inside, the temples do not enshrine the same god. Lin Shen and his companions did not dare to touch anything in the temple, but only searched for traces of the transmission device. As the sky gradually darkened, Lin Shen and his companions did not find the transmission device, so they could only continue to move forward in the dark. When the last ray of sunlight disappeared, the entire planet became dark, and it was pitch dark. There was no moonlight or starlight, and it was so dark. When Lin Shen was about to take out the luminous flower to illuminate, he suddenly saw a series of colorful light pillars rising into the sky. Many of the locations of those light pillars were temples they had visited before, but most of the locations of the light pillars were where they had not been, and they were probably other temples. Under the gaze of Lin Shen and his companions, those colorful light pillars that soared into the sky turned into mysterious and bizarre spiritual creatures in the sky, occupying a corner of the void. Some looked like evil spirits, some looked like immortals, some looked like wild beasts, some looked like holy spirits, some had terrifying fighting spirits, and some had amazing powers. Countless spirits like immortals and ghosts filled the night sky, turning it into a picture of demons and ghosts. Countless spirits with bizarre lights stared at them, as if the gods and ghosts were looking down at tiny ants. 83 Chinese website latest address. Lin Shen and the other two trembled. They could feel that those spirits like gods and ghosts exuded unimaginable horror, and they were definitely not able to match them. Just the momentum they exuded had already made Lin Shen and the other two almost unable to breathe, and their bodies were covered with cold sweat. Suddenly, the sky was filled with light and shadows, and the pillars of light that shot up into the sky also disappeared, and the world returned to silence and darkness. Lin Shen found that the bow in his hand was emitting a cold fluorescence, and Ouyang Yudu's pocket was also fluorescent. He took it out and saw that it was the square scarf with the love letter written on it. The square scarf and the bow were both fluorescent. Lin Shen's heart moved, and he took out the jade tablet. Sure enough, the jade tablet also emitted fluorescence. Lin Shen handed the jade tablet to Wei Wufu. He felt that these things should be useful, otherwise the fat boy would not let him bring them out. Boom! Boom! Lin Shen and the others heard the terrifying Sound of the earth shaking, as if there was an extremely terrifying giant, stepping on the ground and walking towards them step by step, and every step could cause the earth to shake. Lin Shen and the other two looked at each other and wanted to leave here quickly, but suddenly found that there were terrifying footsteps coming from all directions. From the sky to the ground. In the endless darkness, it seemed that countless prehistoric beasts were surrounding them in the darkness, and countless pairs of invisible eyes were staring at them in the darkness, making them feel like they were on edge. Although they couldn't see it, Lin Shen and the others could feel the indescribable terrifying pressure. It seemed that any creature in the darkness could easily crush them to death. The three of them used their base transformation power, floating in the air with their backs facing each other, facing the terrifying creatures that were everywhere in the sky and underground. The light on the bows, orders, and scarves in their hands became stronger and stronger, illuminating the nearby area for dozens of meters. Lin Shen saw that countless arms emerged from the ground where they were standing just now, swaying like weeds in the wind. Illuminated by the light from the bow, those arms immediately emitted black smoke and suddenly drilled back into the ground. The earth shook, and there seemed to be a demon's roar in the ground. Lin Shen and the other two were surprised and happy. This land was not a place they could set foot on at all. Not to mention in the present, even if they could be promoted to nirvana, they would be like grass in such a place, and could only be slaughtered by others. Fortunately, they had these three things in their hands, which could restrain the unknown terrifying creatures in the darkness. Especially the bow in Lin Shen's hand, its edge was cold and dark like an arrow, and the light was particularly strong. Could it be that this is really the bow of Hou-Yi that shot down 9 golden crows? Lin Shen thought to himself. They couldn't see it, but they could feel that outside the light, there seemed to be countless demons and monsters crowded together, staring at them coldly. Lin Shen and the other two seemed to have returned to their childhood. After going to bed and turning off the lights, it seemed that the darkness was full of demons and monsters that eat people. At that time, they had quilts to defend themselves, but now they can only rely on the bow, command and scarf in their hands. But they don't know whether these three things can block the countless terrifying existences in the darkness. Suddenly, a huge golden claw pressed down, falling from the sky into the range of light. 83. Chinese website latest address. Lin Shen and the other two immediately broke out in cold sweats. The pressure brought by the golden claws directly pressed their bodies suspended in the air to the ground. This was just pressure. If they were really touched by the golden claws, they would probably be shattered immediately. The golden claws appeared with a dazzling light like the scorching sun. After contacting the light of the bow, scarf, and order, it suddenly crackled. The golden claws continued to press down as if they were on fire. Lin Shen was horrified. His body was pressed and he could not move. He almost fell to the ground. The bow in his hand suddenly shone brightly, and the cold light on the bow bloomed in all directions like thousands of arrows. Wherever the cold light reached, the golden giant claws were directly pierced by the cold light and quickly retracted with screams. Wherever the cold light reached, rays of light shone, screams came one after another, and those terrifying creatures in the dark seemed to retreat one after another. Lin Shen was surprised and delighted. He didn't expect that this bow would be so powerful. The cold light on the bow shone on them, but it had no effect on them. However, those beings in the darkness were injured by the cold light. For a while, no terrifying creatures dared to approach them again. But the three of them could feel that those strange beings did not leave, and were still staring at them nearby, like countless hungry ghosts, staring at the three snacks on the plate. Say something, or I'm going crazy. Lin Shen looked into the darkness, but could not see anything. I'm afraid these things in the darkness are not as simple as Nirvana level. Ouyang Yudu said. Nirvana level. Creatures don't have that much power. Lin Shen naturally knew this, swallowed his saliva, and said in a trembling voice. If these creatures are immortal beings, then this planet. Lin Shen didn't say anything more, but Ouyang Yudu and Wei Wufu understood what he meant. Ouyang Yudu smiled bitterly and said, there may be an immortal land here, which has bred countless immortal creatures. If so, we can only be thankful that the immortal creatures here have not been able to rush out. Lin Shen understood what Ouyang Yudu meant. They came here from Hulu Mountain. If these creatures rushed out of Hulu Mountain, the first to suffer would naturally be the human mother planet. It's just that Ouyang Yudu didn't want to say it clearly, for fear that those terrifying creatures would hear it. If I had known that these things were so useful, I should have taken more when I visited those temples during the day. Lin Shen pondered. Later, they also found some other things in the temple, but they didn't dare to take them at that time. Ouyang Yudu said, if it had been taken at that time, the one that attacked just now might not have been just one claw. You mean, that claw is the golden crow claw? Lin Shen understood what he meant. Ouyang Yudu said, only in the temple where we took things, there is something secretly spying on us. If it is not the golden crow that attacked just now, I really can't think of a reasonable explanation. In other words, the temple where we took things would be more targeted at us, so why didn't the creatures in the Suenio temple attack? Lin Shen said. I don't know. Ouyang Yudu didn't think of the reason. The three people fell into silence again. Lin Shen suddenly had an idea and said again, if we walk towards the direction of the setting sun now and catch up with the sun, don't we have to face these terrifying creatures? 83 Chinese website latest address. Is there a possibility that it is not the real sun? Ouyang Yudu said. Not the sun? What is it? Lin Shen was stunned when he heard it. Have you forgotten the myth of Hui shooting the sun? Ouyang Yudu took a deep breath and said. You just said that the golden crow attacked us. If it did, how could it be the one that illuminated this planet? Lin Shen felt that what Ouyang Yudu said was somewhat contradictory. I just want to say that on this planet, everything is possible. Maybe the sun here is not the real sun, but some special creature. Ouyang Yudu continued, after all, there is no moon or stars here, so why is there a sun? And when the sun set just now, I saw that the sunlight disappeared all of a sudden. Under normal circumstances, even if the sun sets, there should be a period of residual light, and it can't be completely dark all of a sudden. Makes sense. Lin Shen thought for a while and said, this planet is indeed weird. If there is really an immortal land here, it is also a huge discovery. Maybe we can use the immortal land here to achieve nirvana. You should be able to do it. Lao Wei, and I can't do this kind of thing. We will become inhuman. Ouyang Yudu laughed. I just said it casually, and you still take it seriously. Lin Shen smiled helplessly. The Nirvana land is already extremely dangerous. If you are not careful, you will lose your personality and become a non-human without self-awareness. Using the immortal land to achieve nirvana will almost certainly turn you into a non-human. The power of the immortal land is too terrifying, and the ascendant cannot bear it at all. As strong as the supreme clan, they can only transform the Nirvana land for use. No one dares to use the immortal land. It is said that the three of them are chatting, but in fact only Ouyang Yudu and Lin Shen are talking. Wei Wufu can only say or yes, which only provides some sense of participation. Lin Shen and Ouyang Yudu have already adapted to it. The three of them chatted casually, and they didn't know when this ghost place would end the night. 24 cosmic hours passed, and the sky did not get any brighter. After more than 10 hours, the sky suddenly brightened, and a sun jumped out from the distant space. The surroundings suddenly brightened. But Lin Shen and his friends did not see the terrifying creatures they imagined. There was not even a shadow within 10,000 miles, let alone any terrifying creatures. That's not right. How could the sun rise from that side? Lin Shen stared at the sun and said, I remember the sun fell from that side, right? Am I right? Yes, the sun fell from that side. Ouyang Yudu said. Yes. Wei Wufu's answer was more concise. It seems that Ouyang is right. The sun may not be the sun. Lin Shen felt awkward saying this, so he added, Is it really the golden crow? I don't know if I can shoot it down with this bow in my hand. Shoot it down? Do you like being surrounded by those terrifying beings all the time? Ouyang Yudu said. Like, surrounded. Wei Wufu also said. Well, I just said that. Let's go find the transmission device. Lin Shen thought about what he had just said, and it was indeed a bit silly. He could only change the subject quickly. 83 Chinese website. Latest address window, _Taboola equals window _Taboola dot push, mode, thumbs feed 01, container, Taboola, below article thumbnail, 300x250, placement, below article thumbnail, 300 by 250, target _type, mix. The three of them didn't want to waste any more time and tried to find the teleportation device to leave here during the day. Although there are three things such as bow, order, and scarf that can save one's life in the dark night, who knows whether these things will always be effective? Only the golden crow had taken action before. If a being more terrifying than the golden crow took action, could this bow still be able to block it? The three people hurried on as fast as possible. Every time they arrived at a temple, they bowed respectfully before going in to check. I definitely don't dare to take the things, I just want to see if there is a teleportation device inside. All the temples here were severely damaged, but the main halls were all intact. It was just that the statues of gods in the main hall had been hung up. It looked like the gods had hanged themselves, collectively. Lin Shen thought about it over and over, but couldn't figure out what was going on. I searched many temples, but could not find the teleportation device. When I was wondering, a huge temple that I had never seen before suddenly appeared in front of me. Different from the dilapidation of ordinary temples, this temple not only does not have a trace of dilapidation, but is even unusually magnificent, as if it is built with gold bricks. Even the roof of the building is golden. After seeing too many shabby temples, Lin Shen and the others were a little surprised to see such a temple. It seems that this is the most likely place to have a teleportation device. Ouyang Yudu said. You're all here, let's go in and have a look. Lin Shen and the others headed towards the splendid temple. From a distance, they saw a golden plaque hanging above the 3-foot-high gate with 3 large gilded characters on it, Golden Buddha Temple. I have worshipped so many Buddhas, so of course there will be Buddhas to bless me. I like this place. Lin Shen put his hands together and bowed, then stepped forward and opened the door. However, under this push, the door did not move at all, making Lin Shen slightly startled. In the past, the doors of those temples opened as soon as they were pushed, but why could the door of the Golden Buddha temple not be pushed open? Just when I was wondering, I heard a creak from the door, and then the door opened by itself. Lin Shen and the others retreated subconsciously, getting ready to fight. But they saw a bare head sticking out of the gate, and then they saw a monk wearing moon-white robes walking out of it. Where did the three of them come from? What's going on in my Golden Buddha temple? The monk asked, holding a rosary and looking at the three of them. Lin Shen and the three of them looked at the monk in disbelief. They never dreamed that there would be humans in this place. You are a person. Lin Shen looked at the monk uncertainly and asked. The donor was joking. The poor monk has been saved by the Dharma. He has not yet achieved enlightenment, so he is still a human being. The monk said with a smile. Master Chowdu, why are you here? Lin Shen asked, staring at this strange monk. He said that his name was Chowdu. How could anyone use such a strange name? The poor monk has lived in the Golden Buddha temple since he was a child. If not here, where would he be? Chowdu replied. Lin Shen and the other three looked at each other, and Ouyang Yu both said, we are lost. I wonder if Master Chowdu can give us some guidance? This poor monk has never stepped out of the Golden Buddha temple, and he knows nothing about the outside world. Please forgive me for my helplessness. Chowdu lowered his head and said. Master Chowdu, it's getting late. Can we stay in the temple for one night? Ouyang Yu said again. Chowdu was a little hesitant, but after pondering for a moment, he nodded and said, you can borrow it, but don't move around randomly, so as not to disturb the Buddha. You should observe etiquette. Ouyang Yu said. 83 Chinese website latest address. Chowdu then opened the door and welcomed the three people in. The Golden Buddha temple looks magnificent from the outside, and it is even more luxurious inside. Even the bricks on the floor look like gold. When the three of them entered the door, they saw an empty courtyard. Opposite was the majestic-looking main hall. The three words Golden Buddha Hall were written on the golden plaque under the eaves. Looking through the open door, you can see a golden Buddha statue inside, but the door is too low, or the golden Buddha statue inside is too huge, and you can only see the golden lotus platform under the Buddha statue. Master Chowdu, let's go and pay homage to the Buddha first. Although we are just staying here, we still need to be polite. Ouyang Yu said. That's fine. Master Chowdu led them into the main hall and saw the golden Buddha statue, which was more than 10 meters high. It was obviously extremely majestic and tall in this main hall. The three of them looked around the hall. Apart from the golden Buddha statue, they didn't see anything else. Most of them were supplies for worshipping the Buddha. There was no trace of the transmission device. Chowdu lit the incense and handed it to Lin Shen and the others one by one, asking them to worship the Buddha and burn incense. The three of them didn't notice anything strange. After lighting the incense, they came out and asked Chowdu with some confusion, why didn't you see any other monks? Chowdu asked with a puzzled look on his face, what other monks? There is only one poor monk in this Golden Buddha temple. You are the only one in such a big temple? Then how did you survive as a child? Lin Shen looked at Chowdu in confusion and asked. Growing up, there was only a poor monk in this golden Buddha temple. It was the Buddha who took me in and raised me, Chowdu said matter-of-factly. Lin Shen and the other three looked at each other in shock after hearing this. Buddha took him in and raised him up. How could such a thing happen in the world? Not to mention whether there is a Buddha on this planet, even if there is a Buddha, I am afraid it is just a strange creature, and how can it possibly raise a human being? But thinking about the temples we encountered before, it seems that it is not completely impossible. Maybe those terrifying creatures suddenly became kind and loved the little baby very much, so they kept him and raised him up. Even if that is the case, how did Chowdu come? He couldn't have appeared in the Golden Buddha temple out of thin air, right? In such a large Golden Buddha temple, only the main hall enshrined a Golden Buddha, and other side halls and other places did not have anything enshrined. Chowdu arranged for Lin Shen and the other two to stay in the wing room, and then left to chant in the main hall. When leaving, Chowdu also told the three not to leave the yard or walk around, so as not to violate taboos. Lin Shen always felt that everything in this Golden Buddha temple made him feel out of place. Even those dilapidated temples did not make him feel this way, but this magnificent Golden Buddha temple made him feel a sense of separation, and made him feel that the Golden Buddha temple did not belong here. Lin Shen told Ouyang Yudu and Wei Wufu about his feelings, and Ouyang Yudu and Wei Wufu had the same feeling. I think this Golden Buddha temple should not belong to this planet originally, and I don't know who moved the Golden Buddha temple here, Lin Shen said in a deep voice. The ones we have seen before are all temples, only this one is named after the temple, and it does not look like the original building, Ouyang Yudu also said. Dang. 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 In the direction of the main hall in front, the sound of knocking wooden fish came from afar. In this quiet Golden Buddha temple, the sound of wooden fish seemed particularly clear. I think it was the Master of Salvation who was worshipping Buddha and chanting scriptures. 83. Chinese website latest address. Lin Shen and the others originally thought that they would still see such strange scenes when it got dark, but until it got dark, nothing happened. The entire Golden Buddha temple is shining like a golden lighthouse in the dark night. It was dark outside the temple, but inside the temple was shining with golden light, like a city that never sleeps. The bow, ring, and scarf that originally emitted fluorescence when it was dark, did not move at all at this time, which surprised Lin Shen and the others. Suddenly, Lin Shen's body was shaken, and the fan of inheritance, which was already at level 7, was actually promoted to level 8. The information about the fan of inheritance entered Lin Shen's brain, adding another element of surprise to the fan dance. The surprising style of fan dance, fanning, can cause the wind and rain to fall to the heavens. Lin Shen was overjoyed after seeing the effects of the Jing style. The Jing style turned out to be a forbidden flying ability. When the wind blows, all flying abilities will be disabled. Lin Shen is not in the mood to study the shocking style now, because he doesn't know why the fan of heritage was suddenly promoted. There's something wrong with this place. The number of reincarnations of my Jade Bone Demon umbrella has increased, Ouyang Yudu said first. My life base has also increased the number of reincarnations by 1. Lin Shen looked at Wei Wufu, but immediately remembered that Wei Wufu had already been reincarnated 10 times, and his number of reincarnations would not increase. Lin Shen felt carefully that the golden light shone on his body, and there seemed to be an imperceptible power penetrating into his body. Just when the two of them were feeling incredible, they saw the door of the courtyard being pushed open, and Master Chowdu walked in carrying a plate with 3 fruits on it. The 3 fruits are also shining with golden light. If you look closely, you can see that the fruits look like gourds. There are only edible fruits in the temple. Let the 3 benefactors eat as much as they can. Master Chowdu put the plate on the table and said to Lin Shen and the others, "Thank you, Master. What kind of fruit is this? Why have I never seen it before?" Lin Shen asked. "This is from a Buddha fruit tree in the backyard. I eat this fruit every day. After eating, I won't be hungry or thirsty for several days, and my body will be very comfortable," Master Chowdu said. "Such a magical fruit, let me try it first." Lin Shen took one of the fruits first, opened his mouth, and took a bite. The theory of evolution makes him immune to poisons and not afraid of toxins, so he wants to try the poison first. The fruit melts in the mouth and is extremely sweet. When it flows into the stomach, a strange power spreads out, and the pores all over the body seem to be opened. The taste and abnormal energy flow don't seem to be poisonous, but rather like the feeling of swallowing the 5 elements fruit before. Lin Shen ate all the remaining fruits, and the power flowing into his body became stronger and stronger. The fan of inheritance vibrated again, and he was reincarnated again, reaching an astonishing 9 reincarnations, the same number of reincarnations as the one who rebelled against fate. Although the fate-defying person also absorbed part of the energy, he was not able to turn 10 and still maintained 9 turns. "Good fruit, thank you, Master." Lin Shen couldn't help but admire. The donor is too kind. It's just something for daily consumption, so I shouldn't praise it, Master Chowdu said with a smile. Lin Shen saw that Master Chowdu didn't seem to be lying. If he usually feeds on this fruit, it would be too extravagant. Seeing Lin Shen's behavior, both Wei Wufu and Ouyang Yu also picked up the fruit and tasted it. Wei Wufu didn't think anything was wrong, but Ouyang Yu's eyes moved slightly. It seemed that he, like Lin Shen, had benefited. Lin Shen did not expect that in a place like this, his life base would be reincarnated twice in succession. It was truly a miracle. 83 Chinese website latest address. Seeing Master Chowdu holding a plate and preparing to leave, Lin Shen quickly stopped him. "Master Chowdu, can you take us to see the Buddha fruit tree?" "Okay." Master Chowdu did not refuse, and led the 3 of them out of the courtyard of the wing, and soon arrived at the backyard. Sure enough, I saw a 3-foot-tall fruit tree planted in the backyard. The trunk was winding like a real dragon, with golden leaves growing on it. The branches were covered with golden gourd-like fruits. The number was probably not high. As many as 1,000. Only then did Lin Shen completely believe that Master Chowdu said that he feeds on this fruit every day. The strange thing is that this Buddha fruit tree is not planted in the soil, but in a pool. The entire Buddha fruit tree is rooted in the pool, and the huge root system under the water is clearly visible. The pool is green and deep. I don't know how deep it is, and it's hard to see the bottom. But Lin Shen could clearly feel that this pool exuded amazing energy, which was more intense than the energy emitted by the river of chaos on the celestial star. The difference is that the energy here is very gentle. No matter how strong it is, it will not cause damage to the human body and can be absorbed very gently. Lin Shen and Ouyang Yu both looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. "Master Chowdu, do you usually drink the water from this pool?" Lin Shen asked. "Master Chadu shook his head and said, if you only eat Buddha fruit on weekdays, you will not be hungry or need to drink water. Lin Shen looked at Master Chadu with a strange expression, seeing that his heart seemed as pure as a piece of white paper, and he actually brought them to see such a magical fruit tree. If they were evil people and had greed in their hearts, they would probably kill Master Chadu immediately and take this Buddhist temple as their own. However, Master Chadu has been eating these fruits for a living since he was a child, and his level is probably not comparable to that of ordinary people. Master, may I ask, what level are you at? Lin Shen asked. Master Chadu was a little confused after hearing this. What is level? Practitioners are divided into 4 levels: base transformation, ascension, nirvana, and immortality. Don't you know? If someone said they didn't know, Lin Shen would only think that the other person was pretending to be pure. But when Master Chadu said he didn't know, Lin Shen really believed it. Donor, can you tell me about these 4 levels in detail? Master Chadu was a little curious. Lin Shen thought about it and told him the iconic abilities of the 4 levels. Master Chadu listened very attentively. Ouyang Yudu had been observing Master Chadu, but he couldn't see any clues from his expression. After listening, Master Chadu pondered, since I can remember, I seem to have the base transformation shell and life base you mentioned. I just don't know if the nirvana attribute and immortal law you mentioned are also my abilities. Master, can you demonstrate it once? We can help you see. Lin Shen said. Okay. Master Chadu thought about it, reached out and picked up a branch next to him, and then his hand glowed with golden light. The dead branch bathed in the golden light slowly regained its vitality, and tender buds grew on the branch again. Soon, a dead branch turned into a branch covered with golden leaves, full of life energy, as if it had just been broken off the tree. Is this the attribute of nirvana that you mentioned? Master Chadu looked at Lin Shen expectantly and asked. It should be, right? Lin Shen had never seen this attribute of resurrection, and he was more and more surprised. 83. Chinese website latest address. Master Chadu nodded when he heard the words, then inserted the branch into the soil in the corner, then twisted the beads in his hand, closed his eyes, and began to chant sutras. The golden light on his body formed a halo like a Buddha's light. Under the light of that halo, the branch actually grew into a Buddha fruit tree several meters high in a moment, with golden gourds growing on it. Like Buddha. This. Lin Shen and the others were stunned. They couldn't tell for a moment whether Master Chadu's miraculous ability was the power of nirvana or the law of immortality. Is this an immortal law? Master Chadu stopped chanting, then looked at Lin Shen and asked. Master, we are still ascendants, and the power of nirvana can barely be discerned. Whether your ability is the law of immortality, we dare not make a conclusion. Lin Shen said with a wry smile. Master Chadu was not disappointed. Hearing this, he nodded and said, donors don't have to worry about trivial matters. Ouyang Yudu chatted a few more words with Master Chadu. Unfortunately, Chadu had been living in the Golden Buddha Temple and had never left the Golden Buddha Temple. He knew nothing about things outside. Even if there are other temples outside the Golden Buddha Temple, Master Chadu knows nothing about them. He has never seen those spirits in the dark night. According to himself, he chants sutras and worships Buddha every day in the Golden Buddha Temple and has never had contact with the outside world. Lin Shen is the 3rd time he has seen outsiders. Lin Shen asked quickly, do you still remember what kind of people you met the first 2 times? Master Chowdu recalled it and said, the person I met for the first time looked a bit like you, but he was taller and more mature and cheerful. Looks like me? Lin Shen was slightly startled. Yes, it's somewhat similar to your imagination, but you're not as tall as him. Master Chowdu recalled. Is he this person? Lin Shen took out his communicator and projected the image of his fourth brother. After looking at it for a while, Master Chowdu shook his head and said, it's not him. He looks very similar to that person, but his temperament is different and he is not as tall. Isn't it fourth brother? Lin Shen couldn't think of anyone else. Lin Shandong looked the most similar to him. Although the third brother looked a bit similar, they were no longer that similar. I heard that the second brother seemed to be very tall and majestic, but I don't know how much he resembled me. Lin Shen couldn't remember much. What kind of person did you meet the second time? Lin Shen had no choice but to continue asking. He is a person with a somewhat peculiar appearance. Half of his face is a human face, and the other half looks like an iron statue. As soon as Master Chowdu said this, Lin Shen and the others were delighted. The weirdo he was talking about is clearly Lao Tai. Since Lao Tai has been here before, it means that we are in the right place and are looking in the right direction. Lin Shen quickly asked again, Master Chowdu, do you know what happened to that person? Where have you gone? He didn't go anywhere. Master Chowdu said with a strange expression. Lin Shen and the others didn't understand what it meant to save the master, so they could only look at him and wait for him to continue. Master Chowdu continued, after he came here, he stayed here for one night just like you. The poor monk treated him with Buddha fruit. After he ate it, he also wanted to see the Buddha fruit tree. Like you. The poor monk took him after he saw the Buddha fruit tree, he rested here alone. I went to worship the Buddha and chant sutras, but when I came back, he was gone. 83 Chinese website latest address. He left quietly alone. Lin Shen thought for a while and said. Master Chowdu shook his head and said. I have lived in the monastery for so long. I know everything in the monastery very well. I seem to have telepathy. If he leaves, I will definitely know. The poor monk can be sure that he has never left the backyard. That's strange. Since he didn't leave the backyard, how could he disappear? Lin Shen said thoughtfully. The poor monk also made various guesses, and finally came to the conclusion that there is only one possibility. He went down into the pool. Other than that, there is no other way to go in the backyard. Master Chowdu pointed at the plant. Buddha fruit tree pool said. Is there a way out under this pool? Lin Shen was immediately overjoyed. I originally thought that it would take some time to find the teleportation device, but I didn't expect that I would accidentally learn such news. I don't know. The poor monk also went down to investigate. This pool is almost bottomless. The root system of the Buddha tree keeps growing downward. I dived nearly 10,000 meters along the root system. The pressure under the water is getting stronger and stronger. It's already no longer there. It's hard to get even close. After a pause, Master Chowdu continued, although I couldn't dive to the bottom of the water, I saw a black ancient temple deep under the water. The roots of the Buddha fruit tree were rooted in the ancient temple. Although it is not visible that the temple is dedicated to gods, but there are 8 pillars in the temple, each pillar is as thick as 10 people holding each other's arms, and there is a statue of a strange beast on the top of the pillar. There seems to be a fog cloud covering the statue, and it is within the range of 10 pillars. There is no drop of water vapor, all water flow is blocked from the outside. Lin Shen and the other three looked at each other in shock. Even the possibly immortal master of transcendence could not dive. It would be even more difficult for them to sneak into the ancient underwater temple. Even if there was a teleportation device in the ancient temple, it would be impossible for them to get out from here. Even Master Chowdu couldn't dive down, so how did that weirdo get down? Lin Shen was even more confused. I originally thought that the matter had ended here, but Master Chowdu continued, I couldn't get close to the temple. When I was about to exit, I saw a light and shadow coming out of the temple, ignoring the water pressure and walking in the water. The brilliance is like 10,000 rays of light. I wanted to get close to him and communicate with him, but the light and shadow ignored the poor monk and stepped up on the water, like a fairy's waves. In the blink of an eye, it had broken through the water. By the time I came up, the light and shadow had disappeared. Only the brilliance in the sky changed strangely, as if thousands of divine lights enveloped the sky, and Ijo disappeared. Master Chowdu continued, in the more than 100 years I have been here, I have seen 13 such visions in the sky. That day I realized that the source of the vision actually came from the ancient temple under the pool. Lin Shen heard his heart pounding. The more he listened to Master Chowdu's description, the more he felt that this ancient underwater temple seemed to be a place of genetic change that could breed living things. The Master of Transcendence has seen 13 visions for more than 100 years, which means that this place of genetic change has given birth to 13 creatures. If, as they had speculated before, there is an immortal place on this planet, and this is the immortal place, wouldn't it mean that 13 immortal creatures have been born here for more than 100 years, which is a bit too scary. 13 immortal creatures can be born in more than 100 years, so how many immortal creatures have been born here in these hundreds of millions of years? Thinking again about the temples they encountered outside and the strange creatures in the night when they came here, the more they thought about it, the more their scalp became numb. Master Chowdu, can you take us down to see that ancient temple? Lin Shen said thoughtfully. I'm afraid that your strength is not enough to sneak to where you can see the ancient temple. Master Chowdu muttered. It doesn't hurt to give it a try. Lin Shen had no other choice. If Lao Tai really left the ancient temple, if they wanted to leave here, they could only try to sneak into the ancient temple. 83 Chinese website latest address window _Taboola equals window _Taboola dot push mode thumbs feed 01 container Taboola below article thumbnail 300x250 placement below article thumbnail 300 by 250 target _type mix. Master Chowdu nodded, and without saying anything more, summoned a shell to protect his body, and walked into the pool. Old Wei, wait for us outside. Lin Shen handed the backpack to Old Wei. Go down. Wei Wufu did not reach out to take the backpack, but wanted to go down with Lin Shen and the others. Okay. Lin Shen did not let Wei Wufu go down, just because Wei Wufu was a little afraid of water, not because he needed him to stay up there. The three followed Master Chowdu into the water. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu climbed the roots of the Buddha fruit tree and dived down. After going into the water, they saw that the water in the pool was really clear and they could see a long distance away. The Master Chowdu at the bottom, the shell on his body looked like a golden Buddha, with a Buddha on his helmet and a Buddha halo behind him. The soft golden light illuminated the surroundings. Ouyang Yudu was very good at swimming, but because of Lin Shen and Wei Wufu, he could only dive slowly and did not speed up. The Master of Salvation in front also slowed down when he saw the appearance of Lin Shen and Wei Wufu. The energy in the water was pure and gentle, constantly pouring into the body, nourishing the life base and Lin Shen's body. The energy of this place is thousands of times richer than that of Tianren Star. Just taking a bath in this pool every day will definitely increase the level quickly. If there were no level barriers, special methods would be required to break through, and it would be possible to upgrade infinitely here. The deeper you go, the purer the energy in the pool water is. Just after diving more than 100 meters, Lin Shen felt that it seemed that the surroundings were no longer water, but pure energy. If I use the super base text here, I don't know if the absorbed world power will directly burst my body. Lin Shen felt that his double life base might be promoted to double 10 here today. After diving more than 1,000 meters, Lin Shen felt that the water below seemed to have turned into extremely fine particles, just like being in the sand. If you want to dive down, you need to dig down very hard. This is just a feeling. In fact, the water is still water. The Master of Salvation in front is still slowly diving and is not affected. Lin Shen is not unfamiliar with this feeling. When he and Tian Buluo entered Luojia Snow Mountain, they encountered a similar situation. If we go further down, the water in this pool will probably become like a copper wall and iron wall, making it difficult to go down. Lin Shen was slightly disappointed. Under such circumstances, they could not dive to the position where they could see the ancient temple. When he was depressed, the bow on his back slowly glowed. The water flow around him actually left Lin Shen's body, as if a bubble had formed in the water. Lin Shen was surprised and happy. He used his flying ability to stabilize his body in the bubble. He turned his head to look at Wei Wufu and Ouyang Yudu and saw that they were in the same situation. The tokens and scarves on their bodies also glowed, isolating the pool water. The three found that with this thing isolating the pool water, they could actually fly in the water without any hindrance. The Master of the Transcendental Soul below was slightly surprised to see the changes in them, but he didn't care and continued to dive. Lin Shen and his team had increased their speed, so the Master of the Transcendental Soul no longer held back and sped up his dive. This time, Lin Shen and his three companions easily caught up with the Master of the Transcendental Soul, slowly flying behind him, and soon they had dived several thousand meters. The Master of the Transcendental Soul's diving speed had obviously slowed down, and it seemed that it was obviously difficult to dive, just like the state of Lin Shen and his team before. The Buddha's light behind the Master of the Transcendental Soul became brighter and brighter, as if it was fighting against the pool water and digging down forcefully. 83 Chinese Network latest address. After traveling more than 1,000 meters, Lin Shen and his team discovered that there was light at the bottom of the originally dark water. A huge ancient temple was vaguely visible underwater, with 8 huge stone pillars rising from the darkness, and each pillar had a jade statue of a strange beast on top, emitting fluorescence, illuminating the black ancient temple. After diving a little deeper, the appearance of the ancient temple and the strange beast gradually became clear, and the entire ancient temple building was a strange mud embryo form. The walls are all built with black mud bricks, and the roof is woven with grass and wood, which looks very simple. The only 8 stone pillars in the entire ancient temple are carved from stone, which is different from Luojia Snow Mountain. Luojia Snow Mountain is protected by some kind of power, forming an area that can move automatically. But this ancient temple has no protection and is directly immersed in the water. It is unknown how the mud and grass roofs remain uncorrupted in the water. The roots of the Buddha fruit tree, like giant pythons, pierce into the ancient temple and drill into the soil. At this point, Master Chowdu can no longer dive. His lips do not move, but a voice is transmitted to the ears of Lin Shen and the other two. I can only dive to this point, and I can't do anything further. Lin Shen flew towards Master Chowdu and let him enter his bubble. Master, let's go down and take a look together. Lin Shen was not very reassured about Master Chowdu. But if this place is really an immortal place, if there are immortal creatures entrenched in it, I am afraid that only Master Chowdu can fight against it. After weighing the pros and cons, Lin Shen decided to return him. In fact, Lin Shen knew that with the ability of the Master of Transmigration, it would not be difficult to rob them, so there was no need to worry too much. The four of them sank in the water bubble and slowly entered the range of the ancient temple. The 8 jade statues of strange beasts did not react, allowing them to land safely in the ancient temple. There are a total of 17 mud houses in the ancient temple. And outside is a circle of fences made of unknown wood, with no doors or walls. The four walked towards a mud house, and after pushing the door open, they immediately saw a bonfire inside the house. Lin Shen and his companions felt extremely strange. The house was also filled with water. The bonfire was burning in a mud pot. The flame and water merged into one, as if burning in the air, without any hindrance. What's even more strange is that above the flame, there is a phantom made of flames, which looks like a fetus, exuding an indescribable horror. The flame in the mud pot is actually breeding terrifying creatures. This is really an immortal place. Lin Shen and his companions were shocked. Lin Shen has not been to other base mutation sites, but when he was looking up information, he also knew that most of those base mutation sites are places like pools or land, which breed base mutation creatures like planting plants. He had never seen such a place of genetic mutation where genetic mutation creatures were bred in a fire basin in any information. Let's go to other houses to have a look. Seeing that there was only such a fire basin in this mud house, Lin Shen suggested to go to other houses too. Have a look. When they arrived at the second mud house, they pushed open the door and saw that there was also a mud fire basin with flames burning in it. The top of the flame formed a phantom like a tiger, but the tiger had wings on its back. Its breath was obviously more terrifying than the fetus-like phantom just now, and it looked as if it would open its eyes and leave the campfire at any time. 83. Chinese website latest address. Lin Shen hurriedly closed the door and retreated, fearing that he would touch the phantom in the flame. The four of them checked all the mud houses one by one, and they were all in the same situation. There was a mud pot in each mud house, and a bonfire was burning in the mud pot. Some bonfires had already transformed into phantoms, while some bonfires were just bonfires and had not yet bred phantoms. Those phantoms were also different. Some were still in the fetal state, while some had already taken shape. The most terrifying one was almost condensed into a solid entity. It was a deity with a human body and a snake tail. Lin Shen could not tell her origin. The light and shadow condensed by the red flame flickered, as if she had a substantial body. The color and breath of the flames in each fire pot here seemed to be a little different. After retreating out of the door, Lin Shen said in a deep voice, "The attributes of the general Nirvana land should be single, but the attributes of the flames in these fire pots seem to be all different. If you want to use the flames here to achieve nirvana, you have to figure out what the attributes of these flames are. Among the 17 fire basins, only 4 of them have not bred any creatures. The flames of those 4 fire basins are clearly purple, orange, white, and red. Just by looking at them with your eyes, you can't tell what their attributes are, and you don't know what kind of creatures they can breed. I can feel that the creatures bred in these flames are very terrifying, beyond my reach. Master Chowdu said. It seems that this should be the immortal land. The terrifying creatures on the entire planet should all be born from here. It's just that the general base change land should be formed naturally, so how come this place is man-made? Ouyang Yudu said in a deep voice. In fact, he didn't say anything else. The Golden Buddha Temple and the Buddha fruit tree were probably built by later generations relying on this ancient temple. They can only exist on this planet with the energy supply of the immortal land. Someone should have transformed this immortal land, but I don't know who has such a terrifying ability to transform the immortal land. Lin Shen looked at the 8 huge stone pillars. The stone pillars and the mud houses in the ancient temple are obviously not of the same style. They look like they were added later. Lin Shen came to a giant pillar and looked around it, but he couldn't see anything. This giant pillar, more than 100 meters high, seemed to be carved from a whole piece of rock. There were no traces or words on it. Lin Shen and his friends didn't recognize the strange beast on the top. Lin Shen looked at all 8 stone pillars, but didn't find anything. Everything here was simple and ancient, and there was not even a word or symbol. Wei Wufu and Ouyang Yudu were also exploring everywhere, hoping to see a teleportation device. However, they had already looked at all the mud houses and didn't find any teleportation devices. There was no other place in the ancient temple where the teleportation device could be hidden. Strange, there is no teleportation device here. How did Lao Tai leave? Lin Shen frowned slightly. Originally, he thought that these stone pillars might be teleportation devices, but after studying for a long time, he found that it didn't seem to be the case. There is a well over there, which is a bit strange. Ouyang Yudu came over to call Lin Shen and Wei Wufu. Lin Shen followed Ouyang Yudu to the well and found that it was a well dug on the rock, with the well edge and well wall made of rock. Lin Shen looked around and didn't find anything special about the well. The well was dug very roughly, and the well edge was uneven. Look inside the well, Ouyang Yudu said. Lin Shen stretched his head to look into the well. At first glance, he didn't realize that there was anything wrong. There was water in the well. 83 Chinese website latest address, but Lin Shen thought about it and suddenly realized that something was wrong. They were in the water now. How could there be water under the well? Lin Shen stretched his head to study and look again. Sure enough, he saw that deep in the well, like an ordinary well, there was a water surface, which seemed to be separated from the water above, forming a strange scene of water and water. What's even more weird is that there is a moon reflected in the water. Moon? Lin Shen looked up. There was water above, and even the sky could not be seen. Where did the moon come from reflected in the well? Well. Word. Wei Wufu said, staring at the inner wall of the well. Lin Shen looked in the direction of Wei Wufu's gaze, and indeed saw words engraved on the wall of the well. Yingyi Weijing. Lin Shen recognized the 3 largest Words at a glance, which were the universal characters of the universe. Behind the 3 words, there were rows of small words, and the number was very large. It was just that the hole was too small, and it was not convenient to see, so Lin Shen had to stretch down to see. Wei Wufu and Ouyang Yu each held his legs on one side, so that if there was any accident, they could pull him out in time. I traveled all over the universe, looking for a place for nirvana, and found this place by accident. I was shocked by the heavenly man. Lin Shen read the words on the wall of the well. The more Lin Shen read, the more shocked he became. This person said that he traveled all over the universe, looking for a place for nirvana, and found this planet by accident. It was discovered that there were countless immortal creatures on this planet, and each immortal creature was a terrifying existence. If they walked out of the planet and entered the universe, they would be able to dominate one side. Some immortal creatures even felt that this person was not their opponent, and they were almost killed. He was seriously injured, but fortunately he was very lucky, and came to this ancient temple. Those terrifying creatures did not dare to enter the ancient temple, so he saved his life. According to him, this ancient temple is an unimaginable immortal place, and he has never seen such a terrifying immortal place. Any known immortal place in the universe is difficult to compare with this place. With this discovery, the man was ecstatic. This is the immortal place he has dreamed of. He plans to reincarnate here and use this immortal place to complete nirvana when he upgrades. According to this person's research, the flames in these 17 braziers are condensed by the life force of the immortal place, but these 17 kinds of flames have different properties, and each time an immortal creature is born, the properties of the flames will change randomly and will no longer be the same as before. He stayed here for tens of thousands of years and finally found a little trick. Among the 17 kinds of flames, 16 are constantly changing and constantly giving birth to new immortal creatures. Only one of the flames has never changed after 10,000 years, and has never given birth to any immortal creatures. At the beginning, this person found it difficult to understand, and it took a long time before he finally figured out the key. It's not that this flame can't breed immortal creatures, but the immortal creatures it breeds are different from ordinary immortal creatures. The other 16 flames breed mutated immortal creatures, but the one bred by the fire in this basin is no longer just a mutated immortal creature, but a more advanced immortal creature that he has never seen before. 83 Chinese website latest address. After a series of tests, the man discovered that the power of the fire in the basin was simply not something that Feisheng could withstand. Even though he was ready to reach nirvana in the top immortal land, he was still not sure of completing nirvana here. After repeated research, the man was still not sure that he could complete nirvana here, so he thought of a way. Since the power of this immortal place is too strong, let's make the power here weaker. All he wants is the attributes here. The strength of the power can be gradually improved in the future, so he found someone from the Buddha's home planet. The ancient Buddhist tree was planted in the ancient temple. The ancient Buddha tree has the function of absorbing and transforming energy, and can absorb part of the energy of the immortal land. But this is not enough. The ancient Buddha tree cannot withstand the energy sucked from the immortal land. It will not be long before it is planted and it will be exploded by the energy. So he found the immortal level chaos gourd vine and grafted the chaos gourd vine onto the ancient Buddha tree. The ancient Buddha tree is used to absorb energy, and the chaos gourd vine converts energy into gourd fruits. The gourd fruits are equivalent to energy containers. Chaos gourds are constantly growing on the vines, and they can be stored as long as they are picked off. This can not only solve the problem of too much energy, but the stored energy can also be used to maintain his energy consumption here, and even prepare for becoming immortal in the future. It is simply killing 3 birds with 1 stone. The man struggled for so long, and finally found that the energy absorbed by the ancient Buddha tree and the chaos gourd was still too little. At this rate, it would take at least hundreds of millions of years to reduce the energy of this immortal place to the level that he could bearable. For some reason, the man couldn't wait so long, so he thought of another way and researched a dual life base method. When he was reincarnated and recultivated, he would use the dual life base method to strengthen his body, so that he can use this place to complete nirvana earlier. Moreover, those pairs of life bases were not condensed casually, but were specially designed for this time of nirvana. This was still not enough, so the man used immortal-level soul-suppressing stones as materials to create 8 soul-suppressing stakes to suppress the energy of the immortal land. The jade statues of strange beasts on the spiritual pillar are not real jade statues, but the bodies of 8 mutated immortal creatures. They were sealed alive by the man on the soul-suppressing pile to stabilize the soul-suppressing pile to prevent it from being pushed out by the energy of the immortal land. The mutated immortal creature's body will be sealed, and the body's energy will continue to drain. The energy transmitted from the soul-suppressing stake will be absorbed by the immortal creature, and then discharged by the seal. The more energy there is, the stronger the seal. The stronger the seal, the faster the power in the immortal creature's body will drain away, and vice versa. After so many methods, the man was confident that he would be able to use the fire in the basin here to achieve nirvana 30,000 years later, and then he could reincarnate and rebuild with peace of mind. In order to prevent accidents from happening when he was reincarnated and rebuilding, he engraved the whole thing in the Yingyu well. If something happened to him in his reincarnation, as long as he saw these words, he would naturally know what to do next. After he reaches nirvana again, even if there is an accident, he can still recover through nirvana, and he should be able to remember everything by then. The reason why he did so much was because he was not confident that he could use the fire in the basin to successfully complete nirvana, so he had to make so many preparations. The message left by this person did not mention the Golden Buddha Temple, nor did it mention Master Chowdu. The person who wanted to build the Golden Buddha Temple and raise Master Chowdu here was not the person who left the words in the well. What surprised Lin Shen was that the Yingyu well was mentioned at the end of the article. It turned out that this was the teleportation device for leaving the planet. You could leave the planet by jumping into the well. 83 Chinese website latest address, but the Yingyu well is very special. I don't know why, but the immortal creatures born on this planet cannot leave here through the Yingyu well. This man is really powerful. These many methods are really unbelievable for people to even think about. Has he said who he is? Ouyang Yudu sighed. Knowing that they could get out of Yingyu well, several people's mentality had changed, and they were not as nervous as before. Let go. I'll look down again. There are some words below. Lin Shen said. Wei Wufu and Ouyang Yu both let go of their hands, and Lin Shen went directly into the well, suspended in the well, and read the words above. The following is about the unimaginable horror of this planet, especially the fire basin that has not bred immortal creatures after tens of thousands of years. The immortal creatures it bred before must have been extremely terrifying. If they can break out of this planet, the forces in the universe will probably be reshuffled. Fortunately, this planet itself is very special, and it is difficult for those terrifying creatures to leave here. He was also guessing who had transformed this immortal place and built these mud houses and mud pots. Even he was amazed by such abilities. Lin Shen was talking, but suddenly nothing happened. Sound. What's going on? Ouyang Yudu asked. Quickly. Finally, he signed it. Lin Shen said with a strange voice. It seems you know this person's name. Ouyang Yu guessed some clues. Yes, not only I know, you all should know. Lin Shen said with a strange expression, the Ancient Realm King. After hearing the name Lin Shen said, Ouyang Yudu and Wei Wufu understood why Lin Shen was like this. What kind of existence is the Ancient Realm King? Even he said that the immortal creatures on this planet are extremely terrifying, even difficult to match, and he was almost killed. Then this planet really has no idea how terrifying it is. They can come here alive, which can be regarded as a blessing from their ancestors. You should know that the name left here is the Ancient Realm King, not his real name, which means that this is after he became the Ancient Realm King. It is really hard to imagine that a powerful person who is already a Realm King almost died here. No, I remember that after the Ancient Realm King pointed to the sky and drew the boundary to become the Realm King, it took only a few decades for the ancient dynasty to collapse, and the Ancient Realm King disappeared. Ouyang Yudu said with a strange look, could it be that the Ancient Realm King did not die, and he came here to reincarnate and rebuild? If this is true, then the Ancient Realm King is very likely not dead, which makes Lin Shen have more associations. How could an Ancient Realm King who did not die leave a legacy for others to find? Whether the 3 treasure chests and the tomb of the Ancient King of the world really exist is a bit intriguing. It seems that something went wrong when the Ancient King of the world was reincarnated and rebuilt. Ouyang Yudu said. It seems so. Lin Shen also saw the clue. If the Ancient King of the world succeeded, these words should have been erased. Since these words are still there, it is very likely that something went wrong with the reincarnation and reconstruction of the Ancient King of the world. 83 Chinese website latest address window, _Taboola equals window _Taboola dot push, mode, thumbs feed 01, container, Taboola below article feed, placement, below article feed. Target _type, mix.